Hey guys, this is Star Watif. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter's bloodline was the wizarding world's greatest secret. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After the war, Harry uncovers a hidden bloodline tied to ancient power and political legacy, one that could upend the entire foundation of the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Hogwarts. Tom Riddle's body fell with a final thud to the ground, his eyes lifeless and horror etched on his face. His own killing curse had backfired at him, and now there were no Horcruxes left to save him. Finally, the worst Dark Lord was dead. It was over. Finally, they had won. Harry was still exhilarated with the thought that the war was finally over and now they could get on with their lives. There was eerie silence in the Great Hall for a few moments as Voldemort fell. Finally, the defenders started cheering for him, all running towards him and embracing him from all sides. He could not even distinguish how many people had surrounded him. The best he could remember was Minerva McGonagall rushing at him as soon as he had caught the Elder Wand. As a habit, he had stuffed the wand into his back pocket. He kept hugging people and accepting their congratulations, smiling when needed, patting someone's back, shaking hands with another, hugging a friend who needed it. He did not remember how much time had passed. As soon as people started leaving the castle one by one, Harry sought out Ginny. There she was with her family, all of them still in grief with Fred's death. Of course he too was grieving with his death. Fred had been as good as a brother to him all these years, right from the moment he had seen him joke with Mrs. Weasley that she called herself their mother and she could not differentiate between them on the platform. The boy who had helped get his trunk on the Hogwarts Express, the boy who had come to rescue him from Privet Drive when Uncle Vernon had fixed bars outside his window, the same Fred who was a comic relief in a tense situation and a word of advice whenever Harry needed one. The twins had been there for him without even asking for anything. Even when Ron walked out on him, they both stayed. Now that Fred was dead, he cautiously walked towards the Weasleys. George was slumped on the ground, his head on his knees, and Harry knew, crying besides the body of Fred. There was Percy who was crying, his eyes red, and Mrs. Weasley was sitting beside him, her head on his shoulder and her eyes looking vacant. Ron was beside Hermione and trying to look brave, but Harry knew it was facade and it would crumble as soon as Ron was alone. His eyes looked full of tears and he was just barely holding them. Harry knew it was the hardest thing to do for him. It was perhaps the bravest thing, trying to look after everyone when he himself was broken. He looked at Ron, who nodded in his direction, and they understood each other. Harry would give him time before he breached his personal space again. Ginny was there beside Arthur, who looked in shock with the loss that he had faced while she had her eyes closed and resting her head on his shoulder. Bill was comforting Fleur and telling something to her in low voices. Charlie was there and helping others with things, perhaps just to keep himself busy and not to think too much about what had happened. His eyes, however, were looking for Remus. He was another loss that Harry felt acutely. The werewolf who was the last link to his parents, the last of his family, and he was also gone. Tonks and Moony had been laid side by side with their hands separated by inches, and there was peace on their faces. Harry did not even know if he should cry or if he could cry. There were tears in his eyes, but he could not shed them. Perhaps they were waiting for him to see others who had died this day before they would begin to fall. Remus had given everything for a better tomorrow for the world, despite the wizarding world scorning him. The sight of Colin Creevey felt like a hammer to his heart. He looked so little even now that Harry had trouble seeing him as grown up. For him, he was still the firstie who had come to Hogwarts with a camera and eager to learn about the wizarding world. Dennis Creevey had come to Hogwarts with the backup which came with Slughorn to fight, and he was sitting beside his brother and wailing. Harry patted Dennis on the shoulder and the boy lunged for him, clutching him tight. Harry could not say anything but try to console him. Dennis finally got a grip on himself and asked him between hiccups, "How did he die, Harry?" Harry shook his head, McGonagall had told all underage students to go, but I suppose he snuck back in. Once when the fight started, I never saw him here. When there was a break in fighting, the defenders started collecting our fallen heroes and Neville brought him in. If I knew he was here, I would have forced him to leave. He had no job being here. Dennis shook his head. You would not know Harry, but the last year, our family spent it on the run living in small houses where we had locked away our wands and did not use them. We changed house at least 4 times and he was incensed at the Death Eaters and Voldemort. When the news started coming in on Potterwatch, he snuck out telling me that he was going to take a stand. I wanted to follow him, but my father told me that he could not send both of his sons to war. It was this morning that I received a message for anyone who wished to make a stand against Voldemort and that you had died. I could not contain myself. I snuck out as my father was dozing. I didn't know that I will. He could not say any more before he started crying and broke down in his arms. Harry awkwardly kept patting him when Madame Pomfrey took over. Harry walked forward towards other fallen heroes and the next was Lavender Brown. She had been a good friend the 6th year notwithstanding, and now she lied there, lifeless and mutilated. Parvati was at her side sporting a gash on her cheek and some minor bruises but otherwise unharmed. Her sister was sitting near her and they seemed to be lost in thought. Harry went to them and sat beside Parvati, telling her in whispers, Parvati, I know no words can compensate for the loss that you feel for Lavender, but she fought bravely. If you want to remember her, then remember her as the girl who spent 7 years with you in the tower and knew you better than your sister, the girl who fought with Death Eaters and stood for what she believed in. Parvati nodded and he stood to return to the Weasleys. He had lost courage to go and see everyone who had fallen in the war. There was one death, however, which did not escape his eyes. There were Ernie, Justin, Harry presumed he had snuck in when the message went out on Potterwatch, and another of the boys in Hufflepuff he recognized as Wayne Hopkins. There were also a couple of girls in the crowd as well, and he recognized all of them as belonging to Hufflepuff. Curious to know, he walked towards them. There on the ground was Susan Bones clutching another girl with blonde hair and crying. He recognized the girl as Hannah Abbott. He shook hands with Ernie and then sat with Susan, trying to console her for a minute before he eventually took his leave. He walked away after a minute to come upon Neville Longbottom and his gran. She was talking to someone who had come with Professor Slughorn when fighting resumed in the morning. Neville sat with Luna beside him and the sword of Gryffindor propped at his side. Harry sat beside them after he had shook hands with his gran, who despite her age had a firm grip. She said, Your parents would have been proud of you today, Mr. Potter. You rallied people valiantly behind you and won over him for a second time. Harry gave a half smile to her. I just did what was my duty. The same as Neville, I guess. We all did our duty or it would not have been possible. Her pride reflected in her countenance, of course. His parents would be so proud of him. She turned to Neville. I am sorry for seeing your father's shadow in you, Neville. You have won renown far more than your parents ever did. Neville hugged her and broke down. Harry arched an eyebrow at Luna, asking her what it was about, and Luna stood and signaled him to follow. They were walking when Luna started telling. Hannah and Neville had become good friends during last year, with them often leading the resistance. They had galvanized the student body into action, and if not for both of them, half the students would have been dead. I think he had started to fall for her. Harry nodded. I understand that. I never knew her too closely to say anything. After a moment of silence, he further asked her, How are you, Luna? She said in her dream-like voice, Is there any reason to ask this question in this environment? We have so many people dead, so much destruction done, and so much to rebuild. Harry decided to return to the Weasleys finally. It looked like they had still not moved from before. Harry silently patted George on shoulder, who pulled him into an embrace and broke down again. Harry awkwardly kept patting his back and trying to soothe him. After about 10 minutes, George relinquished his hold on him and Harry moved on to where Remus and Tonks were laid. He sat at Remus's side and started thinking of the werewolf and his interactions with him. From the moment on train where he had driven away a Dementor, to when Remus had taught him the Patronus spell, to where the Marauder had come to take him away from Privet Drive after the Dementor attack, to where he had offered to Harry to help on his quest and subsequently naming him as Godfather for Teddy. Oh, Merlin. Teddy was just months old and he would have nothing to remember his parents. Remus had made it Harry's responsibility to look for Teddy's welfare and he would do so. Harry. Someone's voice broke his musings and he saw Andromeda Tonks standing before him. She had little Teddy in her arms and she looked like she had the weight of the world on her shoulders. Wordlessly, Harry took the toddler from her. He was so tiny that Harry was extra careful not to hurt him. Unwillingly, he thought about how big he would have been when he was placed at Dursley's doorstep about 17 years ago. Suddenly Teddy, who was awake and watching him, turned his hair black to match his, and despite all the grief, Harry smiled. Teddy might not know his father, but his godfather would make sure that he was told everything about his father, the man he was. One who fought for what he believed in, and maybe many years from now when Teddy was grown up, he would disturb Moony and Tonks' peace once more, just so his son could see his parents. Unknown to everyone, he had not dropped the stone in the forest but kept it with him. He knew of its power and the temptations it may pose for others, and there was no one he could trust not to be swayed by it. Even if someone was just thinking about some dear departed one while they had the stone in hand, it would summon them, and that would be a disaster. He was also planning to keep the wand but without telling others. Dumbledore's grave had been defiled once for it and it could be defiled again. Harry did not think he was invincible, but it would be hard to take the wand from him if none knew that he had it. Harry, Andromeda was saying, I know you are the godfather of Teddy, but I would like it if I could raise him up. You can always come over whenever you wish, but I would like it if he would remain with me. Harry said to her slowly, Okay. You are his grandmother, so obviously you can raise him. However, I would like it if I can visit him as often as I can. She nodded. Remus named you his godfather, so it is your right anyhow. I will take your leave now. I have to make preparations for bringing them home. Harry did not understand what she meant by bringing them home, but then he realized she was talking about Remus and Tonks's funeral. He could not even think of that idea without choking up. His respect for Andromeda went up a notch at that moment. She was a mother who had to bury her daughter and son-in-law, and she was alone in the whole world. It required courage to bury your own child. He nodded. I want to attend their funeral. They were always there for me and cared for me. It is the least I can do. She smiled sadly. Dora always saw a little brother in you, and for Remus you were family. I will send the details to you. Are you ready? Asked Head Mistress McGonagall, who had come up sometime during the discussion and was talking to Andromeda. When Andromeda nodded, two wizards stepped forth who took charge of their body and disapparated. Harry understood that since the wards had been broken, it was possible to apparate in and out of the castle at this moment. He went to the Weasleys again, and this time, Neville had joined them and was sitting beside Ginny. She had held one of his hands and was comforting him, perhaps over loss of Hannah Abbott. Harry dear, we are ready to go home. Are you coming? Asked Mrs. Weasley. Harry nodded, though he did not feel like going to the burrow at that moment. He had too much of guilt on his conscience, and of course the place would be full of Fred's memories. Harry, do you have a minute? Asked Minister Shacklebolt, who had just come up. Harry nodded, and Kingsley beckoned a few more of them towards him. Mr. Weasley told him to join them at the burrow when he was free while he flowed away with his family. He noticed there were Terry, Ernie, Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean and Justin. When they were surrounding him, he began to speak slowly, as you all know that the Ministry is not in a good shape right now. There are very few ores and too many Death Eaters to catch. I wanted to solicit your help in catching the escaping Death Eaters, if you all agree. After everyone has been caught, you can either choose to stay or leave to pursue other careers. If you decide to become an Auror, you will directly be admitted into the training program without giving your newts. He watched their faces as he finished speaking. Harry knew his work was not finished by a long shot and nodded. I do not know about others, but I will help you in any way I can. Others were of the same mind, and Kingsley was relieved. If you all would present yourselves at the Ministry tomorrow, I would delegate your duties to you. With that, Kingsley turned to others who were craving for his attention while Harry started returning to the Weasleys when he suddenly stopped. He noticed a girl tending to the injured. There had been so many injured that the infirmary could not keep all of them, so there were many who were being treated in the Great Hall itself. The girl had black hair falling in ringlets over her shoulders, blue eyes, sharp nose, and lithe figure. He could not recall her name, but he was sure she was in his year. He was surprised why he had never noticed her before, and he was sure he had never talked to her. She looked impassive, with her facial expressions morphed into a blank canvas, so it was hard to see what was going in her mind. Tending to injured was not an easy task, but she was going through it without even flinching at the sight of injuries. He noticed the looks of appreciation people were giving her, and he was trying hard to recall her name. Suddenly it occurred to her. The potions dungeons, last row, which was generally taken up two of these girls for 5 years that Harry had spent under Snape's sneer. She was a Slytherin, but what was her name? Dale? No. Daisy? No. Daphne? Yes, Daphne Greengrass. That was her name, and she had a best friend, Tracy Davis. As far as he knew, Tracy was a half-blood witch, and he had heard from his dorm mates sometimes say that Daphne Greengrass was one of the prettiest witches in the castle. Harry, however, had never thought about it. His collective hatred for Slytherin, Malfoy's behavior towards him, and his friends, coupled with Snape's belittling of him, had kept him distant from even the harmless Slytherins. What Harry was surprised about was her presence in the castle. As far as he knew, McGonagall had emptied the castle of all the Slytherin students before the battle began. He also noticed Madame Pomfrey, who was tending to a gash on Hestia Jones's arm. He went to her, and despite being fatigued with working tirelessly, she smiled at him. "Hello, Harry. Are you all right? Did you injure yourself?" Harry shook his head. "No, Madame Pomfrey. I am fine. How you have been? I guess this year has been the hardest on you." She nodded. "You have no idea how hard things have been. To see first-year students being cursed with Crucio or other torture curses and treating them was a nightmare for me. If it was not for Ms. Greengrass and a few others who volunteered to help me in the infirmary, I do not think I would have made through the year." Harry was curious about the black-headed girl, as I remember Headmistress had evacuated the Slytherin students out of the castle before the battle began. "How did she come to be here?" She nodded. "Most of them were evacuated, but she refused to go and straight away came to the infirmary to help me to heal the defenders. She even brought many of them in when they were injured and could have died without being tended to. She showed courage as much as anyone in the field of battle." Harry nodded, and his thoughts drifted to people who might not have fought in the battle but had been instrumental in the battle by other ways. A lot of them had returned with Slughorn as the backup, and now that he was thinking about it, many of them were former Slytherins who had come to their aid, along with shopkeepers of Hogsmeade and parents of every student who had stayed to fight. The wizarding world had come together against one foe who had suppressed all of them. He also noticed Aberforth Dumbledore, who was sitting jovially talking with Dean Thomas, and when their eyes met, the barkeeper hailed him. "Potter, you were right. My brother chose well." Harry nodded in his direction and went to find Ron. He was suddenly tired of the castle. He had faced too many things in the last few hours to be thinking rationally. However, there was something he desperately needed. He called, "Creature," and the elf appeared before him, looking happy for once and proud of having led the elves in the fight and avenging Regulus Black. "Master," the elf chirped happily. "Master called me." Harry smiled. "Creature, please bring me some clean clothes, will you? I am dirty and want to take a bath." His shirt had been torn at places, smattered with blood when he had comforted Severus Snape in his last moments. Thinking of Severus, he remembered something he still had to do. He found Kingsley in the crowd. "Kingsley, can I have a word?" he asked. The temporary Minister of Magic followed him to a side, and Harry started speaking quickly. "Severus Snape's dead body is in the Shrieking Shack. Please see to it that he is buried with honor. He risked his whole life for the Order and to end Voldemort's reign. I will explain later and maybe give a statement about it if you so desire." Kingsley looked at him closely to see if he was joking, but he was not. Kingsley nodded. "All right, I will send some wizards to get his body and ensure that he is buried with honor." That was all that Harry was willing to do for the greasy-haired, hook-nosed dungeon bat. Harry did not suddenly feel affection for him, but he was willing to accept his role in defeat of Voldemort. He decided to go to the Gryffindor Tower to find a working bathroom to take a bath before he went to the burrow. On the way up, he came across Rita Skeeter, who simpered seeing him. "Harry, got a minute for a quick interview?" "Of course, we will have to do a full-length interview later. Harry hated her. He knew that Hermione had promised to never tell her secret, but Harry had not made a promise. He turned to her. Of course, but a quick one, and I think it would be better if we did this with the Minister of Magic. She, of course, had no problem with that. She followed him to the great hall where Kingsley was talking to some Aurors, and Harry made a show of tapping on the shoulder. Kingsley asked him, "Did you forget something?" Harry tried to grin, but it did not come. He flatly said, "Kingsley, I do not know if someone has ever told you, but Skeeter here is an unregistered animagus." Rita realized she had walked into a trap and tried to move away, but Kingsley had immediately stunned her and was barking orders to an Auror. "Take her into custody, Proudfoot. Keep her restrained in shackles and make sure she does not escape." He turned to Harry. "I am thankful to you for this." "How did you know?" Harry told him. "I know since the third task of Triwizard Tournament, but since the Ministry was hostile to me, I had no reason to go and tell them about it." Kingsley nodded. "She can spend the next month or so the holding cells till we have processed all the Death Eaters, and then we will send her to prison." Harry nodded. "I guess I will see you tomorrow then." With that, he went to the tower to take a bath at last. When he came out, Creature had laid clothes for him. Getting dressed, he went to find Ron to return to the burrow. The burrow. When they exited the flow, Harry wanted to cry seeing the condition the burrow was in. The house looked like someone had upended it and someone had tried to torch the house. The scorch marks were still present on the walls, but the interior was as much the same as Harry remembered. The Weasleys, however, were not the same. Harry could feel that they were subdued and the pain was evident. He noticed George was not there, and Harry asked Mrs. Weasley, "Mrs. Weasley, where is George?" She replied sadly, "He is upstairs and has not eaten anything since." She could not finish her sentence before he broke down again. She had clutched him hard and was crying in his shoulder while Harry awkwardly tried to comfort her. Finally, Mr. Weasley took over and Harry went upwards to find George. He was in his room staring at the walls and his gaze was lost in the distance, perhaps remembering Fred. He knew it would take a long time for George to heal from the loss, and he was willing to help him in any way that he could. Percy was also there trying to console his brother, and he was crying himself. He was unashamedly shedding tears, and to Harry's surprise, he had a picture in his hand which had the twins in it, and he was moving his hands on the glass fondly while the twins in the picture tried to run away from his hands. "Percy!" he called. Percy turned and looked at him and hastily tried to wipe his eyes. "Oh, Harry, how are you? I did not hear you come in." Harry did not know what to say. He had not had to console someone before, and he had not the right words for it. Finally, he started speaking. "How are you, Percy?" Percy broke down finally. "It should have been me, Harry. It should have been me instead of him. I was an insolent git, but they forgave me so easily, and—" Harry interrupted him before he could say anything more. "I forbid you from speaking a word more. Merlin forbid. If you had died, Fred would have cried for you as you are crying for him. We forgave you because you are our family. You realized your mistake and came around when it really mattered. It is now your duty to take care of George. He needs you the most at this moment." With that, Harry moved onwards to find Ronald in his bedroom at the top of the house. He was not really surprised to find Hermione in the room, crying in Ronald's shoulder. She hugged him tightly when he entered and he asked them, "How are you two?" Ron spoke for perhaps the first time that day. "I don't even know what we are supposed to feel. Not having Fred around is something I never thought of. All those people who fought for us and died. It is hard to imagine that we will not see them again." Harry nodded. "It is very hard to think so. I regret now about not having spent enough time with Remus in the last 4 years, but there are a lot many things I regret about." He turned to Hermione. "What are your plans now, Hermione?" She replied after some time, "I will have to find my parents in Australia first. I suppose I will finish my education before I decide about my career." "What you both have planned?" They could not look into her eyes and she was immediately suspicious. She asked, "What are you both hiding from me?" Harry answered her, "Kingsley Shacklebolt offered me and Ron to become Aurors for the Ministry to catch the Death Eaters on the run. We have accepted, and he said that if we want to make our commission permanent, we can join the Aurors straight away if we so choose." She frowned for a moment before nodding. "I can understand why he made the decision. The Ministry is really short on ores, and the escaped Death Eaters can cause a lot of problems for the Ministry, which is still trying to pull itself together. I can also understand why you would not want to go back to the castle. I don't want to become an Auror, so I would have to finish my education before I can pursue any careers in the Ministry. However, right now I have to think about how to find my parents in Australia. Harry nodded before he remembered something. You can ask the Ministry to help you. They have their liaisons with Muggles and they definitely can get you help in finding your parents. However, I would advise you to take someone with you before you go. It may be hard for you to explain things to them otherwise. Ronald immediately said, I am coming with you and don't try to argue with me, Hermione. He turned to Harry. Sorry mate, but I have got to do this. I should have refused Kingsley in the day. Harry nodded. This was expected after they had started professing their love for each other in the middle of battle. Fred's body was in the Great Hall still with other fallen heroes, since the Ministry had decided to send them to their families after they had made the plans for burial. He intended to attend funeral of everyone who had been there for fight for the defense of Hogwarts. It was the least he could do to pay his respects. The Daily Prophet published a special issue that evening. The Chosen One become the Man Who1. Yesterday, the wizard known as You-Know-Who attacked the Hogwarts castle after he had been given a tip-off that the Chosen One Harry Potter was in the castle. He rallied his followers and laid siege to the castle with his followers. The defenders of the castle, however, did not yield, and the students, including many former students with the teachers and the members of the Secret Order of the Phoenix, resisted his forces. In the clashes which lasted all night, many were slain before the boy who lived went in the Forbidden Forest in what others assume, as an offering to You-Know-Who to save others. However, as eyewitnesses report, Harry Potter was reportedly killed when You-Know-Who finally approached the castle with his followers to take over the ancient fortress of wisdom and power. It is not clear how, but Harry Potter came alive again and dueled with You-Know-Who to the death. There were a few things said during their duel which could not be understood by others, but it has come to light that former headmaster of Hogwarts and the alleged killer of Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, was a double agent who was acting on Dumbledore's orders to keep the students safe from the Carrows, who have been taken in captivity and will be tried shortly. It is reported that at least 50 of the defenders of Hogwarts fell in the battle, which includes students while dark wizards and witches like Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Rookwood, and Walden McNair were among those killed in the battle. For a list of the fallen heroes and Death Eaters, CP 10. Veteran Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt has been named the temporary Minister of Magic, while the former Minister of Magic Pius Thickness is admitted in St. Mungo's for recuperation after having been under the influence of Imperious Curse for almost a year. See inside pages for more details. Saying bye to a prankster. The next day was perhaps the hardest yet. He had been woke up by Ginny in the morning, who asked him to dress for the funeral before she went downstairs. The Ministry had Fred brought to the burrow around sometime in the morning, and they had chosen to bury him in the grounds belonging to the family where their ancestors had been buried for generations before them. Before breakfast time was over, the burrow was overflowing with people. There were McGonagall, Kingsley, Hestia, Andromeda, Slughorn, Flitwick, Pomfrey, Lee Jordan, Oliver Wood, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, Demelza Robbins, Neville Longbottom, Augusta Longbottom, Hagrid, Luna Lovegood, and many more Harry could not recognize. Fred's body had been wrapped in a white shroud, and it was carried by so many of them that Harry lost count of people. By the time they were at the cemetery, emotions were running high. Everyone's eye was wet. There was already a hole dug up for him to be lowered into the ground, and a Ministry wizard was there to conduct the funeral. Harry was not surprised to find it was the same wizard who had presided over Dumbledore's funeral. A lot of chairs had been laid down for everyone who attended, and Harry sat in the front row with Ginny on his right and Fleur on his left, with Bill sitting beside her. When it was time, the wizard stood to address them. This day we are here to say our goodbye to a young man who was a perfect son to his parents, a perfect brother to his siblings, and an endearing friend to his friends. He touched everyone's lives who knew him, and he gave them reasons to smile even in the grim times which lasted until yesterday. I would invite his brother, his twin, to say a few words about him before we say goodbye. George was inconsolable when he stood to address them. Fred was not just my twin but my other half. I still cannot believe that he is not with me anymore, and maybe it would take me years to accept it. However, he was far from the perfect person, as was just said. If he were here, he would be laughing at us for being so grim and morose. There were a few subdued chuckles to his statement. George continued speaking. He was the brain behind us, and he would not have expected me to be so grim when he lived so carefree and enjoyed every little joy in his life. He broke down again and took his seat, and Harry heard Hagrid blowing his nose in his tablecloth-sized handkerchief. The wizard stood again and motioned for them to join him. Many of the wizards joined him, and together, they lowered his body in the grave already dug before they all filled it with soil which had been dug early in the day, and then attached a headstone to it which read, Fred Weasley. Born the 1st of April 1978. Death the 2nd of May 1998. Mischief managed. With that they all began to leave after saying their condolences to the Weasleys. Harry waited for everyone to go before he decided to go to the ministry. Kingsley was waiting. Arthur and Molly were initially reluctant, but they agreed when Harry promised them that he would return before it was time for dinner. Ministry of Magic. When Harry arrived at the Ministry of Magic the next day, he was dressed in an oversized robe to hide himself with a hood over his head so no one could recognize him. The ministry itself seemed to have gone through a lot of changes in just a day. The ugly statue which had been built in place of the magical brethren had been torn down, and Harry could see the debris strewn all over the atrium. The fountain which used to be in the place was back, and he hoped that the statue of magical brethren would be back in place soon. The flows were working again, and he had heard that the public toilet system of flushing themselves in had been abandoned by the ministry, and soon the public telephone booth system would be back into place. He handed his to the wizard, who was back to his post in the atrium. He took the wand and started reading it and loudly exclaimed, Harry Potter. Harry sighed. He had wanted to escape the attention, but there was no way now with people starting to swarm him. He accepted their congratulations with grace, shook hands with some, said thank yous to others, and was looking for a way out of his predicament. I should have known that only you can cause such a block, he heard Neville say, who himself was surrounded by people and happily gave a one-arm hug to him, grinning. Talk about you, Neville. You have a lot more behind you than I do. The wizard at desk motioned for them to go ahead, and a ministry worker on duty near the lifts ushered them into one and stopped others from following them in. Harry grinned at Neville. Feels good to have such a VIP treatment. Neville grunted. It sure does. When they reached the office of the minister, he lifted his hood for benefit of Kinglesey's secretary, who ushered him in swiftly, telling him, Go right in, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom. The minister is waiting for you. Kingsley's office looked like a landfill, with lot of paper strewn around and heaps of files waiting for his attention. When they entered, he rose from his seat and said in his deep resonating voice, Harry and Neville, welcome. Harry motioned his arms around and asked, Busy day? Kingsley sighed. Pious thickness was always slippery to begin with. Spending a year under the imperious curse of Yaxley, he did not tend to work but delegated to his secretary, who was no better than a Death Eater in disguise. They have destroyed everything, and we would have to rebuild from the ashes. Harry asked him, What about the order now? Is it disbanded? Since Moody had died, I assume you became the leader. Kingsley nodded. I disbanded the order yesterday. We did not need it anymore, so it was of no use to keep it. Please take a seat. I am still waiting for a few people. They were joined by others soon, and Kingsley offered seats to them, and after he had did a quick calculation of their numbers, he asked worriedly, Where is Ron? Is he fine? Harry nodded. He is fine, but he is accompanying Hermione to Australia to find her parents, so he cannot join us at this moment. Also, Hermione want the ministry's help in finding her parents. Kingsley nodded. Tell her that I will be visiting the Burrow today evening. He then started addressing all of them. Since you all know that the ministry is short on oars at the moment and there are too many Death Eaters evading arrest, I want you all to bring them in. This assignment will extend till we have caught all of them, and then if you want you can go to finish your last year of studies at Hogwarts, or you can directly join as an Auror in the ministry. The ministry will also conduct Newt's examination in December for those who want to apply for work and do not want to go to Hogwarts again. They all nodded, and at that time, a few more wizards entered. Another wizard entered who wore the crimson-red robes of British Aurors. Kingsley introduced them. This is Gawain Robards, the head of Aurors, and there are a few Aurors who realized what was happening and did not join the Voldemort loyal establishment but secretly kept working to undermine them. We do not have enough Aurors in our force right now and we would be stretched thin. We lost so many of them in the previous year that if Death Eaters banded together, they can outdo us. I have invited you all because I have seen you all fighting in the battle and I know you are battle-hardened to stand against them and win. I will also be publishing an advertisement of requirement in Daily Prophet inviting those eligible to apply by relaxing the norms for the time being. Merlin knows we need them. He turned to Gawain. Gawain, these are your men from today. Take them to the Auror floor, tell them about their duties and put them with whatever teams we have left for now. Gawain clicked his heels and led them to the Auror floor. The burrow. Kingsley Shacklebolt was having a busy day so he could hardly make time for anything except office. He had already deputed Gawain Robards to inform the Muggle Prime Minister about the conclusion of the war and right now he was on his way to the burrow to share in Arthur and Molly's grief. He had always liked the twins and with one of them gone, he was sure the world was going to be a bit darker. There were too many things to be done and not enough people to do it and he needed Arthur and Percy at the office. They were highly competent, trustworthy people who could help Kingsley through this transition period. He also hoped to secure Ron's admittance in the Aurors and for that purpose he had just to contact the Australian Ministry of Magic and trace down Hermione's parents. Ron was going off with Hermione in Australia to find her parents and if the ministry could bring them back then they would not have to go in the first place. Besides he had to show that he was initiating the changes in the ministry and it would not toe to the old line anymore. While the old families were important to the wizarding world, the ministry was not going to discriminate against the Muggle-borns who were as important to them as any pureblood. He also had to give Harry Potter's first assignment to him. After the initiation in the ministry during the day, everyone had been sent home with Auror robes and asked to report for duty from the next day. He and Gawain had made a list of those who were evading arrest and needed to be made answerable for their crimes so that justice would be seen to be done. The Malfoys were near the top of the list but they had assured him that they would willingly submit to trial whenever he called them. Nevertheless, he had placed the under-house arrest with 2 Aurors standing guard. He planned to bring them in as soon as he could. In fact, they would be the first to undergo trial. The ministry holding cells were already full and they had no other place to keep Death Eaters. Perhaps he could advocate for forming the war tribunal a bit faster perhaps so they could start the trials as soon as they could manage. He knocked on the door of the burrow and Molly Weasley's voice came from inside. Who was there? He answered in his deep voice, "It is I, Kingsley Shacklebolt." The door was immediately opened by Molly Weasley who looked like a mess. She was not her usual exuberant self but her eyes were blotchy and she had dark circles under them. His hair which was usually neatly combed was disarrayed and she had a lost look about her. She tried to smile for him. "Minister, please come in and have a bite or two. We were just starting on dinner." He entered while giving an apprising look to other inhabitants of the house. Harry was there at the other end of the table looking lost and bewildered as if he did not know how to console these people who were grieving. Arthur was more of a mess than Molly. He had a wild look about him and he looked like he would doze off. He looked full of pain but there was determination on his face which he had seen often in the previous few years. He knew Arthur was holding together for the sake of his family. Percy was there, trying to console George who was grieving and still had the haunted look which Kingsley had come to fear. He had seen too much to it for the last few days and he did not want to see more of it. Ron was there, looking unkempt and perhaps for the first time, he was not even sparing a glance at the food. There was also Andromeda at the table while Teddy dozed in a little rocking chair. He understood that food was perhaps the last thing that they were paying attention to and he decided to make sure that they at least ate a morsel. Kingsley took off his traveling cloak and hanged it on a peg while taking a seat on the table and said, "Thank you Molly, I think I have time for a bite." With that he sat at the table and Molly served him some freshly made bread and some of her onion soup which he liked. Since no one was really speaking at the table, he decided to break the ice. He asked Arthur, "Arthur, when are you going to join the ministry again?" Arthur sighed, "I do not know Kingsley. I am still not over my grief yet." Kingsley nodded, I understand Arthur, but I am really short on people I can trust to work with me for the betterment of the ministry. Besides, you have better experience of dealing with these issues having been there in the administration. He turned to Percy. What about you, Percy? Are you joining soon? Percy shook his head. I do not know when I will be able to join the ministry again. I want to spend some time with my family, Minister. He nodded and turned to Ron. What about you, Ron? I thought you told me you were going to join the Aurors. Ron, who was sitting beside Hermione and patting one of her hands, shook his head. Maybe later. I need to go with Hermione now to find her parents. I will not allow her to go by herself. Kingsley turned to Hermione. Hermione, if you agree, I will send a letter to the Ministry of Magic in Australia and ask them to find your parents before you go. That way you will save a lot of hassle in finding them. Hermione nodded. If you can do it, I will be grateful to you, Kingsley. That way I can go without Ron having to come with us. Ron tried to protest, but she silenced him. No, Ron, Kingsley is right. He needs as many people as possible right now. If he can find them, then it will not take me long to find them and undo the memory charms I did on them. I know they would be angry with me, but that is between me and them, and I do not want them to lash on you. Ron reluctantly agreed and turned to Kingsley. All right, I will join the ministry from tomorrow as Auror. For the first time perhaps, Molly Weasley did not object to something which was ostensibly dangerous. Perhaps she understood that her little boy had faced worse than that. Kingsley turned to Arthur and Percy. I would appreciate it if you both can join me from tomorrow. There is a lot to be done and I am counting on you both to help me. He said to Arthur, I have proposed your name for Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic and it has been accepted. He said to Percy, I have a lot of preparations to be made for the Death Eater trials and I need a person of your caliber to help me wade through it. Finally, Arthur and Percy agreed to join the next day. After all, life had to go on. Charlie agreed to stay for a few more days and look after George before he eventually joined the Dragon Reserve again. Before Kingsley left, however, he said to Harry, Harry, I have your first assignment for you. Our dear chairperson of the nefarious Muggle-born Registration Commission has been missing in action. I want you to bring her in. Gawain has put you with Proudfoot, Savage, Justin Finch Fletchley and Dean Thomas. Report at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. That was exactly the piece of news that Harry needed. He had a long pending grudge to settle with Dolores Jane Umbridge. Next day, Harry woke up early in the morning and came down for breakfast to find that Mr. Weasley was already up and at the table with a cup of tea between the palms of his hand, lost in thought. There was delicious smell wafting from the kitchen towards them, and he was pleased to find that Mrs. Weasley was trying to find ways to keep her busy and making an effort to get over her loss. Morning, Mr. Weasley, he said as he took a seat. Mr. Weasley was lost in thought and took his time to reply, Morning, Harry. Excited for the day? He nodded. I cannot wait to see how it is like. Are you going to join the ministry? He nodded. Yes, Harry. We would have to move on at some point of time. I suppose going to the office would dull the pain of the loss. Besides, Kingsley really need all the help he can get. The ministry is in shambles and the public would panic if things did not get well soon. Harry dear, what would you like for breakfast? Asked Mrs. Weasley coming out of the kitchen. Just some toasts and bacon would be fine, Mrs. Weasley, he said. She served him plate full of bacon and toast, and as he started to eat, she asked him, Where is Ron? He is still sleeping. We were up late last night, he said, not meeting her eyes. What you all were doing staying up late? She asked. Harry did not know what to answer her. He had hardly slept with the nightmares, and so did Ron. When he closed his eyes, he could feel the battle happening in front of his eyes, friends dying in their lifeless eyes, their screams in his ears. No, it was not easy to think about it, and he even hesitated telling her about it. She meanwhile had started to call Ron. Ron, get up or you would be late for the ministry. Ron came down moments later, followed by Hermione, and they wordlessly took seats upon the table. Mrs. Weasley served them while Mr. Weasley was talking to Hermione. Hermione, Kingsley has told me that he is expecting you at the ministry around noon. He wants to ask some questions so that he can communicate with the ministry in Australia and track down your parents. She was still downcast and said in her same morose tone, "I'll go and meet him today, Mr. Weasley." By this time, Percy had come down for breakfast with Charlie, and perhaps out of habit, Mrs. Weasley hollered for the twins, "Come down, you bot." Her voice, however, hitched when she remembered that Fred was no more and broke into tears. Percy had stood and was wiping her tears with his thumbs, and she kept crying in his shoulder. Harry was uncomfortable because he did not know what to make of it. He wanted to console Mrs. Weasley, but he was not sure how he could do that. He never had been good with feelings. Finally, he finished his dinner and walked towards his room to get ready to go to the ministry. Ginny was standing at the door of her room and stopped him. "Harry, can I talk to you in here?" He nodded. "Sure, Ginny." He walked in her room and sat on her bed waiting for her to speak. She took a long pause before she spoke. "Harry, you know when Dumbledore died and you broke up with me so that I would not be targeted. You promised me that you will return to me, and you did. I thought that I would have been elated when we survived the war, but I kind of felt nothing." Harry asked her, "So what are you saying?" "Harry, I don't know if I am ready to resume it right now. I want to take some time to think about it," she said hesitantly. When he did not say a word, she continued, "I mean, a lot happened between then and now, and it kind of made me see things in a new light. I am trying to adjust to everything which happened since then and need some time to make up my mind." He asked her, "Are you dumping me?" She hastily said, "Oh Merlin, no. I am not dumping you, Harry, but I need some time to sort through my feelings so that I can be sure about it." He could not understand what to say. He had been sure that Ginny would be there for him when he returned after having finally killed Voldemort for good. He had not expected this, but when she said it, he realized it. He felt some kind of disenchantment towards her, and he had not been able to point the reason. Sure, he had some feelings for her in his heart, but he was not sure anymore if it were love or not. He thought perhaps he needed some time to sort through his feelings as she did. He nodded. "I understand, Ginny. I will wait for you to make a decision." With that, he left her room to go and get ready. Ron and Hermione were there in his room, and when he entered, they asked him, "Well?" He asked, "Well, what?" Ron huffed. "Come off it, Harry. We want to know what happened between you and Ginny." He told them what had happened in the room between him and Ginny. "She told me that she feels her feelings have changed and she wants some time to mull over things before she can make a decision. Now that I had time to think about it, I feel the same. We will take our time before making this decision." Hermione asked him, "Is that why you have been avoiding her?" Ron asked, "What do you mean?" She spoke again. "She told me that she and Harry had not exchanged two sentences with each other since the end of the war, and that is after he spent months watching her dot on the Marauders map every night. I knew she needs to sort through her feelings, as she had told me already. I think it is better if they took their time to think things through." They sat quietly for some minutes before Mrs. Weasley's voice floated upwards, "Come down, you lot, or you will be late for the ministry." After 10 minutes, they came down where Mr. Weasley was getting ready for going to the ministry, and so was Percy. They flowed to the ministry one after another. Ministry of Magic. They arrived in the atrium of the ministry, where things had definitely progressed. A crew from Magical Maintenance was still hard at work in the atrium, restoring things to their previous state before Voldemort took over the ministry, while ministry employees were arriving in the ministry. Most of them had been in hiding for the last year, and now they were coming back. The most affected department had been the Aurors. Those who had not professed their loyalty to the ministry after Thickness took over had been taken to Azkaban, while many who remained had been working covertly to undermine the ministry. Many had fought for the Death Eaters because their loyalty had been towards the minister personally, and the minister had been under Imperious curse of Yaxley. Those who had fought for the Death Eaters and had consciously worked towards imprisoning Muggle-borns or killing them were in prison and would be tried. They boarded a lift together, and Harry and Ron got off at the Auror floor while Arthur and Percy went forward to the minister's office. Gawain Robards, it seemed, was waiting for them. As they came in, Gawain rose from his seat and said to them enthusiastically, "Potter and Weasley, take a seat. I am waiting for others to arrive." Soon many others arrived. When they were all seated, Gawain started addressing them. "So the first assignment for Proudfoot's team is to bring in Dolores Umbridge. She was the chairman of the erstwhile Muggleborn Registration Commission and is liable for sending many wizards and witches to the dreary prison. For this assignment, the minister has chosen Harry Potter, Justin Finch Fletchley and Dean Thomas, who would be supervised by Proudfoot. Harry asked him, "What about the Muggle-borns and others who were taken to Azkaban though? Are any of them alive?" Gawain nodded. "Many of them are alive, but it would require a lot of time and efforts on our part to get them in prime of their health again. This war caused us considerable damage. In the meanwhile, we have a lot of Death Eaters to be caught. The minister has asked me to compile a list of them, and you all will be going in the field to catch them. And this is only what we are to do. The ministry has an uphill task at hand with all the destruction and death." Harry asked him further, "What about their wands? I suppose their wands had been snapped when they were taken captive. Where would they get new wands and who would pay for them?" He replied, "We are locating all the Muggle-born as we speak. Those we find and are without wands would be asked to report to Ollivanders when he sets up shop again. They will be fitted with new wands and the ministry would pay for the expenses, which would be realized after we have levied heavy penalties on the Death Eaters and confiscated their vaults and properties." He nodded. "What is the plan for today?" He pointed towards the Auror sitting in the room. "Proudfoot will be your supervisor and you will follow his instructions. He will tell you the plan of action once you are at the place she is hiding." He produced a piece of rope and gave it to Proudfoot. "This portkey will take you to the closest to the location where she is thought to be hiding." Proudfoot pocketed the portkey with grim determination. He continued further, "Augustus, remember one thing. She may try to resist arrest and there can be some Death Eaters with her. A couple of Aurors who were part of her security detail have been missing in action too, so it is possible that you may meet them. If you find that you are outnumbered, send for backup and it will be sent to you." As Proudfoot was leading his team out of the office, Ron said to him frantically, "Harry, take care and return safely to us. And give her hell from us." Harry gave a little grin as he remembered the words Fred had spoken long ago in the castle when they twins made their escape after turning a corridor in a portable swamp. They had ordered Peeves, telling him, "Give her hell from us, Peeves." Proudfoot led them out of Robard's office to a room which clearly served as conference room of sorts. He motioned for them to sit in the chairs scattered around, and when they took their place, he started giving instructions. "All right, since you all have not been through formal Auror training, there are a few rules that you need to remember. First rule is constant vigilance. You drop your guard for a second and it can prove fatal. Second rule is that you never abandon your partner. Third rule is do your duty and return safely. If you need to cast some lethal spells, then do not hesitate to do so. We do not know what kind of situation we are going into, so finish the job as quickly as possible. I do not want to see a disarming spell or a stunner if a bone breaker is needed in a situation. Is that clear?" A resounding, "Yes, sir," answered his question, and he led them to the apparition point. Taking hold of the portkey, they disappeared, feeling the familiar jerk behind their navels. Denver. They appeared in some thick woods where Harry promptly fell to the ground as the portkey stopped pulling him. Justin and Dean were no better either, and they all crumbled on top of each other. Proudfoot, who had landed on his feet, was smirking. "If all Aurors made such spectacular entry, we would lose before we even begin." Grumbling, they picked themselves up and he started instructing them. "Does any of you have prior experience in tracking? I mean, if you can detect spells which are used for stealth." Harry said, "I know a little about such spells like Muggle repelling spells, Muffaliato, etc. I learned to use them when on the run." He nodded. "All right, Potter. You take Thomas with you and I will have Finch Fletchley with me, and we will go in different directions. Whoever finds them first will send a message on our badges and wait for backup. I do not want this mission to fail, because if she escaped we would not be able to bring her to justice again." Before they could start though, he detached his badge from his robes and showed them how to use it to send a message. There was a specific pattern in which one had to tap the badge and it would send their location to the other team. He and Dean started walking to one side while Proudfoot and Justin went in another. They were looking for any sign of activity around them, and Harry was spreading his senses in all directions to feel anything which would help him know if there were any protective enchantments in place. The forest was sparse and not as dreary populated as other woods where he had been hiding when on the run. "Dean, mostly for the purpose of making communication, said, "Feels all the same like last year except this time I am searching for fugitives." Harry nodded. "Right. We camped in different forests and put up so many enchantments to keep ourselves safe. They kept up away from others many times, thought breaking the taboo got us caught." Dean nodded. "We were caught the same way. I was a fool to break the taboo when I called him Voldemort by mistake. I had taken off by myself in the wilderness when the ministry fell and my mother and stepsister told them that I had not been home from a year. I met some more wizards on the run and we spent a few months together." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I remember. You had Ted Tonks with you and someone named Dirk, who I imagine was Dirk Sesswell, and 2 goblins, one of which was Griphook, who was in captivity in Malfoy Manor when we rescued you and Luna from there." Dean nodded before he realized something. "Hang on. How did you know I was with Ted Tonks, Dirk Sesswell, and 2 goblins? I do not remember telling you about it." Harry was hesitant to tell before he decided to tell him, not that it would have mattered anymore. "You were camping near us one evening when one of you had summoned salmon fish for dinner from a river nearby. Our camp was near you all and we used one of those extendable ears which the twins had developed. We heard you all talking about Ginny being put in detention with Hagrid for trying to steal the sword of Gryffindor from Headmaster's office. We were on the run doing something to bring downfall of Voldemort and we could not jeopardize our mission, so we stayed put." Dean wanted to say something but realized it would have fulfilled no purpose. They were doing what they were supposed to do and bring normalcy in the wizarding world again. Obviously they could not have jeopardized their mission. Besides, it had not been long after that when they had been caught by the Snatchers. Ted and Dirk had tried to fight and had done handsomely against them, but they were done in when they were outmanned. One of the Snatchers had snapped his wand and seeing Ted among the deceased, they had taken him and Griphook to the Malfoy Manor instead of the Ministry. He was starting to speak when Harry motioned for him to keep quiet and pointed him towards the distance where there was a tent erected and 2 wizards in aura robes were sitting outside. Harry silently sent a Homnum Revelio towards the camp and they retreated after a minute. When they were at safe distance to keep watch at the tent and could not be seen or overheard, they waited. When the backup arrived, Harry reported to Proudfoot, "There are 3 more people in the tent and 2 oars outside it. In total there are 5 people in that tent and I do not know about their identities, though it can be safe to assume that it is Dolores Umbridge." The toad croaked. Proudfoot barked orders. "All right boys, here are the instructions. We will approach from 2 sides with Potter and Thomas on one side and me and Finch Fletchley on another. We will take those 2 down with stunners and then storm the tent. Get in and start casting. Do not give them a warning or a chance to get away. If they apparated out of here, there is nothing more that we can do." Harry and Dean circled around to the other side, taking a long route to be sure that they were not seen, while Justin and Proudfoot kept an eye on the tent. When Harry shot some green sparks from his wand, Proudfoot mouthed, "Go," to Justin, and they sent stunners at the Auror on their side while Dean and Harry took down the Auror on their side almost at the same time. "Selwyn, what was that?" Someone called from inside the tent. "Warrington, what happened?" Before the person who had asked the question could come out, the Aurors had stormed the tent, and as they entered, they started sending stunners, petrification hexes everywhere. One of those inside was wearing the robes of Aurors and had dived behind a sofa while the one who had questioned was stunned immediately. Harry pushed Dean away from the way of a bombarda which was aimed at his head and with a speed faster than thought, had sent a reductor at the sofa which was reduced to bits. "What is this happening?" yelled someone from other room of the tent. Proudfoot by this time was able to stun the one hiding behind the sofa, and Harry turned towards the 3rd person in the tent and his blood boiled, the scars on the back of his hand throbbing. It was Dolores Jane Umbridge. Proudfoot had leveled his wand at her. "Dolores Jane Umbridge, you are being taken in custody under the orders of Kingsley Shacklebolt, the acting Minister of Magic. Surrender your wand and we will be lenient with you. Resist and we will deal with you toughly." She was shrieking, "I will not surrender to you. Not to false pretenders and the undesirable, no. 1. No filthy mud." That was all she was able to say before 3 stunners collided with her and she crumpled like a sack. Proudfoot turned towards his 3 companions and found them to be grinning sheepishly. He said, "Oh dear. The toad has finally croaked." They tied up the Aurors and Umbridge and bunched them together. With a big length of rope that he used to tie their hands together, Proudfoot tapped the rope once, saying, "Activate." They disappeared, and he turned to others. "Collapse this tent and take it in as evidence. We will have to inspect it in greater detail when we are the ministry. Take their wands too and put them in a bag with a tag to each wand telling the name of the owner. They would serve as evidence. This mission has been successful." When Harry told him that he did not know the names of the captives, Proudfoot told them their names, wrote them down on pieces of parchment, and the wands were rolled in them. Justin secured the evidence before they apparated to the Ministry. Ministry of Magic. When they arrived in the Ministry, there were a lot of people waiting to congratulate them. Ron and Neville Bear hugged Harry. "You did it. The toad is done in." Harry gave him a reluctant grin. "The only regret is that she caved in too soon." "Potter, the minister want to see you and Weasley in his office right now," barked Gawain Robards, who was there directing people and seeing that the prisoners were secured. He and Ron took the lift to the first floor to the minister's office, and while they were on their way, another wizard joined them. When he realized who were in the lift with him, he was in awe and took off his hat to them. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, I am indebted to you both. I am Reg Cattermole, and you both had saved my wife on that day when you had invaded the ministry." Harry remembered the day too well. They had just taken Slytherin's locket and were on their way out after rescuing many Muggle-borns, and Yaxley was pursuing them. Reg Cattermole was one of those who had been impersonated by Ron to invade the ministry. There also was the awkward moment when Mary Cattermole had Ron thinking him to be her husband. They had been scared like hell that time, but now that they thought about it, they felt embarrassed. Ron definitely was not making eye contact with Reg, who was looking at him with amusement. Anger. Harry could not know and had no idea about what to do in that situation. Thankfully, the lift arrived at the first floor at that moment, and they got off to go and meet the minister. Kingsley, it seemed, was waiting for them. Hermione was also in his office, and Harry guessed they were about to be interrogated by the minister. Kingsley took a moment before he started speaking in his deep baritone voice. "I have called you three because I need to know what had happened at Gringotts. The goblins are furious about what had happened and would be appeased only if they get the culprits or are given a just reason for the invasion. I need to give them a genuine reason for the invasion, or the economy of Wizarding World would be in danger." Hermione and Ron looked at him and he sighed. He figured it fell to him to give some explanations. "What I am about to tell you is extremely confidential, Kingsley, and if word were to go out, then it will not bode well for us." Professor Dumbledore, who had known Voldemort since he was 11 years old, found the way Voldemort remained alive. It is very dark magic known as Horcrux, where a person saves a part of his soul in a container. There were 7 of such Horcruxes, and we had to hunt them down before Voldemort could be killed. Kingsley was mortified. He had made Horcruxes. "How did you lot find out ways to destroy them?" Harry turned to Hermione, who pulled out a pair of dragonhide gloves from her bag, and putting them on, she summoned a book from her beaded bag. She gingerly placed the book on the table for Kingsley to see, and Harry started speaking. "This book used to be on the shelf of Hogwarts library 70 years ago, and Voldemort got the information from this book. I would rather that you destroy this." Kingsley gingerly touched the book and almost immediately removed his hand as if it was burnt by the touch. He wrote something on a paper, and with a tap of his wand, it turned into paper plane, which he sent away. About 5 minutes later, a man wearing a mask came into the minister's office. He was of average height, had salt and pepper hair and brown eyes which could be seen through his mask. Kingsley made the introductions. "This is Saul Croker, the Chief Unspeakable of the Department of Mysteries. Saul, I trust you know these 3. He gave a bright smile. "Of course, I know them. Now why I was summoned." Kingsley pointed the book to him. "I hope you know this book. This is one of those banned in public domain, and as such, I want you to confiscate it and take it down to the department and destroy it, leaving behind no trace of its existence." Croker produced a cloth pouch from inside of his robes and secured the book in it. With that, he immediately left the minister's office. With them being alone again, Kingsley turned to them. "All right, I will talk the goblins, but in the meanwhile, Hermione, I need your help with something. A set of laws were written when Gringotts was established, and there may something in there which can lead you out of your current predicament. I want you to find it and prepare a brief. Can you get me the report by tomorrow? I suppose the Australian Ministry of Magic would be able to find your parents by then." The library of the ministry is at your disposal. With that, he dismissed Hermione and Ron while he asked Harry to stay back. When they were gone, he asked Harry, Harry, there are so many questions about the war which need to be answered, and there is no one who can answer them better than you. The Order trusted you when you said that Dumbledore gave you a mission and we did not ask any questions. I suppose the mission was destroying the Horcruxes, but there are too many questions which need to be answered now, and I will not take no for an answer. Harry shrugged. I will tell you everything that you want to know, Kingsley, but you have to promise me that nothing of what I tell you will find its way to the public. Kingsley nodded. Of course. The first question is about Severus Snape. You said that he was a hero. We also heard during the final duel when you said he killed Dumbledore on his orders. Can you explain that? He nodded. You might remember the Battle of Department of Mysteries. Kingsley nodded. I do. I was one of the Order members who showed up to back you up. Harry said, right. So, we had gone there to retrieve a prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney sometime before the First War. That prophecy was the reason that my parents had to go into hiding. Its contents are irrelevant now, but what you need to know is Severus Snape was a Death Eater then, and he heard some part of it which he told to Voldemort. Based on the information, he started hunting down my parents and Snape got panicked. My mother had been a good friend to him since they were children, and to save her life, he turned double agent and a spy for Dumbledore. When Voldemort was resurrected, Snape returned to him acting as a double agent and making Voldemort believe that he was still loyal to him. About a year before his death, Dumbledore had got his hands on one of the Horcruxes and destroyed it, but was cursed with a horrible curse which would have killed him within a year anyhow. He wanted Snape to kill him so that Voldemort would trust him and Snape would be able to work to bring his downfall. Dumbledore was already dying when Snape killed him. Kingsley took a deep breath when Harry finished speaking, so that is why Severus Snape was a hero. He kept acting a double agent, risking his life for others. The next question is what happened in the forest. I mean, you had gone in the forest to surrender yourself to save others. Harry shook his head. That is a question for another time, or maybe never. It was a personal thing. What I can tell you is that he cast the killing curse at me and I lived again. Kingsley's eyebrows threatened to disappear in his forehead. You escaped the killing curse again. Are you immune to it? He shook his head. No, I am not immune to it. There were some peculiar circumstances between me and Voldemort. Kingsley nodded. The next question is what do you intend to do now? I mean, of course you can join the ministry as an Auror, but are you planning to take your family seat? Harry asked him, confusion written large on his face. What family seat? Kingsley asked him. You don't know. Oh, Merlin. Well, you would need to sort the goblins soon, and only they can tell you more about it. Harry had no idea what it was about, but choosing to let it go for the moment, he asked him, are there any more questions? Kingsley nodded. There is 12, Grimmauld Place to think about. The Death Eaters had defiled the place, but it is still yours. Also, where are you going to live now? Of course you cannot live with the Weasleys forever. Harry realized Kingsley was right. He could not live at the Burrow forever. They were as good as a family to him, but he needed a place of his own and he had no idea about these things. Maybe, he could live in Grimmauld Place for the time being. He turned to Kingsley. I think I will have to look in Grimmauld Place and make it habitable. I suppose I need a place for myself after all. Kingsley offered. If you want, I can have a magical maintenance crew look after the house and do the necessary repairs. Harry smiled. Thank you, Kingsley. When they are at it, tell them to change the interior of the house. It is too dark and gloomy. And please ask them to take down that portrait too. Kingsley grimaced. Yes, the portrait. All right, I will have it removed. Now you go and report to Gawain for your duties. Before you go, I have received the details of funeral of everyone who died defending Hogwarts. This afternoon, they are saying goodbye to Colin Creevey. Harry's eye moistened a little. I will be there, Kingsley. Battle of Welshpool. When Harry arrived at the Auror floor, things were in chaos. Aurors were running around and he found Gawain barking orders. He called, Robards, what is happening? The Auror barked, the last remains of Death Eaters have attacked Welshpool. We are going after them. You are with Proudfoot, Finch Fletchley, Weasley, Longbottom and Savage. Go. When they arrived in Welshpool, The little town was in chaos. The top half of the town hall was blown apart. There were a few civilians who were lying dead on the road, their faces calm, and Harry knew they had been killed by the killing curses. When they arrived, they spotted at least 8 Death Eaters who were destroying buildings or killing peoples. A few cars which were of Muggle law enforcement were on fire, and a policeman was pinned to a wall by a javelin through his body. Savage barked orders: "Take cover and engage the Death Eaters. Do not let any of these scum escape alive." Harry ducked behind a wall and sent a stunner at one of the Death Eaters who fell. However, it attracted attention of 2 others towards him. One of those sent a killing curse at him which destroyed the wall. However, Harry had left that place a moment ago. The wall crumbled to bits and pieces while Harry had taken him down with a stunner. He was suddenly pushed to the side by Ron out of the way of another killing curse cast by the second Death Eater. As he fell, his wand fell out of his hand. The Death Eater who had sent the killing curse at them was advancing on them, and in desperation, Harry waved his hand and the wand flew into his hand. He immediately sent a stunner at the Death Eater. Neville on the other side had already blasted one out of the way while he and Savage were engaging 2 of the Death Eaters between them. Justin and Proudfoot were fighting the last 2 Death Eaters. Harry and Ron joined in the fray, and within moments, the Battle of Welshpool was over. Savage was barking orders: retrieve their wands, tag them and take in as evidence. Bind the stunned ones and take them to the Ministry. The Obliviators will be coming down to take care of things. When Harry returned to the Ministry, another party which had gone with Williamson, Hestia, Ernie, Seamus, Dean, Anthony and Terry Boot had returned. Ernie sported a gash on his forehead while Dean had his arm in a sling and Seamus was walking with a little difficulty. Harry asked worriedly, "What happened?" Dean grimaced, "We were sent to capture some Death Eaters. They were waiting for us with a trap. I had my shoulder dislocated when I fell on my shoulder to escape a piece of rock which would have done me in. Seamus fell in a pit, so he has some problem in walking. Ernie had his forehead grazed by a cutter." He asked, "Did we lose someone?" Dean shook his head, "No, we did not. Thankfully there were only 4 of them there." He nodded, "Right. I will be going now. I have to go and say bye to a friend." Dean nodded, "All right." Robards came up to him at that moment. "Potter, here is your portkey. Weasley and Longbottom want to go too. You 3 are dismissed for the day." Saying goodbye to a friend, they arrived in a deserted street. When they walked out of the street, they could see a cemetery across from them on the other side of the road where people had began to gather around. They figured it was where they were going to bury him. When they entered, the cemetery was full of people, muggles as well as wizards. There were many of Hogwarts students in the crowd who had studied with Colin. There were also Professor McGonagall and Flitwick in the crowd. Chairs were laid down for people to sit and the trio took seats beside McGonagall. The same wizard who had conducted Fred's funeral was there and he was speaking. "Today we have gathered to say goodbye to a young man who was a cheerful soul and loved people around him. Today we say goodbye to Colin Creevey who, as I have been told, defied people who tried to oppress him and others and died the death of a hero." Harry asked McGonagall, "Isn't he the same who was at Dumbledore's and Fred's funeral?" She had her eyes tear-streaked and wiping them furiously with her tartan handkerchief and said, "Yes. The Ministry offered to conduct funeral for everyone who died defending the castle." Dennis meanwhile approached Harry with a man and a woman beside him. "Harry, these are my mother and father. Father, this is Harry Potter." The man shook hands with him. "Colin talked highly of you. Ever since he went to the school, all he would talk about was the great Harry Potter. He told me that you thought of him as a friend, a confidant, and helped him many times." Harry did not know what to say to that. He nodded. "Your son was very enthusiastic person. We all will miss him." The woman said, "If you do not mind, Mr. Potter, would you speak a few words?" He would have liked that. Harry reluctantly agreed. He never had much experience with public speaking and still tended to stay away from it. However, he figured he could say a few words at least. He stood to speak a few words. "Colin was a year behind me in school and a very enthusiastic person. The first image of him in my mind is of him carrying a camera and clicking photos of everything he found interesting. It was a stressful year, but it soon passed and Colin became one of my friends who believed in me even when others did not. He was loyal to his friendship with me, and his loyalty never wavered even when being friends with me was deemed hazardous due to an obnoxious teacher at our school. I will remember him as the kid who had come to school to learn and left an impact on all our lives." Having finished speaking, he sat down and the wizard stood again. "Now let us say our goodbyes to a life which was extinguished way too soon but lived for the triumph of truth over evil." 4 people lowered Colin in the ground while others stood respectfully for the young hero who had died. After everyone had laid flowers at his grave or said goodbye, Dennis approached Harry with a photograph. "Harry, Colin wanted you to sign one of these. Would you do it?" Harry remembered the days in second year when the Ponce Lockhart had suggested that he and Harry could give signed photos. He had hated the idea then and he hated it now, but he could honor Colin's request for once. After all, the boy had never asked him for anything. The photo was of the time when they had won the Quidditch Cup in his third year, and there he was in the photo, accepting the trophy from Dumbledore while the twins carried him on their shoulders. It perhaps had been his best year at school barring the Dementors. He scrawled his name on the photo, which Dennis put in a frame, and cast a spell at it before he put it near the headstone on Colin's grave. It would be the last autograph that Harry ever gave. Harry Potter found himself back in the basement of Malfoy Manor where he and Ron had been taken after they were caught by the Snatchers. He was hearing Hermione's cries of agony wafting from upwards to him and feeling helpless without a wand. He could feel Ron's restlessness and trying to get upwards to help Hermione, and even in the dream. He had been feeling that way at that time, trying to imagine the horrors Bellatrix was putting Hermione through. He tried to cry for help, to tear those bars out of their place, and sat up, covered in sweat. It took him a few moments to realize that he was not in the Malfoy Manor but the Burrow. "Nightmare?" asked Ron, who was perched on the window of his room, looking out of the window towards the black sky, the stars twinkling and the moon shining resplendent. "What are you doing up late in the middle of night?" Harry asked Ron while he was fumbling on the side table for his glasses. "Did you have some nightmare too?" When he could not find his glasses, he muttered the summoning charm and was poked in his eyes by the handle of his glass. Fumbling with them, he put them on and climbed out of his bed to join Ron at the window perch. Ron winced. "Yeah, I was back in the Forest of Dean where I destroyed the Horcrux. I was reliving the horror which had perpetrated before my eyes. I was up about an hour ago and could got back to sleep, so I was watching the stars. I heard you crying my name then, Hermione, so I guessed you were having a nightmare too. Ron, you do know the locket was trying to mislead you, right?" Ron nodded. "I remember what you had told me, mate." Harry grimaced. "Did someone hear me? I do not want them to worry." Ron shook his head. "Nobody did. I had put up silencing charms around my room before I went to sleep. I reckon Mum would have been up here if I did not." Harry asked him, "Has Hermione returned?" Ron nodded. "She came in really late. Dad had to drag her away from the library in the ministry after the librarian pleaded with her to go about 10 times." Harry snorted. "That is the Hermione we know. When in doubt, go to the library." Ron had half a smile on his lips. "Mate, how you think she is holding up?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. I haven't been very good with feelings, you know. When you were gone she would spend nights crying into her pillow and I didn't know what I could do about it. She is, however, far more stronger than we give her credit for." Just at that moment, George poked his head inside. "You two blokes are not asleep?" Harry waved him in. "Couldn't sleep, George. Come join us here." George was hard to recognize at once. He had stubble worth a week. His eyes looked all puffy with bags under them. His robes looked disheveled, his hair looked like a nest for birds, and he was bare feet. He had such a wild look about him that Harry was not sure if George even cared about himself anymore. George joined them over and they said nothing for few minutes, each one contemplating over past events before Harry asked him, "How are you, George?" George said sadly, "I don't know what I am supposed to feel. Every second I feel like Fred would be coming in through the door and give me an idea for a new prank. It's just so." George could not speak anymore before he broke down. Ron hugged his brother and whispered, "We are all here for you, George. And remember what you had said, that Fred would be laughing at us for crying for him." George stopped crying after about 5 minutes. Harry asked him, "Are you going to reopen the shop?" He shook his shoulders in a resigned gesture. I don't know. It is hard enough trying to live with this thought. I can't man the shop by myself. Harry prompted him. Then you can always hire more people to do it for you. He would not want you to sulk like this because you don't look very good when you are sulking. Ron chimed in. I will even find time to help you stock the shop and open in time for the new academic session. We all are with you in this. George scowled, or the closest to scowl that he could. That is all good, but Fred was the brain behind the operation. I can do all the magic required, but I need someone to give me the ideas. Harry shrugged. You can always ask others. I mean, you have the talent to make an idea of almost anything. I don't think Fred would have liked to see you feeling so discouraged. Ron took a big wide yawn which set the other two yawning, and Harry bade them good night, saying, I'd rather that you both would get some sleep now. Tomorrow we are going to bury Tonks and Remus. Saying goodbye to a marauder. Harry knew where Andromeda lived, having been there with Hagrid as they were escaping Death Eaters after the Battle of Seven Potters. He and Ron were raised up early in the morning by Hermione, who had dark circles under her eyes. She was dropping with exhaustion and yet standing. Harry asked her, Hermione, did you not sleep yesterday? Why are you looking so exhausted? She shook her head. I kept going back to the manor and could feel the curses that she had used to torture me. Ginny had to sleep with a pillow on her face because I could not sleep with the lights turned off. Ron had embraced her in a hug. Hermione, we are over the war. Bellatrix Lestrange is dead and she is not going to come back to torture you. She got what had been coming to her. I won't let anyone hurt you. She pecked him on the cheek. You are sweet, Ron, but it is just that I can't seem to forget it. Perhaps it will take some time for me to get over it. However, we have a busy day ahead of us. Harry asked her, What do you mean? Kingsley wants us in the ministry after Remus and Tonks's funeral. He needs our help with something. He had let me know when I met him in the evening. Where did you both had disappeared off to? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry told her, we went to say goodbye to Colin. Before their conversation could get any more emotional, Mrs. Weasley's voice carried upstairs, Come down, you lot. Breakfast is ready. When they descended, they found that all of the Weasleys were up and ready to go. Even George had got ready to go and bury Remus Lupin. Mr. Weasley said, Harry, they are burying them in Godric's Hollow. Kingsley told me that Andromeda wanted to do it this way and she has requested us to be there an hour before the appointed time. After a quick breakfast which no one really wanted to have, they apparated to Andromeda's place. When they knocked on the door, Andromeda took her time to open the door. She had dark circles under her eyes and her puffy eyes told that she had not been sleeping very well. She tried to smile when she saw them, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She ushered them in and Harry found Teddy sitting in his chair and trying to get hold of Fleur's locks while she chuckled. Bill was sitting in a chair on the side and looking at Fleur and Teddy with fondness. When they entered, they all took seats at chairs spread around in the living room of the Tonks residence. Harry picked up Teddy. Come here, little guy. Let your godfather play with you for some time. Teddy looked at him in concentration and suddenly, he had changed his hair to a tuft of black resembling his, making him chuckle. Tonks would have been so proud of you, Ted. He cradled the boy close to him and was blabbering to him when he encountered some nasty smell and could feel the sleeve of his shirt soaking up. It took him for a moment to connect the nasty smell with his wet sleeve, and when he did, he exclaimed loudly, Geez, little guy. Could you not find someone else? Everybody was laughing at his pouting when Molly took her. Give him to me, Harry dear. I will get him cleaned and a fresh set of clothes. Harry looked at his sleeve and pulled out his wand to cast a dry charm. He did a drying charm and returned his wand to its place and did not realize until he found Hermione looking at him curiously. Hermione, what is the matter? He asked nervously. Is something wrong with me that I should know about? She said, Harry, you just performed a drying charm without saying the incantation. He said, surprised. I did. She said, yeah, you did. Pretty soon, many other order members arrived with the minister himself. Most of the teachers too turned up to say their goodbyes to the marauder, with McGonagall in the lead, who was wiping her eyes with her tartan handkerchief, all discipline forgotten and crying for one of her favorite students. When it was time, they disapparated to Godric's Hollow. The ministry had already brought their bodies to the graveyard and the tiny wizard was presiding at their funeral. In attendance were more order members, many of the students who had been taught by Remus during his brief stint as the defense against the dark arts teacher at the school. There were Dean, Seamus, Parvati, Padma, Anthony, Ernie, Susan among many others he recognized but could not put a name to them. Members of the old Quidditch team too were there. Hagrid too was there and wiping his eyes on the checkered tablecloth-sized handkerchief. Harry had been given a seat in the front row with the Weasleys and Andromeda. He kept Teddy in his lap where the kid was bouncing up and down on his knee and trying to follow a butterfly with his eyes which was flying around while stretching his pudgy little hands as if trying to catch the butterfly. To Harry's amazement, the butterfly indeed veered off course and flew to the toddler's outstretched hand. He had to marvel at Teddy's accidental magic. Andromeda was already crying, tears streaking down her eyes, and she sat beside Harry quietly sobbing. The wizard was saying, "This morning we are gathered here to say goodbye to two people who were heroes. They lived for their friends, family, and even gave their lives in the path of their duty and righteousness. They are symbols of selfless sacrifice, of giving everything for triumph of good over evil and of hope. They loved each other and could not be separated even in death." Harry was listening to everything that wizard said and he felt it was so lacking in description of the life of Remus and Nymphadora Lupin. They were much more than this wizard was trying to put into words. "Harry, would you speak a few words?" Andromeda was asking. Harry figured he should say a few words. After all, out of the Tonks, he was the only family Remus had. The wizard was saying, they were the perfect pair for each other and kind to others. "I would like to ask Harry Potter to say a few words in the memory of Remus and Nymphadora Lupin." When Harry stood, Andromeda made a motion to take the toddler from him, but he shook his head to her and walked forward to address the gathering, carrying Teddy with him. He took a few moments to form his words before he started to speak. "Remus Lupin was one of the best friends of my parents. He was a werewolf and always apprehensive that people would not accept him due to his condition. However, when Albus Dumbledore allowed him to join Hogwarts as a student, he was quickly accepted as a friend by his fellow students. He was a kind soul who was also very perceptive. I never had the fortune to meet him before my third year when he came to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, and it was largely due to him that I learnt so much in defense. He worked towards ensuring my safety all these years and acted as the guardian that I never had. He was also the last link to my parents and I will miss his presence around me. He was scorned for his condition, but he never took it out on anyone. He chose to stay above all the hatred that was directed at him and lived his life on his terms. Tonks always treated me like a little brother, and she was always so full of energy and was so enthusiastic towards everything that she did. She always took care of me whenever she could, and I feel like a light has gone out of the world with their deaths. Remus and Tonks named me the godfather of their son, and I promised them that I will look after Teddy to the best of my efforts. Go. Good. Goodbye, Remus and Tonks." His voice had started to crack at the end of his speech while Hagrid had taken out his handkerchief and was blowing his nose into it, which sounded like a trumpet. After he had made his statement, he returned to his seat beside Andromeda while Professor McGonagall had stood to address them. While it was unorthodox, yet people were willing to listen what she had to say. She started saying grimly, "When Remus Lupin came to Hogwarts, we all were apprehensive, but he turned out to the one of the best students of his age. He was smart and kind towards others. He made friends with 3 others in his house and they were inseparable. He always was trying to learn, and while he engaged in pranks with his other friends, he was also the most sensible one. He graduated from Hogwarts with 10 newts but could not get a job due to his condition. He never let that dampen his spirits, and despite us treating werewolves as mindless beasts, he never turned himself against the wizarding world. I never told this to any student before this day, but he and his gang of friends were some of my best students and I will miss them." She had been dabbing at her eyes with her handkerchief while she spoke. As she sat, the minster started speaking. "Before we enter them in the ground, I have an announcement to make. For the extreme valor and courage showed by Remus Lupin and his sacrifice, the ministry has decided to present him with an Order of Melon, First Class, posthumously." Kingsley's announcement was met by thunderous applause from the crowd. After the applause died down, he presented a medal with a green ribbon to Andromeda, who accepted it on behalf of Remus with Teddy in her arms. When everyone sat down again, the tiny wizard stood. Let us say our goodbye to Remus and Nymphadora Lupin. May you both stay together in the afterlife. With that, they all stood together, and after their bodies had been lowered in the graves, they filled it with the soil which had been dug prior to burying them. After the grave had been leveled, a single headstone was erected on their grave which read, Remus Lupin Nymphadora Tonks. Born the 10th of March 1960. Born the 31st of May 1973. Death the 2nd of May 1998. Even death could not do us apart. As everyone started to leave, Harry stood beside Andromeda, cradling Teddy in his arms. People would walk up to Andromeda, giving their condolences to her and expressing their gratitude to Harry. Harry would smile or just nod in return. He did not know half of those people and surely had no idea what to do in such a situation. He was of mood to return as soon as he could and was just there beside Andromeda as support for her. He kept watching people who walked up to Andromeda when he noticed the girl with dark curls yet again. Daphne Greengrass. Yes, it was the same girl. Harry had not thought about her since he had returned from Hogwarts, but was surprised to see her here. She was a Slytherin and he had no idea why she would be attending Remus's funeral. She walked up to Andromeda and said to her, Mrs. Tonks, I can't find enough words to console you for your loss. If I or House Greengrass can ever help you in any way, please don't hesitate to call on me. Andromeda nodded and she turned to Harry. Potter, if you don't mind, can I hold him for a minute? Harry could think of what to say, so he just grunted, huh. She snorted but covered it behind her fist and said, I said can I hold Teddy for a minute, Potter? Harry looked over her shoulder at Andromeda, who nodded, and he handed Teddy to Greengrass. She played with Teddy for a few minutes while Harry kept an eye on her. When she returned Teddy back to him, Harry asked her, What are you doing here, Greengrass? She said, As it is evident, I am paying my respects to Professor Lupin and his wife. Before he could stop, he asked her, But you are a Slytherin. Why would you come to pay respects to him? She looked at him as if he were speaking a different language and gave him a glare which could have frozen him. Are you still hung up on Slytherins or evil, Potter? I had thought you would have grown up at last. Harry said a little loudly, Well, the Slytherins have not given any proof to the contrary. She said tersely, We all have suffered, Potter. It is not just the courageous Gryffindors but Slytherins too who had to suffer during the last year. The bloody lions are not only the courageous ones. Harry said hotly, You have still not answered my question, Greengrass. She said frostily, If you would like to know, then Professor Lupin saved my life during the battle. If it were not for him, I would have been dead. With that, she turned and walked out of the cemetery. Andromeda said, Harry, being a Slytherin does not make one evil. I was a Slytherin myself and I am not evil. Even Mad Eye was a Slytherin when he was in school. These differences tend to blur when one passes out of the school. Harry was feeling suitably chastised. I am sorry, Mrs. Tonks. She chided him. Call me Andromeda. He took his leave of her as soon as the last person left to go pay his respects to his parents. Hermione and Ron, who had stayed behind, waited for him. He sat at the foot of their grave and started speaking monotonously. Hey Mum and Dad, we won finally and killed Voldemort, but we paid a high price for this victory. We lost too many good men and today we buried Tonks and Moony. I promise that I would not let it happen again. He conjured a bouquet of oriental lilies which he laid at the grave and then stood to take his leave of them. He was feeling lighter than he had been and knew he would return every time he wanted to vent his emotions. Ministry of Magic. When Harry reached Kingsley's office, the minister looked agitated. Harry asked him, Kingsley, what is the matter? Kingsley, in his deep baritone voice, replied, Harry, the Dementors are still free and wreaking havoc. I want you to go after them and subdue them. One of the employees of the Department for Control and Regulation of Magical Creatures will be accompanying your team. Harry nodded. When are we going and who is on the team with me? Kingsley replied, You will be leaving in an hour and most of your year mates will be going with you. I have seen them casting excellent Patronuses during the battle. Hermione joined them at that moment and Kingsley asked her, Hermione, do you have something for me? Hermione looked excited and passed him a sheet of parchment. When Gringotts was established, there were laws made which govern the bank. One of the laws state that the bank would not allow any of the account holders to deposit any dark artifact in any of the vaults, and any such breach of rule would result in the bank being heavily penalized and may extend to closure. So if we show them the cup and tell that it was a Horcrux, which is a Class 1 non-tradable dark artifact by the way, then they cannot take any penal action against us or revolt against the wizarding world. The most that they can do in that case is to ask for costs of repairs to the bank due to the damage caused by the escape of the dragon. Kingsley beamed at her. Well done, Hermione. Do you have the remains of the cup with you? Hermione produced all the artifacts which had been Horcruxes except for the ring and they had found. She also briefed Kingsley about each article and its history. When she was done, Kingsley said contemplatively, "This should be enough to satisfy them. All right, I will arrange a meeting with them tomorrow. It is important that we sort out the goblins at the earliest. Without the bank, the economy of Wizarding World would crash down." Robards chose that moment to enter. "Minister, the teams are ready to go." Kingsley turned to Harry. "Good luck, Harry. Your squadron leader will be Proudfoot, and Ronald, Ernie, Longbottom, Finch Fletchley and Goldstein would be accompanying you with a ministry representative who would be able to send them back to the fortress." Harry asked him apprehensively, would they be employed again as guards of the prison? Kingsley shook his head. "No. We will not trust such creatures with fickle loyalty ever again. We had an uneasy truce with them before which they broke. We would hunt them now. I know we cannot kill them, but we can drive them back to the prison and keep them there without letting them feed on the prisoners. That would be enough to weaken them, and hopefully it may prove fatal for them." Harry nodded. "All right, I should get going then." With that he marched down to the Auror offices where the squad had already assembled and Proudfoot was already briefing them. "When we get there, you all will produce Patronuses and started herding them away from whomever they seem to be attacking. Drive them away and Mr. Diggory would force them to return to the fortress." Harry flinched hearing Mr. Diggory's name and turned to see the man. Harry could not recognize him at all. He looked so broken, old and powerless, and Harry could feel the ache which the old wizard must be feeling. When he saw Harry looking, he gave a very watery smile and asked him, "How are you, Mr. Potter?" Harry nodded to the man. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Diggory." Proudfoot was distributing port keys to them. "These port keys will deposit you at where are we supposed to be going. Be alert and act swiftly. Is that clear?" A loud, "Yes, sir," resonated, and Proudfoot started leading them to the portkey point. Taming Dementors. When they arrived, it was scene of chaos. Perhaps the Dementors had sensed that their side had lost and were going on a rampage. Harry could see them gliding over helpless Muggles and devouring their souls. So far many Muggles had lost their souls to the fiends, and this angered him. As one, 7 wands were leveled and Patroni burst out of them. The stag stood over all others and the Dementors were fleeing at their sight. Mr. Diggory was waving his wand in a complicated arc and perhaps communicating with the fiends because they all started flying in the direction of North Sea where Azkaban was. With the Dementors done, Proudfoot turned to them. "Good work, but we are not yet finished by a long shot." He produced a piece of rope and said, "Everyone grab hold of it. We are going to a different location now." They did this for 3 more times before Proudfoot was convinced that they should return to the ministry. Burying a bat. When they returned to the ministry, Robards caught hold of him. "Potter, the minister want to see you." Harry walked to the office of the minister where Kingsley was frowning at a piece of paper in his hands. He beckoned him to a chair, and after Harry made himself comfortable, he said, "Harry, Severus Snape's will was discovered today and he has expressly stated that he want you to read it." Harry was apprehensive but nodded. Kingsley handed him a scroll and a letter. He opened the scroll first. It read, "I, Severus Tobias Snape, do hereby declare this to be my last bequest to be made in good faith and in sound state of health and mind. Any other bequests which exist at this point of time are hereby declared null and void. I leave 10,000 galleons for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a donation to the school. The rest shall go to Harry James Potter. I leave him my vault at Gringotts along with all my books and other material possessions which I own and are kept in my office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I also leave the house on Spinner's End which I had inherited from my father. Severus Tobias Snape. Then he opened the letter. Harry, when you would get to read this letter I would be long dead and gone from the world. I know we never have been on best terms with each other and perhaps you would spend all your life hating me for the person I had been. I have sorely regretted the fact over years that I had to hear the wretched prophecy. If I had not done that, perhaps things might have been different and you would have grown up in your family with your parents. I hated your father who admittedly had the better looks and was the all-popular bloke and I loathed him from the time Lily started dating him. I never got to settle my grudges with him so I took it out on you who had nothing to do with it. I know I never did a single deed which could be called good and most likely I would pay for my crimes in after life. I wanted to ask your forgiveness from this letter and request you to attend my funeral. Severus Snape, Potions Master, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter and asked Kingsley, "What should I do about it?" Kingsley shrugged. "It is your wish. If you want, you can attend his funeral. He will be buried about an hour from now in the graveyard near his home where he grew up." Harry nodded. "I despise the man, but one good deed merits another. I would honor his word because he risked his life for the wizarding world." Snape's funeral was the quietest one. Except for Minerva, Kingsley, Flitwick and Draco Malfoy, no one had attended. The wizard who had presided over everyone's funeral was there, and seeing the few numbers who had turned up, he asked, "Would anyone of you like to speak?" Malfoy volunteered. "Severus Snape was my godfather. He always shielded me from troubles and looked after my interests. He had doted on me when I was a little boy, and even in school where I acted like a git, he was there to help me. When the Dark Lord gave me the mission to kill Dumbledore as a way of punishing my father for his mistakes, Severus Snape gladly stepped in to kill the old headmaster, saving my soul from getting scarred forever. He was a bitter man who never loved anyone, and he had no inclination to start a family, yet the closest he came to love someone was me. Goodbye, Godfather. I will miss you." With that, Severus Snape was interred into the ground, and his headstone was rather bland except for a line at the end which read, "Hero till the death." The Burrow. When Harry returned to the Burrow that day, he found Neville in the living room with Hermione, Ron and Ginny talking about something. He hailed them. "What are you all talking about?" It was Hermione who replied, "The goblins want to meet you tomorrow." Harry did not know what to expect of the goblins. His experience with them was rather limited and he had no idea how he would proceed with them. He asked Hermione, "What is the plan for tomorrow?" "They have told the minister expressly that they are only interested in meeting you and would not allow anyone else to accompany you except the minister," said Bill, who had just arrived with Fleur in tow. "What do you think they would want, Bill?" Harry asked him. Bill shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. They certainly don't want gold or any material possessions. Unless you have a very good reason for the break-in, they would want to punish you according to the goblin laws, I am afraid." Hermione protested. "We will not let him go alone." Bill shook his head. "They wouldn't allow you to enter, Hermione. Harry, however, is different matter altogether." She frowned. "What do you mean?" Bill smirked. "Apparently Harry has a vast inheritance waiting for him and they are getting nervous about it. The Potter House Charter gave him all the rights to his full wealth the moment he became of age. Since Harry could not go to them and claim his inheritance when he turned 17, they want to sort out the break-in with him and wash their hands off after they have committed Harry's inheritance to him." Harry asked him, "Inheritance? What does that mean?" Bill frowned. "You don't know about your family's wealth." Harry protested. "I know I have a vault which is full of gold and I have been using that to fund my education since the last 7 years." Bill was confused. "You did not know that it is your trust vault? No one told you about it?" Harry was getting concerned. "Told about what?" Bill shook his head. "Never mind. The goblins can explain it to you better than me. I will be accompanying you to the bank, but you better have a good reason for break-in. We like you whole, you know." The last comment caused chuckles in the room, however Harry was worried. What the goblins could do with him? What would they want as compensation for the break-in? Above all, what was his inheritance and why no one told him about it? The next morning the minister met him outside Gringotts with Bill in tow. Goblin guards were waiting in phalanx formation for them, armed to the teeth. The leader was an elderly goblin who was dressed in a robe and cut an imposing presence for a goblin. When Harry approached, he said, "You wizard are responsible for break-in in the bank and loss of our reputation." Harry, honorable that he was, nodded, "I did commit a break-in, but there was a reason behind it." The goblin motioned for his guards, "Cover them and bring them to my office." The guards took them deep in an office in the bank, and Harry could see the signs of damage which had been done to the bank. By the looks of it, nothing had been repaired yet, and now it was evident how much the damage had been. The goblin's office was situated deep in the bank, and when they reached it, he left the guards outside while motioning for Harry and Kingsley to join him inside. He offered them straight-backed hard chairs to sit on, which were uncomfortable to begin with. When they were seated, he started speaking. "Mr. Potter, you along with 3 others entered the bank and committed a break-in, and in the process you released a dragon in the wild, causing heavy damage to the bank. How do you plead?" Harry remembered the points Hermione had raised, and he had riffled through her research too. "I would not refuse that I committed a break-in a few days ago. However, while I explain my reasons, I would draw your attention towards Article 24 of the statute, which governs establishment of Gringotts, and that article specifically prohibits keeping any dark artifact in any of the vaults. The vault that I broke in belonged to Bellatrix Lestrange, and she was harboring a Horcrux in it, which is a Class 1 non-tradable artifact. It should not have been allowed to be deposited in the bank in the first place, so the blame lies on you." Hearing the term Horcrux, the goblin drew in a sharp breath and pointedly asked him, "Are you sure it was a Horcrux? How do you know about a Horcrux?" Harry explained him about the mission, giving him the barest details while telling him of all the Horcruxes which he had found and destroyed. He told about how they were taken captive by Snatchers and taken to Malfoy Manor, where Bellatrix's apprehension about them breaking in her vault had given them an idea that there may be a Horcrux in her vault. When he was done telling, the goblin asked him, "Who helped you in the break-in? As I understand, you would not have been able to find your way in without inside help. Name the traitor to us." Harry told him about how they rescued Griphook and took him to Shell Cottage, where they cared for him and nurtured him back to health. How he had helped them form the plans and later betrayed them. When Harry was done telling, the goblin did not say anything for a few moments before he started speaking. "The traitor Griphook was killed in Malfoy Manor, where he was summoned by the Dark Lord V. Volume. Voldemort. However, the account manager for the Lestranges is alive, and he will have to suffer the brunt of breaking the policies of the bank with his head." Harry tried to interfere, but Kingsley nudged him with his leg to not to. The goblins did not take kindly to interference by others in their own matters. Kingsley asked him, "Cord, what now? Is the matter resolved?" The goblin shook his head, "Not yet. There is still the matter of the damage caused. If Mr. Potter is willing to compensate for the damage caused and the escaped dragon, we will let the matter go." Harry was apprehensive. "I don't know how much money I have in my vault, or if it would be sufficient to pay for the damage caused." The goblin pulled a piece of parchment from his table and passed it to him. "This is the account statement of the trust vault you have been using since last 7 years." Harry read the numbers at the bottom, and his eyebrows threatened to disappear in his head. "Is that true?" The goblin nodded. "It is true. The trust vault contains 1,000,000 galleons at this moment, and provisions were made to refill it with 20,000 galleons every year while you stayed at Hogwarts. You, however, have been spending very little of it, and I would say that you are not one to splurge." Harry's mind was in overdrive, but before his other questions were answered, he had to settle the issue of break-in with Cord. "How much do I have to pay?" Kingsley protested. "He is paying nothing. The ministry will settle it." Harry asked him, "Do you have that much money? I would think that Voldemort and his followers bankrupted the ministry." He turned to the goblin. "You name your price." The goblin grinned. "We have assessed the cost of repairs and a dragon at 70,000 galleons. You can simply pay your share while leave it for others to pay theirs." Harry shook his head. "No. I will pay this entire amount, but I do not want you to go after Ron and Hermione about it. Once we settle the account, this will not be mentioned again like ever. Are we agreed?" Kingsley interrupted. "The Horcrux was placed in the bank due to your negligence. You cannot ask him to pay for the damage." The goblin growled. "Yes, it was our mistake, but if it was not here, Mr. Potter would not have been able to find it, so we are not only to blame." Kingsley spoke. he is not paying the entire amount which you are asking for repairs. Lower down the price or I would ask the Wizengamot to levy penalty on the bank for breach of rules. The goblin thought for a few minutes before he spoke. All right. He will have to pay 50,000 galleons for the repairs. Are we agreed? Harry nodded. We are agreed, Mr. Cord. The goblin did the necessary formalities and handed him an updated statement of account which showed that 50,000 galleons had been deducted. The goblin turned to Kingsley. We have some private business with Mr. Potter, Minister. Please excuse us. The minister looked apprehensive and asked Harry, Are you sure you want me to leave? Harry had no idea of dealing with the goblins before and he did not know how crafty they could be, so he wanted someone to be there with him who understood how the goblins worked. He had tried to ask Bill, but Bill had told him that since he was an employee of the bank, he could not help him in this matter. He turned to the goblin. If it is all the same to you, I would prefer that the minister is present here. I trust him with my life. The goblin shrugged. As you say. Now I wanted to discuss the issue of your inheritance with you. The goblin clapped his hands and another goblin entered. Cord barked orders to him in gobbledygook and the goblin hurried to follow his orders. Cord then turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, as you well know, your family is one of the oldest families in Britain, coming from Linfred of Stinchcombe. Harry interrupted him. I do not know anything about my family, Mr. Cord. All I know is that my father's name was James Potter and my mother's name was Lily Potter and they were 21 years old when they died. The goblin's expressions were as if someone had smacked him. Mr. Potter, do you mean to tell me that you know nothing about your family? You don't know about your grandparents? Harry shook his head. No, I don't know anything about them. The goblin was visibly disturbed, as it was evident from his facial expressions. However, he morphed his face in an impassive mask. I am surprised that no one ever told you about your family. Did you ever ask anyone about them? Now that the goblin asked, Harry did not know what to answer. It had never occurred to him to inquire after his family even once in the last 7 years, and he was ashamed to admit it to the goblin, but Cord was looking at him expectantly, so he had to answer him. Actually, no. It never occurred to me to ask anything about my family. When I was little, I was taught not to ask any questions, so I guess it never occurred to me. The goblin nodded. Mr. Potter, I did not know that it is so bad. I would tell you what little I know. Your family is descended from Linfred of Stinchcombe, credited with discovering many potions, including the earlier versions of Skella Grow and Pepper Up potions. He had 7 children. The eldest of them was Hardwin Potter, who married Lolanthe Peverell, the granddaughter of Ignotus Peverell, and the line of Peverell was assimilated in the line of Potter. Your ancestors have been in various trades like orer, potioneers, and one of them even went to become the Minister of Magic. While your family is old one, they never were at the forefront of wizarding world though, and content with solid and comforting existence in the backwaters. One of your ancestors, Abraham Potter, who was a member of a branch of the family, moved to the USA and became one of the first 12 Aurors of Makusa. Ralston Potter, who was a member of the Wizengamot, was also crucial in enactment of the Statute of Secrecy in 16th century. Your grandfather, Fleemont Potter, invented Sleek Easy Hair Potion, which is one of the most selling cosmetic potions in the world. He was really old when your father was born and died sometime before you were born in the Dragonpox epidemic of 80s, and was soon followed by his wife Euphemia. Harry's mind was reeling. He had never known so much in detail about his family, but now that he did, he realized he should have known it much earlier. The goblin continued, Your account manager had died a few years after the death of your parents, and we waited you to come so we could appoint a manager to your family, but you never came to inquire after your inheritance. We waited for you to turn 17 when it would become due to you, but then the war broke out. Harry asked him, You could have sent me a letter at school. The goblin said, We have sent a letter a month to you for the last 7 years. Harry protested his statement. I never received a letter from you. All the letters that I did receive were from my friends or Hogwarts. The goblin frowned. There must be a mail redirection ward on you then. You should get yourself examined by one of our curse breakers. Did you never thought that despite being so famous, why you never received a letter from anyone? I mean, there should have been hundreds of letters sent to you in this time period. Now that he thought about it, Harry found some reason in his statement. He needed some answers and he knew who could give them to him. For now, dealing with the goblins was important. He turned to Cord. Is there anything else you want to discuss? The goblin nodded. Yes. Since you are here, I want you to take your inheritance. There is the Potter inheritance and then there is the Black inheritance. Harry frowned. Can you explain these inheritances? The goblin nodded. The Potter inheritance is simple. Your family has large amount of gold which is all left to you along with a lot of real estate. The Black inheritance is little complex. Sirius Black, who was your godfather, had named you his successor in his will, and due to that you are entitled to the Black inheritance as well. It is equally rich, if not more, as Potter inheritance, and you get 2 seats on the Wizengamot. Seats? Harry asked him. Kingsley explained. Harry, the members of Wizengamot are generally from the old families. There is a distinction of ancient and noble, and ancient and most noble houses, and almost all ancient and most noble houses are members. There are 50 seats in Wizengamot, out of which 13 houses belong to ancient and most noble, while 17 are ancient and noble houses, while the rest are filled by the ministry. You as head of House of Potter and House of Black are eligible to hold 2 of them. Harry asked him, is it necessary for me to take the seats? Kingsley chuckled. Yes, it is. With you on the Wizengamot, it would be easier for us to bring our desired motions to bring some much needed change in our world. Harry nodded. All right, I agree to this. He turned to the goblin. Are we done here? The goblin shook his head. Not yet. You are to take your rings before you go. A goblin entered the chamber and deposited handful of documents at Cord's table and retreated. Cord picked up a ledger which he gave to Harry. This ledger contains a self-updating summary of Potter accounts and all of your properties. He handed another ledger to him. This is a ledger of Black accounts and all properties. Harry took the 2 books and without thinking, he pulled out his wand when the goblin snapped. What do you think you are doing, wizard? Harry asked him, surprised. I was going to shrink these to keep in my pockets. Kingsley explained. Harry, pulling a wand in Gringotts is an offense unless you have asked for permission. Harry turned to the goblin. Sorry, I didn't know. The goblin said amusingly. You know, Mr. Potter, you are very interesting wizard. Harry could not think what to make of his statement. He pocketed his wand and the goblin produced a small box for him. It was mahogany wood and inside, 2 rings lay on a bed of velvet. The rings were made of gold with a ruby atop it, having a coat of arms. The goblin picked one of rings and handed it to him. This is the ring of the head of house, Mr. Potter, and the other ring is of the heir. Wear this on your ring finger. Harry slipped it on his finger and the goblin pulled out another box which contained 2 rings. These were made of gold and had obsidian atop it with coat of arms. Harry slipped it on his ring finger and turned to the goblin. Anything else? The goblin shook his head. We need to appoint an account manager for you now. Kingsley said. If I may ask, who is maintaining the account of House of Black? The goblin replied. Bluntax is dealing with that account. Kingsley turned to Harry. You can have Bluntax deal with both of those accounts while keeping them separate. It would be convenient to you. Harry nodded. Please ask Bluntax to deal with Black accounts too. The goblin nodded. If you need anything else, please ask for Bluntax at the teller counters the next time. He will be handling your accounts from now. Harry nodded. Sure. However, I need to draw some galleons now. I have to buy some new clothes. The goblin produced a sack which he gave to him. This sack will never run empty till you have gold in your account. For the Muggle world, you can exchange galleons into pounds at the front counter. With that, Harry took his leave of the goblin to come out of the bank. He had shopping to do, arrangement to make, and to find exactly what was in his inheritance. Harry had returned to the ministry with Kingsley since he had to find more about his roles on the Wizengamot in the immediate future. The minister also wanted to discuss some things with him. When they were back in the comfy chairs in the minister's office, Kingsley asked him, What are your plans for the future now? Harry took a few minutes before answering. You know, when the war was over and Voldemort died, I thought that I had seen the last of it and can have a normal life now like I always had. Kingsley laughed heartily. Harry, you were never normal to begin with and you won't ever be normal. Can you tell me about a moment since you returned to the wizarding world when you started at Hogwarts where you might have been treated as normal? I don't know much about your school years, but even I know that you never had normal life. I mean, a normal student does not find his name tossed in the goblet of fire by someone else. A normal student can't expect to fight a dragon and live through it or kill a Dark Lord by an Expelliarmus spell. I'm sorry, Harry, but you were deluded when you thought you could be normal. Harry nodded wistfully. I think it was too much to wish for. Anyway, I don't think I have anything planned out for me. I'll take everything in stride as it comes. Kingsley nodded. I applaud the spirit, but what are your plans for the future now? I mean, you can live your whole life without working a day. Do you still wish to join the ministry as an Auror? Harry said uncertainly. I would have to see what inheritance entails before I make my decision. When I decided to join the ministry, I did not know of so many things which should have been told to me otherwise. It may be entirely possible that I do not join the ministry at all. Kingsley hastily said, don't rush in making a decision before you think it through, my worthy Gryffindor. I can do a lot with your help in the ministry and the Wizengamot. I'd rather that you join the Aurors and serve for a few years and help me change things. Trust me, even if you hate to be called the boy who lived or the man who conquered or whatever name they fascinate suit you at the moment, you have an effect on the people which very few do. I can do with some of that influence and you should use it. Harry protested, but I am not the only one who opposed him. In fact, Hermione and Ron helped me to destroy the Horcruxes, and I would not have been successful at all if they were not with me. They can be as useful as I am. Kingsley kindly said, true that they did their own bit, but they are not you. The wizarding world sees you as its savior and not them. They have helped you bring Voldemort down, but it was your wand which finally put him down. The effect they have dwarfs down when it comes to yours. Harry nodded. I will think about it, Kingsley. What else you wanted to ask? Kingsley asked him, have you decided where you will stay? I mean, you are still living at the Burrow, right? Harry nodded. I haven't yet decided, but I have been thinking about it. Are the renovations on Grimmauld Place complete? Kingsley nodded. The crew of magical maintenance reported today that they have renovated the house and they never found the portrait of Wolburga Black, but only strips of canvas on a frame on the wall. Looked like old Wolburga wanted to give the Death Eaters a piece of her mind and they did not like it. Harry grinned. So they were of some use at least. I'll go over tomorrow and see it for myself. What about the library? Kingsley said somberly. Destroyed. The books in the library were destroyed beyond salvaging, but Sirius once told me that they were on dark magic and he would have burned them anyhow. The crew restored the library room and put in some shelves for you to use. You can line up your own books on it. Harry nodded and held up the ledgers for him. And what shall I do with these? I mean, I can't make heads or tails of it. Kingsley chuckled. I remember Fleur and Bill were working at Gringotts before they went into hiding, so maybe you should ask them. They can explain it to you. He nodded. All right, I'll do that. What about the Muggleborns? What is the progress with them? Kingsley took his time to explain. Many of them were killed, Harry. However, we got as many of them back. Even underage students had been put in Azkaban and they were affected by the foul creatures. They are being treated at St. Mungo's as we speak. Street. Mungo's is overflowing with wounded and orphans of war. Many students were turned by werewolves and are being kept under observation at the hospital at all times. Needless to say, Street. Mungo's is stretched too thin at the moment with inadequate resources and lack of healers. On top of that, I can't do anything about it. Harry curiously asked him, why? You are the minister. You can make these decisions, Kingsley. Kingsley smiled ruefully. I am temporary named Minister of Magic acting under the emergency powers. I cannot make permanent decisions or sanction funds to the hospital or additional facilities which they need for the time being. And you were right when you said the Death Eaters bankrupted the ministry. We don't have much to go on for now. Harry frowned. Then how can we expect to overcome these problems? My appointment as the minister can be made permanent only by voting in the Wizengamot, which for now is in tatters. We would need an effective Wizengamot to convene to decide upon it and other matters. Only then we can make some headway about it. Harry's mind was stuck on the orphans of war and he asked, can we not do something about the orphans or those who were turned? I mean, it is not their fault that they are in the position that they are in. Kingsley sighed. It again comes down to the same thing, Harry. We do not have the gold and resources. Harry immediately offered. I have more gold than I will need. You can take from me. Kingsley smiled. Thank you for the offer, but I can't take it from you only. I mean, I know it would be of immediate help to us, but in the long term, I want the wizarding world to come together to get over these grim times. It should be a collective effort like it was at the end of the battle when everyone came together against him. Harry understood what was getting at. I agree, Kingsley, but you can take from me until the Wi Zengamot is functional once again. I don't think that giving a little would burn a hole in my pocket. I, however, don't want you to tell anyone else. I am well off without all the attention being focused on me. Kingsley nodded. All right, you can donate as much as you want at this time, but not again. Also, I will try to convene the Wizengamot as soon as I can so we can start rebuilding. I dare say I would need you in the Wizengamot. Also, if you are amenable to it, I'd that you give an interview to the Quibbler about Voldemort's origins. Maybe that would help us in getting over some of the obstacles which we may face. With that, Harry took his leave to go to Shell Cottage. He wanted to talk about his inheritance with Bill and understand the legalese. If it was for him to handle, he may as well put his mind to it. Shell Cottage. When he reached Shell Cottage, he could hear laughter emanating from inside the house. It looked like Bill and Fleur were having a moment and he did not want it to disturb them, but the ledgers in his hand needed to be tended to. Reluctantly, he rapped the door and it was opened by Bill about a minute later by Bill, who had his wand in his hand and guarded expressions on his face. He, however, relaxed when it was only Harry. His shoulder slumped as he let out a deep sigh. Oh. It's you, Harry. Harry eyed him curiously. You were expecting someone else. Bill shook his head. No, but I guess we all are not yet out of the mindset of war yet. You had not told me that you would be coming, and I thought maybe some Death Eater on the run had come calling. Harry raised his eyes in questioning glance. Don't you live under a Fidelius charm and you are the secret keeper? Bill said. I lived under a Fidelius charm, Harry. I took it down this morning. I guessed normal wards would be sufficient around the place. Please come in. Harry followed him inside the sitting hall where he had spent days with Ron and Hermione preparing about the invasion at Gringotts. To his surprise, Fleur was there playing with Teddy. Seeing the toddler, Harry let out a mirthful laugh and rushed forward to pick up the child and whirl him around, saying jubilantly, Hey little guy. What are you doing here? Fleur, who was smiling at his antics, said, I brought him here, Harry. Andromeda wanted some alone time with her grief and I volunteered to look after him. Molly wanted to keep him, but I brought him here because I want to learn to care about children. Harry was thoughtful of what she said. Truth was, he had no time to think about Andromeda and Teddy with everything going on, and the thought that she might still be grieving had not crossed his mind at once. He himself was grieving yet and hadn't realized. He resolved to make more time for Teddy and Andy from now. They both were alone, and being Teddy's godfather, it was his duty to look after him. Hadn't he promised himself that he would try to be the best godfather for Teddy? Something, however, which Fleur had said stayed with him. He turned to her. What did you mean by learn to care? Are you know? Fleur chuckled. No, silly. At least not yet, but Bill and I am planning to start a family soon. I wanted to know for myself what it means to care for a toddler. Bill said proudly, and I have learned to see the signs when a baby is hungry or when he is going to need a new diaper, or actually how to change a diaper. Suddenly Teddy started making gurgling noises and making faces. Bill started to say, Careful, Harry, he is about to. He, however, could not finish his words before Harry encountered the same smell which he had learnt to connect with soiled diaper at his last meeting with Teddy. Bill and Fleur were doubling with laughter at the expressions on his face while he tried to look as dignified as possible with the crying toddler in his arms. Finally, Bill had mercy on him and summoning a diaper, he called Harry to follow him. Come, my little Gryffindor. Let me teach you the worthy trick of changing diapers. Harry followed Bill to one side with Fleur's laughter still following them. Bill led him to the bathroom where he conjured a blanket and asked Harry to lay Teddy gently on it. Harry was very careful with the child and laid him down gently on the blanket. Bill was guiding him. Now carefully take off the diaper, Harry. You don't have to take it off as if you are taking off your pants. Just tear it from the sides and then gently remove it. Harry apprehensively asked him, Can't I use magic and vanish it? I mean, it would be easier. Bill eyed him curiously. You don't know that we can't use a magic on a child until he is 6 months old. His magic is not yet settled and using any foreign magic on him can be harmful. Go on, Harry, take the diaper off. I swear it does not stink that much. Very cautiously Harry tore the diaper and then gently removed it. He, however, was realizing that Bill had lied to him. It was not just stinking, but the stench of poo was making him gag. As soon as he had removed the diaper, Bill vanished it smirking. Thank Merlin we are allowed to vanish it. I'd have passed out if I were to dispose it. Harry stood gormlessly having no idea what to do next, and Bill told him, Harry, his butt needs to be cleaned. Go on, take some water and wash it. You would be used to it the next time. Harry asked him apprehensively, next time? What do you mean by that? Bill grinned, that is part of your duties as a godfather, Harry. In fact, changing diapers is up there on the top of the list. With great reluctance, Harry washed Teddy's butt and eased him into another diaper. He felt squirming at one point, but he tried not to think about it much. When they were safely back in the meeting room, he found Andromeda was there. When she saw them, she beamed at him. Harry, how are you? I am fine, Andromeda, and I am sorry that I couldn't visit Teddy since the funeral. She waved his apology off. Think nothing of it. I know you have been busy. You can come over anytime you want, and Teddy would be happy to see you. Andromeda was talking about something to Bill and Fleur while Harry played with Teddy, who had taken a shine to him and would often make faces at Harry or change his hair color when he felt like it. It was after some time that Bill asked him, You wanted to ask something of us, Harry? Harry nodded. Yes. The goblins told me that I have inherited the Potter inheritance from my grandfather and Black inheritance from Sirius. They also gave me these ledgers and I can't make heads or tails of it. Andromeda asked him wistfully, You are the next Lord of Black. I thought that with Bella dead, it would have gone to Narcissus' son. Harry shook his head. No. The goblins told me that Sirius had made me his heir in his will, so I inherited the title and everything that comes with it. In fact, it had happened about a month after, you know. He still could not bring himself to talk about Sirius's death. He had started to get over it on the run, but the war and the losses had opened the old wounds. Fleur said, I'll help you understand the ledger, Harry, but not today. You can come by another day when you have time on your hands to spare and we will discuss it. Harry asked her, What shall I do with it till then? I can't just dump it on my table and hope it'd sort it by itself. Andromeda chuckled, Of course not. However, why don't you take some time to read these ledgers by yourself first? That'd help you understand things a bit easier. If you are still having troubles understanding it, Fleur would help you. It made sense to him and he nodded, All right. Tomorrow is Sunday and I will go over it. Can I come over to your place in the evening to spend some time with Teddy too? She nodded. You don't need to ask Harry. I have told you already that he is your godson and you have as much right over him as I do. In fact, I'd appreciate any time you'd come over to look after him. With that, he bade them good night and made his way to the burrow. He knew Mrs. Weasley would be up and won't sleep until she was sure that he had been fed. The burrow. When Harry returned to the burrow, Mrs. Weasley was relieved to see him back and hugged him tightly. After a few seconds of ensuring that he was indeed there, she let him go and asked, Harry dear, what happened with the goblins? He found everyone was there on the table and looking expectantly at him. He took a seat beside Ron and announced it to them, I will discuss it in detail after I had opportunity to put some food in my stomach. Right now I am famished and I want to eat something. Mrs. Weasley fondly served him 3 helpings during the meal and he kept listening to others talk around himself. Percy was talking to Arthur about some very confidential report he was working on and how he felt he should move in his flat in London in a few days. George was talking to Charlie, who was coaxing him to eat some food while George was reluctant to. Ginny was helping her mother in the kitchen while Ron and Hermione were talking in low whispers. He poked Ron in the side. What are you two talking about? Kingsley told Hermione today that he had contacted the Australian Ministry of Magic, who have found her parents in Sydney. He wants her to go over there and restore their memories. He wanted to send some obliviators who are generally expert in these kinds of things, but she said that she doesn't need anyone with her. I barely managed to convince her to take me along and took a week off from work, Ron explained patiently. Harry was surprised and he spoke a bit angrily. And you two decided to not to tell me. Ron pacified him. We were planning to tell you before we went. Harry nodded. Okay. But we will have words about it later. When the dinner was over, Harry stood up to address everyone at dinner table. This morning the goblins informed me that I have an inheritance from my family about which I knew nothing. I mean, I knew there was a vault and there was gold in it, but that was it. They told me that it was a trust vault and that I have much more than that. They also told me that this inheritance comes with a seat on the Wizengamot and Kingsley wants me up there to help him. Also, as you all would remember, Sirius had named me his heir in his will, so the black inheritance belongs to me rightfully, and it also brings a seat with it, which means I will be having 2 votes on the Wizengamot when it reconvenes. Arthur beamed at him. Did you take your Lord Rings? Harry nodded. Yes, I did. He realized something almost instantly, however. Hang on. How did you know about Lord Rings? Mr. Weasley gave him a small smile. Even if we don't show it around, Harry, but the Weasleys are an old pureblood family and we are as old as other ancient and most noble houses. Due to some feud which my grandfather had about 70 years ago, our title was taken away and we were bereft of our seat on the Wizengamot. Your family had a seat on the Wizengamot as long as it has been in existence, however most of the time they chose to let the ministry nominate someone in their stead and remained in the background. Your family was always very reserved and private and did not venture into the wizarding world more than was required. No one even knew how many Potters were there actually. Harry was bit miffed with the Weasley patriarch. If you knew about it, why you didn't ever tell me? I mean, it would have been nice to know about it before the goblins told me, and I stood there looking gormless. Arthur smiled at his indignation. Harry, we knew it, but there was no reason to speak about it. I mean, you couldn't ascend to your seat before you turned 17 and you had gold to meet your requirements all this while. It never occurred to me that maybe I should have asked you. I mean, there was nothing lacking for you otherwise. Harry could see the logic in his point. He could not get his inheritance before he turned 17, so there was no reason for Arthur to tell him about it. He had gold and he had never stayed at any place except Privet Drive, Hogwarts, or the Burrow through these years. Still, if he knew he had this much gold and the Dursleys knew it, maybe they would have been more considerate towards him. While emotions might not have mattered to them, but maybe the hope of some compensation for giving Harry a loving home would have. Well, the ship had sailed years ago and he might never know. He turned to Arthur. It's all right, Mr. Weasley. I guess I should have asked around. Hermione, who had been listening to everything that was being said, asked, what does this seat entails? How does one get a seat on the Wizengamot? Arthur turned to her and started explaining patiently. Being a lord means he can debate upon the laws which are made, he can make a motion to repeal any laws or can advocate bringing about any change in our world that he desires. You can think of it as the Muggle Parliament. The Wizengamot is made up of members from the old families and Order of Merlin winners who are generally nominated in those seats. Dumbledore was nominated for his Order of Merlin before he eventually was elected as the chief warlock. Harry could see Hermione's mental gears were starting to turn and he was immediately wary of her. She was speaking. It means Harry can bring a motion to free the house elves of their South Avenue labor. He can also make motions about so many things that need to be changed. Not wanting to engage Hermione in a debate and wishing to see his bed for the night, Harry rose up from the table yawning. Excuse me, but I need to go sleep. I have a long day planned ahead for me tomorrow. With that, he climbed up to his room and crashed into his bed only for the nightmares to recur. Greengrass Manor. Daphne Greengrass was having a tough time. When she went to Hogwarts for her 7th year, her family was whole. Her father, who was the de facto leader of the neutral faction, had been giving gold to the dark side as protection money. You know who had tried to intimidate into joining the dark faction for 3 times, but Nicholas Greengrass had always been able to elude him. When she started her 7th year, she saw the horror that the Carrows were perpetrating on the foolish lions mostly, and sometimes students from other houses who dared to oppose them. They were torturing students with the torture curse on the name of punishments. Not even firsties were spared, and anyone who tried to show weakness would be punished too. Every Slytherin student who had taken defense in Newt's year had to do what they wanted of them, and that made Daphne glad that she had not taken defense as Newt's subject. She knew her curses and jinxes, but her mind was never trained that way. When she still was a child, she had started to harbor the dream to become a healer and had even started working with Madame Pomfrey in her owl's year and learnt from her. She was planning to begin medical school after Hogwarts, but the thrice damned 7th year had changed everything. When she started the 7th year, she had learnt that Tracy was not returning. Tracy Davis, a half-blood which was her best friend and confidant. Her father had taken her out of school after Dumbledore was murdered because he felt concerned for Tracy's safety and had not allowed her to return. She had been Daphne's only friend in school and Daphne felt miserable without her best friend being there for him. Sometime about November, she had read the most troubling bit of information from the Daily Prophet: the Death Eaters had murdered the Davis family without anyone being left alive. The general consensus was that they had tried to make Tracy's father agree to their demands and he had refused to join them. Entire family had been killed in cold blood. With that had come another shocker. Tracy's father had named Daphne as his heir in case everyone in his family had perished in the war. While the Davis family was on friendly terms with the Greengrass family, she had not expected for Robert Davis to do anything like that. The Davises were not among the elite or the most powerful, but they had gold and some real estate which had been left to her. Her problems, however, were not the Davises or the gold left by them, but her problem had started when she returned to the castle after Yule. She had a little sister, Astoria Greengrass, who was 2 years younger than her, and like their mother she had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Astoria stayed out of trouble mostly because she knew how to keep her head down and also because Draco Malfoy had taken a shine to her. She had refuted his advances to her sister, and Astoria for herself knew what a pathetic scumbag Draco Malfoy was. For someone who had lorded his authority on the House of Snakes for 6 years, he had been mostly hated by the students of the school. The dark side despised him because he was weak and a coward. He had not been able to kill Albus Dumbledore and his father was losing his standing before you know who. Most of them remembered his tirades whenever something happened and he did not like it. Potter had even mocked him once, saying something like, "Yeah, your father will hear about it." The light side loathed him because he never considered them to be equal. He was a bully who was left alone at last with no one to support him. When she returned to the castle after Yule, her father had written to her that you know who had threatened to kill the family if Nicholas Greengrass refused to bow to his wishes. Daphne, who had always wanted to be a healer since she was little, had studied poisons to enhance her knowledge when Professor Slughorn was teaching them, and she knew most of them well enough to be able to brew them with little difficulty. When her father informed her that he was going into hiding with her mother Cynthia, Daphne had prepared 2 daggers dipped in poison, one of which she had given to Astoria. Nicholas Greengrass had taught them that a Greengrass was not a coward to kill himself, but a Greengrass would never let an enemy live. She carried the dagger on a cord which was tied around her waist under her robes, and if, Merlin forbid, someone tried to have their way with her, she would have killed them without remorse. Her trouble exactly started when she had received a letter from the ministry which said that her father had been killed in a Death Eater raid in Diagon Alley. It was a blow to her and she had no idea what she would do now. She also knew that the ministry was lying. Her father had told her that he was going into hiding in France while Cynthia Greengrass would go to Greece where her maternal grandmother lived. He would have been long ago in France when the supposed raids happened. You know who had them killed. She also knew that there was nowhere else safe for her anymore. Since then she tried to be as defiant as she could. She often spotted younger students who would be sporting injuries, or showed signs of being tortured by the Cruciatus curse. When she saw a student in such condition she often healed them or did her best towards them. The Carrows had tried to threaten her, and that was the only time when they had realized why Daphne Greengrass was called the Ice Queen. She gave them such a dressing down and reminded them that they were nothing more than the speck of dirt under her shoes. She was a pureblood and on a far higher standing than them. Snape had also stepped in between and restrained them from doing anything to her, saying the Dark Lord would punish them most harshly for spilling precious magical blood. After that time, she had given up the vaunted Greengrass neutrality and she openly advocated for the light. She was not a fighter, but she helped them every other way she could. She had also cursed the Carrows with sterile hex once when they were busy torturing some students for defying them. She also used to release the students who had been tied with chains and left in the dungeons and deliver them to Dumbledore's army. She never knew where their headquarters was, but she always found a way to get students to safety from where some member of the DA would take them. Her mother had been worried for her and had asked in a letter to leave the school and join her in Greece. Daphne had not joined her, but she had contacted Neville Longbottom through one of the Gryffindors, and acceding to her requests, Longbottom had whisked Astoria away from the castle and delivered her in Hogsmeade to her uncle, who had came all the way from Greece to take her away. Daphne, however, had refused to go, telling that she had to avenge her father. When Potter showed up in the Great Hall, she had been elated to see him back, not because she thought he was Merlin incarnate or something, but because she knew the war would go one side or another that night and she would get to avenge her father. She had wanted to hex the pug-faced harlot Pansy Parkinson into oblivion when she suggested to seize Potter and to hand him over to you-know-who. When the Slytherins were being escorted to be evacuated, she had refused to go and walked to the infirmary where Madame Pomfrey was relieved to see her. When the fighting started, she had started to find the wounded, give them first aid, and then ask some of the elves to take them to the infirmary. She had been saved by Remus Lupin when he had banished her away from the path of a sinister-looking gray-colored curse, and then he fought the Death Eater who had fired the shot. Daphne had never felt more ashamed than she did at that moment. When Remus Lupin taught them, she had heard Draco bad-mouthing him all the year, but she had never tried to shut him up. Lupin, on the other hand, taught everyone fairly, and even that day, she could bet that he hadn't cared that she was a Slytherin. She had made a mental note to herself to apologize to the man for her previous behavior after the battle ended, but the next time she saw Remus Lupin, Potter was sitting close to his body and looking distraught at his and his wife's deaths. With the war over, it was time to rebuild, and she had no idea how to proceed about it. Her father had trained her to be able to take his place on the Wizengamot eventually, but she had always counted on him to be around whenever she needed his wisdom. What's worse was that her mother had refused to set a step in Britain for now or maybe never. Astoria, however, was thinking to return in September when the ministry would conduct OWL's exams for students and then join Hogwarts whenever it reopened. For now, the memories threatened to not to leave her alone for a moment. She hardly ever had a peaceful night since the day she had heard the news about her father's death. She had only ever loved 4 people in the world and 2 were dead. She didn't know how she would go out in the world. For one thing, she would have to represent her family on the Greengrass seat in the Wizengamot, and that was a task in itself. Her father had taught her about her duties, her decorum, and other things which could be useful, but she did not have had his charisma. Nicholas Greengrass had a warming personality, and he was always confident of himself no matter what the situation was, but she would have problems in mostly male-dominated Wizengamot. Then there was the family business which she would have to take up now. Greengrass Potions, the company her grandfather had established, was a franchise which had made it big in the last decade or so, and it was part of her father's legacy which she would have to carry forward. She could see that her plans to become a healer were going down the drain. Her house elf had brought her some fire whiskey from the cellars of the manor since she had returned, and she had taken to it. While she was not a fan, yet she had taken it, for it dulled the pain which was caused in her heart, feeling all the loss she had suffered. When she woke up this morning, she was groggy and lightheaded, the signs of a hangover on the horizon, but she could not afford it. She had to meet the account manager today before she went on to meet Remus Lupin's son. She had promised herself that she would visit the toddler when she could. That was the least that she could do in honor of the man who had saved her life. She raised her head and called, "Kippy." A small house elf with the trademark ears, green tennis ball-sized eyes, and pencil nose appeared before her with a loud pop. "What can Tippy be doing for mistress?" She clutched her head and groaned, "Not so loud, Tippy. Can you fetch me some hangover potion, please? And please try not to pop loudly again." Tippy returned a minute later with a little vial sealed with a cork and wax and full of light red-colored liquid. Grimacing, she opened it and, throwing her head back, she chugged it down her throat in a single gulp. The potion started its work within seconds, and she could feel the splitting headache being reduced to dull throbbing. Wolfing down what little she could manage at breakfast, she left for the bank. The burrow. Harry had not gone to sleep straight away after he had left the dining table. Predictably, Ron and Hermione both came up sometime later, and Harry was waiting for them. As they entered, Harry closed the door behind them and locking it with a locking charm. After applying some silencing charms around the room, He turned on them. You both did not think to at least tell me that you were planning to go off to Australia by yourselves. Ron looked a little embarrassed. Harry, we wanted to tell you as soon as you came home, but you were late in coming. He was feeling a bit angry but could understand what they were saying, and a little part of him agreed with them. With their grief still being raw, maybe they could do with a change of scene. He took a deep breath before he started speaking. I understand what you both mean and I hate it, but I have to agree with it. The thing is that we all could do with some alone time for ourselves. I have to find some answers to a few questions which have presented themselves to me. Hermione said apprehensively. What questions? What has happened? Tell me about it. If it is something serious, I can postpone going to Australia to find my parents. Harry chuckled a little. It is not much of a big deal, Hermione. It is just that Kingsley was asking if I would be living here or taking up residence somewhere else. Ron asked him, why would you leave? You can stay in my room, mate. Harry smiled wistfully. Thank you, Ron, but I feel Kingsley is right. I mean, we all will be starting our lives soon, and with all the new responsibilities upon me, I am sure there will always be a crowd around. I don't want to impose upon Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Ron opened his mouth to protest, but Hermione silenced him. I think Harry is right, Ron. He should get a place of his own, especially with his social standing. He will need to show that he is not less in stature than anyone. Harry smiled in gratefulness to her. Thank you, Hermione. Kingsley had got Grimmauld Place repaired, and I think I will see if I can live there. Being the Lord of Black, it is my house now, I guess. I will also need your help with these ledgers when you return from Australia. I need to understand them. He had drifted into sleep soon afterwards, and soon he found himself in the Department of Mysteries when Dumbledore had arrived and was tying up the Death Eaters while Sirius fought with Bellatrix and kept taunting her. Harry knew it was a dream, but he could not help but gasp and sit up as he again saw Sirius falling through the veil. Same dreams again? Asked Ron from where he was perched on his window. Harry told him to go to sleep and tried to sleep again. He was also worried. If this continued, how would he ever would be normal? Nightmares had been a part of his life for the most part of the last 7 years, but when he had finally killed Tom, he had hoped that he won't have nightmares anymore. Maybe it was just his curse that there was no such luck awaiting him. So many people had died for him in the battle so that he could stay alive. If he knew about the Horcrux in him sooner, things might have been drastically different than now. Maybe not so many people would have had died then. Harry drifted into sleep while he kept thinking. When he woke up, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. He sat up quickly and checked Ron's bed. It was tidied up and there was no sign on his best mate over there. The rucksack which Ron had carried on the run was also missing, and he figured that they were already on their way to Australia. He walked down to the kitchen to find Mrs. Weasley alone taking some breakfast. As she saw him, she stood up. Harry dear, do you want some breakfast? Harry gently caught her by her shoulders and made her sit in her chair. Mrs. Weasley, don't fret. I can do some cooking by myself. She protested. Never. You don't have to cook your own breakfast under my roof. He shook his head. No, Mrs. Weasley, I am not going to cook. I will ask Creature to do it. You please sit and finish your breakfast. After about an hour, he had left the burrow to go to Andromeda's. He wanted to see Teddy the first thing this morning before he went to Grimmauld Place. Kingsley had told him that the house was bare and he had no idea what went into decorating a house. While he played with Teddy, he could pick Andromeda's brain about it. When he popped into her backyard, he walked to the front of her home and rapped the door and waited patiently. When the door opened, he exclaimed, "You!" Standing in the doorway with little Teddy in her arms was Daphne Greengrass. He was surprised for a moment to see her there. He hadn't expected that she would find time for Andromeda and Teddy, however, he was not sure about how to deal with her. "Who is it, Daphne?" asked Andromeda, who had just appeared at Daphne's shoulder. Harry took Teddy from Daphne and proceeded inside the house to play with his godson. He remembered where Teddy's nursery was and took him to his crib. He tried to entertain the toddler. He started conjuring bubbles from his wand, which he seemed to be following excitedly. He also tried to talk to the toddler in childlike voice, but it was clear that Teddy's attention was on the bubbles and not on whatever Harry was saying. Outside, Andromeda and Daphne were puzzled by his behavior. Daphne knew Harry by seeing him walking in the halls of Hogwarts for 6 years and from what Malfoy had rambled about him in the common room, but that was the extent of it. Malfoy always got so insufferable about Potter this and Potter that whenever Potter pulled one on him. She knew their enmity was legendary by the standard of Hogwarts, and since Potter was the champion of light, Draco tried to posture as if he was the champion of the dark, but that was his delusion. When Draco arrived at Hogwarts, he was respected only out of fear of his father, who was a cruel wizard and had the Minister of Magic in his grasp. However, he seemed to gather a following around him in the next 6 years, yet he had fallen apart under the pressure, which was 6th year. With his father in jail and the duty given by Voldemort to assassinate Dumbledore, Draco had seen what he was in for. She had also heard about the 6th floor bathroom fight where Potter had mortally injured Malfoy, and it was only due to Professor Snape's intervention that he had survived. What he has got in him? Asked Andromeda. However, the question was rhetorical. She didn't really expected Daphne to answer that question, but Daphne started speaking what her thought on the matter was. I don't know Andromeda. I don't even claim to know him to be able to tell you what it is with him. I guess the only people who would know are Weasley and Granger. In all my 6 years, I haven't seen him with anyone other than those two and occasionally Longbottom. He is really an enigma because none of us know him. Andromeda nodded. Remus once told me that he is kind of very private person, and even when he knew that Remus was one of his father's closest friends, he didn't try to get to know Remus more or know about his parents or his family. Also, I have heard that his life was far from pleasant, so he kind of doesn't want others to know about it. Daphne was speculative. You know, we all grew up hearing about the boy who lived since we were little. Andromeda nodded. Yes. I knew James Potter because he was Sirius's best mate and they used to come around at times. When you know who fell for the first time, Harry was taken into hiding, though no one knew where. Overnight, the legend of Boy Who Lived was born, with a line of products being sold with that name. It is but logical that children in your generation and below grew up knowing the legend. Daphne replied. Right. So we knew about this legend and we knew he was about our age. When I heard on the Hogwarts Express that Harry Potter was coming to Hogwarts with us, I was excited to see him like other first years. When we actually saw him, we were disappointed. Many of us wanted to know more about him, but he kind of closed himself off against others. Then I guess it didn't help that every year he was in some new controversy. Suddenly the door opened and Harry came out with Teddy in his arms and bawling. Harry looked frantic and said worriedly, Mrs. Tonks, I did nothing. He just kind of started crying and would not stop crying no matter what I did. Andromeda chuckled. Don't worry, Harry. He is hungry, that's all. Give him to me. Harry handed Teddy to her and she brought a bottle of milk from the kitchen and stared to feed the child, who immediately went quit as he eagerly beeped on the bottle. Andromeda left them in charge of the toddler to run some errand while they were here. Harry was excitedly watching Teddy drinking milk while he said nothing. Daphne kept waiting for him to say something but was not sure if he was willingly or deliberately avoiding Daphne. He was just making weird faces at Teddy, who was watching him in attention, and when he was in the mood, he would change his hair color to their amusement. When the silence became heavy on both of them, Daphne decided to break the ice. She asked him in very low voice as if she were afraid of enraging him, So Potter, how life is going for you? Harry took a deep breath before he started answering her question. I had thought that with Voldemort. Before he could finish his sentence, Daphne shuddered at Voldemort's name irritating him and he snapped, What is with you all? Why can't you say his name? It is just a stupid name after all. Daphne snapped back, Maybe because not everyone is as brave as you or as fool as you, Potter. Maybe because he wreaked such havoc in our lives, on our relatives, that we can't resist it. Harry mellowed a little at his chastisement. What do you mean? She, however, had not calmed. Leave it, Potter. You are apparently too high and mighty to care about others. Harry was still calm. I am sorry for snapping at you. It is just that it was a stupid name and made one at that. I never understood why people feared him name when fearing the name was what fueled his fear. I can understand fearing Voldemort himself, but why to fear his name? Daphne had calmed by now. Sorry for snapping back at you. It is just that I never feared his name before the 7th year, but having lost family to him made his fear real for me. I just couldn't control, I guess. Harry understood she had lost someone in the war. Whom did you lose? She waved him off. It is no concern to you, Potter. I am just thankful that he is gone for good. Harry nodded and Daphne continued, what were you saying earlier about you know who? Harry wanted to correct her again but shrugged. He knew he wouldn't get her to say his name yet. I had thought that with Voldemort gone I would have a peaceful life, but it looks far from it. Daphne asked curiously, why? I mean, you would be the apple of the eyes of the wizarding world right now. Everyone wants to be seen with the chosen one. Harry said curtly, can you please not use any of the silly monikers for me? They have given me nothing but grief all my life. She nodded. All right, but explain what you meant. Harry wondered why he was telling her so much. Maybe because he wanted to talk to someone his age and his best friends were not here. He decided to tread cautiously about what he told Daphne. I thought that I would be able to live my life as an Auror without people troubling me every now and then with him dead. I have had very dangerous life these past years with everything happening around me, and I figured I deserved some peace at last. It turns out that Voldemort's death was only the start of a new phase in my life. She nodded. His death is indeed the start of a new age in the wizarding world, Potter. With him, all that he stood for is gone. His followers who were once the elite of the wizarding world are either dead, in prison or on the run. What is left behind is the ashes of once happening society which we need to rebuild while we pick up our lives. He nodded. Kingsley said something of the sort. Her eyes widened in surprise. Kingsley as in Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Minister of Magic. I didn't know that you were so well connected. He said dismissively. We have known each other for a couple of years now, Greengrass. He is a good bloke who can do better for the wizarding world than Scrimgeour and the idiot Fudge. She noticed the vitriol in his voice when he said Fudge's name. Looks like you weren't happy with Fudge. Harry refused to say anything. It was Fudge who had refused to believe him in third year when Sirius Black escaped Azkaban. It was him who had caused so many deaths by being oblivious to the threats of Voldemort, as he was warned again and again by Dumbledore and him. I was apprehensive that you both would have brought the house down fighting, so I returned as quickly as I could, said Andromeda, who had just returned with a shopping bag. When Harry raised an eyebrow, she explained, I had to buy some groceries and some things for Teddy. I figured I should get them while I had the chance. Apparition or flow travel does sit well with him as of yet. Do you both want tea? Daphne could sense Harry's hesitation in talking and decided it was time that she took her leave. Thank you, Andromeda, but I must leave now. I have to go to Gringotts to meet my account manager. As Daphne left, Andromeda turned to him. So Harry, you just didn't come here to meet Teddy, did you? He shook his head. No. I mean, I wanted to see Teddy and spend some time with him, but I also wanted your help in redecorating Grimmauld Place. Kingsley had it restored and I was going to see it. I figured I should ask if you'd like to come. Andromeda was hesitant. Since she had been ousted from the family, she had never met any of her family except Sirius and didn't know how she was supposed to feel about this. On one hand, she never wanted to set a foot again in that house, while on other hand she was intrigued. In the end, her curiosity won. All right. Let's go and see it. She collected Teddy from his crib and they apparated outside Grimmauld Place. The door was still the same and opened with a tap of Harry's wand. There, in the dimly lit narrow corridor which led to inner parts of the townhouse, it had been transfigured and made so that two people could go in at once. The magical maintenance crew had also built in more windows so that light and air could flood in the house. That alone had made a lot difference to the otherwise grim and haunted look of the house. The staircase was broader now than before. Harry noticed that the chandelier which used to hang was not there anymore. The basement had been expanded and a cellar which he had never discovered before was stocked with fire whiskey from top to bottom. The kitchen was as bare as they come and the fireplace had been enlarged and there was a jar on the mantel which contained flow powder. Other rooms upstairs had been improved similarly, but they were all bare without anything in them. Harry knew the Death Eaters would have taken a lot of what they could find expensive or valuable, but there should have been things which were of no use to them and wouldn't have been destroyed either. He thought perhaps the magical maintenance crew had taken them away. After they had taken a thorough tour of the place, Harry asked her, so what do you think? She replied, They surely made this house anew, however, you would need a lot of furnish this place. He nodded. I know, and I have no idea what goes in it. I was hoping you could help me with it. She nodded. I will help you with it, however, before we try anything, let's attend to the ward book. He asked, confused. Ward book? She nodded. Every house and manor has a ward book which can control the wards around the place. Even if you haven't studied runes in school, you would be able to control the wards due to being the master of the place. He nodded. Where can I find this ward book? Call the head elf for House of Black. He would know about it. Harry raised his voice and called, Creature. The ancient elf appeared before him, bowing so low that his nose touched the ground, and he croaked, Master calls for Creature. Creature. Where is the ward book? He asked. Creature snapped his fingers and a book materialized in his hands, which he handed to Harry. This is the ward book, Master. He looked in the ward book and noticed that it contained a lot of names. Names of people he had only heard of, but most of them were dead now, like Bellatrix Lestrange, Wulberga Black, Arcturus Black, Regulus Black, Sirius Black, Druella Rosier, and so on. He turned to Andromeda. What are these names for? She explained. These are the names of those who were allowed entrance in the house. These can be added or removed by the head of house. If a name is not in here, the said person cannot enter this place. He exclaimed. You are also here. She smiled sadly. Yes, as you know, I was a black before marriage. Perhaps grandfather never had the heart to erase my name out of this book. However, we are digressing here. You would need to remove all those names and add those names who you want to give entrance in this house. He then noticed something else. Andromeda, the Weasleys' name is not here, nor is mine or Hermione's or Remus's or any of the members of the order, yet we came and go in this place a lot over the last 3 years. She nodded. The wards would have been down the entire time then. The wards of this place are as such that they can't be erected alongside a Fidelius charm. Sirius would have lowered all of them to keep the Fidelius in place. He closed the book. I will see to it later then. For now, I want to keep this place under a Fidelius charm because I have too many people out there who want me dead. Also, there are so many newspapers and magazines who want an audience with me. She chuckled. As you see fit. What do you want me to do? Harry waved his arms around. This place isn't going to decorate by itself. She chuckled and turned to Creature, who was still standing before them. Creature, answer me a few questions. When Creature did not speak, Harry raised an eyebrow and she explained, Harry, I was banished off the family, so he won't listen to me. Harry turned to Creature. Creature, I order you to answer her questions as if you would answer mine. Longbottom Manor. Neville Longbottom has spent the last few days mostly getting his manor house in shape. It was a stately building which had been damaged badly by the Death Eaters when Augusta Longbottom had escaped after she had sent John Dawlish to St. Mungo's and had effectively ended his career as an Auror. The greenhouse which Neville had established in the place before he started at Hogwarts was destroyed beyond redemption, would have to be erected anew. All the rare plants in there had been destroyed. The outhouse which was near the greenhouse had been destroyed, with its roof having blown away in the middle with what looked like a killing curse. This would also have to be built anew. The house, however, had not been touched, and it was mostly whole except for a little damage which he could repair by himself. The wards, however, were damaged and would have to be restored before Neville ever felt safe in this place again. He had hired the services of Bill Weasley through Gringotts, who had agreed to meet him on Sunday and talk about it. The last week, he had spent being extra vigilant, which was a second habit to him now courtesy of the war. Like his other friends, he also had nightmares. It wasn't like he was free of them, but he always took care to put some silencing charms around his Grand's room so she would not figure out what he was going through. He had spent most of the nights sleepless and crying for Hannah, for whom he had started to have feelings for. She had become intimately familiar to him after he had rescued her from clutches of some of the Slytherins during a night patrol when she was supposed to be patrolling the 6th floor. He had asked the room to provide him a safe passage to the kitchens, and the secret way had ended on the 6th floor, right where the Slytherins were harassing her. Neville had been feeling vengeful against them due to their attitude towards other students and the zeal with which they had employed themselves in learning the dark arts. They hadn't even hesitated to cast the torture curse at their fellow students as young as a first year. When he found them harassing a prefect, he had stunned them from behind and took her to the room of requirement after clearing their memories of the event. Soon Susan Bones had followed suit and had to be hidden. Her family was influential and the Death Eaters wanted all the purebloods to be subordinate to them. It had been the time when Neville became the de facto leader of the students and of the resurrected Dumbledore's army. Soon most of his friends had to be hidden and he had started to worry for their well-being when the final battle came. He had promised himself that when they survived the battle, he would ask her out and begin courting her formally. There was no need to wait anymore when he was sure of his feelings towards her. However, the time never came. When he did found Hannah after Tom Riddle died, she was dead and Susan Bones was clinging to her dead body while her boyfriend Ernie Macmillan consoled her. That had broken Neville from the inside, and perhaps Augusta had sensed it because she was always extremely protective of her grandson. His reverie was broken when an owl landed before him on the breakfast table. The owl extended its leg to him and he took it. There was the seal of the Ministry of Magic and he winced. He had been receiving too many of these letters to know what it contained. With trembling fingers, he opened the letter. Dear Mr. Longbottom, honoring your wishes to be informed in advance, it is with greatest grief we are informing you that Hannah Isadora Abbott will be buried on her family grounds in Abbott Home at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Interestingly, all of these letters were without a sender's name. He knew because he had received a lot of them over the last few days. He and Harry had attended funeral for almost all of the Hogwarts students who had fallen in the battle. This was the last funeral and there would be no one left to be buried. He went to find his Gran, who was tidying up the Lord's office. She was dusting a portrait of Frank Longbottom, or perhaps had been looking at it because her wand was outside. Gran, he called. Yes, Neville, she replied, turning to him, and Neville had a fleeting suspicion that she had just wiped her eyes. Gran, they are burying Hannah this afternoon, he said while trying not to break down. She, however, had heard the tremor in his voice and nodded. All right. You can go. Can I expect you back for dinner? We have a lot to talk about. He nodded. Yes, Gran. I will be back for dinner. When Neville left the room, she muttered to herself, Oh Frank. I wish you were here. I have failed you. Abbott Home. Neville knew the location of Abbott Home since he had been there for a few times on social events which his Gran attended. He apparated out of the gate of Abbott Home and joined a throng of people going inside, and many of them wanted to shake his hand. Shortly he heard some clamoring behind him, and people who had been surrounding him were moving in another direction and turned to find Harry Potter had arrived. He grinned at his friend. Still can't get the hang of it, Harry. Harry gave him a one-arm hug. Apparently not, Neville. You don't seem to be doing so bad either. Neville grinned. Well, not all of us are the chosen one. Harry scowled. Will you stop using that moniker for me? When they reached the gate of the manor, they were greeted by a man who looked broken, hunched over, and a faraway look in his eyes. They had seen the look too well for years and knew it. After all, they had the same look for most of their lives. The man was Robert Abbott, and he looked like he had not slept well in days and would keel over any time. Having lost his wife and daughter in quick succession would do that to a man. Harry and Neville inclined their heads to him and went inside. The Abbott home had vast tract of land around their home, and a part of it was used to bury their family members. They were led to seats in the third row where most of the defenders of Hogwarts sat, while the front row was reserved for family and the second row was for the ministry officials. Minerva McGonagall was offered a seat in the second row, but she chose to forego it and joined Harry and Neville. Before the service started, they were joined by Ginny Weasley, who slipped in the seat beside Neville. The same wizard who had been presiding at all funerals was present here too. When everyone had taken seats, he started addressing. These last few days have been gloomy for us, and I myself have had to officiate over funerals of many young witches and wizards that I often ask myself about how I am still going on. So many brilliant witches and wizards have died in the Battle of Hogwarts that the world would acutely miss their presence. I wish I could say that I am relieved that I won't have to officiate over a child's funeral again, but I can't say that I am relieved. This war gave us too many wounds which would take years to heal, and maybe even then they would not go away. Today we have gathered here to say goodbye to Hannah Abbott, who was a young woman and, from what I have heard, quite popular among her friends. She also showed courage in the Battle of Hogwarts, battling against Death Eaters and saving her friends from certain death, and even took a curse on herself which was meant for some other poor soul. The world will miss such a brave soul who stood for what was right than bowing to evil and let it walk upon her. She left behind her father and a brother who I am sure would always remember her fondly for being the wonderful person that she was. Harry kept listening to the wizard while he had a moment to think about Hannah. His interactions with her in the first few years had been nothing but unpleasant. She was one of the Hufflepuffs who thought he was Dark Lord during the fiasco of the heir of Slytherin during their second year. He mentally chuckled when he remembered that she claimed Sirius Black could turn into a flower and had entered the castle that way without being noticed when Sirius had entered the castle at Halloween in their third year. She also had been one of those Hufflepuff students who had sneered at him at a time in their fourth year when he was chosen as fourth champion of the tournament. However, when the fifth year came, she was one of those who believed him to be telling the truth, and she had diligently attended the DA during that year while consciously trying to undermine Umbridge's authority at Hogwarts. His musing was broken when he realized Neville had been silently sobbing while the wizard droned on and on. Ginny had taken one of his hands between hers and was consoling him. Harry didn't know what to say to Neville to calm him down, so he contented himself with patting Neville's back while he cried silently. He looked around and found that most of the Hufflepuffs from their year were present except for Zacharias Smith. That coward had been one of those to evacuate the castle while others readied themselves to fight the army of the Death Eaters at the doors of the castle. Susan was crying unabashedly in Ernie's arms, who kept patting her back. Others were wiping their tears too. The wizard was winding up his speech. Now I would like to call Miss Susan Amelia Bones to speak a few words about her best friend. Ernie stood and half carried, half walked Susan to the front. Susan fought against her tears for quite some time before she started speaking. Hannah was my best friend. We grew up together since we were little, and many times she would stay over. We even had decided that we would go to same house in Hogwarts and asked the Hat to keep us in the same house. We were practically inseparable all these years, and she was very determined, possessive of her friends, and very loyal. With her loss, I feel like a part of me is lost. I honestly haven't come to terms with the fact that Hannah is not around to harass me anymore. Goodbye, Hannah. I will miss you. Ernie escorted her back to her seat and Kingsley took the stage. Before we proceed to bury her, I have an announcement to make. For her valor, courage, and sacrifice in the battle, the Ministry has decided to award Order of Merlin, 2nd class, in her remembrance. I would request her father Robert to come ahead and accept it on behalf of her. Kingsley handed the medal and the rolled-up parchment to Robert, who had straightened and looked proud of his daughter. However, as soon as he returned to his seat, he broke down again. The wizard stood again. Let us join our wands in saying goodbye to Hannah Abbott. May she fare well wherever she fare. After Hannah had been interred in the ground and a tombstone had been raised atop it, everyone started taking their leave. Harry, Neville, and Ginny joined the line. When Neville came to Robert, he wordlessly extended his hand to him. Robert shook his hand and said in a morose tone, "Mr. Longbottom, Hannah had said a lot about you in her letters, and I feel she had started to fancy you." Neville was fighting his tears. "Lord Abbot, my sympathies are with you and your family. If you ever feel in need of something, please feel free to call on me." Harry was next. Before he could say, Robert said, "Mr. Potter, I wanted to say thank you to you personally. You killed the menace which was the bane of our world and rid us off him and his maniac followers." Harry shook his head. "It wasn't me alone, Mr. Abbot. Your daughter was one of those who fought them, and it is thanks to her that we are standing here and having this conversation. The world will miss her." As they were leaving, Harry noticed Professor Flitwick in the crowd. He was about to go and meet the charms teacher when Ginny asked him, "Harry, are you coming with me to the burrow?" Harry shook his head. "I need to see Professor Flitwick for something, and then I have to go meet Andromeda, whom I have left alone with Creature for company. Tell Mrs. Weasley that I would be late and not to wait for me at dinner." Ginny nodded and left with Neville while Harry accosted Flitwick. "Professor, can I have a word with you?" Flitwick smiled good-naturedly. "Sure, Mr. Potter. What do you want?" "Professor, I have been redecorating my house and it was under Fidelius' charm until now. The charm was taken off a few days ago and I need someone to recast it. Can I trouble you for it? Flitwick nodded. It will be no problem, Mr. Potter. And maybe you would learn the spell seeing me do it. As I recall, you always learnt the practical portions quickly than the theory part. Grimald Place. They apparated back to Grimald Place where Andromeda was busy in remodeling the place. He found that he wouldn't have to worry for most of the things which were present in the house when they had brought Yaxley with them. As it turned out, most of the things had been saved by Creature after he had banished Yaxley away. When the Death Eater returned with reinforcements, most of the things had been taken to the family vault. The only things which were of no value or could not be moved had been left behind, including the portrait of Wolberga Black, which had gotten its just deserts at the hands of the Death Eaters. The frame which had been left in the place was covered with a portrait which Creature had brought from the family vault. Since he was the chief elf, he could come in and go out of it at any time. Harry noticed that Andromeda had transformed the place. Rich velvet curtains were on the windows, a crystal chandelier hung in the place of the old one, a table of black marble as ornate as the last one had been put in the kitchen. In place of the old-fashioned gas lights, ever-burning torches had been placed. Most of the utensils in the house had been replaced with finest silver goblets and utensils having the black crest engraved on them. He remembered Sirius telling that most of the finest stuff was in the vault. While most of the rooms were still bare, Sirius's former room had a new 4-poster bed which was twice the size of the old one and had rich cream-colored curtains. The walls had been painted anew while the old pictures on the walls were absent. The closet had been enlarged and clearly expansion charms had been used. Also, the tapestry in the tapestry room had been put back on and it looked entirely reworked upon with Harry's name with a bronze link to Sirius. When Flitwick and Harry entered, Andromeda was telling about the color scheme of the house to Creature, who was listening to her very dutifully as if she were his mistress. Andromeda's demeanor towards the elf was such as if she was used to it, which she perhaps had been when she was a black. She noticed them and motioned to the table while turning to Creature. Tea for 3 and snacks, Creature. Creature disappeared and a few seconds later, a tray materialized out of thin air before them. As they drank, Harry turned to Andromeda. Professor Flitwick has agreed to cast the Fidelis charm to the house. She nodded. That will be absolutely fine. When you want to work the wards, come and find me. They sipped their tea in silence until Creature appeared before them, holding little Teddy in his arms who was crying. Harry could see that Creature was being so careful with the child as if he was made of glass. Very carefully he handed Teddy to Andromeda and disappeared. He returned a few moments later with a bottle of milk. Leaving it on the table, he disappeared again. After Teddy had been fed, Harry picked up the toddler to play with him and making weird faces at him while Andromeda and Flitwick talked about something. After about an hour, Andromeda took her leave. Finally Flitwick asked him, Mr. Potter, shall we do the Fidelis charm? Harry replied, yes, Professor. How do we do it? Flitwick smiled. Mr. Potter, the charm itself is a nifty little spell, but the real effort lies in making it work. I presume you know what a Fidelis does. Harry nodded sheepishly. Once I overheard you talking to Fudge, Professor McGonagall and Hagrid about it in Hogsmeade. Flitwick nodded. So as you know, to cast the Fidelis you would need to imagine this house being ensconced in a shell and disappearing into nothing. If you can imagine it successfully while you perform the spell, you can successfully cast it. The problem, however, lies in the fact that the bigger the property, the more difficult it is to cast the Fidelis. Also, when you are casting it, keep your mind clear of any distractions since they usually interfere with the working of the spell. Harry nodded. Yes, Professor. Shall we get to it now? Flitwick conjured a bench and pointed to it. Let us try with this first in case something goes horribly wrong. Saying so, he whipped his wand out and cast the spell and the bench disappeared. Harry had a sense of vertigo. He could feel there was something which occupied the place where. He looked in confusion at Flitwick, who smiled. The bench can be found in the kitchen of 12, Grimald Place. The bench appeared in place and Harry gasped before exclaiming, that was amazing, Professor. Then the professor took off the spell and had him practice the incantation for 7 or 8 times before he let him do it. As he concentrated on the spell, he could hear Snape's annoying drawl in the back of his mind. Concentrate, Potter, empty your mind. Concentrate. Harry suppressed the annoying feeling at the back of his mind while he cast. He could remember how the building had materialized out of thin air before him when he had first arrived at Grimmauld Place. He concentrated on the image and voila! The bench had disappeared. He turned to Flitwick grinning. That has to be first time that I could perform a spell at once. Flitwick smiled appreciatively. That is good, Mr. Potter. Now take it down. After successfully taking down the charm, they decided to do it upon the house. This time Flitwick performed the charm and let Harry be the secret keeper, since the caster and the secret keeper could not be the same person. Thanking the professor profusely, he went in the house and summoned Creature. The ancient elf appeared before him bowing low. Master calls Creature. Yes, Creature. I am going to the burrow. Tomorrow I will shift here. In the meanwhile you are to make the house ready. Saying that, he walked out of the house and disapparated to the burrow. The burrow. When Harry returned to the burrow, he found Neville Longbottom seated at the dinner table with the Weasleys. He asked him in surprise, Neville, what are you doing here? It was Bill who answered. Mother had called for a family dinner and Neville had an appointment with me. Ginny brought him over so that I can meet him. He has hired me to do the wards of his manor. Harry nodded and took a seat at the table. When Mrs. Weasley started to serve him, he objected, but Mrs. Weasley, I already had dinner. Didn't Ginny tell you to not to wait for me? Molly waved his objections away. Nonsense. You are a growing boy and you need all the food. Now start eating or I will petrify you and force feed you. Chuckling inwardly at her demeanor and fondness, he started ate everything that was served to him. During dinner, he turned to George, are you going to open the shop soon? George, who was still melancholy, nodded. I will, however I alone can't do it. I will need some help. Charlie volunteered himself. I have been lazing around the house and doing nothing but babying you. I will help you restock it and maybe baby you at the same time. Harry turned to George again. There you go. Charlie will help you. Do you need gold to help with your work? If you do, please don't hesitate to ask. George shook his head. No. I am good and I will have more than I care about in a few months again. He then turned to Neville, who looked like he had barely touched the food at all. Mate, are you all right? Neville nodded. Yes, Harry, I am all right. Harry, however, could see that he was not all right. The way he answered his question and the tone in which it was said was too familiar to him. After all, he had given the same answer to everyone for last 7 years. He wanted to call out Neville on it but decided to let go. After dinner was done and Neville was gone, Harry stood up. All right, I have an announcement to make. Arthur urged him. Go on, Harry. Harry started speaking slowly and deliberately. I have had Grimmauld Place refurbished recently and I am intending to shift there tomorrow. As per his expectations, the first to object was Molly. But why, Harry dear? I mean, do you have any problem in living here? It was Arthur who came to his rescue. Harry is right, Molly. He is more than an ordinary person. He is the man who conquered and he is the Lord of House of Potter and Black. As such, he has a social standing in the society which is higher than ours. As he would move up in the world, he will be expected to live according to his standard and the burrow is hardly a place as such. Molly tried to object, but Arthur, who will care for him? Who will cook for him? Harry inwardly chuckled but remained outwardly impassive. Mrs. Weasley, I can cook for myself. Also I have Creature who can cook for me anytime. However, moving out does not mean I am going to leave you all in peace. She glared at him. I should think not. If you fail to come over on every Sunday, I will come over there and set you straight. Harry cringed and said meekly, Yes, Mrs. Weasley. Longbottom Manor. When Neville arrived back at his manor, he found Augusta Longbottom was still awake and waiting for him at the table. She asked him, how was the funeral? Neville said a little morosely, it was a funeral should be. I am thankful that we don't have to go to any more of them, Gran. Also I met with Bill Weasley and he has agreed to erect the wards around the place tomorrow. She nodded and pointed him to the table. Sit. When he sat, she took a few moments before she started speaking. Neville, when you were little I was too hard on you. I kept you shackled in so many rules, never let you out of my eyesight. I was hard on you because I fancied seeing your father in you. The fact that you look a lot like your father made it hard for me to see you as my grandson. I even gave you Frank's wand when you started school without realizing the folly of my decision. Despite being magical, you had to suffer humiliation at the hands of others because you were not as good as them. When you know who returned, I feared for you because you were generally passive and docile. However, when you went with others to the Department of Mysteries to fight Death Eaters and the way you conducted yourself in those moments made me look at you past the shadow of your father. I realized how wrong I was and what an amazing grandson I had. I spent your whole life thinking why you couldn't be as good as Frank, but you are much more than him or Alice. You became the symbol of resistance in Harry Potter's absence while he was working to bring down you know who. And I know how broken you were with the Abbott girl's death. I thought maybe you would confide in me, share your grief with me, but when you pent it up inside you, I realized how miserably I had failed. I failed in my duties and the man that you are. It is because of your own hard work. What I am trying to say is I am sorry. I am sorry for having failed you. Neville had hugged his grandmother lightly and for the first time in his life realized how frail his gran had become despite showing a hard exterior to the world. She was broken that he was not sharing his sorrow with her. He said in soothing voice, "Gran, you know you have worked very hard to get me where I am. You were hard with me, but you were trying to teach me to survive in the world. Without you being there, I wouldn't have made it halfway through. I have never known the love of my father or mother, but you always tried to fill the gap for them. I won't trade this life for a better one at any price." After he was sure that she was consoled, he let go of her. She sniffed a few times before she started speaking again. "It is time for you to step in as Lord of Longbottom. I have carried this burden for too long and I want some well-earned rest." He protested, "But I have no idea how these things are done." She smiled. "You have been trained for this. You will do admirably, Neville, and make your father proud." Harry was packing what little meager possessions he had left. When he went on the run, he had let his trunk at Privet Drive and only took a rucksack with him which contained a change of clothes and nothing more. Even now, a week after the war, he had only a change of clothes to call his own except for the moleskin pouch at his neck which contained his most prized possessions including the Marauder's map, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone and little other knickknacks no one would have cared about. He tidied up the room with a wave of his wand, slipped into his pajamas and was about to go off to bed when there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, he found Ginny on the threshold. She was fidgeting and hesitated to speak. For a moment, it was the Ginny he knew in his fourth who couldn't speak a word in his presence. He asked her, "What happened, Ginny? Do you want something?" She nodded. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" He ushered her in. "Yes, come in." As she sat on Ron's bed, he remained standing, not sure what she wanted to talk about. Surely she wasn't there to tell him that she didn't want to resume their relationship anymore. "What happened to your glasses?" she asked. "Huh." He grunted and then realized that he was not wearing his glasses. In fact, he realized he had not worn them at all today. Maybe the Horcrux had been the reason of his bad eyesight after all. "This morning when I woke up, I realized that I can see perfectly clear without them, so I didn't put them on," he told her. "You look good without your glasses on," she told him. He smiled. "Thank you, Ginny. Did you want to talk about something?" "Yes. I actually wanted to ask you if you were going to Grimmauld Place to get away from me," she asked nervously. "Oh, Merlin. No, Ginny. I am shifting to Grimmauld because with starting my career as an Auror I will have a different schedule and I don't want to inconvenience anyone. Also, Kingsley told me that I would need my own place to live after all. With everything that is going on, I will need a place worth my position, though I am really confused about all of this. I mean, I don't even know what I am to do in Wizengamot. I haven't been there even for once in my life," he said helplessly, making her chuckle. "You will do great, Harry. You are their hero after all. They will worship the ground you walk on," she said. Harry sighed. "And that is what I don't want them to do. It is this fanaticism that gave rise to Voldemort. I don't want that kind of power." She nodded. "But still you can't deny it, Harry. Thanks for the book Skeeter wrote on Dumbledore's life, you are already seen as the next Dumbledore by most of the wizarding world, and now with killing Voldemort you are the most influential person in our world." He sighed. You know, when I killed Voldemort, I had dreamt of a world where I will be allowed to be normal and live life as normally as possible for me. But everybody has some plan for me. Even Kingsley wants to use me for his own purpose and for the good of the wizarding world. She sighed. You do know you were never supposed to be normal. I mean, which kid can be expected to kill a 1,000-year-old basilisk or drive away 100 dementors at 13 years of age? Then you won the Triwizard Tournament, defeating wizards more accomplished than your age. You have battled the dark for all your life. You can't be normal like us. He shrugged. I know, and I don't need to be reminded of it every time. I just want to have a life like everyone does. Is that too much to ask for? Not for us, but for you, it is, she said earnestly. The Ministry of Magic. Harry reported to the ministry early the next day, since Kingsley had flowed him at the burrow to report before others did. When he arrived, Kingsley was caught up in paperwork. He pointed Harry to a seat and kept at whatever he was doing. After he was done, he turned to Harry. Harry, Daedalus told me that your relatives want to go back to their home now. Harry eyes him warily. And how does that concern me? You know perfectly well that I severed my ties with them when I left that house shortly before I turned 17. Kingsley nodded. Yes, but your cousin wants to keep in touch with you. He said something about making amends, though it might be too late. Harry didn't reply to his statement, but thought over what he had said. Dudley hadn't made his childhood happy by any means, but had tormented him at every possible moment, but he had started to turn about during his 6th year. Maybe he was trying to turn a new leaf. However, Harry was not in a mood to tolerate Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley in the same room anymore. If Dudley wanted to meet him, he would have to meet him outside of number 4, Privet Drive. He turned to Kingsley. All right, but I am not going to Privet Drive. I will send him an owl later, though. Kingsley nodded. All right. I will tell Diggle. Now there is another thing that I want you to do. Harry eyed him suspiciously. And what do you want me to do? We are going to Hogwarts. The repair works are in full progress, and I want to make some new additions to the place. Harry was not of mind to go with Kingsley to Hogwarts so soon. It was the place where he had lost so many of his friends, and he didn't know if he would be able to see the place without breaking down. However, if the minister wanted something done, Harry could not refuse him, not unless it was something that he couldn't morally agree upon. Let's go to Hogwarts then, he said to the minister. Taking Kingsley's security detail with them, they apparated to Hogwarts. Hogwarts. When they arrived at Hogwarts, Harry could see the repairs were going in full progress. Employees of Magical Restoration were working upon restoring the castle at full speed, and most of the damage which was apparent had been repaired. He met Hagrid on the grounds itself, who engulfed him in a bone-cracking hug, yelling at the top of his voice, Harry. Hi Hagrid, how is the repair going on? Hagrid said cheerfully. I got me a new hut, better one than the last and more comfortable. Groppy is also settling in the forest happily. Harry was still not comfortable with the idea of a giant in the Forbidden Forest, but he had seen for himself how Gropp had been helpful to them during the Battle of Hogwarts. He tried to sound cheerful. That's great, Hagrid. Have the Acromantulas returned? Hagrid got morose. Most of them were killed during the battle, but many survived, and they have taken shelter in the forest again, and for old times' sake, they allow me to visit them sometime. Harry was too happy with them keeping themselves confined to a part of the forest. He had enough memories of lifetime for them. He noticed Buckbeak tethered outside Hagrid's hut, however right now he was not in the mood to go to the Hippogriff. Buckbeak reminded him of Sirius when he looked at it. Taking leave of Hagrid, they proceeded inside. The grand staircase was repaired and fully functional once again. The archways which had been destroyed had been put back, but there was too much damage that was not yet repaired, and Harry knew it would take a few more months before it will be back to its former grandeur. The house tables had returned in the Great Hall once more, and most of the damage done to the Great Hall had been repaired. However, the transparent roof of the Great Hall was apparently not working still, because it was still showing thunder and light on a dark night as it had been on the day of the Battle of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall met them in the Great Hall, where she was directing workers to put up a new shelf for portraits to be installed in the Great Hall. This was new and Harry had no idea about it. However, before he could ask, Kingsley started talking to Minerva. Good morning, Headmistress. How is the repair work going? Minerva breathed a deep sigh. It has been good so far. What brought you here? Oh, I actually came to see the new additions in the castle. Are they ready? She nodded. Yes, they are ready. You can see the shelves here. As we had agreed, this shelf will contain portraits of everyone who fell in the final battle while defending Hogwarts. Harry was surprised. He hadn't known that something like this was being planned, but at a level it felt good to him that the sacrifice of the defenders of Hogwarts was being recognized. Do you want to see the monument? Minerva was asking Kingsley. Only if it is not a bother to your poor old knees, Minerva, said Kingsley jokingly. No, it is not, Minerva said, steering them out of the great hall on the grounds. On the other side of the lake near the tomb of Dumbledore, Harry could see a monument was being raised. It was more like a big rectangular monument made of red sandstones topped by a bird, but that was the extent of it. He didn't know how it was supposed to serve as a monument. He turned to Kingsley. How is this supposed to be a monument? Kingsley told him somberly, this monument will contain names of everyone who died in the last 2 Wizarding Wars fighting the dark side. Every person who died in these wars fighting Voldemort or his Death Eaters will have his name on this monument. Harry's breath hitched in his throat. Will my parents' name be included? Kingsley nodded. Yes. They fought for the light, so their name will be here. Sirius's name will also go on there. Harry asked him, what about Regulus Arcturus Black's name? Kingsley asked him, what Regulus has got to do with it? He was a Death Eater. Harry shook his head. No. In the last days of his life, he turned against Voldemort. In fact, he had retrieved one of those things we had to destroy. He intended to destroy it, but he had no idea how to do that. Kingsley understood the reference to Horcruxes and nodded. I will see to it that his name is also included on that list. With that, they took their leave of Minerva and apparated back to Ministry. Australia. It had been a few days since Hermione and Ron arrived in Australia. The Australian Ministry of Magic had been very cooperative with them due to them being war heroes in their country and had made arrangements for them to stay. They had also found Hermione's parents already, and when they arrived, they were told of their location. Hermione, however, could not gather the courage to go and undo the memory charm. For the first time in their life, her Gryffindor courage failed her. She and Ron watched them for 4 days from afar when Ron eventually decided to push her to gather her courage and do it. The Wilkinses, their assumed names, lived in a humble 2-story house in a Muggle suburb which was in the better part of the city. The house had a garden outside and a backyard which were full of plants, and a couple of chairs in the lawn told of them spending a healthy amount of their time lounging in the sun. The Wilkinses Grangers had just got up this morning when the doorbell rang, which surprised them. As far as they knew, none of their neighbors bothered them at all, especially not at this hour in the morning. When Mrs. Wilkins opened the door, she could see 2 young teens standing on her door. The boy was red-haired, freckle-faced and long-nosed, while the girl had bushy hair, and she was looking at Mrs. Wilkins hungrily, as if trying to get in every detail about her. Yes, she asked cautiously, can I help you? It was the boy who answered, can we come inside? It is rather urgent. She was wary of the 2 teens who were on her door and asking for entrance, but for some reason she stepped aside, letting them in. The drawing room was decorated in the same taste as the house in Hampstead, England. Hermione and Ron took seat on a sofa side by side. Before getting the business underway, Mrs. Wilkins asked them, can I get you some tea or coffee? Hermione replied, some tea would be good. By the time tea arrived, Mr. Wilkins had arrived and taken a seat on one of the other sofas and talking to Ron. Hermione kept quiet and did not speak a word until Mrs. Wilkins offered her a cup and she almost blurted, thanks, Em. However, she shut her mouth when she realized what she was about to say. After everyone was seated comfortably, Mrs. Wilkins turned to them. Now, what was so urgent? It was Ron who spoke. You see, we are wizards. However, Mr. Wilkins interrupted, wizards are real. Ron nodded. Yes. He pulled his wand and conjured a flower to show them that it was real. After he had them convinced, he continued, you see, we are from England and we had been fighting a war till recently. Mr. Wilkins asked him, what has that got to do with us? Hermione spoke this time, it will be better if we can show it to you. Mr. Wilkins frowned. How? She pulled her wand, but before she could cast, Ron caught her hand. Hermione, Tell them what you are going to do before you do it. They deserve to know. She motioned for him to go ahead and he turned to the Wilkins. Actually, someone did some charms on you about a year ago. We have come to undo them. Mr. Wilkins scoffed. If someone had did magic on us, we would know. Ron continued in the same tone. Your memory was altered, Mr. Wilkins. You wouldn't know. Mr. Wilkins was not ready to believe them. However, Mrs. Wilkins interfered. The magic you are doing on us, will it harm us in any way? Hermione shook her head. No. It will undo the charms done on you but not harm your otherwise and return the memories that were altered. Mrs. Wilkins nodded. Go on then. Do this charm on us. Hermione leveled her wand at them and cringed at the slightly horrific expressions at their faces. She, however, shook that thought out of her mind and firmly incanted the counter charm to undo her spell. It took a few minutes, however, when the spell took effect and the Wilkins realized they are Grangers. Mr. Granger went ballistic. What have you done, Hermione? Ministry of Magic. Gawain Robards summoned Harry to his office as soon as they returned to the ministry. When Harry reported in, Robards barked, Potter, you have been assigned. Harry asked him, assigned? Robards nodded. The minister decided that it was time that our recruits are assigned into teams with a mentor over them. You have been assigned to Captain Proudfoot, and others in your team are Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Ernie Macmillan and Susan Bones. You will report to Robards now, who will see to your training. What about Ron? Weasley will be assigned a squad when he returns. You may leave now. Harry saluted him and left his office to go report to Proudfoot. Proudfoot already had others in his team in his office, and when Harry arrived, he pointed him to a chair. Take a seat, Potter. This won't take long. With him being seated, Robards started speaking. You all have been assigned to me for the time being. My duty is to train you like an Auror whenever I have the time. Come September, you will be enrolled in the Auror Academy, where you will start your formal training. From what I have seen of each of you, I don't think you'll have much trouble with it. Today our task is to catch some snatchers who have been on the run since the war. After the Death Eaters were defeated, they went rogue and now are harassing the common public. Each day we receive about 5 reports of such incidents. Since we can't just sit and wait for them to attack somewhere, we will be going out to find them. With that, he led them out of the room to the portkey point, where he paired them up and gave a portkey each to a pair. This portkey will take you to the closest locations to where they were last seen. Make sure that none of you are hurt, or Robards will be after my blood. Harry was paired with Neville, and taking the portkey they disappeared with the familiar tug behind the navel. They arrived in woods somewhere and they immediately pulled out their wands. They trudged in a direction for some time before they realized that this way they won't be able to find the snatchers. Finally Neville turned to Harry. This is useless. I mean, how do we even find them? It is not like we can track them. Harry nodded. Agreed, mate, but we have to look for them before we can go back and inform him that we couldn't find them. What do you reckon we should do? Let's divide and search for them in different directions. Whoever finds them will send a message to other on these badges and take them out after we have regrouped. Neville agreed. All right, let's do that. Harry went in one direction while Neville went in another. Harry kept walking in other direction for about 15 minutes when he received a message from Neville. Using the Point Me spell, he started following it to Neville. He came upon him about 15 minutes later. Neville was hiding in shade of trees, and when they regrouped, they retreated to a distance. Harry asked him, what did you find out about them? There are about 5 of them about 500 meters that way in a tent. If there are any more in the tent, I don't know about it. What do you think we should do? Harry thought over it for a minute before he replied, go and flank the other side. On my signal, light their tent on fire and retreat to shadows, keeping an eye on them. In their haste to get away, they won't realize how many of us are here. Use stunners, petrification hexes on them, and try to capture them alive. Neville nodded and went about other way to flank the snatchers on the side. When they were in position, Harry let out some green sparks from his wand and Neville started shooting. Incendio, spell at the tent, which went up in flames in a minute. As Harry had predicted, the snatchers ran out and Harry was standing in the open, bold as brass. As the first snatcher came in range, he shouted, halt and drop your wands. The snatcher in front was in the mood to ram his way through whoever was standing in the way, but when he noticed it was the man who conquered, he threw his wand and sat on his knees with his hands behind his head. 3 others followed suit while the fourth one thought he could get a shot at Harry. He was in the way of pulling out his wand when Harry roared at the top of his voice, "Stupefy!" The snatcher keeled over while the last one ran in the other direction. Harry proceeded about securing those before him, not worrying about the fleeing snatcher. He knew he wouldn't be able to run too far before Neville would get him. Neville, on the other hand, was mortified when Harry Potter casually stood in the way of the Death Eaters, telling them to surrender. He thought his friend had lost his mind, but when the Death Eater in lead threw his wand on the ground and surrendered, he realized how scared the Snatchers were of him. They knew they could not best the wizard who had killed their Dark Lord. In his musing, he almost lost the Death Eater who had ran his way, but in the nick of time, he came to his senses and shot a tripping hex at his opponent, who fell face forward to the ground. Neville had no problem in stunning him. Harry, after having secured his prisoners, was dousing the fire and snorted with amusement when he noticed the tent was the same one they had used on the run. They had been taken by the Snatchers, who supposedly returned for it later. Collapsing the tent, he took it with him, resolving to inspect it later to see if he could retrieve anything from it. Tying a portkey to the prisoners, they dispatched them to the ministry and disapparated after making sure that they had not left anything behind. When they arrived in the ministry, they found that Ernie and Susan had returned with a few of the Snatchers they were supposed to be catching. Dean, who had gone with Proudfoot, was also successful. He knew the Snatchers were not really powerful, and most of them weren't even wizards, but some were Death Eaters. They were just mopping up the remains of what was left of the Death Eaters. After reporting their mission, they were told to wait if some news came in, since many teams had been sent in the field. The day passed without any more excitement, however. As Proudfoot released them early, Harry decided to utilize this time. He decided to go see Teddy for the rest of the day after he had got changed. When he apparated to Grimmauld Place, he realized he did not had much clothes except for a pair of jeans and a couple of shirts which were a size too big for him. He really ought to go and do some shopping. Today, however, he was not in the mood, though he thought he should buy some gifts for Teddy. Sirius had given him some very cool gifts when he was alive, and Harry wanted to equal him, if not surpass him, in spoiling his godson Rodden. He apparated to a Muggle neighborhood where there were toy shops in a shopping place. There were toys in so much variety that they could have fulfilled Dudley's wildest fantasies. However, he had to be careful in not choosing electronic toys. He knew magic would mess with its mechanism, just like the Weasleys' flying Ford Anglia. He spent an hour in the toy store and had fun selecting toys for Teddy. When he finally left the toy shop, he had so many toys with him that he knew Teddy's nursery would be full of bursting with them. As soon as he was in a quiet corner, he shrunk his purchases, and pocketing them, he disapparated to appear at Andromeda's place. Andromeda's place. When he knocked on the door, it was opened in Andromeda, who exclaimed in surprise, "Harry, come in. Come in. To be honest, I was not really expecting you here today. Did you take leave from work?" Harry shook his head. "We got off early today. I had nothing else to do, and the size of the house is too damn big. Besides, I was missing Teddy and thought why I shouldn't spend time with him." She smiled brightly. "Of course. He is your godson after all. Go on in. He is in the nursery." When Harry entered the nursery, he smelled her presence before he actually saw her. Daphne was rocking Teddy back and forth while the toddler kept bawling. Harry rushed to him and took him from Daphne. "Hey, little guy. Your godfather is here. Cheer up." To his amazement, Teddy actually stopped crying and eyed him curiously. Shortly his hair turned black and Harry chuckled. "Yes, I know you are excited to see me. Look what I have brought." He emptied the packages and cast Finite on them with the tip of his wand barely showing out of his sleeve. The pile exploded as the toys grew to their size. Andromeda, who had heard the commotion, rushed in to find Harry trying to console Teddy, who had again started crying, and Daphne, who was looking at everything in part confusion and part amusement. Andromeda asked, raised an eyebrow in question, and Daphne motioned for her to join outside. As Daphne walked out, Andromeda too took her leave, saying over her shoulder, "Since you brought him more presents than I can handle, Please see to it that you put them in their place after placing Feather Light Charm and Anti-Summoning Charm on them, Harry. She left him inside with a toddler who wouldn't stop crying and joined Daphne outside. What did you want to talk about? Daphne did not know how to ask Andromeda about it. Finally, she decided to come straight to the point. What is the matter with him? Andromeda asked her. What happened? He just came in and took Teddy from me. No greetings, nothing, but he just straight away started talking to him as if I didn't exist at all. Then he dumped 2 little sacks on the ground and cast a finite on them. I suppose he had them shrunk and the packet exploded as the toys returned to their original size. Andromeda shrugged. I don't know. In fact, I cannot claim to know him better than you do. Remus once told me that he likes to keep to himself and does not easily opens up. He generally does not talk to strangers unless prompted. Daphne was curious. It is indeed very strange. I mean, I never saw him with anyone except the Gryffindors for the first 4 years, and then he was suddenly leading a rebellion against Umbridge. Even then he didn't talk to many people, but it was usually Granger or Weasley who did the talking for him. He was always so quiet that you would forget he was there if he didn't speak up. Andromeda also had no clue. She, unlike others, was not a party to Harry's life. Her involvement in the war was to the minimum, and she hadn't even joined the Order of the Phoenix in any of the wars. What little she knew about was told by Remus. However, she understood one thing: Harry Potter was not one who would open up to others due to something which he had faced in his life. Perhaps there was a lot of pain and maybe fear of losing people. He had lost almost everyone in his life. His parents, Sirius, Remus, Nymphadora, Albus Dumbledore were just a few to name among many others. She, however, decided to do something about it if she could. She turned to Daphne. Let's go see what he is doing. When they peeked in the room, the toys were still on the floor clustered around the 2 boys. Teddy was watching everything interestedly while Harry would explain to him about each toy in detail. Their image of playing together made her heart melt. Harry looked so innocent, so carefree in that moment that she didn't have the heart to interrupt them. Daphne was saying, I have an errand to run before I return home, Andromeda. I will come back some other day. Andromeda stopped her. You can always run your errand other time. I insist that you stay for dinner today. Daphne was in turmoil. She didn't want to intrude upon Potter's privacy for a moment more, and yet the idea of not having her elf cook for her but to have some company while she ate sounded appealing to her. Finally, her yearning for company won. All right, I guess it can't hurt to postpone the errand for a day or two. A tense dinner. Harry insisted that Teddy's pram be near to him while he ate so that he could talk to his godson or enjoy whatever he was doing. Andromeda found it strange that he actually did not care about anyone else. The way he acted, it was like they didn't exist at all. Finally, Daphne decided to break the ice. Potter, I have heard that the Wizengamot will be reconvened soon. Are you ready to take your place there? Harry nodded. Yes, I am interested in it. The brief answer stung Daphne more than if he had said nothing. It was like he was purposefully avoiding her. She still tried once more. What do you think you want to change in our world? Harry again gave her a short answer. There are too many things that I want to change. Probably I tear down everything that the dark families associate with. Daphne eyed him curiously. Please tell me, Potter, what do you mean by that? Do you mean customs and traditions which pervade our existence and have existed for centuries? Things which have endured for millennia or more, and yet those things are still around. How do you intend to change them and why? What gives you the right to decide that? Harry said a little hotly. If they were so good, that why I haven't seen anyone else upholding those customs except Death Eaters and their families. Daphne's countenance changed and she looked really angry. Do you mean to say that my family were Death Eaters, Potter? Because I subscribe to those customs and traditions. From what I have seen and heard of you, you have never been any wizarding household except the Weasleys, and they are not the model behavior of pure blood traditions and customs. Harry was getting angry in his turn. What did you mean by that comment, Greengrass? The Weasleys are better than most. Daphne clamped on her occlumency shields and controlled her anger and rage. She decided it was not worth it to harangue with Potter. She turned to Andromeda. Thank you for the dinner, Andy. I will come by later. Harry followed suit soon. He wanted to vent and he needed someone for it, however, the two ever patient people who could tolerate him were not there at the moment. He finally decided to turn in early and wake up fresh the next morning. His plans were, however, ruined. The flow roared and someone called him from the fireplace. "Harry. Are you there?" Harry saw Neville's head sitting in the flames and bent down at the grate. "What happened, Neville? Is everything all right?" Neville nodded. "Yes, everything is fine. Can I come over?" Harry stepped aside. "Yes, come on up." Neville climbed up and they sat at the dinner table. Harry kept silent, waiting for Neville to start speaking. He waited patiently for 5 minutes before he asked, "Tell me, Neville, do you have nightmares often?" Neville asked him in surprise, "How do you know?" Harry gave a sad sort of smile. "I have been having them for years now. First there was Cedric, whose death was unnecessary. He died just because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Then there was Sirius, who died in the Department of Mysteries. If I had not rushed to the Ministry foolishly believing that he was captured, perhaps he would have been alive. Then there was Dumbledore, who died in front of me after being hit with a killing curse by Snape. If he had been quicker, or if he hadn't petrified me, then he might not have died that day. Then there was Mad Eye, who died in a battle saving me from Death Eaters while rescuing me from the Dursleys. Lastly, there were people who died in the Battle of Hogwarts. People that we knew, grew up with, had to die just because I showed up at the castle with a half-thought plan. I am well too familiar with nightmares, mate." Neville sighed. "I can understand that pain that you would be going through, mate. Most of these people who died were your friends, or like family to you." He kept quiet for a moment before he asked again, "So what do you do when you have nightmares?" Harry had to really think hard about how to answer this question. "When I have a nightmare, it generally takes quite some time before I can be myself again." "So how are you holding yourself?" "The truth is that I cannot hold myself together, Harry. When I have a nightmare, I generally cry. I have got in the habit of putting silencing spells around Gran's room so she would not hear me crying in the dead of night." It was at that moment that Creature popped in with a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 glasses. "Fire whiskey be keeping nightmares away, master." Harry looked incredulously at Creature and then at Neville. Neville seemed to be trying to not to laugh. An elf suggesting drinking fire whiskey was funny, and none of them ever had any experience with it in the past. Creature had disapparated after placing the bottle on the table, and the boys kept looking at it curiously before they decided that they may as well try it. Harry poured generous portions in their tumblers and offered one of Neville. Neville's hand was shaking, but anticipation could be seen on his face. Cautiously they took a sip off it, and it burned its way down to their stomach, and they barely controlled the urge to throw up. Harry asked Neville, "What do you think, mate?" Neville shrugged. "It isn't as bad as I thought it would be." They picked up their tumblers, and in one go, the fire whiskey was down their throats. They grimaced at the taste and its effect upon them. The effects started to show almost instantly upon them. Harry had a funny feeling about all of this, and an idiotic grin spread on his face. He turned to Neville, who was grinning over something. "Remember the fake Mad Eye back in 4th year?" Neville nodded, and he continued, "I still remember how he had transfigured Malfoy into the blonde ferret. He made the perfect ferret with the way he was acting in his transformed state." Neville roared with laughter. "All hail Ferret Malfoy." Harry joined in the laughter. Soon Harry was pouring more of the whiskey, and they were drinking while remembering many of their instances in the past and reminiscing about them. It wasn't until Neville started to snore that Harry realized he had passed out. He himself was not in a position to walk up all the stairs to his bedroom, the 3rd floor, by himself. He loudly called, "Creature." Creature apparated with a loud crack, bowing low to him. "Master," called Creature. Harry said in his slurred voice, "Yes, Creature. Take Neville to one of the rooms and then take me to my bedroom." It had been a week since Neville and Harry had passed out from drinking. Creature had dutifully put them in bedrooms and then retired for the night, content in the feeling that his master and guest would not have any nightmares for this night. In fact, Creature had been horrified when Harry had nightmares for the first night in Grimmauld Place. Harry woke up the next day when nature's call became urgent. As soon as he was up, he felt someone had been hammering in his brain, and it hurt a lot. For a moment he was apprehensive if somehow the soul fragment in his scar had survived, but that was not it. It was a pain which was of different nature, like someone was stomping around in his head and there was lot of nausea. Suddenly he remembered the previous night when he and Neville had drunk to their heart's content. Master is awake, said Creature in his loud bullfrog voice, as he popped in the room with a tiny vial in his hand. Harry put a hand to his head and groaned, "Please not so loud, Creature. What time is it?" "It is time for Master to wake up and go to the ministry," the elf announced, "but before that Master be taking this." The elf extended the tiny vial of light blue liquid and Harry eyed it apprehensively. "What is it, Creature?" "This is a sobering up potion, Master. It will help cure your headache," the elf replied. Since Creature had never tried to poison him, he took up his word for it and emptied the phial in one tiny gulp. Immediately his headache began to subside. Deciding to get on with his day, he went into bathroom instructing Creature, "Please go and wake Neville. Tell him that I will meet him at breakfast in 15 minutes. While he went through his bath and got ready for the ministry, he again noticed how empty his wardrobe felt to him. It was a closet meant for trunkful of clothes and Harry had a very few decent pieces which he could wear in public. When he arrived at breakfast table, Neville looked like mess. When Harry entered the kitchen, he grinned, "You look wasted, Harry." Harry grinned back, "You don't like the picture of sobriety either. If you were to go out in Muggle world at this second, they will think you have come from mental asylum." Neville had conjured a mirror to take into his appearance and perhaps wasn't satisfied with what he saw, for he grimaced at his visage in the mirror. Harry was asking, "Did you have any nightmares last night?" Neville shook his head, "Come to think of it, I hadn't had a single nightmare." "You?" Harry shook his head, "This was perhaps the finest sleep that I had in a long while. I have been plagued with nightmares ever since the tournament, and last night was first time in years when I didn't wake up screaming in the middle of night." Creature was happily serving them while they were trash talking with each other. After a sumptuous breakfast, Neville left for his house while Harry went to the ministry. Before he was leaving, Neville asked him, "Take care of Proudfoot for some time for me, will you? I will be there in an hour." When he reached the ministry, none of the ministry workers showed any excitement at his sight, as was common in public. That had begun to accept the fact that the boy who lived was one among them now, working for the ministry and making his way up instead of just demanding them to serve everything to him on a platter. When he reached the Auror floor, he was informed that everyone was required to report to Robards at once, and he was angry. For some reason, Harry was scared to confront angry Gawain Robards than Lord Voldemort. He cautiously walked towards his office to find that most of the Auror recruits were there, looking apprehensive. Robards was in the Auror office and frothing at the mouth, for the 2-star members of Star Recruits were still not there. As Harry came in, he growled, "Potter, give me 10 push-ups for being late." Harry didn't know what this was about. The others were snickering, seeing him confused and that he was being made to do push-ups. Not having any other option and not wanting to anger Robards further, he went down on 4s and did push-ups as he was asked. It was tiring and every muscle screamed, but he held on. He wouldn't give Robards the satisfaction of seeing Harry in discomfort. He had endured Cruciatus of Voldemort, so this was merely a trifle. After he was done, Robards barked again, "Go and join other recruits. I will be with you all as soon as Longbottom comes in." When Harry reached others, he asked Dean, "What has got him in such mood?" Dean sniggered, "Actually, he is a man who follows the clock and he doesn't like people coming late to office. He had an issue with us coming in late every now and then and took it up with the minister, who told him to have free rein where we are concerned. Proudfoot told us that he generally gives a tongue lashing with it, but he is saving it for when everyone is here. Almost every one of us had to do push-ups, but you had to do the most yet. I hope Longbottom gets more." Harry chuckled, "Oh, Neville will take some time to come. I want to see how much he will have to do." When Neville came, he had to do 30 push-ups. When it was over, Robards had them assembled in front of him. "Do you all think this is Hogwarts where you can do as you please? If you think so, then you are wrong. School is over and behind you. This is the Auror office where time is most important thing. A battle can be lost or won by the difference of a minute. You may think that you are entitled to do as you please because you are war heroes, but that delusion ends here at this moment. This is Auror office, a place which is a dream of so many witches and wizards and yet they don't come close to achieving it. Think of it this way that in recent years only one witch was able to join it. We had heroes of the likes of Alistair Moody, Frank Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, Amelia Bones, Nymphadora Tonks who made their mark in history. From this moment, you will behave as we expect of an Auror. It doesn't matter that some of you may leave this program to go back to school for repeating last year or will join other professions, but till you are here you will do as I ask of you. I don't care who you are, what your family is and what you have done in your life before this day. For me all of you are the same and that is the way I am going to treat you. Next one who comes late to the office next time will have to scrub the floors with a toothbrush. Is that clear? It was certainly unsettling speech. They actually hadn't expected this to happen so soon. Most of them who were on the Auror team temporarily were grumbling in undertone as to how it was unfair that they had to go through it despite not having to join it in the long run. Harry on the other hand was realizing what it was really about. Alistair Moody didn't become Mad-Eye with just knowing some fancy spells or casting them. It had taken him years of toiling at the academy before he could be called an Auror. He was a true leader and those qualities had been installed in him with the years of experience that came to him battling dark wizards all his life. That was not something that could be achieved within a day. Harry knew he was a decent wizard and perhaps among the most powerful ones in Britain, but he would have very hard time against a skilled Auror. Hell, he couldn't even take on Severus Snape and he was a Death Eater. Robards' words also filled him with a sense of thrill that he could feel in his bones. Fighting dark wizards was something he had done since his return to the wizarding world, only this time he would be properly trained and better equipped. He won't have a ragtag group of students behind him with no solid plans, but he will have a group of people who would be highly trained as him and he would know much more than the hexes which he could learn in school. As Robards heard no reply, he thundered again, "Is that clear?" Resounding sounds of, "Yes, sir," were heard among the recruits and they were herded away by their team members. 2 days later, Proudfoot summoned them to his office and when they arrived, he started speaking. Potter, Longbottom, Thomas and Finnegan, the ministry received a tip-off about a meeting of a large chunk of Death Eater sympathizers in one of the shops in Nocturne Alley. You will be told of your target when you reach there. A team of Aurors is being readied for the purpose and you four are to cover the entrance. Clear. When they nodded, he continued, Potter, can you do sonorous spell? When Harry nodded, he continued, so here are the orders. Potter, you will take charge of your group and you will give them fair warning that the ministry has them surrounded when you will see green sparks in the sky. If they resist then use force on them but don't kill them and don't use any lethal spell on them. Is that clear? As they nodded, he had them go out. Another team led by Savage was being sent in the field with Ernie, Susan, Justin and Terry Boot and their work was to cover the rear entrance and to make sure that none of them could escape. Nocturne Alley was more like a ghost town now. Since the war had ended, commerce in Nocturne Alley had come to a halt. People seldom ventured in that direction and whoever did ensured that they could not be seen by the Aurors or anyone else, so there were very few people in the alley when the Aurors went in. A few who were out in open ran inside their establishments or disapparated for fear of being caught. When Harry and his team appeared in Nocturne Alley, they found that most of the shops had been shut and Aurors were patrolling the alley. He knew that the shopkeepers were in there and they were watching everything from behind the blinds which covered their front entrance. It was only due to the presence of Aurors that they were hiding from public eyes. Soon they all had surrounded the Fanged Basilisk, a shady inn down Nocturne with Harry and Neville at the entrance, Dean and Seamus at a distance from them. When Harry had received the signal, he put his wand to this throat and called loudly, "We are the Aurors. You all are surrounded by the ministry forces. Come out without making a move. We have our wands out and pointed at you. If any one of you did anything stupid, it will be your last mistake." At a signal from him, everyone had conjured a shield to save them from whatever may be thrown at them. The door opened suddenly and a wizard ran out with his wand raised and an incantation on his lips. The incantation however died and he came to standstill as he realized that he was facing the man who conquered. He quietly dropped his wand and others behind him did the same. Seamus, who was accompanying them and hoping for a fight, exclaimed, "What the hell happened?" Dean was chuckling. Sometimes it pays to be the man who conquered or the man who slayed the giant snake. They won't draw on either of them. Harry turned to him scowling. Please do not use that name again for me. The entire operation was over in a minute. The Aurors thoroughly ransacked the inn and 10 Death Eater sympathizers along with 5 werewolves were caught. After they were done, the captives were taken to the ministry while Proudfoot cornered their team. Potter, take the others and go to Manchester. A group of snatchers has been rumored to be hiding in the area. Manchester. The wizarding district in Manchester was tiny by Diagon Alley standards. It was wedged between 2 lanes in the Muggle world, and the entrance to it lied in the back of a dilapidated house which had seen better days. The front door to the house was ajar, but the Muggles seemed not to notice it. Cautiously they entered the house, and the signs of destruction were evident. The archway at the back, which opened into the wizarding district, was open, and it seemed as if it had ceased functioning. They cautiously entered the place with their wands up and alert. As they had crossed the threshold, Harry threw himself to the ground to avoid the magenta-colored curse which had passed through the space he was occupying. Neville, who had entered a moment after him, shot a stunner in the direction that the curse came from, and a thud told him that it had found the target. At that moment, 3 more showed their faces, and Harry was up by that time shooting a stunner at one of those. Seamus and Dean had followed, and the entire raid lasted for less than 5 minutes. Calling for the backup, they returned to the Ministry of Magic. When they returned to the ministry, they were informed that the minister was desirous of an audience with Harry and Neville. Since they had no other pending business, they went in to report to him. Kingsley was in his office, and when they entered, he showed them to the chairs opposite them. Please take a seat, Harry and Neville. When they were seated, he handed 2 letters to them. Harry asked, "What is it?" "You should know, Harry, that the ministry has decided to call a session of the Wizengamot. Since many of the members are now dead or in captivity, it was felt that we should have a functional Wizengamot as soon as possible." Harry nodded. "What do you want me to do?" "Harry, as you know that you have inherited the Black seat from Sirius and the Potter seat from your family, so you are entitled to 2 seats. I was hoping that you will help me in pushing the motions that I put forth." Harry nodded. "I will support what I feel is reasonable, Kingsley. You can be assured of this. When is the session and what I am supposed to do?" Kingsley sighed. "It will be a week from now. It is very tiring to explain everything to you in a short time, Harry. You can ask others to help you though. I want to help you, but I don't have the time to do it." "Would the Weasleys know?" he asked. It was Neville who answered. "They were ousted from their seat and branded blood traitors due to a conspiracy, and no one from their family has sat on the Wizengamot for decades now. I don't think they will be able to help you much." Harry nodded. "I will try to learn it from somewhere else then." As they were to leave, Kingsley said, "You can leave now. You have done well today and you can take the day off." Happily, Harry left the minister's office to go to Andromeda's. It had been more than a week since he last saw Teddy, and he was anxious to see the little bundle of joy again. Australia. Ron was in the room which they had booked upon their arrival. This room was one of the 2 which had been booked by the Ministry of Magic, and the Australian Ministry was more than happy to accommodate them. The memory of the day when they had undone Granger's memories was still etched in his brain like yesterday. Flashback. Mr. Granger shouted, "Hermione, what have you done?" "Dad, I. Before she could finish, he was shouting again, "What did you think you were doing by taking away our memories? What did you mean to do by that?" Ron tried to interrupt Mr. Granger. However, a glare from Mr. Granger was enough to make him keep quiet. "This is a family matter, young man. Stay out of it." Ron tried to retort when Hermione turned to him. "Ron, please go." "What?" he exclaimed. "Hermione, how can you simply ask me to go?" Her eyes were welling with tears. "Please, Ron, go. I need some time with my family to make them understand. I will contact you." Ron certainly did not want to leave, but Hermione's plea made him do it. Flashback ends. Since then, he had received a Patronus from her every day. The first day, she had told him that they were still not talking to her but had allowed her to take up the spare room. The second day, she told that they had called her to the table at noon and had questioned her at length. They had asked her about everything that had happened to her in the 7 years of her education. Of course, she had told them about everything that had happened to her over the years, but they still wanted to know. They were particularly interested in everything that happened from fourth year onwards because in the past she had often glossed over the events. They had talked late in the night about everything that happened. About the tournament, the Yule Ball, the return of Voldemort, about Umbridge, about the raid on the Dom at the end of fifth year. By the time she came to the end of sixth year, they had asked her to stop and then they hadn't exchanged a word till the next day. The third day, they had her tell about everything that happened to them on the run. She told them about breaking in the ministry, living in the forests, the Malfoy Manor, their breaking in Gringotts and escaping on the back of a dragon, and finally she told them about the Battle of Hogwarts. When she was done, her mother had clutched her close to her heart for quite some time. Then they went into a lengthy explanation about why she had to erase their memories. They were angry with her about it, but she explained patiently that if she hadn't done that, then they could have ended up dead. She could live with the fact that they didn't recognize her anymore, but she could not afford for them to be dead. After a lot of pleading from her and tears, they had eventually forgave her. After that, the following days had been a blur. Her father wanted his daughter to remain at his side all the time, asking her little things or making small talk and reconnecting with her, while her mother would ask for her help in kitchen or would take Hermione shopping. In a way, they were trying to bond with their daughter who, in a way, had gone far away from them. She also told him that one night, she forgot to put up her silencing charms and her shrieks of horror and panic at her nightmares had woke up her parents. They tried to wake her up, but she just couldn't wake up from the nightmares. They spent half the night comforting her. Next day, they had confronted her about the nightmares and she told them about it. Her father had been very understanding of her and told her that he would be surprised if there were any students who participated in the battle and didn't have any nightmares. Finally, yesterday, Ms. Granger had asked Hermione if she liked anyone or was currently seeing anyone. Hermione had confided in her mother that she was currently dating Ron. Mrs. Granger of course knew Ron from hearing about him and having met him a few times over the years, though she hadn't really paid much attention to them. It seemed her daughter's life had revolved only around two persons, Ronald Weasley and Harry Potter. And now she was seeing one of them. Mrs. Granger had told about it to her husband, who had ordered Hermione to call her boyfriend for dinner. That was the reason for Ron's fretting. When he decided to come to Australia with Hermione to find her parents, it wasn't this that he had signed for. Yes, they were going to tell everyone, but he didn't expect that it would be so soon. However, there was nothing to it but to go and meet the parents now. He had some Muggle clothing with him which he and Hermione had shopped for during the last few days after the war, for they knew they would need it in Australia. The weather in Australia was not such that one could walk around in robes. That would be stifling, and the magical world was not so hidden there. The wizards were not living in a secluded community life, but they lived among the Muggles, mingled in plain sight. He donned his best clothes, or as best as he could think of. It was a t-shirt and jeans, and it was the only Muggle clothing that he felt comfortable in. After having made himself presentable, he went to their house. A quick tip from a witch at the hotel he was staying in, and he had taken a stop along the way to buy a bouquet of flowers for her. Hermione was at the door of their home waiting for him, and when she saw him, she murmured, "You are late. Father has been waiting." Ron handed the bouquet to her. "Hermione, you look very beautiful today, and you are fretting. You had told me to come at 6 o'clock in the evening, and there are 5 minutes remaining before it will be 6. Hermione, however, wasn't listening to him. She was looking at him up and down and ensuring that he looked presentable. With a quick wand work, she put his hair straight and removed some of the wrinkles on his clothes while Ron looked amused. After she was done, he asked her, "So are we ready to face the music?" She led him inside where her father was. He was seated on the sofa in the sitting room, and when Ron entered, he stood from his place extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. I am Daniel Granger." Ron shook his hand, nervously. "Hello, Mr. Granger. Please call me Ron." Mr. Granger turned to his daughter. "Hermione, please go and help your mother in the kitchen while I talk with Ron here." Hermione nervously looked at Ron, who was freaking out. She was reluctant to leave, but with a look from her father, she went in the kitchen. Ron had one hand on his wand, which he kept in his pocket while fidgeting. He didn't know what to expect of him. "Mr. Granger, for making small talk, asked him, "So when did you both start being friends with each other?" Ron nervously replied, "That would be the troll." Mr. Granger raised an eyebrow. "The troll?" Ron fidgeted. There was a troll in the school in first year and we saved her from it." Mr. Granger nodded. "So Hermione told me that you both are seeing each other." Ron nodded. "Yes. And do your parents know about it?" Ron shook his head. "Things were very busy after the war and we had to bury my brother. In between everything that was happening, I didn't get the time." Mr. Granger nodded. "It is clear to me that Hermione cares a lot for you, but what are your intentions towards my daughter?" Now this was a loaded question and Ron didn't know how to answer this. However, he decided to do the best he could. "I love her, Mr. Granger. Our romance started in the middle of war, but I have been having feelings for her since a long time. I know we are teens yet and things can change later, but I intend for it to be a lifelong thing." Mr. Granger adopted a grim demeanor. "Just to clear things between us, Ron, if I hear that you have been giving hard time to Hermione or have hurt her in any way, then you will not like what I can do to you. I may not know magic, but I know a lot of ways to give pain to people in my profession. There is a reason that people avoid visiting a dentist." Ron visibly shuddered with the threat that was casually sent his way by his girlfriend's father. "Don't scare him too much, dear," said Mrs. Granger, who was entering the room with a tray in her hands and Hermione in tow. From there, things turned for the pleasant. The dinner was good and lasted for more than 2 hours with 3 courses. Hermione had confided in her mother that the saying, "The way to a man's heart is through his stomach," could truly apply to Ron. After the dinner was over, Mr. Granger asked him, "What are your plans now?" "I have to return to England now. I don't know if Hermione told you, but we need every man that we can back at home. The ministry needs all of us." Mr. Granger shook his head. "I meant if you were returning to the school. As I see it, you haven't finished your last year and Hermione wanted to return to finish her education." Ron exhaled deeply. "I have been thinking about that. I thought of joining my brother in his business, and for that I don't need to finish my last year." Before the war, they were thinking of expanding the business and opening a branch near the school. "They can use a hand at the moment." Mr. Granger glared at him. "Are you sure that your plans aren't motivated by the fact Hermione would be at the school?" Mrs. Granger interfered. "Don't give him too hard time, dear. The boy will be scared of you." Mr. Granger said resignedly, "I cannot best him any other way, so this is the only way I have got." London. Harry appeared outside the Tonks residence about an hour after leaving the ministry. He had thought about going shopping for some clothes but had put it to a later date. Clothes could wait, but Teddy couldn't. Before going to the Tonks, he had taken a detour in a toy shop on the way. He knew that Andromeda did not want him to fuss too much over Teddy, but he just could not resist. When he was with Teddy, he would forget all his worries and become a child with him. When he knocked at the door, it was opened by Andy, who beamed at him. "Harry. What a surprise. I thought you get off only on the weekends." Harry smiled. "Kingsley told us to go home early. I had time on my hands, so I came here." "So where is my godson?" Andy smiled. "In his nursery, and I can guarantee you that he is as eager to see you." Her smile, however, fell instantly when she noticed the little bag in his hand. "Harry, tell me these are not more toys." Harry grinned. "But they are." She glared at him. "And how many times I have told you to not to bring any more toys. You will spoil him." Harry whined. "But he has got only one godfather, Andy. If I don't spoil him, then who will?" At his reply, she glared at him some more. "You will not spoil my grandson." Harry snorted. "You know, after having braved Professor McGonagall's glare, yours does not even begins to compare with." With that, he ran to the nursery. As he pushed the door and entered in, he was stumped to find that Teddy had company already. Ginny was there, cradling the toddler in her arms, who was gurgling and held one of her locks in his hand. Neville was seated on one of the chairs and content to see the child play with her. As he watched, Teddy changed his hair to match her flaming red hair, making everyone chuckle. Harry asked her, "Ginny, what are you doing here?" It was Neville who answered, "Trying to find you, what else?" "Flowed me to ask about you at the manor. I told her that we were let off early and perhaps you had come here." She enlisted me in the effort to locate you like the old days of Dumbledore's army last year. Couldn't say no when she put it like that. Also, I wanted to meet Teddy. Harry turned to her. What happened? She turned to him, fixing him with a stare. Mother wanted me to find you and haul you to the burrow. She has been in right state that you haven't visited for more than a week now. I mean, we have missed your presence for 2 Sunday dinners in a row. Harry sheepishly grinned. I was busy, Ginny. She huffed. Andromeda told me that you were not busy with or work but finding time to spend with Teddy. You could have brought him to the burrow with you. You know we all love to spend time with him. Since it was not possible for Harry to spend time with Teddy by himself when they had company, he took up the toddler from Ginny's arms and brought him out to the sitting room where Andromeda was sitting on a sofa. Harry kept the toddler in his arms and kept amusing him with colorful bubbles out of his wand while Ginny made some small talk with Andromeda. Andromeda, who by now knew that Harry wouldn't say a word unless prompted, asked him, So Harry, how is the ministry? Neville answered, If Proudfoot needs someone he calls for Harry. If Kingsley wants a word he sends for Harry. If Gawain wants something done, he calls for Harry. In short, everyone calls for Harry. Harry scowled at him, as if people don't flock behind the boy who slayed the giant snake. Andromeda realized they were about to go into an argument. All right, boys. No arguing here. You will scare my poor grandson. After some time, Ginny took her leave of them, telling Andromeda that Molly expected her at home before dinner time. She left telling Harry that Molly would wait for him on Sunday for dinner and that Teddy and Andromeda were already invited. She also warned that if he skipped another Sunday dinner, Molly herself would come to find him and put him in body bind before hauling him over to the burrow. After Ginny left, Andromeda asked him, Has something happened between you two? Harry shook his head. No. Things are fine. It is just that I don't want to impose on them any more than it is necessary. Andromeda could not say anything for she didn't know the boy at all. From what she understood, he was very silent type, who valued his privacy and would never approach to anyone for help. Even if it was something bothering him very much, he won't ask for help. Andromeda, can you tell me about lords and their duties? Harry asked her, shaking her assumptions at once. She raised an eyebrow. And why do you think I know anything about it, Harry? He shrugged. You were born as a black, so I thought you would have been told these things. She nodded. Why do you ask? Kingsley, just this noon, informed me that the first meeting to form the Wizengamot will take place about a week from now. I was not brought up in all this, so I know nothing about it. She closed her eyes for a moment, collecting her thoughts. Harry, these things as you are asking is generally taught to the heir by their lords. I was never the heiress presumptive for my house, so I am afraid I cannot help you much with it. Have you looked in the journals? Maybe they can give you an idea. He smiled sheepishly. The thing is that I haven't yet opened them. What? She exclaimed. How can you be so blasé about it? I mean, they contain records of your estates and how much gold you have. No one ever told me anything about it. I didn't even know that the vault I withdraw my money from is a trust vault until a few weeks ago. She was dumbfounded. She found her voice after about 5 minutes. I guess that makes sense. All right, I will help you read through the journals when you bring them with you the next time. He happily nodded. Thank you. I will take your leave now. She looked at him warily and said sternly, You will stay for dinner with your friend. He meekly nodded. As Andromeda bustled around in the kitchen, both boys kept Teddy engaged. They had literally surrounded the child with all his toys around him and would show one of them to him and show how it worked. He would only look at them with his big round eyes, and when he was in the mood, he would change his hair color or his eyes color. As dinner was being served, Daphne arrived. She looked tired, as if she had not been sleeping properly, and Harry could swear that the glow which he had seen about her in the past visits was not there. Things were awkward between them since they had parted on not so friendly terms at their last meeting. Daphne. Andromeda beamed at her. Come in, come in. Where were you for the last week? Daphne smiled tiredly. I was in Greece chasing after my mother. She then nodded curtly to Harry. Lord Potter. Harry merely replied, Hello, Greengrass. The frostiness in the reply could be felt in the room. Daphne had turned to Neville by now, who was out of his seat and approaching her. She nodded to him with a small motion of head which may as well could be called a bow, heir apparent Longbottom. Neville had taken her hand in his own and was pretending to key the knuckles of her hand, heiress Greengrass. Charmed to meet you after so many years in an informal setting. She nodded. Likewise. The Hogwarts years weren't conducive to the relations between our families. Harry could not understand what they were going on about. As far as he knew from what he had seen, Neville never talked with anyone out of his house and he definitely would not talk to anyone from the House of Snakes. However, he also knew that asking any question of Neville at the moment was not plausible. As dinner progressed, Andromeda asked Daphne, "Has Cynthia decided to return to England?" Daphne shook her head. "Mother told me that she has no interest in returning to England unless it is life or death situation. However, I was able to convince Tori to come back with me. She still has 2 years to spend at the school." Daphne then turned to Neville. "So Longbottom, what is new happening?" "The minister is calling a session of the Wizengamot a week from now. The new lords will be invested, new members will be selected to the Wizengamot and hopefully the Death Eaters will be tried in a month or so." She nodded contemplatively. "I think I chose the worst time to go out. Now I have very little time to see that things work as they should." "You mean manipulating people? Trying to find ways to make them do your bidding?" Harry asked her, unable to stop himself from asking. She sighed. "Really, Lord Potter? You think I would have sided with the light in the battle if I was the manipulating type?" Harry, whose appetite was sated and had been hoping for some time alone with his godson, realized that perhaps leaving right now was a good idea for him. Also, he was not about to get in a debate with Greengrass. He Ed Teddy on the forehead, telling him that he will come later and saying his goodbyes, he left. Daphne was miffed. She turned to Neville. What does he think of himself? Why do Slytherins have to be the conspirators every time? Why does he think we are the same? And if he keeps up the charade of a commoner, the press and the Wizengamot will eat him alive. Neville, who had no idea about how to deal with a witch's arguing, allowed letting her finish her rant. When she was apparently done, he started speaking. "We, i.e., the Gryffindors, never had any good experience with Slytherins in the last 7 years. I sort of lived in the background as I was spared, but they actively looked for him and found ways to harass him. Since no other Slytherin tried to stop them, I think it made him think that they all think alike. The Slytherin house always stood behind whatever Malfoy did to harass us. So that is the only conclusion he could arrive at. And heiress Greengrass, he was born in a pureblood family but he was brought up among Muggles. I would even dare to say that he did not have had happy life with them. So being brought up among Muggles, he doesn't know anything about our customs and traditions. His only potential source of information was the Weasleys, who often try to stand as much as apart from us as they can." For Daphne, this was astounding. She had never been involved in anyone's life too far. She had never seen things from this point of view. She had never bothered herself with the politics in the school. Following the traditions of her family, she had remained neutral, and that perhaps was her folly. Maybe she could try to know the person that Potter really was instead of what people said he was. When Harry left and Daphne had vented before Neville and he told them of what he knew or suspected to be true, Daphne was left in thoughts. She didn't know the boy and she had made assumptions just like he did. She also had to think of a lot of things that were going to happen soon. The Wizengamot was going to reconvene and she was pretty sure that she was behind many others in planning. She knew many family heads personally who held seats on the Wizengamot and she knew how crafty they were. Her father possessed talent equal to them, which had led to him retaining the position of the head of the neutrals for so many years. That, however, was the past now. Many of the neutrals had taken sides in the war and there were literally none left. A few who had been sympathetic to the Death Eaters and who were confident of being able to worm their way out, but Daphne knew better. Her father had once told her about Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was mere senior or then. He had become head of his family at young age due to his father perishing in the First War. He had taken the mantle with vigor and he never shied away from a challenge. Everyone was going to have an awakening when he became the permanent minister, and Daphne knew that he will be the next minister. He was already working towards their betterment, was seen in solidarity with public, and was a war hero on top of that. He had been seen at almost funeral of every hero who had fallen at Hogwarts. People were also talking that he had been leading the secret society, the Order of the Phoenix, since Dumbledore's death. In the changed environment, everything like that went in his favor. She also realized that perhaps befriending Harry Potter would be a good idea considering people worship the ground that Potter walked upon. For that she needed to know the boy and who could tell her about the boy but Neville Longbottom. She asked him, Herr Longbottom, I don't know if I am right but I have noticed that Lord Potter is kind of very private person and doesn't know of the know-hows of our world. I mean he belongs to the upper echelons of our world but he never acted that way. Neville nodded. As I said, he was brought up among muggles so he does not know anything about how the Wizarding Society works. Also he never talks about his life before Hogwarts and never asked any questions about his family. He is very possessive of those he sees as his own and Merlin forbid, if you get on his wrong side then that would be perhaps the last mistake you made. Daphne nodded. I got that idea years ago, Herr Longbottom. And I am quite curious why he never told about his home life. I mean we all talk about it to our friends. Or is it possible that he doesn't care that much about people? Neville shook his head. You have got the wrong idea. Harry loves people he cares about and he is very possessive of them. He even went to fight Voldemort because he thought someone close to him was in trouble. Daphne curiously asked, who? It was Andromeda who answered, his godfather Sirius Black. Daphne was shocked. What? But Black betrayed his parents. He had told you know who about their hiding place. And he tried to kill Potter at the school back in our third year. Andromeda shook her head. That is one of the most glaring errors of the Ministry. Sirius Black never betrayed Lily and James. Sirius was sent to prison without a trail. It was to save him that Harry with his friends had gone to the Ministry when v. Volume. Voldemort's return was admitted by the Ministry. Neville looked at her in surprise. How do you know about it? She smiled sadly. You forgot that my daughter was one of the members of the Order who had come to help you and others. She saw Sirius dying and told me about it that evening. The Ministry never made a public declaration about Sirius's innocence. Neville then turned to Daphne, and Sirius didn't come to the school to kill Harry. He was there to find someone else who was really responsible for killing James and Lily Potter. She asked him skeptically, how do you know about it? Neville grinned sheepishly. It pays to be one in the crowd nobody pays attention to. I heard enough of their whispers to know that Sirius Black was not after Harry but Peter Pettigrew. This is why I was not surprised when I saw Sirius Black coming to save us in the Ministry. Daphne felt someone had jolted her. Wait a minute. You were there. That night in the Ministry when you know whose return was acknowledged and the Ministry said that Sirius Black was murdered in the Ministry. You had gone with them to the Ministry. Neville nodded. Yes, I was there. In fact Hermione, Ron, Ginny and Luna were there too. We couldn't let him go by himself when we thought that he was being lured in a trap. It was then that Teddy woke up, crying. Andromeda picked the boy up, giving him the bottle to feed while Neville took his leave. Teddy however would not stop crying and Daphne took out her wand and started conjuring colorful bubbles for him like Harry did. Not surprisingly, the kid went quit at once. Harry Potter had spoiled him rotten. She asked Andromeda, what is the story behind Harry and Professor Lupin being friends? Andromeda smiled warmly at her question. Remus was not Harry's friend. He was actually James's friend. James Potter was quite the ringleader in his school days and he had 3 friends he loved like brothers. One of them was Sirius Black, who was the best man at his wedding and later the godfather to his son. Another was Remus Lupin and the third was Peter Pettigrew. Remus when he came at Hogwarts was a troubled child and never had friends. He tried to stay alone but James and Sirius dragged him among them and made him feel loved. The next 7 years they spent terrorizing Hogwarts, pranking everyone and in general causing mayhem while being the most accomplished students of their age. When James and Lily died and Sirius was in prison with Peter being allegedly killed by Sirius, there was nothing left for Remus. He was a werewolf so he could not live a respectable life. He never met Harry before your third year when Sirius escaped Azkaban, the first to do that I might add. Dumbledore called him at the castle to teach and to help them catch Sirius because they believed he would go after Harry. He never told Harry about his connection with him though. It was only revealed at the end of year though I don't know the details. For the next few years, they kept in touch and Remus cared for Harry every way that he could. After Remus married Dora, there were a few tense days. When she became pregnant, Remus left her saying he ruined her life by marrying her. He thought that Teddy would be a werewolf like him and people would treat him the way they treated Remus. He returned after a few days, repentant about his behavior and told us that Harry had taught him that he should not run away but face what is to come. For Remus there was no one he could call family except Harry, and when it came to naming a godfather for Teddy, he was the obvious choice. Daphne heard everything that Andromeda told her, and when she was done, she spoke after 5 minutes. It was very enlightening to know about this piece of history. I never knew that Potter knew Professor Lupin so closely or that Sirius Black was innocent. However, I don't understand why does Potter feel intimidated by me? Andromeda asked quizzically. Intimidated? Why do you say so? He always lashes out at me if he doesn't like something I said. I don't think he is prejudiced against Slytherins per se because you were a Slytherin, but he is very friendly with you. But whenever he is here, he tries to run me down and becomes very possessive of Teddy. I mean, the entire time that he stays here he doesn't even let me touch him. He doesn't even mind changing Teddy's diapers just so that I won't go near him. Andromeda chuckled. I think he is afraid that you will take Teddy away. You have seen how possessive he is of Teddy and won't let someone else even handle him. In his mind, Teddy is the only family that he has and the last link to Dora and Remus. Dora came to know him after the tournament and she always cared for him like she would care for a younger brother. Harry feels that he has the same obligation towards Teddy, and also as he is Teddy's godfather, he feels that no one else should be allowed near Teddy who he doesn't approve of. The Ministry. Harry arrived well before time at the Ministry the next day. He had wake up early in the morning and could not go to sleep at once. Daphne Greengrass unsettled him for many reasons, and one of them being that she was always trying to get close to Teddy. He didn't know anything about her and he couldn't trust anyone he didn't know to be near his godson. Sirius had cared for him with his life and Harry would do the same if not less. The headlines in the newspaper had unsettled him and he decided to meet the minister before anything. The headline was, War Orphans. Children in Distress. The war which recently ended took a lot of lives with it. It ended many families, extinguished many bloodlines forever, put many of them on the verge of extinction with killing of their children. For example, Cedric Diggory, who was murdered 3 years ago during the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, was the only child of his parents, and with his death, the House of Diggory stands on the edge of extinction. Many other children were killed during the war, which puts many other bloodlines in danger. Similarly, this war left a lot of orphans. Many children whose parents were dragged to Azkaban for being Muggle-borns and killed, or many others whose parents died resisting the Death Eaters and the Snatchers, have been left orphans. Many children who were born to Muggle-born parents or a Muggle-born and a Muggle were also carted off to Azkaban, and a lot of them perished. Many children were turned by Greyback and his followers as punishment or retaliation, or simply to satiate his greed for tender young flesh to sink his teeth into. This reporter made his way into Street Mungo's, where most of these students are kept. It is small wing which was meant mostly for treatment of children before the war. After the war ended, it has become a home for as much as 40 children who have no family left. Many of them are of Hogwarts age while others are younger than 11. I was told that many children are living with different arrangements as they can make, however that won't last, and if something was not done then they would on roads in next few weeks. One of the healers, Healer Payne, told us, the ministry grants were not sufficient to meet our needs before the war, and now the grants have practically dried up, so the hospital is floundering on its legs. We are not able to meet our daily expenses, and on top of that, these students don't have families to go back to. If the ministry can't help us in any way, then we don't know how we will get through. This reporter also tried to talk to some of the students. A few of them are still in trauma, many of them refuse to talk, and a few of them are uncertain about what will happen to them now. This raises questions which only the ministry can answer. Healer Payne also told us that the hospital is asking for donations to the children's wing to take care of these students. Anyone who thinks he can contribute towards this noble cause is welcome. This news had shaken him and he wanted to ask questions of the minister. He himself was a war orphan and he knew what it was like. He had a brief idea about what he wanted to do, and looking at his ledger, he found he had enough gold to do what he wanted. When he reached the ministry, Kingsley had just come in. His receptionist ushered him in at once without asking any questions. Apparently Kingsley had told her to give him admittance whenever he came. "Harry, take a seat," said Kingsley, inviting him in. "I was actually going to send for you." "Did something happen?" Harry asked. Kingsley shook his head. "No, nothing like that. Have you seen the newspaper?" Harry nodded. "I did." "What about it?" Kingsley came to the point directly. "Harry, you remember I had asked your help in overcoming these times." Harry nodded and he continued, "I will be honest with you. The children wing is not a place for children to live. If they keep living there, it would only make them depressed and their recovery rate would be absolutely low." Harry nodded. "I know that. Can't we place them in orphanage or something?" Kingsley shook his head. "Harry, keeping a magical child in a muggle orphanage is a bad idea. How would you explain their accidental magic? Besides, the wizarding world does not have orphanages." Harry nodded. "What is the alternative then?" "That is where you come in. As you know, many families lost their only children in the war and now stand on edge of extinction. We can request them to adopt children from the children's wing. This way, they will get heirs and the children will get a home. If they don't want them as heirs, they can always take them into foster. However, the success of this scheme depends on you." "How?" "Harry, if the ministry asks them or appeals to them, then it won't make much difference. However, if you were to ask them or request them, then they would do whatever you would ask of them." Harry nodded. "Thank you for being honest with me, Kingsley. I will do it, but I have got to ask. How do I do this?" Kingsley smiled. "I am giving you and Longbottom leave to go and meet your friend Luna Lovegood, whose father owns the Quibbler. The Quibbler, as I remember, is the most trusted source of information for the people these days." Harry nodded, giving him a smile. "I will take your leave then, Minister." Harry didn't know where Longbottom Manor was or their flow address. He waited for Neville to come to the ministry, who took his sweet time to arrive. When he did, Harry met him just when he got off the lifts. "Mate, Kingsley has given us a task and I need your help." Neville's hand automatically went to where he kept his wand stowed in his robes, fingering its handle, and he asked, "What happened, Harry?" "We are going to meet Luna. There is something that we need to talk to her." Neville was apprehensive. "I hope Kingsley isn't offering her a job in the ministry. She would spend half her time going through the ministry to find those creatures she talked about. The heliopaths and the crumpled thingy." Harry snorted. "No, actually, it's not about offering her a job. Now come along or Robards will find us and make us do push-ups." They apparated to Ottery Street. Catchpole near the Rookery. It looked like Mr. Lovegood had restored his place because it was up and about again. He could also hear the press running inside. However, the last time they were here, they had destroyed it when an erumpent horn exploded and Xenophilus was taken captive. Neville knocked on the door and a minute later, a blonde blur had launched itself at the two of them, squealing, "Harry, Neville." After Luna let go of them, she invited them inside. Xenophilus, who was working the press, walked over to them, thrusting his hand forward. "Mr. Potter, it is an honor to have met you again. I hope you will not hold my previous conduct against me." Harry shook his head in reply. "Mr. Lovegood, I know why you did what you did. If I were in your place, I would have done the same. Don't worry on that account." After Luna had them sit at the table, she asked him, "What brings you here, Harry?" "Luna, actually I read the Daily Prophet today and I was very moved the news about the orphans of war. I know what a life of an orphan is and I wish to do something for them. I was hoping that you would take an interview on the same lines." She nodded. "What will this cover?" "Everything about being an orphan," he replied. It took an hour to complete the interview, and when they were done, she hugged him. "I never knew that you went through so much." When they left her home, they were headed for Gringotts. Harry had some business to do with the goblins and he needed someone at his side who would help him understand their ways, even if a little. Luna had promised to publish that interview in 3 days. Gringotts. The account manager was an old goblin with half of his teeth missing, and a patch of hair missing on the back of his head, and apparently he was not one to make small talk. As they entered his office, he showed them to two chairs and asked, "What do you want?" Harry asked him uncertainly, "How much gold is in my accounts?" The goblin looked at him incredulously. "You mean you didn't check your ledger yet? It is self-updating, and even if you withdrew just a galleon, it would be recorded there. Why would you waste my time asking such an idiotic question?" Harry didn't knew what to say, but Neville came to his rescue. Lord Potter didn't had the opportunity yet to deeply go through all of his accounts and holding to know the extent of his wealth and how much of it is coming in or being spent. The goblin said stiffly, "Then instruct him about how to go about it. It won't do for me to go through teaching him the basic things about banking." Harry, who had enough, said, "I was asking for I am willing to make a large withdrawal. I want to know how much I can withdraw before the bank would get worried." The goblin sneered, "Nothing that you wizards do can get us worried, wizard." Neville snorted, "Except maybe breaking in the bank, fooling all of you and then escaping on the back of a dragon." The goblin bit back an insult, "You can draw as much as gold as there is in your accounts. Now if there is nothing else, then please leave me in peace. And next time you come, remember to have studied your finances well." Harry nodded. "And how can I make a donation without having to carry a heavy bag of galleons?" The goblin tossed him what looked like a couple of checkbooks and drawled, "These are checkbooks to your accounts. When you want to pay someone through it, enter the amount in the space and stamp it with your signet ring. No stamp means no payment." Harry instantly filled one check each from both of his accounts for 5,000 galleons each. Neville asked him, "Are you starting some business that you need so much gold to invest in?" Harry shook his head, "I am going to donate it to St. Mungo's. They are in desperate need of funds at the moment and I have more than I can spare." Neville nodded and they left the bank. However, before they left the premises, Neville had stopped at the counter to make a withdrawal from his account. St. Mungo's. They entered the hospital without anyone noticing them and reached the reception counter without any trouble. The witch gave them directions to the children's floor where the donation box was kept. When Harry tried to put the checks in, Neville stopped his hand. "What are you doing, mate?" Harry looked at him quizzically. "I thought I am making a donation." Neville rolled his eyes. "I know that. But if you want it to be anonymous, then the checks will be give away. If you want others to know, then you should give it in person to Healer Payne. It is not proper to just leave it here in the donation box. I have met him a few times and he looks like a good bloke to me." Healer Payne's office was at the end of the corridor of the children's wing and there was a reception parked outside it. They approached the receptionist. "Excuse me, we need to meet Healer Payne. We have a donation to make." She still hadn't looked up from her work. "Healer Payne is very busy and can't see people with appointments. Please leave your donation in the donation box at the end of the corridor." No other lord or someone influential had yet came to make such a donation, so she wasn't bothered with the fact that someone had came to make a donation. The donations that they had received so far were from the regular ordinary people who gave what they could spare from their earnings. Neville, who was irritated at her behavior, yet kept his calm and said authoritatively, "We will leave the donations in the box as you suggest. Please inform Healer Payne that Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom had come to meet him when you see him." The receptionist's head snapped up at once and she tried all she could to not to gasp or squeal in surprise. When she got up this morning, she had no idea that she would meet the man who won or the man who slayed the giant snake in person today. She almost jumped up from her chair stuttering, "My AP. Apologies. I will inform him right away. Please don't go." When she returned about a minute later, she was accompanied by Healer Payne, who looked to be flustered that he was considered important enough to be visited by the duo of Potter and Longbottom. He thrust his hand forward, shaking their hands in turn warmly. "I am sorry for her behavior, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom. I am Healer Payne. Please come in and have a cup of tea." He led them in and seated them in two very comfortable chairs. After making sure that their guests were comfortable, he started speaking. "I can't tell you how excited I am to see you both here. It is not every day that I get to meet celebrities like you two." Harry scowled. "We are not celebrities. We are just two 17-year-olds like everyone else and we have come to talk to you." He nodded. "How can I help you?" Healer Payne. "I read the newspaper this morning and I was moved by the news. I can tell you that life is never easy for an orphan and even more so for someone who has been through a war or torture. I cannot help everyone, but I will do what I can for those I could. To that end, I have a donation to make. With that, he put the checks in front of him. The healer picked the checks, saw the amount, and dropped them in shock. He found his voice after a minute. Mr. Potter, you know how much the ministry gives us by way of grant for a month. 1,000 galleons for a month, and that was before the war. That was not sufficient for our needs then. After the war, our costs were gone up to 2,000 galleons and we are floundering. With this amount that you are donating us, it will keep us going till 5 months. It is even twice my pay as a healer. Harry simply said, I didn't really need this money. I have more than I can possibly spend in one lifetime, even if I lived like a royal. If you ever need more gold for the children or the hospital, don't hesitate to owl me. Healer Payne could only say, thank you. I will make the best use out of it. Neville, who had been quiet till then, said, I won't be able to take my seat until the coming session, so I can't match what Harry has given, but I too have a little contribution to make. With that, he brought the bag of galleons and deposited it in front of Healer Payne on the table. This pouch is enchanted with the extension charm and contains 4,000 galleons. I hope it will suffice. Healer Payne couldn't find enough words to express his gratitude. I don't know what to say. I was very worried this morning about how to care for the students since we had run out of gold, but you have given a new lease of life to these children. If there were more people like you in this world, it would be a better place. Harry smiled. There are better people than us in the world, I am sure. As they were about to leave, the healer asked them, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom, would you mind if I publicize the fact that you both have made donations to the hospital? Harry frowned. Why would you do that? It will inspire others to do the same, Mr. Potter. There are many out there who are inspired by your actions. Anything that you do would inspire them to do the same. Harry looked at Neville, who shrugged. I don't see any harm coming out of it, Harry. Harry nodded. You can do that, Healer Payne. But remember to owl us if you are in need of funds. They reported to Kingsley when they returned to the ministry, who asked them, so how did it go? It was all right, Kingsley. Mr. Lovegood agreed to publish it in 4 days from now. Kingsley nodded contentedly. Can I ask something more of you, Harry? Harry was apprehensive. What? Harry, as we were discussing the issue of war orphans this morning and that there are no magical orpahanages, I thought maybe we could start a foster program. What does that mean? Kingsley hesitated in speaking. Harry, a child should grow up in a proper family and not in some place where he isn't loved. We have many families who lost their only child, and then we have many children who lost their families. If these families were to adopt a child or agree to foster them under their roof, it could be beneficial for both of them. Harry nodded. It is a good idea, but where do I come in? Kingsley grinned sheepishly. Oh well, Harry, I was actually hoping that you would cash in on your reputation. You are worshipped by the people and you inspire people by your actions. If you said something, then they would at least consider it, even if they don't agree to it instantly. I am hoping that every family would at least adopt a child or agree to foster one. Harry was uncertain about this proposition. I don't know if I agree, Minister. I need time to think about it. He nodded. But please think about it and let me know before the Wizengamot reconvenes. As they were leaving, Neville said, he was right, you know. What do you mean, Neville? He asked. If you agree to this plan, it would lead to many children having happy lives and not to feel like orphans. I haven't been very better off than you in this regard, that my parents don't even recognize me. It is worse than not having them at all. We can't let this happen to any other child. Harry nodded. I will think about it, Neville. It is just that I don't like when people ride too much on my fame. The next day, Harry and Neville had received a letter from the healer that evening. In that letter, he had again expressed his gratitude for their donations and for agreeing to let him use their names for attracting others towards making equally big donations. He had also told them that he had already given the news to the prophet and the quibbler, and they could expect it to be there in the newspaper the next day. True to his words, there was a news item on the front page on the newspaper. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, the philanthropists. In response to the news item published in the paper yesterday, there was impressive response to the call of help out of desperation by the healer. Healer Payne informed the newspaper that apart from the regular donations that they received large sums of gold from none other than Harry Potter, better known as the man who won and Neville Longbottom, or the man who slayed a giant snake. The healer showed the checks for 10,000 galleons received from Mr. Potter and that Mr. Longbottom had donated a sum of 4,000 galleons towards the children's wing of the hospital. To quote Healer Payne, their generosity knows no bounds. They could have done with paying a nominal sum of gold and get a minute of fame for it. However, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom were reluctant for me to even tell anyone about it. The world would be a better place if everyone did as much good as they did. There you have it, dear readers. The man who won is also helping us get through these tough times as best as we can. I surely hope that others will come forward and do their bit in helping us through these tough times. Neville, who had stayed last night and shared fire whiskey with Harry, said, "They are laying it on thick. The Daily Prophet is sure trying to get in your good books again." Harry laughed. "They won't. Not after all they did to me. If I have my way, I would help the Quibbler take its place." That day was also Saturday, which meant they had their day off for today and the next day. As it was, Kingsley wasn't riding them too hard for now. They were getting 2 days off until it would be September and they would be drafted in the Auror Academy. Harry was planning to have a long day ahead with just his godson, which was interrupted when Owl soared in the kitchen where they were sitting and dropped a letter in his lap. The owl was a barnacle of rather common gray color and didn't wait for any treats. Harry turned the letter over and over, but it was only his name written on it in hastily scrawled letters which looked familiar to her. It turned out it was a letter from Ron. The letter read, "Dear Harry, I returned home late last night and found that you had already moved out. I remember that you had told me that you were planning to move out, but I hoped you would stay until we came back. I have got a lot to talk about and I have forgot where you lived, but I can only assume that you are living at where we had the headquarters of the order. Mum tells me that she hasn't seen you in ages and that you should join us for lunch today. Ron." Harry pushed the letter into his pocket and turned to Neville. "Looks like Hermione and Ron have returned. I am invited for lunch at Weasley's. Are you coming?" He nodded. "Won't hurt to meet them. Would it?" The burrow. When they reached the burrow, everyone from the Redhead clan was already there. Ron met him just outside the door, whopping at the top of his voice, and tackled his best friend in a bear hug. "I feel like I haven't seen you in ages, mate." Harry smiled. "Same thing, Ron." Then he noticed that Hermione didn't come with Ron to meet him at the door. He asked Ron, who was greeting Neville, "Hey mate, where is Hermione?" Ron shrugged. "Come inside. I will tell you." Harry asked suspiciously, "Did you both fight again? Or did you leave her there by herself and returned?" Ron looked scandalized. "Harry mate, come inside and I will tell you." Inside the burrow, it was full house. Everyone was there, including Bill and Fleur. Even Andromeda was there with little Teddy, who was with Bill and bouncing on his knee. Harry rushed to pick up the toddler and Bill took him out of Harry's reach. "Calm down, Godfather. Let others also play with him." Harry pouted and looked pleadingly at Andromeda, who chuckled. "Won't work on me, Harry. Besides, you need to learn to stop being so protective of him. Nobody is going to harm him or take him from you. You are his godfather and you will remain so, but give time to others too." Harry nodded sheepishly. "I guess I can do that." The lunch was very robust affair, with only Mr. Weasley, Percy and Charlie being absent. Mrs. Weasley told them that Charlie had already left for Romania to join the Dragon Reserve and Arthur and Percy were at the office. Lunch lasted for an hour, during which he talked with everyone. Neville was welcomed with equal enthusiasm, was seated next to Ron, and they kept talking about the Australia tour. Harry kept an ear on their conversation while the other on whatever George was telling him. George was saying, "We were going to expand our business just before we had to shut shop and run around Easter. The deal was already made and the title deeds for Zonko's place in Hogsmeade are in our names now. My problem is that I can't find someone to fill it. If Fred were here, I could have taken one of the shops." Ron piped up. "I can look after that shop, if you don't mind, George." Harry looked at him curiously. "And I thought you were going to join the Aurors with me." Ron shook his head. "Nah, mate. I had enough fighting dark wizards for a lifetime. I don't want to do that all my life for a living. I can always help George in the shop if he agrees, or I will go try my luck with the cannons. Harry was surprised. You really want to go professional? That will be exciting, Ron. I say that you go for it. You have it in you. After all, you were the keeper of Gryffindor for 2 seasons where we had back-to-back wins. Ron was grinning with pleasure at himself that his best mate agreed to his idea of profession. However, he was also very eager to join Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. After all, even if went professional, the career won't last forever and he will need to do something to fend for himself and his family. George, who had been thinking about his offer, said, "Tell you what, Ron, if you can give me an idea which will outdo any other ideas of mine, then I will let you join as a partner." It was a challenge, but Ron didn't shy away from it. "I will get to you with such an idea." After everyone had cleared the sitting room and they were alone, Harry asked Ron, "Now what happened in Australia?" Ginny, who was sitting on a sofa nearby, asked, "What happened in Australia?" Ron told everything that happened, from then finding the Grangers to waiting for Hermione for a week, then being invited to her house for a dinner. He also told them how he had left the dinner feeling scared of Mr. Granger. After he was done, Harry prompted him again, "Why Hermione didn't return with you?" Ron said offhandedly, "She said she had missed her family and spending time with them for years now, and she needed to spend some alone time with them without having to worry about the war or having to think about what new trouble Harry would get into or whether the new defense professor wouldn't be a werewolf or a Death Eater in disguise." Harry chuckled. "Sounds like the Hermione we know. She will have her heart's desire though. With Tom being dead and us being passed out, she would have a peaceful year to herself where she won't have to worry about saving us but only about earning perfect newts." After they exhausted themselves with talking about everything that had happened, Harry noticed that Neville wasn't there anymore. He asked Ron, "Where did Neville go?" Ron frowned. "He was here with Ginny just a minute ago. I guess they went outside." Outside the burrow, they found the duo in the orchard. Ginny was flying to experience the thrill of flying, while Neville, who had conjured a chair, was sitting in it and watching her fly. Sometimes he would throw apples her way which she would catch and then throw it through a hoop that they had conjured. "Didn't know that you fancied Quidditch, Neville," Harry said. Neville snorted. "Kinda hard to not to get interested in the game after the best player of the school lives in your dorm." The day was spent happily without having to worry about anything. In fact, Harry couldn't remember a day which was so peaceful in the recent times. Letters. That night, Harry received a letter by a regal-looking gray owl which had Gryffindor red ribbon around its neck. From the ribbon, dangled a little crest which he didn't recognize. He had Creature check the letter to see it was safe to open and then took the envelope. On the top of it was written his hand in regal handwriting. Harry J. Potter, Lord of the House of Potter and Black. The odd thing was that there was no address on the body but the description of his lordship's. He opened the letter and it was written in the same script. It read, "Lord Potter, we have met before in more informal environment and in informal positions. This, however, is a letter of communication between two equals, i.e. two lords who hold places upon the Wizengamot. I know you have been offered by the ministry to take your family seat upon the Wizengamot, and I know that you are not acquainted with the nuances of politics which prevail there. In the previous years, there were political ties between our families when we supported or opposed a motion together. I believe that such an alliance in this changed environment would prove beneficial to all of us and we can work for the benefit of the wizarding world. I am inviting you to a meeting of potential allies at Longbottom Manor at 7 p.m. in the evening. I hope you will honor my request and grace me with your presence. Dowager Augusta Longbottom, Lady Regent of the House of Longbottom." Now this was something that Harry didn't know. He also wondered why Neville didn't tell him about this meeting or why he just didn't invite him directly instead of having his grandmother send this invite. He figured he would get the answers the next day. At the same time as Harry received a letter, a barn owl with the Longbottom crest was winging its way towards Greengrass Manor where a certain Miss Greengrass lived. Daphne had been making plans, thinking of whom to ally with. She knew for certain that being a novo, no one would really hear to what she had got to say. She would have to join a group or another and work from there. She would make herself a force to be reckoned with. After she received the letter and had read it, she exhaled in relief. This letter took care of a lot of her problems, and it looked like Dowager Longbottom was going to form a power block on the Wizengamot of which she would be the leader. Daphne had no problem with that. She had decided to join the Light, and in her opinion, there was no one as impressive as Dowager Longbottom in the Light faction right now. But she chose to see what was on the table for her before she committed. In response to the act of charity done by Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, the donations at the children's wing at St. Mungos's have spiked up as the Wizarding World elite rushed to emulate their hero and their savior. Healer Payne, who is the in charge of the wing, said, "People have started to come out to show kindness and empathy towards these children who are orphans and have no home or relatives. Yesterday, we received donations in excess of 30,000 galleons from as many 10 wizards and witches, of whom many belong to the ancient and most noble houses. Most of them, however, refuse to be named, for they don't seek recognition for their acts from the ministry." There you have it, readers. As this reported had anticipated, the Wizarding World is striving to join hands with its savior in helping us being over these tough times. Let's hope that the efforts will continue. Harry, for his part, was delighted. It was a good start. For the first time, he felt his fame was of some use to the Wizarding World. In his 6th year, he had refused Rufus Scrimgeour's attempts to enlist him as poster boy of the ministry, but if Kingsley could use his image to really do good for the public and not merely use him to attempt to delude others, then he was not saying no to it. He was also thinking about the foster program which Kingsley had mentioned, but he wanted someone else on it. Someone who could be the ideal face for the ministry to show to the world. It was something that he could talk to Kingsley when they would meet the next day. For now, the meeting that he was invited to by Neville's Gran was on his mind. He had no experience of playing politics in the past. Sure, he had been offered by Scrimgeour, but he had chosen to stay above it. Now, however, he had to become involved if he wanted to change things. For good or worse, the Wizarding World was his own than the Muggle world, and he would be damned if he didn't try to change it. He chose his best clothes to wear for this meeting at Neville's, and a cloak which Creature had found for him. It had once belonged to Regulus Black in the past and still looked new even if it was in fashion about a decade ago. Harry arrived in the Longbottom Manor at exactly 5 p.m. as Neville had asked him during the day. He had sent a letter to Harry asking him to come at the appointed hour along with the flow address. He had realized the error that Harry didn't knew his flow address, so he had remedied it by a letter. Harry couldn't send him a letter because he didn't have an owl. The Longbottom owl which had brought his mail had flew away as soon as Harry could untie his letter from its claws. As he made one of his spectacular exits from the flow, landing on his butt, Neville grabbed him by the arm. "All right there, mate." Harry scowled. "I would never get used to the modes of magical travel. Can't get out of the flow even without falling on my face." Neville chuckled. "Takes a little practice. Every now and then I fall on my butt when using the flow." The Longbottom Manor was, there was no other word for it, huge. The flow room itself was as big as the common room back in the Gryffindor Tower. The corridor which led from it could accommodate 4 people side by side and was about 10 meters long. The long corridor was lined up with rows of portraits of Longbottom family members. Harry could feel their eyes on him as Neville led him through the gallery to the meeting room which was at the end of the corridor. The meeting room was enormous in itself. There was a large table in the middle which could seat as many as 30 people at once, and it was circular opposed to square or rectangular. That way everyone was at equal distance from each other. There were more portraits in the meeting room, tapestries, and photos. He could also see Neville's handiwork as there were many plants lined up on the shelves around the room. He also saw the now infamous Mimbus Mimbletonia, which was famous for covering people with stinksap. Augusta Longbottom was at the head of the table and she stood from her place when Harry entered. He extended hand to her. She shook his hand saying, "Welcome to Longbottom Manor, Mr. Potter. This visit was long due." "Thank you, Mrs. Longbottom," he replied. "I never really got the time in the years to go anywhere except my home and the Weasleys." She nodded. "Dumbledore kept you under his crooked nose, didn't he?" Harry snorted. "Not so much under his nose but under his watchful eyes. I mean, things were fine till 4th year, but then Voldemort returned and we had to be very careful. Besides, if I was seen too much fraternizing with people, they would have been targeted just to get at me. She nodded. You are as noble as your ancestors were. I had the fortune to know Fleemont and Euphemia personally. Harry asked her, Fleemont and Euphemia? She nodded. Yes, they were your grandparents. Weren't they? Harry said in small voice, I never knew. I figure I should have asked people. She looked scandalized. You know nothing of your family history, Mr. Potter. He shook his head, only a little of what has been told over the years. I only know that my grandfather invented Sleekeasy, which is the most selling cosmetic potion in the world. I am sorry, Mr. Potter. I thought you knew about your family. He nodded. I am trying to know now. Can I ask a few questions? She said encouragingly. Yes, please. Mrs. Longbottom, you could have let Neville tell me about this meeting, or he could have given this letter in person to me. Why not do that? What is this meeting about? And please call me Harry. She smiled. Harry it is, then. Now as to your questions, then house business is formal and official business. It is always conducted by the head of house or the regent and not the heir or heir apparent. Neville as of now is still an heir apparent to the house of Longbottom. He cannot make such communications in that capacity until his investment in the next session, which is in exactly 4 days from now. At the time of his investment, he will become the Lord and I will abdicate for him. This meeting which is called today is to find prospective allies on the Wizengamot. Whenever any bill or motion is brought before the Wizengamot, has to be passed through it before it can become a law. The members always form coalitions to oppose or support a motion which they feel is contrary to or favorable to their interests. The last Wizengamot was heavily dominated by the purebloods that supported you-know-who, and therefore, progress was hindered during that time. This time, we are hoping for a Wizengamot where we have majority of people who are of the same thinking as us. I called a meeting of everyone I think would like to ally together. Let's see where it goes. Neville asked. Gran, if you abdicate in my favor, then how you will be able to move this coalition? I mean, without you being up there, we wouldn't know what stance we are going to take. She smiled. I will still be here, Neville. We will hold meetings and we will decide everything beforehand. Harry asked her, what if everybody doesn't agree to this alliance or whatever? She smiled. First of all, that is not going to happen. You are the savior of the wizarding world and everyone would want to be seen with you. I am willing to let you take the lead if the need be, and you can always make your choices. If someone still doesn't want to ally with us, then we will find some new ones. The Burrow. Ginny had been doing honest soul searching for the last few days since the war was over. She had loved Harry and a little part of her still did, but something had changed fundamentally. She didn't feel her heart flutter every time she saw him. She hadn't really known him until she had started dating him. When she did, she began to appreciate the differences between what she thought he was and what he really was. She had loved and idolized the idea of the boy who lived. She was swayed off her feet with all those stories she had heard about him since she was little. When Ron had written a letter home telling that he had become Harry Potter's friend, Ginny wanted him to tell everything. The truth didn't match the description she had in her mind, but that didn't deter her. She was even afraid to speak in her presence for 3 years at least, until Hermione told her to get confident with herself and he would notice her in time. That had happened and it broke a lot of assumptions she had made. She had seen him beaten, broken, wounded, and at times vulnerable. It all had started to make her see him as Harry Potter and not the knight in shining armor. She had realized he was as much as normal as they were, and it had disenchanted her. She was trying to see if she had any romantic feelings towards him. They had spent almost a year away from each other, during which she had noticed others in his absence. She wouldn't have noticed Neville otherwise, who had stepped up in his role as the new leader of the resurrected Dumbledore's army. She knew he had withstood a lot of torture at the hands of the Carrows for leading the rebellion against them, but Neville never gave up. In fact, she had realized that he was as brave as Harry, but he didn't needed to step up in that role until it fell on his shoulders. He had led the students in the battle and fought with Death Eaters without fearing for his life. He had even faced Voldemort and lived to tell the tale, which made him one among the few who could claim that. She had also noticed that he was broken inside. Hannah Abbott's death had taken its toll on him. He already had seen enough in his life, with his parents being incapacitated in St. Mungo's for life, and then Hannah's death had hit it too close to home for him. Yet the boy refused to stop or let anything hinder him. He and Harry truly were made of different stuff than others. A canute for your thoughts, Ginny, said Ron, who slid in a chair opposite her. She scowled. My thoughts are more precious than a canute, Ron. He nodded. So what are you thinking? She took her time to form a reply. I had been making involuntary comparisons between Harry and Neville. I mean, I have known both for the same time and I realized that they both are so alike. They both love private lives, but they are both leaders and they are very Gryffindor-ish in their behavior. When you lot were out there doing whatever you needed to bring Voldemort down, Neville was leading the Dumbledore's army and enduring torture at the hands of Carrows, but he didn't back down. In the battle, he led by example and inspired us to keep fighting. I won't forget how he faced down Voldemort before the battle resumed in the morning. Ron chuckled. You are hero worshipping him. She scowled at him, her eyes turning a dark shade of red. I am not hero worshipping anyone. I got over that a long time ago. I still see Neville as the clumsy, forgetful Gryffindor he was, but I also know how he grew up over the years and became a powerful wizard. If their lives were interchanged, I think he would have done as honorable as Harry did. Ron sighed. I don't really understand these sort of things, Ginny, but yes, Neville is as brave as Harry is. Longbottom Manor. Everyone who had been invited by Lady Longbottom was there in the meeting room of the manor. To his surprise, Harry noticed that Mr. Weasley was there too, and he was more than sure that Arthur didn't have a seat on the Wizengamot. To his woe, he noticed Daphne was there too. Ernie was also there with a man who greatly resembled him. Susan was also there, and there were many more whom he couldn't recognize. He counted at least 15 persons in total in the meeting room, and almost all of them came to shake his hand. When everyone had arrived, Augusta stood in her place. Welcome to Longbottom Manor. We know there are a few among us who are not the Wizengamot, however, when it reconvenes this time, we are going to try to put in some new names for the seats previously held by the Death Eaters. Also, we are going to form a block on the Wizengamot which will act under the leadership of one of us, chosen by everyone's consent. The man with Ernie raised his hand. Can I say a word, Dowager Longbottom? She nodded. Yes, Lord Macmillan. He stood and started speaking. We all here agree that no one among is more experienced on the Wizengamot than you, so I propose you to lead this block. She nodded. Thank you for the confidence shown in me, Lord Macmillan. Now I propose that we join our forces together and form a power block in the ministry which will reshape our world for a better future. Daphne asked her, Lady Longbottom, I ask for you forgiveness for my insolence of speaking out of turn, but I want to know what is in it for us. I mean, how do we benefit from this coalition that you are proposing? Augusta smiled. Spoken like a true Slytherin, Ms. Greengrass. This alliance will be a great help to the ministry in reshaping our world. Individually, most of us are here selflessly, while others may have some interests which we can't foresee at this time. Any one of us can make a motion to the Wizengamot in their interests, and being honor-bound, we would have to honor our commitments. In a way, it will lead us to making what benefit we can of this while helping others. For example, I know your family has a potions business and that many of the ingredients or potions are banned in this country despite being useful to the world at large. Now, while those potions can help others on the one hand, then on other, you as manufacturer of the potions would get to make profits out of it. Harry asked her, what if I am not willing to support a motion? In that case, Mr. Potter, we can always talk about a unanimous vote before the motion is tabled. As the rules propose, advance notice is to be given before any motion can be moved. We will try to resolve our issues, but if consensus can't be reached, then the dissenters can do what they like. I am not going to ask you all to think of the greater good or anything like that. I'd rather that we pay attention to our present needs. When the meeting was over and they were leaving, one of the men approached Harry. Lord Potter, a moment please. Harry walked towards the man and extended his hand for a greeting, but other than that, no other gesture was made to acknowledge the other man. He stiffened a bit but then relaxed. I am Aurelius Folly, head of the Folly clan, and I hold a place on the Wizengamot. I wanted to ask a question of you. He nodded. What is it, Mr. Folly? The man stiffened again for a moment before he smiled brightly. Lord Potter, I have written letters to you over the years asking for an audience with you, for my family did business with yours, but none of my letters were responded to. Did we offend you in some way? Harry was surprised. I never received a letter from you, Mr. Folly. In fact, in all the years that I have been at Hogwarts, I never received a letter from anyone other than my friends or the school. The man sounded worried. That is troubling, Lord Potter. I reckon someone placed a redirection ward on you and has been diverting your mails. You never figured out that hundreds of letters would have been sent to you every year by people who revere you. Harry was thoughtful for a minute. I think it may have been. Who do you think was redirecting my mails? Lord Folly replied. I don't know if I can answer this, for I know very little of your life. You must ask these questions of someone who had the most influence on your life. Harry nodded. I can think of at least one man who can tell me about this. Folly smiled. I hope I will have the fortune to host you under my roof someday, Lord Potter. And I am hoping you will join this alliance. We can do a lot of good for the wizarding world. As Lord Folly left, Harry was thinking about confronting the person who had influenced his life the most. Someone who was quite dead, but there was a way he could talk to him. However, that would be another day. For now, Teddy waited for him and he had promised the toddler to bring more toys for him. Before he could leave, however, Neville had stopped him to talk about something which the Ministry in its infinite wisdom had chose to overlook for the last 2 years, but now it was time to rectify that one mistake. Ministry of Magic. The next morning, Harry was immediately summoned by Kingsley when he reported to the Auror office. Robards knew that Harry was much sought after, so he released him whenever the minister required him to. It was so that Harry often found himself in being involved in tasks which meant more than Auror work. When he entered Kingsley's office, the minister asked him bluntly without any preamble, Harry, what you think about the foster plan now? Kingsley, the foster program is fine. In fact, it is more than perfect, but I don't think I am the right person for it. Kingsley raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Kingsley, you know I am just 17. I can't actually take in a child and be expected to care for it. I can't even look after Teddy all the day by myself. I did my bit by the interview which will be published in the Quibbler tomorrow, but you need someone else for this campaign. Someone whose child was a hero, killed in the war, and they are parents who know what it is to care about a child. Who are you referencing to, Harry? Kingsley asked him. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, Harry said simply. They are the best suited for this because they lost their only child Cedric on that night when Voldemort returned and the Second Wizarding War began. He was the first casualty of the Second Wizarding War, and it was his death that prompted many others to avenge him on the Death Eaters. He was loved by everyone who knew him, and I would add that the Diggorys adopting or fostering a child under their roof would give the impetus that you need. Kingsley was nodding. So what do you suggest? You need to call in Amos Diggory here. When you do that, please don't keep me here though. Talk to him and tell him about the proposed foster plan. If he agrees, then let him adopt a child tomorrow itself. If he doesn't, then you can always find someone who would. And publish the news of the adoption of this child the day after tomorrow. This way, the interview and Diggory's adopting a child will prompt others to do the same. Kingsley nodded. That is a good idea. I will work on it, Harry. You can go now. Harry shook his head. Kingsley, for all the help that I am giving to you, I need a favor in return. What favor? He asked. Sirius was never acquitted formally. I never saw the ministry apologize about hounding an innocent man or throwing him in prison for 12 years without a trial. I want the ministry to correct this mistake now. Kingsley hesitated. Harry, what you are asking will put the ministry in bad light. Kingsley, you were not the minister then. You were the Auror who was tasked with catching Sirius Black, so it would look better coming from you that you tried to tell them that Sirius was innocent, but the idiot Fudge didn't wanted to listen. Besides, most of the blame lies on the previous administration for everything that went wrong. I don't know what you will do, but I want full justice for Sirius Black. Kingsley nodded. Don't forget to check the Daily Prophet or the Quibbler tomorrow. Black Townhouse. This morning, there was a surprise. When Harry woke up, he found the surprise of his life in the kitchen. Andromeda was bustling in the kitchen, tending to everything that was there to do, while Creature was looking after Ted, who, it looked like, wanted nothing more than to get the stranger creature near so Teddy could pull its ears or just touch him to see if he can see what sort of creature it was. Creature, for some unexplained reason, was very giddy with joy and muttered to himself while trying to entertain Teddy. Harry, In fact, had never seen the ancient elf look so happy, but if something made him happy, then Harry was not one to object to it. What would you like for a breakfast, Harry? Andromeda asked him, bringing him out of his musings. Eggs and bacon would be fine, Andromeda, he replied. What are you doing here though? She smiled brightly. Teddy was restless and I thought maybe a change in scenery would be good for him. Also, I think he makes Creature very happy. Harry nodded. I haven't seen him looking so happy before this. Elves generally love children and are very fond of them. Also, since Teddy is the only child with black blood in his veins for the moment, Creature loves him more for it. Creature is hopelessly devoted to the ancient and most noble House of Black. As eggs and bacon were being loaded in his plate, Harry thought of something which had pestered him for the last few days. Andromeda, I never got around to ask this, but how do you manage your time between your work and Teddy? I mean, he requires all of your attention. She smiled ruefully. I don't work, Harry. Ted used to earn enough to tend to our needs and made some savings during the years while I was busy raising Nymphadora. Later, Nymphadora was also working, so I kept the house as I had been taught during my early years. I go by with the savings that Ted and I had managed over the years. But how can you manage with a little to go by? And does it not get worrisome for you? And you both being alone in the house does make you worry about your security. She nodded. It does, but what can be done about it? Harry said excitedly. You can live here in Grimmauld Place. I dare say the Weasleys can live here with place to spare, so two won't be a bother at all. She still hesitated. We would be in the way, Harry. He scoffed. You won't be in the way. In fact, I find it very desolate and dreary with no one to live around. I would be delighted if Teddy would be around me all the time. She opened her mouth to protest again, but he said enthusiastically, I won't hear a word more of it, Andromeda. You are coming to live here by yourself, or I will haul all your stuff here. I can be with Teddy every time that way. Finally, she gave in and asked to borrow Creature for the day to help her pack. After he had seen her through, he made sure that Teddy was in his crib and sleeping before he turned to the newspaper which had arrived sometime before and perhaps attended to by Andromeda. As Kingsley had said, he turned it to the first page at once. Sirius Black exonerated posthumously. In a startling revelation made to the press last night, the Ministry of Magic has disclosed that the alleged infamous mass murderer Sirius Black was after all innocent. In a bizarre turn of events, the acting Minister of Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, called a press conference where he made this announcement. He also revealed some startling secrets which make us question the sanity of the previous ministers who acted like idiots while trying to cling to their power. They literally threw us to the wolves in their quest to remain in power while the Order of the Phoenix scrambled on its own to resist the evil which pervaded our world until recently. Below is a description of the events as told by the minister himself. Q. Minister, is it true that Sirius Black was innocent? Yes, it is true that Sirius Black was innocent. He was framed for the betrayal of Potters and the murder of those 13 Muggles with Peter Pettigrew. Q. How can you say that? When Voldemort returned 3 years ago, Harry Potter's claims regarding his return were denied and we even labeled him as a lying brat. The former minister Cornelius Fudge, aided by Dolores Umbridge, led a smear campaign against him and late Albus Dumbledore, and they kept lying for a year, keeping all of us in dark, and delayed a year of vital preparations. Since Voldemort's fall at the end of the First War, we were never in shape to fight another war, and their denial made our situation more precarious. Harry Potter had claimed that Peter Pettigrew murdered Cedric Diggory and brought Voldemort back into a body. I didn't have any reasons to dispute his claim then and now. I was a senior Auror at that time and made responsible for tracking and catching Sirius Black. I met with Harry Potter and his friends in my quest to find Black's whereabouts, and they even told me that they had seen Pettigrew well and alive in 1994 when they encountered him with Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Peter Pettigrew had confessed to being the secret keeper of the Potters and that he had turned a Death Eater. He had also cast the Bombarda Hex which had killed those Muggles and then escaped from the scene by taking the form of a rat, which was his animagus form. I saw Sirius Black briefly in the Ministry Atrium in 1996 when he arrived to save Harry Potter and his friends from Death Eaters and was killed at the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange. Late Albus Dumbledore told me that he had verified that Sirius Black was indeed innocent. Why did not came out in his trial. A minus, here the minister actually felt very uneasy, he never got a trial in the first place. He was arrested at the closing of the First War and we all were overjoyed at the end of war and grieving over the death of Potters and the incapacitation of Longbottoms. The ministry in its haste threw him in Azkaban without even formality of a trial. Barty Crouch Sr., who was given free hand in the ministry at that time, ordered for him to be carted off to Azkaban without even considering the fact that he might have been innocent of his perceived crimes. As it is, it was popularly known among the members of the Order of the Phoenix that Sirius Black was their secret keeper. His closeness with the Potters was such that he was named the godfather for Harry, and thus there was no reason to doubt that someone else could be the secret keeper. Besides, he belonged to the Blacks and most of them were associated with Voldemort at that time. Why didn't Minister Fudge disclose this truth to the public in his last days in office? A minus, as Harry Potter told me, he tried to convince the minister in 1994 that Sirius Black was innocent, but Fudge refused to believe him, discrediting his statements as rambling of a child. In the following years, as Black remained on the run, he became the scapegoat for any mishap which happened and put the ministry in bad light. When the Azkaban prison was raided in 1996, he immediately blamed it on Sirius Black while it had been Voldemort's doing. After his death, Fudge's career was on the edge and any such revelation would have cascaded his downfall, which was already coming. His name had been already sullied and dragged through the mud, and Sirius Black's fiasco had come to light at that point, then it would have been really bad for him. Later, when Rufus Scrimgeour became the minister, I hoped for him to reveal this truth to the public, but he feared the backlash that this news would have generated. Sirius Black has been dead for 2 years now, Minister. Why do you disclose this now? A minus, because Sirius Black lived as a hero and he died as a hero. He deserves to be remembered as the hero that he was and not as some mass murderer as he is alleged to be. Also, he was the Lord of House Black at the time of his death, so this needs to be mentioned. Today we exonerate him from his alleged crimes and declare him a hero of the wizarding world. We also extend our apologies for every wrong that was done to him by the ministry in particular and the wizarding world in general. Any other thing that you would like for the world to know, Minister? A minus, the minister had a wry grin on his face as he answered this. This is for Minerva McGonagall, temporary headmistress of Hogwarts. Minerva, 3 of your students were unregistered animagi, so it's quite the time to update the animagus register. For their names, contact me. As he finished reading the paper, Harry raised his fist and whooped in joy, startling Teddy, who woke up and started crying loudly. He picked up the toddler, trying to get him to go back to sleep. Cradling him in his arms, it took about 5 minutes before Teddy went back to sleep. Calling Creature to take care of the child, he left for the ministry. Office of the Minister of Magic. May I come in, Minister? Asked Amos. Amos, please come in, Kingsley said, rising from his place, pointing him to one of the vacant chairs opposite him. When Amos was comfortably seated, Kingsley began speaking. I would be straight with you, Amos. First of all, the post of the head of the Department for Control and Regulation of Magical Creatures is lying vacant since the previous occupant Walden McNair was killed by Rubeus Hagrid in the Great Hall at the Battle of Hogwarts. There is no one more able than you to fill in the position, and I want you to take this role. But Kingsley, I am. Amos tried to say something, but Kingsley cut him in between. I am not taking no for an answer, Amos. The position is yours now. The next thing is that the ministry has formed a plan which is being called the Foster Plan, unofficially, and I wanted you input on it. What is it about? Amos asked him cautiously. Amos, as you know, the war left behind too many orphans. Children who belong to wizarding families as well as Muggle-borns have been left with no one to call family or to care for them. As per the latest count, there were at least 50 children who have no immediate family. In the similar way, many families were lost and many are on the edge of extinction. Many families lost their only child to the war, including you. The orphans have nowhere to go and families like yours don't have any heirs left. The ministry has been mulling over allowing adoptions of such children by families who were in need of such children. Any adoptions would be magically valid and the said children will bear the name of the families they are adopted in. Additionally, if a family doesn't want to adopt a child, then they can foster him. The Department of Child Welfare will look after such adoptions and in the living conditions of such children, and if it is found that the children are problematic or can't adopt in a particular family, then they will be re-adopted by someone else. Amos thought over it for a long time before he replied, "It is a fine proposal, Kingsley, but I must say that I don't understand what role you expect me to play in it." Kingsley said quietly, "Amos, I know no one can replace Cedric. He was a hero and he will always be remembered that way. However, you are getting on in years and you have no other child. It will be hard for you to live the rest of your life just by yourself and your wife without someone. I was hoping if you would adopt one child from the orphans because it will help a child and bring some joy in your life again. Besides, Cedric would not like to see you sad and grieving." Amos said a little hotly, "Don't bring my boy in this. He was the apple of my eyes. I, however, will think about your proposal and I will have to talk to the wife about it. Do I get some time?" "Yes, Amos, you can take your time, but please tell me your decision tomorrow. And if you choose to accept, we are going to show you as the face of this campaign." Amos was surprised. "Why me? I mean, there are more likable people out there. Why not Harry Potter? Everybody likes him." Kingsley sighed. "Harry Potter is just a child, Amos. He is perhaps the most famous orphan of our world, but we just can't expect him to step in role of a father of a child at his age. I mean, he can't even do his laundry by himself. Besides, your son was a hero who was the first to die in this war and everybody must know his story." I will let you know our decision tomorrow," replied Amos as he left the office. "Or floor. I know you all are proficient in spell casting, but you are no match in a duel to some of more skilled Aurors," barked Robards to the recruits. "You all need to be up to the standards that is expected of Aurors. Some of our most decorated Aurors could even hold Voldemort at bay, so he took them out at the first opportunity. When you are not in field, then you will be here learning what it takes to be an Auror. Is that clear?" As the recruits answered with a resounding, "Yes, sir," they were dismissed for the day. Harry was about to leave for Grimmauld Place when Neville hailed him. "Harry." "Yes, Neville, what's the matter?" he asked of the group huddled together. He could see most of the Auror trainees in the group. "We were thinking that today is the last day that some of us get to celebrate before the Wizengamot session day after tomorrow when we would become lords. We are planning a get-together for all of us at Longbottom Manor with butterbeers and fire whiskey if you want to join us. Bring Ron along if you want to." Harry nodded. "I was planning to spend the entire evening with Teddy, who has finally agreed to live in Grimmauld with me, but I am sure I can make time for one evening. We both will be there." Longbottom Manor. That evening, the Longbottom Manor hosted a party the likes of which it had not hosted in a long time. The last time there was such party, it was hosted by Frank Longbottom, and present in attendance were the likes of the Marauders, the Pruitt twins, among many others, most of whom later became members of the Order of the Phoenix in the First War. This evening, present in attendance were Neville Longbottom, Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Ernie Macmillan, Terry Boot, Anthony Goldstein, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, with many of the girls recruits like Susan Bones, Lisa, Minnie Brocklehurst. Many of them invited were not even working as Aurors for the ministry, but Ernie had spread the word that it will be last one such party where the most of them would be together, so they had met. Augusta had made herself scarce, telling Neville that rooms had been arranged in the manor for those who could not return to their homes when their party broke. She had also supplied the party with fire whiskey, butterbeers and some oak matured mead which she had found in her cellars. Her elf had been told to attend to the needs of the guests and see to their comfort. They partied late in the night, with some very rowdy and some very bizarre toasts being raised to things like Dumbledore's beard, Snape's greasy curtain of hair, McGonagall's tartan cloak, Flitwick's stack of books and Hagrid's beard. At one time, Lisa cornered Harry. "So Potter, what are your plans now?" "What do you mean, Lisa?" he asked. "I have heard that you are single again," she said, with a smile at the corner of her mouth and a glint in her eye which made her look rather feral. "What does that have to do with anything?" he asked cautiously. She rolled her eyes. "Potter, you are so dense. I was thinking that if you are single again, then maybe some of us poor girls can try to have a go at you. I mean, you were so reserved at Hogwarts that you barely knew anyone outside your house." Realization dawned on him. "Sorry, Lisa, but right now, I am rather looking to settle down in my life as an Auror before I think of anything else. She nodded. Well, I will be around. As she left, Ernie cornered him. Lord Potter, what you think about the Wizengamot session in 2 days? Why are you calling me a lord? Harry asked him. Clueless, isn't he? Said Neville as he came up. I told you Macmillan that he knows nothing about it. We will need to feed it all to him slowly. Feed me what? Tell you what it is to be a lord of Wizengamot. What should be your decorum in the house and what is the expected behavior of you at all times? Harry groaned. Why do I have to learn these things? Susan, who had come to their group, said, Tradition. Maybe you never realized, Harry, but you are a part of the wizarding world elite and everywhere you will be expected to behave that way. Harry sighed. Well, I don't know what that entails and I don't really care. As he moved to find some more butterbeer, Susan said to Ernie, he is going to get himself ridiculed in the Wizengamot, isn't he? Ernie nodded. Yes, he is. The evening ended on a good note with Ron and Harry returning to Grimmauld where Ron's old room was made ready for him. Unlike the last time, however, there was a single 4-poster bed and the room sparkled. There were no cobwebs on the ceiling and the wallpaper had been replaced and it gave the room a new vibe. They both retired to their rooms almost instantly and Harry had not cast the silencing charms around his room for he wanted to know if Teddy woke up in the middle of night and he could attend to the child without having to wake up Andromeda. He woke up about 2 hours later when Andromeda shook him by the shoulder. Harry, wake up. It's a nightmare. It's not real. Wake up. He sat up groggily and it took him a few minutes to get his bearings. What happened, Andy? You were having a nightmare. You were saying. Serious? No. Not serious. She said with concern laced in her voice. Do you want to talk about it? He shook his head. No. Not tonight. Sorry that you had to wake up in dead of night for me. She scowled. You don't need to be sorry, Harry. If you need me, I will be across in Regulus's old bedroom. The next morning, when Harry arrived at the breakfast table next morning, a copy of the Quibbler was waiting for him. With shaking hands, he opened the magazine. On the front page was splattered a photo of Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom with the headline, A Candid Interview with Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom More Interesting Than the Nargles Right Now. A few days ago, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, who are my friends I must add, ran into me in Diagon Alley where they were on some informal business. One thing led to another and we shared a few gossips over a cup of tea while missing Florine and his ice creams. In fact, whole Diagon Alley still looks like a ghost town with most of the shops still closed. We eventually got around to talking about their purpose of visit to the bank and knew about the donation which they made to St. Mungo's and which is making a buzz these days. At last, they graciously agreed to give me an interview, the excerpts of which are below. So Harry, I know it is a touchy subject but can you tell us what it means growing up without parents? Thank you for the question, Luna. It is very hard for children to grow up without family. While other children have parents around them who keep them safe from the troubles of the world, but the orphans have no one. They have to learn to tread the waters by themselves and brave whatever may come their way. If some of them are lucky, they might find a compassionate relative to take them while others may find some cruel relatives who want nothing to do with them. They would see the child as a liability and treat it a thing than a person, making them believe that they should be grateful for whatever comes their way by grace of their so-called relatives. You are perhaps the most celebrated orphan in the magical world. What are your views on this, Harry? Here he actually chuckled, asking the tough questions, Luna. It may be so that I am most celebrated orphan in the wizarding world, but Voldemort was also an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Here he promised that more on it would be published later. I never wanted to be the center of attention that I always have been. When I returned to the magical world, I was happy that I was accepted as equal among my friends, but I wanted nothing to do with my fame. Unluckily, my fame never left my side and every now and then, it only landed me in trouble. Being an orphan is already hard enough, but it gets harder when you have a lot of expectations riding on your shoulders and you have no idea what you are supposed to do. Most of the times that I did something, half of the time I was running to save my life and the other half, I was being saved by my friends who kept sticking with me through thick and thin. It is popularly known that you lived with your Muggle relatives until you started attending Hogwarts. Surely they would have loved you. Neville Longbottom spoke instead of Harry Potter answering the question for him. Harry never had a happy life with the Muggles. We could see the signs of abuse that he went through with them when he arrived at Hogwarts. He lived very privately, never complained of anything and braved anything that came his way by himself. In situations where we would have given up, he held on and fought. I won't say that we all are grateful for whatever he has done for our world, but at the same time, we failed him when we did not keep an eye on his living conditions from that Halloween night until he arrived at Hogwarts. Things would have been better if Harry was placed with someone who doted on him, loved him and nurtured him, unlike those Muggles. We hope that the children in the orphan wing would adopted by families who love children, and that those children would find a purpose again in their life and would have easy lives unlike what Harry and I had. Hugh, but you live with your grandmother, don't you? Neville Longbottom, yes, I live with my grandmother, but things were not easy living with her. I love her to bits and I would willingly take a killing curse meant for her, but I never got loved like my parents would have loved me. Despite my parents being alive, I have lived like an orphan through my life. I know what it is like to see other children being hugged by their parents and you yearn for that parental touch, the love, but you know you can't get it. I hope those children would not have to face what we have faced in our lives. Hugh, I sympathize with you both. While I know hollow words don't mean much. Harry, surely you have parental figures in your life now. People who care for you. The boy who lived had such sadness in his eyes that I have never seen on him. I had many such figures through the years who have shielded me from everything that they could. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley took me in despite having 7 children of their own when I arrived at their home in the dead of night after having been rescued from the house of my relatives where I was kept imprisoned. They cared for me as their own since then, and it even went as far as giving me a place in their home to stay during the holidays, and they even went on to risk their lives for me during the years, including fighting the recently concluded war. There was Professor Dumbledore who mentored me through the years and taught me enough so that I would be able to defeat Voldemort and live to tell the tale. It was a hard work with the Ministry interfering and making it harder, but he did what he could with the resources at his disposal. He kept guiding me even from the grave as we worked for bringing Voldemort's downfall. Professor McGonagall also have been very kind to me through the years and tried her best to protect me. She even jeweled Severus Snape before the Battle of Hogwarts began, forcing him to run away. The victory at Battle of Hogwarts wouldn't have been possible without her, and our losses would have been quite high. There is Hagrid, who has been like an uncle to me, and he has done a lot for me which can't be put in words to be described. He made living at Hogwarts a lot easier with the concern that he has for me, and I can never thank him enough for it. There was Sirius Black, who was my godfather and gave up his life in protecting me. There was Remus Lupin, who cared for me the best way he could, his furry little problem notwithstanding. Hugh, I think everyone would like to know more about your connection with Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, if you don't mind. Sirius was my father's best friend during their days at Hogwarts with Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. Their friendship went so deep that my father even named Sirius as his best man at his wedding, and when I was born, Sirius was named my godfather. When my parents went into hiding, they tried to pull one on everyone and changed their secret keeper at the last moment. I don't know who had performed the spell, but their secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew and not Sirius Black. It was Peter who betrayed them, and when Sirius cornered him, he blamed Sirius and escaped from the scene, killing 13 Muggles. Sirius was thrown into Azkaban without a trial by Barty Crouch Sr., who was harboring his own Death Eater son in his home for 13 years before he was eventually killed by his own son. I met Sirius at the end of my 3rd year, where he forced a confession out of Peter Pettigrew, who turned to be alive at that time and living as a rat. Due to some circumstances, Peter escaped before we could take him to the Ministry. Later, Sirius escaped from Hogwarts and we kept in contact throughout the Triwizard Tournament when he lived near Hogsmeade to take care of me. I briefly lived with him during the summer before 5th year, and at the end of 5th year, he came to save me from Death Eaters in the Ministry of Magic, where he was killed at the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange. Remus Lupin was also one of my father's best friends. He kept away for years because he believed that Sirius had betrayed my parents and killed Peter. Also, despite being a war hero, he was treated as a beast because he turned into a werewolf for 12 nights a year. He could not get a decent job and had to make do with what he got. When Dumbledore called him to teach at the end of our 3rd year, he turned out to be the best defense teacher that we ever had. He kept in contact with me through the years and cared for me the best way he could. He also worked for the Order of the Phoenix and helped them in gathering information or trying to get the werewolves to remain neutral. He put his life on the line for us despite us not having done justice to him. He died fighting for us alongside his wife, who was an Auror, and they had a child a few months before the war ended. He was like the favorite uncle to me, and his wife loved me like a little brother. I am the godfather for their son, and I intend to teach him everything that they taught me. I am really thankful to the minister who awarded him with Order of Merlin posthumously in recognition of the services that he has done to our world. I hope one day, he and Sirius will feature on the chocolate frog cards as they once said. Many people have been wondering about Severus Snape and the things you said about him during your duel with Voldemort. Would you like to say anything about it? I am afraid I can't go in detail about him, for it will compromise many secrets, but I will tell what I can. Severus Snape was a Death Eater at the start of the First War, but sometime during the war, he changed sides and became a spy for Dumbledore. Dumbledore even vouched for him when the war ended and he escaped punishment. One of his chief concerns was my well-being, and he stayed at Hogwarts just so he could remain near me and protect me. When Voldemort returned, he went to him as his faithful, but he was a double agent. He helped our side the best he could and even gave me some very secret information just before he died, which helped me bring down Voldemort permanently. It wouldn't have been possible without his help. There are many references to events that have not been told anywhere, and I am sure the readers would agree that they deserve some answers. Would we get to know them later? Maybe later. I will tell everything in detail to the world and all the questions will be answered. Do you both have any message for the wizarding world? Children are precious. Treasure them. Teach them to be a good person in life, and rest will follow. If I could, I would have adopted a child, but being a child myself, it is not possible, so I am doing the best that I can. The interview generated much hype across the length of England. There were many questions through the years which had pervaded people's mind, and most of them were answered with that interview, but in turn, it raised many more questions. They could only hope that those questions would be answered at a later date. Minerva McGonagall was never known to cry, but as she read the interview, she cried unashamedly in the confines of her offices. The portraits of the headmasters watched her with concern, except Dumbledore, who pretended to be asleep in his portrait. She had already written a letter to the minister asking about the 3 unregistered animagus. She already had a good idea about it, but she just wanted to be sure about it. Hagrid wept in his handkerchief, and Grop kept trying to console him and stop from crying. Fang licked his master's hand and looked morose with the way Hagrid was crying. Molly Weasley had cried her eyes out after she was done reading the interview, but she kept her calm, and she was already preparing a feast for the evening and had instructed Arthur to bring Harry along. When Harry met Arthur that day, Arthur told him that Molly expected him at dinner and that no excuses would be heard. Finally, Harry had to relent when Arthur told him that he could bring Teddy with him. Teddy was always welcome in their household as being a part of the family, even though they were not related closely. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks had become a part of their family through the years of association with them and having put their lives on the line for their family. The feast lasted for 2 hours and 3-course meals, during which none of them allowed Harry to get near Teddy. He was kept wedged between Neville, who was there on Arthur's invitation, and Ron, who were determined to not let him near his godson. Andromeda, for her part, was happy with the arrangement. The Weasley women kept the child engaged between them and gave her some breathing room, and it was quite funny to see Harry pouting and whining to himself about others not letting him near Teddy. "Minister, may I come in?" asked Amos Diggory. "Amos, please come in," said Kingsley, inviting him inside, and pointed to one of the chairs. "Please sit, Amos. Now, have you made a decision?" Amos nodded. "I talked with the wife about it. I can't tell you how hard it was to talk about our son, but I told her everything that we had talked about. She was initially reluctant, but I made her see reason that we don't have anyone else to take care of us in our old age, and that we can light up a child's world with a little kindness. This is the least that we can do to honor Cedric." Kingsley smiled. "A very good decision, Amos. Now, are you planning to adopt a child or foster one?" Amos shook his head. No, we have decided that we will adopt a child. We want him to grow up with our name and not feel as if he is a stranger in our home. We plan to give him the best upbringing possible. Kingsley nodded. That is a fine decision, Amos, but I must tell you a few things beforehand. Many of these children might have once belonged to a wizarding family or a muggle family. We will have to conduct an inheritance test on every child who we give into adoption or fostering. The test would help us determine if they belong to a wizarding household or not. This way, we will also be able to keep a track of the families that we have lost forever. Amos thought over it for a moment before he replied, All right. When do I get to adopt a child then? Kingsley smiled. The day after tomorrow, after the foster program gets official sanction from the Wizengamot. You are being given leave for today to go and meet the children in St. Mungo's and choose one. The healers would also be helped to tell you if a child needs some special care or anything otherwise. Amos nodded. Sure thing. I will get going then. As Amos left, Kingsley heaved in relief. That was one trouble solved, but others were waiting. If he were to remain the minister, he needed the majority in Wizengamot. For that purpose, he needed a Wizengamot full of those who would support him. He had not played in the political field for a long time, but there was no better time than the present. Besides, he felt that he owed a visit to the Dowager Longbottom, who was personification of courage and fortitude. If the battle axe was in his favor, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. She was the one who could help him the most. True that she might require some concessions in return of the favor, but then that was what politics was about. It required not chivalry and bravery of Gryffindor, but subtlety and cunningness of Slytherin, which she possessed in spades. However, he would have to play his cards too carefully, or she would sniff a rat and it will be the end of his ambitions. Longbottom Manor. Kingsley Shacklebolt's head popped in the flow in the sitting room where Dowager Longbottom was sitting and deliberating upon the proceedings for the next day. Whatever had to happen was going to be a tough work, and they would need all the expertise that they could muster if they were to successful in achieving the goals that they had set for themselves. Dowager Longbottom called Kingsley from the flow, permission to come up. She rushed from her seat, kneeling on the hearth. Minister, please come on up. Kingsley climbed up and joined her at the table after presenting the due curtsies. After making sure that the minister was comfortable, she asked, So what brings you here, minister? Kingsley had not expected such a direct approach to his question. I came to inquire after your health. I haven't seen you since the battle. She snorted. You are a child yet, minister. I have been playing politics in the Wizengamot since you were a wee little lad. Kingsley grinned sheepishly. I was hoping to know what you were planning to do tomorrow. She of course had guessed the correct reason and asked him, What do you think we will do, minister? Our world is in shambles. We need to rebuild it. We need people who would construct and not destroy. Our priority is to have a functional Wizengamot no matter who are the members. Kingsley asked in his deep voice, Surely you are not planning to have the Death Eaters reign on the ministry? She smirked. That is for me and my fellow lords to decide, minister. Kingsley was worried. If the Dowager Lady Longbottom didn't commit to him, then his position would be precarious. He cautiously asked her, I have heard that you are going to abdicate on account of your age. Is it true? She glared at him. I will outlive you, minister, but it is true that I am resigning. Neville has become of age and is ready to take his place. It should have happened a year ago, but Voldemort happened. As it is, I am tired of the Wizengamot and its politics. Kingsley asked worriedly, But there will be no one left to guide us in that case. Most of the experienced members aren't with us anymore. A few who used to be in the neutral faction are working on their own agendas. Augusta waved him off. That is your problem, minister. I am resigning and that is final. Kingsley decided to return to the ministry. If Dowager Longbottom was going to retire, then there was no use asking her for favors. He would have to brace what came his way. He was only thankful that he had the ace up his sleeve. Harry Potter will support him and would even vouch for him to become the permanent minister, even if for a time. That would be sufficient for him to establish his authority again. I will take your leave, Lady Longbottom, he said, bowing to her. I will see you tomorrow in the Wizengamot. After he left, Augusta started laughing. The expressions on Kingsley's face made her want to laugh in his face, but she had kept it pent up. Now, however, she laughed wholeheartedly. Neville, who entered the sitting room about 10 minutes later, found her still laughing and asked her cautiously, "What is the matter, Gran?" She warmly smiled. "The minister was here to try and bring me on his side. I gave nothing to him but played my cards well enough that he will do whatever we want him to. Tomorrow is our day, Neville." The light faction could have dominated the Wizengamot at the end of last war, but Dumbledore's passive approach about it and allowing the Death Eaters to retain their seats made us the minority. If he was only a bit more provocative towards them, then it would have served our interests. Neville didn't reply. He knew her Gran had some grudge against the late headmaster about his approach to things, but Neville had respected and even revered the man. He wouldn't let someone sully the image he had of him. He also knew what the plan was about and that Kingsley had no idea what he was being made to do. Black Townhouse. Harry was playing with Teddy in his nursery when Andromeda found him. "Harry, we need to talk." He stood up, picking the toddler in his arms, and followed her to a room which Andromeda had told was his office. It had a huge desk in middle and rows of bookshelves currently empty. He tried to take one of the chairs, but she stopped him. "You are the master of this place, Harry. You sit on the big comfy chair behind the table." He protested. "But I am fine in this one, Andy." She glared at him. "That is your formal place, Harry, and unless you are in an informal meeting, you are not supposed to get mixed up like common people." He pouted but followed her instructions. She also took Teddy from him. "Please leave him by my side until this meeting lasts. This is formal business. You will have lot of time to play with him later." Her behavior seemed strange to him, yet he held his tongue and took his designated seat. After he was done, she started speaking. "Now listen to me. It is important for you to appear as stately as you can manage in front of the Wizengamot tomorrow. You are going to present your family to the world, and your impressions will open a lot of doors for you or close them. Are you following me?" He nodded dutifully like a child, and she continued, "Now what is your plan for tomorrow?" "Plan? We are just going to have a meeting, right? I mean, we don't even have a functional Wizengamot yet." Andromeda sighed. She had figured that Harry was naive, but this naive. If he displayed the same behavior in the Wizengamot, they would eat him alive. She mentally thought why Sirius didn't survive the war to teach these things to him. It was his duty, and having been trained in his childhood, he would have been the ideal person. She had never been taught these things, but she was trying to do what good she could do. She turned to him. "What is the agenda for tomorrow?" He asked quizzically. "Agenda? What agenda?" She noticed a letter bearing the seal of the Ministry of Magic and on the desk where Creature had left it in the afternoon. Harry, like a lord, was supposed to be tending to this business before anything when he returned in the evening, but the young lord had not got into this habit yet. He had just started to indulge Teddy instead of tending to his business. If this kept up, then she would have to return to her home. She picked up the letter and handed it to him. This came in the noon. This contains the agenda for the next day and is delivered to every lord a night ago so that they can make their decisions upon it or do their research. He wrinkled his nose. "And I thought I had left that in Hogwarts." She shook her head. "No. In fact, you will see it more and more." He meanwhile was reading the letter and frowning. After he was done, he turned to her. "That is a lot of business for a day." She scowled. "You do realize that this session will go for 3 days. This is supposed to be the first session where a new Wizengamot will be elected. Obviously, it will take more than 1 day for the business to be successfully conducted." He nodded. "So what I should do? Harry, you are supposed to look deeper into these issues and make your own opinion. You can object to them if you feel there is something wrong, or you can support it if you feel it is perfect." He nodded. "So what is the next step?" She was at the end of her patience but calmly said, "You need to do some research into it. Tomorrow the new Wizengamot will be formed and members will be sworn in. If any more order of Merlin is to be given, then they will be given, and the real business will begin the next day." Harry grinned. "Well, then I will see to it tomorrow. As you say, the real business will start from the day after, so I have a day's time." She sighed in frustration but said nothing. It was the best that she could do. Harry would have to learn by the trial and error method. What a blunder. Lord Potter. The Wizengamot was a circular chamber situated in the heart of the ministry. The seats were arranged in half-moon pattern in the room. 50 seats were for the members of the Wizengamot, while a separate section was maintained for the elders of the Wizengamot or the department heads. On the other side of the room were a spectators' gallery and a press gallery for the media. In the lowest row was a raised podium behind which sat the chief warlock. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore had sat behind that seat for near 45 years before he had to step down due to Cornelius Fudge. He never entered the place again despite Scrimgeour asking him. The war was heating and he had been cursed by the ring, which shortened his lifespan. Since there, Lord Orpington had sat in that seat until he had been killed sometime during the last year. Only his remains had been found. The post was later taken by a Death Eater. The said wizard had been killed at the hands of Grop after the giant had pulled him down from 4 floors and threw him to the ground, crushing him. Since then the post was vacant. In fact, during the last year the Wizengamot hadn't met as frequently as it should have. Many members had died in the Battle of Hogwarts, while a lot of them were in captivity awaiting trial for their crimes. There were many who had been on the run or in hiding during the war and could not be found. Letters were sent to them in the hopes that they will turn up today. Everyone who had been called for the session started trickling in the chamber, and before long, the chamber was full of bustling. As advised, Harry sat in the spectators' stand from where he would be called to sworn in. There was also the issue of Chief Warlock. There was no Chief Warlock, so in that event, the elders presided over the sessions. The problem was that there were only a handful of the elders left now. Griselda Marchbanks, the head of Wizarding Examination Authority, who had been an elder when Dumbledore was the Chief Warlock, had returned to her post as the elder of the Wizengamot with Elder Tiberius Ogden and Elder Alexander McDougal. For today, everyone who came in had to go through an identification test and a blood test. It was provided that everyone, whether they were members of the Wizengamot or employee of the Ministry or the Unspeakables, had to go through the test before they were cleared for their respective floors. At random, the Aurors were even asking people to show their arms to show that they weren't branded. The entrance to the chambers was flanked by Unspeakables and Aurors who checked everyone to ensure that they did not keep any extra wands or that they were not bringing in any dark magic items, etc. As it was about 10 a.m., Kingsley, in his position as temporary Minister of Magic, boomed at the top of voice from his position beside the dais of the Chief Warlock, "Close the doors." The massive double doors slid and shut and the noise in the chamber dropped to pin-drop silence. After ensuring that he had the floor, Kingsley began, "Welcome to the monthly session of the Wizengamot for June 1998. These past few months that we have had spent have been tumultuous, where our world foresaw destruction and deaths. To ensure our freedom and liberty, many wizards and witches laid down their lives, among whom many were mere children who had just come of age. They stood and fought for us when the adults did not have had the courage, or they failed to do what was right. These children who showed us the way further by their sacrifices, and it is their sacrifices which will keep up going in the times to come. I, for one, would make sure that we don't forget their sacrifice or that it goes in vain. A lot of people have died for us who were otherwise shunned or accused of stealing magic. Before we begin this session formally, I would urge each and everyone to raise their wands in remembrance of every warrior who laid their lives for us." The minister was the first to light his wand, followed quickly by others. For a minute, the ceiling of the chamber was lit by the green dots from their wands and there was pin-drop silence. After about a minute, Kingsley spoke again, "Now let us begin. The first problem is that many of the former members who occupied seats in this chamber in the past are with us no more. Many families died out while a few are survived by minor heirs, but their lords are cooling their heels in Azkaban on charges of being a Death Eater or of treason against the Ministry by siding with the self-proclaimed Lord. So we don't have a functional Wizengamot for now. As I see it, there are hardly 13 of us who were part of the last Wizengamot, for many who were nominated by Ministry have also left us. As such, it is imperative to have a functional Wizengamot. Firstly, I will call the name of those who are still with us. After they had taken their seats, I will call names of those whose families have held seats in the past and have heirs who can be invested at this time." Harry kept watching everything with interest. A lot of these things were new to him and it had piqued his interest. So far, it had been interesting. The part when they raised their wands in remembrance of those who fell fighting for them had touched him. Kingsley continued, "Firstly, I will call forward the Lady Regent Longbottom who has guided us for years and provided her infinite wisdom. Augusta stood from her seat and acknowledged everyone amid warm applause. Kingsley continued, now I will call forward Elder McDougal who has been an elder to this body for the last decade and has also been looking after his family seat. Elder McDougal was very popular man who was well in his 90s yet had the gait of a young man and the aura of someone wise and powerful. After he acknowledged the applause, Kingsley continued, we also welcome Lord Folly back in his family seat. Lord Folly helped those fighting against the tyranny of Voldemort, he ignored the collective shudder or gasps around the room, in every way that he could without coming to the forefront. After Folly sat, he continued, Lord Macmillan is also here among us whose son was one of those who fought with the Death Eaters at the castle of Hogwarts and he himself arrived with the backup in the morning when the call for arms went out. After Lord Macmillan was acknowledged, the minister continued, we also acknowledge Lord Abbot whose daughter died in the Battle of Hogwarts saving one of her friends and was awarded the Order of Merlin for her bravery. As the crowd applauded Robert Abbott, the minister continued, the W.I. Zengamot formally recognizes the contribution of Lord Aniston who held his ground even during the previous reign and had to suffer the tyrannies of the Death Eaters for doing what was right. As Lord Aniston retained his seat, Kingsley was continuing, we also welcome Lord Octavius Orpington who precedes his father in their family seat. We pay tribute to his father, late Lord Orpington, who was the chief warlock for a brief time after Albus Percival Wulfric Brain Dumbledore was ousted of his post on whims of the former Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. As Octavius Orpington retained his seat, Kingsley continued, we also welcome back Lord Pusey who was nominated in the Wizengamot during the previous reign and who remained perfectly unbiased to anyone even at the cost of personal peril to himself and his family. Pusey was one of those nominated candidates who had been on the side of the light and tried to oppose every such reform which was meant for persecution of the Muggle-borns or the half-bloods. After Pusey sat, Kingsley continued, we also welcome Lord Jarek Ollivander who was taken captive during the previous reign by Voldemort and his Death Eaters and had to undergo torture at the hands of the Death Eaters and even Voldemort himself. After the old Wandmaker was acknowledged, Kingsley continued, we also welcome Lord Abercrombie, Lord Jones and Lord Shaw back to this august body. As they were being acknowledged, Kingsley continued, the last surviving member of the old Wizengamot who is still free has refused to become a part of this body again and formally abdicated his position. So we have now 37 posts left vacant will be filled now. As the ministry traditionally has kept 15 seats for nominating Order of Merlin winners or individuals who have worked for the betterment of the society therefore, leaving those aside, we 22 posts to be filled today. The next order of business is investment of heirs to houses which have no lord or where the lords want to abdicate in favor of their young charges. Everyone immediately snapped to attention. It had already been an hour since they started but the most important part was starting now. Kingsley was saying, firstly we will start with those who ascension or investment is without any dispute. Any objections? When none came, he continued, the first one is Neville Frank Longbottom of the House of Longbottom. The Lady Regent Augusta Longbottom had decided to abdicate in favor of him citing that her regency has expired on account of him coming of age a year ago. Augusta stood from her place and bowed to the members, I am thankful to this chamber for having given me the honor to serve it with so much dedication. I am now ready to step down and hope that some level of love and respect will be showed to new Lord Longbottom. As she stepped down, Neville ascended to that seat, wearing robes which screamed, rich, from afar. He looked every inch the pureblood that he was supposed to be. With a precision that came to him from being trained that way, he curtly bowed to the Wizengamot before taking his seat. Kingsley continued, the next person to be ascended to their post as lord of their house is Miss Susan Bones who will take the seat which was held in past by her aunt, the former head of the DMLE, Madame Bones. Susan walked to her post with grace but confidence which oozed out of her and took her place on the Wizengamot. Kingsley continued, the next investment is of Miss Greengrass whose father Nicholas Greengrass headed the neutral faction in the past and brought a balance between the warring factions of the Wizengamot. Lord Greengrass was murdered in Diagon Alley by the Death Eaters for refusing to pledge to the dark side. There was a big round of applause which went for Daphne as she strode up to her family seat. Harry noticed that her eyes showed a momentary flash of pain, and he realized how bad he had behaved towards her when he had all but accused her of being loyal to Death Eaters. She wouldn't side with those who had murdered her father. After Daphne sat in her seat, Kingsley asked again, "Now it is time for the lords and ladies to announce if any of them are going to abdicate in favor of their heirs." Lord Macmillan stood in his place. "I have spent a long time in this place and seen a lot of drama unfold which I fear in all honesty I can't take any more. Therefore I wish to abdicate in favor of my son and my heir." This was a shocker for everyone. Lord Macmillan was hardly 50, so for him to abdicate was something no one could have thought about. However, since it was his decision, they couldn't do anything about it. Ernie replaced his father cheerfully on the seat while Lord Macmillan walked to sit beside Augusta in the spectator stands. Daphne was frowning. This wasn't supposed to happen. When she had decided to join the coalition, she had figured that Augusta would lead them and Lord Macmillan would be there too, helping them wade through the waters, but this was exactly the opposite. Both had abdicated and gave the reins to new blood. Interesting and intriguing. When she saw Macmillan sharing a look with Augusta, Daphne was startled. Those two were playing their own game. They actually had a lot going on than what others could foresee. Well, things just got more interesting. Kingsley continued, "Now we come to the heirs whose inheritance might be disputed, and luckily, we have only one such candidate. Harry James Potter, the heir presumptive of House Potter, has also laid claims to the lordship of House Black. Would Mr. Potter please stand up?" Harry was prompted by Arthur to stand up, and Kingsley continued, "Do you, Mr. Potter, claim lordship of House of Potter and Black?" Harry said something unintelligible like, or something, and some members of the Wizengamot snickered. Even Daphne had the urge to chuckle and faked it with a cough behind her fist. Harry cleared his throat before he said, "Yes. That is right." Another round of snickering followed, and Harry could not understand what it was about. Kingsley continued, "Please explain to this august body as to how you can claim the lordships to those houses. And do you have any evidence to satisfy your claim than your own word?" Harry took a few minutes before he started speaking. "I am a Potter, so there is no need to show that I am lord of my own house. As for lordship of Black, I am Sirius's godson and his heir, so I am the lord for it." Kingsley mulled over it for a minute and looked into some parchments before he spoke. "Mr. Potter, your claims regarding your lordship of House Potter are unchallenged and you inherit your family seat. However, the ministry wants to know if you have any documents which may prove your claim to the seat of House Black. As we can see from the records, one Draco Lucius Malfoy had also claimed the lordship of House Black in the past through his mother Narcissa Malfoy née Black." Harry replied, "I have a will from Sirius, and the goblins also said so." Kingsley cocked his head to the side. "Do you happen to have the will on you at this moment? And did the goblins give you any document to the effect?" Harry had never received the will physically. It was Dumbledore who had told him that Sirius's will was discovered and he had made Harry his heir. Dumbledore had also told him about the contents of the will which concerned him, but he had not seen so much as a page of the said will. When he met the goblins, it had not occurred to him to get them to give him documents which would support his claim. He shook his head. "I don't have any such documents with me at this moment." Many of them burst into laughter while a few looked contemplative. There was so much about the young lord that they could not understand. A few even could see that he would be ridiculed for this. Kingsley in his position could do nothing to help him. He had thought that perhaps others would have readied him for it. However, on the off chance that someone came forward to contest his claim, he had made sufficient preparations. Rapping the gavel, he said in his deep baritone voice, "I trust this body to behave as is expected of the lords and ladies." Now this was a bona fide mistake on part of Mr. Potter which should not be looked into too much. He turned to Percy Weasley, who was acting as his scribe. "Mr. Scribe, please send for the required documents to be called from the Family Relations Department." As Percy did his bidding, Kingsley was saying, "For further business today, we also have the issue of the elders. There have always been a number of elders in the stands up there who have always guided us through thick and thin. We lost almost all of them during the war. As soon as we can fill the membership of the Wizengamot today, we will select the elders." After about 10 minutes, 2 employees of the ministry came carrying the documents. Kingsley opened them, studied and replicating them. He sent copies to the members. These are copies of the last will and testament of Lord Sirius Black and a document from the goblins which attest to Lord Potter's claim. If anybody has any objections, then come forth or forever keep your peace. Nobody said a word for a minute, and Kingsley proclaimed, "Through my writ as the Minister of Magic, Lord Harry James Potter hereby ascends as Lord Potter and Lord Black before this august body. I urge you to come and take your place among your peers, Lord Potter." Harry climbed in the row where the members were, and many of them were surprised and a few were even shocked to see him clad in a t-shirt and jeans as opposed to the Wizengamot robes which everyone wore. The photographers in the press gallery were busy clicking his pictures unabashedly while the reporters scribbled. Everyone knew that the young lord was going to have a hard time when the paper went into print. Kingsley himself didn't know what he could do to help Harry at this moment, so he continued, "Lord Potter, since you can't sit in both the seats at once, do you wish to appoint a regent? And if so, please provide the details to this body." Harry had no idea what he was saying. He understood that he would have to appoint a regent, but nobody had saw fit to explain these things to him beforehand. Everybody just presumed that he would know all these things. He turned to the minister. "Can I let you know by tomorrow?" "Thanks." Kingsley sighed at his naivete, but there was nothing he could do at this moment, so he said, "We will await the details tomorrow, Lord Potter." He then turned to the Wizengamot. "Now we come to the most contentious part. After the First War ended, there were talks about reinstating all the old families in their places on the Wizengamot. The then Minister Millicent Bagnold and the then head of the DMLE Barty Crouch Sr. wanted those houses ousted who had in any way associated with the Death Eaters or supported the self-styled Lord Voldemort in his mission. However, the former Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore decided to adopt a pacifist approach and allowed many of them old houses to continue sitting in the Wizengamot, and even allowed many of the old families to retain their seats after having been pardoned using the Imperious Curse defense. The question which arises is, what do we do now? Harry was hearing every word that Kingsley said, and he realized what was being said. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he rose out of his seat. "We cannot allow any of the Death Eaters or their supporters to sit here. They will make things hard for us." A few of the members looked aghast at this display. A few were tittering. The young lord was so uncouth in his manners and approach. He was like a fresh gust of wind, but so untamed. He would need to be trained so he wouldn't ruin what goodwill he had in the world. Kingsley patiently said, "Lord Potter, you have a right to make your thoughts known as a member of this body, however, please be patient and wait for your chance to speak. Things are not done out of turn or out of an established way." Harry sat down sufficiently admonished, and he continued, "So, opinions are invited from the respected members as to how we can select the members of the Wizengamot now." A lot of hands went up, including Harry's. Kingsley saw the hands raised and said, "Lord Longbottom, your turn please." Neville stood in his place and spoke with the confidence of a man who had beheaded the snake. "While I wouldn't agree that what late Dumbledore did at the end of First War was plausible or pertinent, but I fear that he was right in his own stead. This chamber has stood for centuries on the pillars of tradition and heritage. One of the traditions has been to have the houses occupy the seats, but between the times from the end of the First War to today, a lot has changed. A lot of families were exhausted, while a lot of lords were again found to be serving Voldemort in his campaign and are currently awaiting trial for their acts. I say that we do not allow them to retain their seats, for they will obstruct the path of progress and justice. I say that we should adopt a more pragmatic approach when it comes to select new members of the Wizengamot." When Neville sat down, the applause went for long before they went quiet for long enough to allow the minster to continue. "Lord Folly, your turn." Lord Folly stood in his place. "I agree with the sentiments echoed by Lord Longbottom. For one of his age, having such clarity in thoughts is commendable. Instead of being brash and abrasive as he was seen in the Battle of Hogwarts, he eloquently made his thoughts known to us. I recommend that we bring in some fresh faces on this honorable body with us who would help us move forward and ensure that we don't do injustice to those who actually fought for our liberty and freedom." When he sat down, people started thumping the desks in affirmation with them, and Kingsley turned to Harry. "Now it's your turn, Lord Potter." Harry stood in his place. "We can't have those here who will stop us from doing good for others. From what I have understood, what Mr. Folly and Neville suggested sounds good to me." Kingsley winced at Harry's salutations to Neville and Folly. No lord of the Wizengamot spoke that way. He turned to the chamber in general. We will reconvene after a lunch break at 2 o'clock where we will continue selecting the new members of this body. As soon as the Wizengamot was dismissed for lunch, Harry was tackled by Neville, who took him to a room which was filled with their friends and allies. Neville almost dragged Harry to the room where their allies were gathered. As they were in, Neville turned to him frowning. Did someone not tell you to buy Wizengamot robes, Harry? Harry was surprised by the demeanor of his friend. Andromeda told me yesterday, but there was no time to order one from Madame Malkin's then. I figured that I could pick it up from her this morning. Neville kept frowning. Harry, Wizengamot robes are not prepared just like that. It takes few hours to make those robes, so you should have placed your orders yesterday at the latest. I thought that Andromeda had told you about it. Harry shook his head. Nobody tells me anything, Neville. Nobody has. Augusta came towards them. What is done, Mr. Potter. The press will have a field day tomorrow at your expense, and there is no preventing it, but we can salvage the situation even now. Did you order your robes today? He nodded. Yes, I did. She continued. Then you should send your elf to collect it from Madame Malkin's. You do have an elf, right? He nodded. Yes, I have an elf. She encouraged him. Summon him then. He will bring your robes while we eat lunch and discuss the agenda. As Creature was summoned and sent to fetch the robes, Harry came to the table where people were sitting. When he sat, Lord Boot hazarded asking him a question. Lord Potter, why do you refer to your fellow lords or ladies as Mr. or Miss? Harry shrugged. That's how I know to address others. It's what I learnt in Muggle primary. Lord Folly sighed. Has no one taught you about the etiquettes of the Wizengamot or of our own history? Harry shook his head. Since the time I returned to this world, I have spent most of my time at Hogwarts, where it was not taught to us. The only pureblood family that I have known were Weasleys, and they were not heavy on traditions unlike others. The only person who could teach me was my godfather Sirius Black, but I had so little time with him that this never came up. Lord Folly said apologetically. I am sorry, Lord Potter. I thought you were knowingly mocking your fellow lords and ladies and were trying to disrespect the Wizengamot. Harry was surprised. Is that what you and others thought? Lady Longbottom said. Yes, Lord Potter. It is tradition that you address your fellow lords as lord or lady until they give you leave to address them by their name. In formal setting, you have to address them by their title though. But I have no idea about these things. What title I am supposed to give to people? How am I supposed to behave in this setting? Lord Macmillan said. There is no time for that, and I feel that none of us can actually teach it to you considering the constraints upon us. You would have to ask for someone else. But who can teach me these things? I mean, don't even really know that many people. I know I was supposed to have already learnt these things, but I haven't. Every day I realize how much little I know about our world, and it shames me to admit that I am embarrassed with the spectacle that unfolded in the Wizengamot. Neville said somberly. You need help, mate. You need someone who can teach you things so that you won't end up making a spectacle of yourself further. Do you volunteer to teach me? Harry asked eagerly. Sorry, mate, but I am not a very good teacher. You will have to find someone else. I don't have the patience that it requires. I can teach you, volunteered Daphne Greengrass. Harry asked, a bit harshly, and why would you do that, Greengrass? She smirked. Well, we are part of an alliance now, Lord Potter. I won't have you embarrassing us by your antics. Neville whispered in Harry's ear. She may have motives for doing this, mate, but I feel that you should take up on this offer. I have had talked with several people, but no one want to do this. She is the only bet that we have. Harry nodded. If you say so, Neville. He then turned to Daphne. I accept your offer, Greengrass. We will talk about it after the session. She smirked. Sure thing, Lord Potter. Now my formal title is Lady Greengrass. Augusta caught their attention. The next thing that is on the agenda of the Wizengamot is the seats. Harry raised his hand. I don't understand it. How do these seats get divided? Daphne spoke. Since I have agreed to help you, I will explain this. When the Wizengamot was formed, the members were from the old houses which were called Ancient and Most Noble and Ancient and Noble House. Seats fell vacant as houses kept getting extinguished. The ministry with a unanimous vote decided to fill those seats by winners of the award of Merlin or with people nominated by the ministry. Even then, an embargo was placed upon the ministry from taking more than 15 seats for such appointments. It is from those nominations that Albus Dumbledore became a member and later chief warlock of the Wizengamot. So what is the problem now? Asked Harry. Augusta explained, as you know, the seats were mostly filled by those in the past who supported Voldemort in the last two Wizarding Wars. With the Battle of Hogwarts, most of them are either dead or in captivity. A number of lords who had went into hiding perished, and as a result we have about 22 seats to be filled. The ministry appointed seats are also to be filled which became vacant due to members being killed. We however are concerned with those seats which were occupied by Death Eaters in past. Some would like them to be taken again by Death Eaters, but we can't have that. Harry nodded. We can't have that. There must be some way. Augusta Longbottom nodded. There is a way. As they were discussing that, Lord Macmillan said, we also have some issues which are to be deliberated upon, namely the Chief Warlock and the Minister of Magic. Do we put a candidate there or do we wait and see who else will be running for the post? Augusta said, let it be left for discussion tomorrow, Lord Macmillan. This session is supposed to go on for 3 days. As the session reconvened, Kingsley rapped his gavel. Before this recess, the agenda which was being discussed was whether to allow or not to allow the supporters of Voldemort to retain their place on the Wizengamot. Young Lord Longbottom and Lord Folly have already made their thoughts known before this body, and now it is turn of other members to speak for or against this motion. Who else want to speak for or against this motion? A forest of hands went up, including Augusta Longbottom. Kingsley knew she was not a member anymore, and even she understood that she could not take a part in these proceedings, yet she had raised her hand. He decided to give her a chance to speak. Dowager Lady Longbottom, I believe this auspicious body would be benefited by your wisdom. She stood and said, Minister, I merely want to state that perhaps this body should give a chance to them to speak who have fought for and shed blood for the freedom that we are savoring today. The youngsters who were in charge of the war and fought relentlessly despite the odds being stacked against them should be encouraged to participate in these proceedings. Kingsley understood what Augusta was doing. She knew that despite her being an impressive personality in the society, it was Harry that people trusted more. If he were to speak about something, then they undoubtedly would follow him. Having put him in front, she had ensured that the motion will sail smoothly. Harry stood on his place, and everyone noticed that he was now wearing the finest quality of robes that could be found. When he started to speak, people realized that he was a natural leader. He might have been nervous in the start, but when he became comfortable, then his thoughts and words flowed coherently and made people listen to him. Thank you, Dowager Lady Longbottom, for giving me this opportunity. Respected lords and ladies, I know I have little to no experience to speak in front of this body. In all the time that I have been back in this magical world, I have seen nothing but disgust and loathing from those who backed Voldemort and supported him in his wars. I have seen the Muggleborns being hated, being tortured for just being magical, and most at the hands of the Death Eaters and the pureblood families who supported Voldemort. I understand that this body is mostly made up of the old families, and I have no intention to defy tradition, but at the same time, I ask a question from myself. Should we not reward their efforts who helped us get rid of Voldemort and ilk? Should we not dislodge Death Eaters and their supporters from positions of influence in the society so that we can be more pragmatic and progressive? The half-bloods, me included, the Muggleborns and werewolf-like Remus Lupin gave everything to help this world. Many of them are not with us anymore, but they died with the hopes of a better future for our world. Can we have a better future if we don't strive to make that happen? I ask of this body and the members if we should allow the Death Eaters or their sympathizers back in their seats and thus give them all the power. I say that we should not allow them to come into positions of power that they would be able to hurt us. I say that we should stand against this. I support this motion and plead all of you to do so. When he sat down, there was tremendous applause. When it died down, Kingsley said, now we will vote. Those in favor, please raise your wand with tips green. The motion passed through even if barely. 13 members were left of the previous body and 8 voted in favor while 5 opposed it. When the voting was done, Kingsley turned to the Wizengamot again. Now I would take recommendations from this body about who should fill in these seats. Lord Macmillan stood. I propose we offer one of these seats to the Weasley family. They have done much for the wizarding world even if they have had to suffer at the hands of the Death Eaters and the society in general. They were ridiculed and scorned, yet they have served our society with utmost devotion and care. Kingsley nodded. Lord Macmillan has proposed to award a seat to the House of Weasley in this body. Does anybody else support this motion? Harry stood up. House of Potter and Black support this motion. Kingsley continued. Noted. Now we will vote on this issue. How many in favor? The House of Weasley was one of the oldest houses in Wizarding Britain, and they had remained pure-blooded through ages. They were truly miracle family where each generation had almost as much member as the previous one, while other families were dying due to the lesser number of children being born. Also, they were coming into wealth and influence now, and it would not do for most of them to scorn them. The chosen one himself was very close to them, and that itself was a fact which swayed a lot of opinions. When Kingsley asked for votes, the motion passed with 10 votes in favor and 3 in oppose. House of Weasley is being invited to take a seat in these chambers, and the head of the family, Arthur William Weasley, will henceforth be known Lord Weasley to the wizarding world. With that said, the scribe named Percival Ignatius Weasley was sent to fetch the newly minted lord from the office of the Minister of Magic, where Arthur was toiling away in paperwork which rightfully belonged to Kingsley's lot but was foisted by him on the minister. When Arthur Weasley arrived, he was made to stand in front of the entire Wizengamot, and Kingsley addressed him. Arthur Septimus Weasley, the Wizengamot has decided to elevate the position of House of Weasley and ennoble your house, which shall run in perpetuity until the House of Weasley is extinguished. Do you, Arthur Septimus, accept this decision of this hallowed chamber? Arthur straightened and said, I accept, Minister. Arthur was led to a seat beside Ernie Macmillan, and House Weasley joined its peers up there. Kingsley continued, now there are about 20 more posts vacant, and we will be taking nominations for them. Ernie Macmillan stood. I propose House of Diggory to be offered a place on the Wizengamot. Now it was an interesting wrinkle and not something that anyone had thought about. Amos Diggory was the only one left in his family, so to offer a seat to them was considered a bad move by most of them, though they needed to vote on the issue now that it had been proposed. Does anybody Lord Macmillan's proposal? Harry stood up. House of Potter and Black second this motion. As people mulled over what it meant, Daphne's mental gears were whirring. A lot was going on behind the scenes than she had initially thought. There was something that was being done, and she was not a party to it despite being a part of the alliance. Kingsley was also befuddled. He didn't know what Dowager Longbottom was playing at, but he could feel that she was lining the Wizengamot with her allies. The vote was passed with 8-5, and House Diggory became a member. The next item was actually a surprise. Neville stood up on his place. I propose House of Shacklebolt to be made a member of this body, notwithstanding that Kingsley Shacklebolt is temporary Minister of Magic. His family has always sat on the Wizengamot, and it won't do to keep out of it now. This was actually surprising for Kingsley. If the houses wanted him as a member of the body, then it was sure that they had made up their mind about not electing him as the permanent Minister of Magic. There went his dreams down the drain. Does anyone second this motion? To his visible horror, Harry Potter stood. I support this motion, Minister. Those in support of the motion, please raise your wands. He had been hoping that many would be opposed to it and in favor of keeping him as the minister, but dashing his hopes, everyone raised their wands as one, and by unanimous vote, House Kingsley became a member. Since I am the temporary Minister of Magic and I get to vote in that capacity, the vote which accrues to me as Lord of House Kingsley shall remain in abeyance if my appointment becomes permanent. As things progressed, seats were awarded to most of those who had stayed with the light or remained neutral during the Second War. Of the 18 seats, 11 were filled with those who were clearly allied to the light side, while 7 remained in contention because there were not many worthy candidates to fill them. Finally, Kingsley rapped his gavel for final time of the day. The Wizengamot stands in abeyance till tomorrow morning, when we will reconvene to proceed further. Immediately after the meeting, Harry was invited to the meeting of allies at Longbottom Manor, where a meeting was going to take place. Daphne sat by his side in the meeting and heard over what was being said while offering very little in way of suggestions. We are down to last 7 seats, and these were held by the Dark faction traditionally in the past. The problem is that we don't have candidates that we can put forth for these seats, said Augusta Longbottom. Does anyone have any suggestions? Daphne spoke for the first time. Why not let them be held by those who sat in the dark faction? I mean, not all of them supported you know who, and alienating them from the society would send a bad message and cause a ripple in the already fragile society. I second her thoughts, said Lord Folly. It will best to let those houses have a lead in those seats. I remember that House Knot supported you know who, but the current heir Theo Knot has done little in the way of furthering the pure blood agenda of the Dark Houses. We can offer some seats to some of those who are not really a threat to our society. They mulled over this and bickered a little, but agreed at last that they would allow for the rest of seats to be taken by such houses. After the meeting was over, Harry got up to leave and Daphne caught up with him. Lord Potter, since I have agreed to teach you things about our world, I need to meet you on daily basis. Would it suit you to visit me at Greengrass Manor, or shall I visit you at your place of residence or Andy's place? I will think about it. Gray. Heir Lady Greengrass, Harry said, taking his leave. How do I get out of the hole I dug up for myself? How was your day, Harry? Andromeda asked him as he stumbled out of the flow. Tiring, he said. Andy, how do I get out of a hole I have dug up for myself? She cocked her head from side to side. What do you mean? He told her in detail about everything that had happened and she sighed. I tried to warn you yesterday, but you didn't pay heed to my warning. I am telling you this for first and last time, Harry. If you are being difficult and will not hear me, then I will leave this house with Teddy and never let you near him. The threat had the desired effect on him and he said pleadingly, I will do anything that you want, but don't talk about leaving this place. She nodded. Good boy. Now why you didn't owl order your robes yesterday? Andromeda. I don't have an owl anymore. Since I lost Hedwig, I have not owned one. Harry. I know you were fond of that owl, but you will need one now. In fact, you will need a parliament of owls because at times you will need to send many letters at once, she explained. He nodded. All right, I will go to Ilop's Owl Emporium tomorrow to see if they have an owl or many owls. She nodded. Now what about appointing a regent for House Black? Suddenly he had a very bright idea. Andy, why don't you become a regent for House Black? Me? She asked. Why do you think I can take that role? Because you were a black and there is no one better than you to be a regent. I will also pay a fixed monthly salary to you for being the regent, he said, almost beseeching her. She thought for long about it. She of course needed the gold and couldn't ask him. Teddy needed her at all times, so she had little time of her own. She could do with a fixed income, for that way she would be able to give Teddy a life without worrying about the money. I will accept, Harry, she said. I have also ordered 3 Wizengamot robes for you to wear to the Wizengamot. He smiled brightly. Thank you, Andromeda. You are a lifesaver. She hesitated before she said, there is a problem though. What? He asked. Harry, I was cast out of the family and as such, I cannot take the mantle of regent unless I have been reinstated in the house again. He asked her, with confusion on his face, how does one reinstate you in the house? Ask Creature to bring you the grimoire. It has the procedure written in it. About 10 minutes later, Andromeda sat on her knees as Harry said, Andromeda Cassiopeia Tonksnay Black, you were cast out of the house previously but are being reinstated. Will you serve the House of Black with equal fervor, zeal and enthusiasm as the house will do to you? She replied haughtily, I do. Do you, Andromeda, promise to serve the house and your lord as they would do the same for you? I do. Then rise again as Andromeda Black, the daughter of House Black. She stood, her eyes filled with tears, and she said with moist voice, Thank you, Lord Black. A minister, an elder, a chief warlock. The next morning descended bright upon Wizarding Britain. The newspapers were filled with the news about the session. New Wizengamot convenes. The Wizengamot convened its first meeting after the war for the first time yesterday, and as expected, it was chaotic. With the temporary Minister of Magic working as the chief warlock, he introduced those members who have remained in their seats through the war, and it is with grave sadness that we report that only 13 such lords survived the Second War. Of the new ascensions, there were many, but the one that caught most stares was Lord Harry Potter, who also holds the lordship for House Black due to being named as heir for Sirius Black, who had named him as his heir in his will. Lord Potter, however, it seemed that was out to defy traditions and customs. Opposed to other members, He was clad in a jeans and a t-shirt and stuck out as a patch on a silk sheet. Whether it was to start a new trend or to defy the norms and customs, or whether it was sheer ignorance of our ways and customs, is something we will never know. He further acted like a child when he spoke out of turn at the gathering and could not even bother to properly address his fellow lords and ladies. It begs us to question what the boy who lived has learned through his life about his position in our society and his station. While it may seem otherwise, but this reporter has reasons to suspect that Lord Potter does not even care about his clothes or how he carries himself in the society. When the Wizengamot reconvened after recess, he however was wearing the standard Wizengamot robes, and it looks like some of his fellow lords prevailed upon him. We will wait and see what new perspective he brings to this august body. Harry was cringing as he read the newspaper, but that was water under the bridge now. When he and Andromeda went to the Wizengamot, she took a seat in the stand while he sat between the lords and waited for Kingsley to resume. Welcome to the second day of the Wizengamot session, where we have assembled to select the members of this esteemed body, said Kingsley. He then turned to Harry. Lord Potter, you were supposed to appoint a regent for House of Black. We are awaiting the details. Harry stood. House of Black do hereby, under the writ of the Lord of Black, appoint Andromeda Cassiopeia Black née Tonks as the regent for House Black after having reinstated her in the family. This was an interesting wrinkle. Andromeda was a Black by birth, and she knew how pureblood minds worked. Having her there in the Wizengamot would make things interesting for everyone. Kingsley just hoped that she would be an asset to him and his plans. As Andromeda Tonks née Black here in the chamber? Kingsley asked the chamber in general. She rose from her seat in the spectator stands. I am here, Minister Shacklebolt. Lord Black has selected you as regent of the House of Black. Do you accept these responsibilities? She raised her head and said regally, I do accept, Minister. With that, Andromeda climbed to her seat and became the regent for House of Black. Kingsley continued, does anybody have any proposals? Daphne Greengrass stood. Minister, while a lot of pureblood houses supported you know who, but there are a lot of those whose heirs did nothing to support him or his ideology. Many of them remained neutral in the war or even helped the light side in small ways. Keeping those houses out of this body will be doing a disservice to them. I propose that we offer their seats back to them and let their heirs take it. Kingsley could not understand what was happening anymore. Every member of the alliance had his own agenda and made their own motion. He was sure that Greengrass had become a part of the Light Alliance, but exactly what they intended to gain by allowing entry of those houses in Wizengamot again. He however had to conduct a vote on the proposal put forward by Daphne Greengrass. Is there anyone who seconds this motion? Asked Kingsley. Arthur Weasley rose from his place. House Weasley seconds the proposal. Kingsley was aghast. How could Arthur second this proposal? Exactly what they had taught him in those chambers in a few minutes that he was ready to second this harebrained motion. His hands, however, were tied. He had never thought that Arthur Weasley could be selected to become a member of the Wizengamot. Clearly others had been busy behind his back. He, however, was assured that Harry Potter was behind him still, and he would oppose this motion. Please raise your wands if you are in favor of the motion. To his horror, the first one who rose his wand was Harry himself, with Andromeda following quickly. 7 wands went up and Kingsley almost had a heart attack. Out of the 6 that had opposed, half belonged to the alliance and 4 belonged to those who supported the motion. He wasn't sure anymore if Harry was on his side anymore. Those opposed the motion, please raise your wands. Only 6 opposed and the motion was passed. Now we will take suggestions as to which houses can be allowed to retain their seats, he announced. After a lot of debate and voting, Felix Rosier of House Rosier, House of Knott led by Theo Knott, House of Bull led by Lucian Bull, House of Warrington led by Cassius Warrington, House of Montague led by Graham Montague, House of Vasey with Aaron Vasey, House of Bletchley with Miles Bletchley, and House of Higgs with Terence Higgs were invited to take seats on the Wizengamot. Those 7 weren't known to have been involved in the war at all, and therefore, they were allowed to retain their seats. Of these 7, House Rosier was an anomaly. In the past, Rosier had always supported Voldemort. In fact, Felix's father had been a member of the inner circle of the Dark Lord during the First War, and his elder son, Evan Rosier, was a very competent duelist. Felix's father had been killed in a Death Eater raid at the hands of the Aurors, and Evan Rosier was killed by Alistair Moody in a duel which almost ended in Alistair's death until he got lucky and escaped with only losing a chunk of his nose. Felix was not a Death Eater, never was branded, and did nothing to profess his loyalty to Voldemort. He in fact had fled Wizarding Britain when the Death Eaters took over and remained in France and had returned very recently. Kingsley spoke again. Now we have all the seats occupied, we will proceed to other matters. The first order of business is selection of a Chief Warlock. The previous Chief Warlock is in prison and awaiting trial for his Death Eater activities. Are there any nominations? Abercrombie stood up. I nominate Lord Octavius Orpington for the post of Chief Warlock. Lord Abercrombie has proposed Lord Orpington as the Chief Warlock. Does anybody support this motion? Lord Shaw stood. I support this motion. Kingsley rapped his gavel. Is there any other nomination for the post of Chief Warlock? Neville stood up on cue. I nominate Hamish Macmillan as the Chief Warlock. This brought Kingsley up short. He realized suddenly why Hamish Macmillan had abdicated in favor of his son. He intended to remain in the chamber, become the Chief Warlock, and keep his son on his family seat. Is there anyone else who supports this motion? Arthur stood up. I support this motion. Lord Weasley has supported this motion. Are there any more nominations? There were none, and Kingsley waited for 5 minutes before continuing. Now we will vote on the motion. The vote was one side, with 20 voting in Macmillan's favor, including the 7 who were in the dark faction, while 15 were in support of Abercrombie, who lost the vote, but it visibly didn't cause him any discomfort. Kingsley continued. I now vacate this place in favor of the newly anointed Chief Warlock. Hamish Macmillan strode to the seat of the Chief Warlock. He bowed to the seat before he ascended to it and then started speaking in a slow, mellifluous tone. I thank this auspicious body for this opportunity to serve our society as the Chief Warlock. It is indeed a position of honor and reverence for me, since this position has been occupied by the likes of Albus Dumbledore in the past, who was a towering giant in our society and who gave up his life for the betterment of our society. I hereby solemnly resolve to always work for the betterment of our society and for better relations between all of us, irrespective of any distinction that common wizards and witches may have drawn between themselves. His speech was met with warm applause, while Daphne realized what was happening. As a Chief Warlock, Hamish Macmillan was supposed to remain neutral, and in that capacity, he could not be a part of the alliance. By placing his son in the position of Lord, he had ensured that his house would remain in the alliance and he would get to be the Chief Warlock. A very smooth move indeed. And she was sure that something else was coming. Now the first thing on the agenda is to select elders of the Wizengamot. In the past there have been at least 5 elders up there on the bench who have guided us with their wisdom. We still have Elder Ogden, Elder Marchbanks and Elder McDougall with us, and we are short of 2 elders on the Wizengamot. As is the practice, these posts are not subject to vote but nominations, and it is on the discretion of the Chief Warlock to nominate suitable candidates from a list of names. Does anybody have any proposals? Daphne had understood the game by now and stood on her place, in order to let others know that she understood what they had been playing at. I propose Augusta Longbottom to be nominated as elder to this body. Harry stood. I propose to nominate Elphias Doge as an elder to the Wizengamot. There were no more forthcoming names, and after 5 minutes, Hamish Macmillan announced, we are honored to nominate Augusta Longbottom and Elphias Doge as the elders to the Wizengamot. Let they be sworn in when this marathon session of the Wizengamot is at its end. Now the next thing on agenda is to select the new Minister of Magic. As I understand, Temporary Minister Kingsley Shacklebolt has made a motion to make his appointment permanent through a vote of this auspicious body, which is perfectly within the rules. Are there any other nominations? Kingsley was very worried. If the Alliance projected someone else as the minister, then he would be done for. He lowered his head and tried not to think about it when a voice resounded in his ears. I propose Lord Abercrombie for the Minister of Magic. It was Lord Orpington who was making the said motion, and Lord Shaw stood from his place. I second the motion. The new Chief Warlock was amused. Abercrombie and Orpington were noble houses which were minor when it came to the old houses. They remained on the fringes of the light spectrum and always tried to get some glory for themselves. When Dumbledore was around, he indulged them because they served his purposes, but when he was ousted, Former Lord Orpington had become the chief warlock with the help of the bumbling food fudge, but the Lord Abercrombie was not worthy to become minister, especially when compared to Kingsley Shacklebolt, who came from a very illustrious line. Let it be entered into the record that Lord Shaw has seconded the motion. Are there any more nominations? When there were none, the chief warlock said, "We will now take votes for the post. Those in favor of Lord Orpington, please raise your wands." There were 16 wands raised his favor, and Kingsley was scared. There were 35 votes on the Wizengamot, and 16 had just selected his opponent. It left 18 members, as he could not vote on his own election, and even if 2 of them abstained from casting a vote, it would be a tie, which would be worse than a defeat. He started praying to the powers that be that the Alliance would vote for him, though he knew many of them had voted for Orpington. Chief Warlock Macmillan had counted the votes and turned to chamber again. "Now those in favor of Kingsley Shacklebolt, raise your wands." One by one wands started going up, and with every such vote, Kingsley's heartbeats started getting fast. When there were 16 votes, he was fervently praying that nothing bad would come out of it. That he would get to become the Minister of Magic. That the vote would pass. Finally, Amos Diggory raised his hand, and the votes came to 17. After 5 minutes, Chief Warlock declared, "Kingsley Shacklebolt is elected the Minister of Magic by vote of 17 to 16. We wish you luck, Minister." As Kingsley was seated, Macmillan started again. "Now the next item on agenda is the foster program, which has been devised by the Minister for the benefit of the orphans of war. Minister, you have the floor." Kingsley stood in his place, ready to start explaining the foster program which he had formulated. At the last count, there are about 60 children in the children ward of St. Mungo's. These are children who were orphaned due to the act of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The Department of Familial Relations is trying to ascertain how many families were wiped out in the recently concluded war. The ministry has been trying to find if these children have any family left, but we have run into a dead end everywhere. Many of these children are half-bloods and even Muggle-born, and were thrown in Azkaban by the Death Eaters at the behest of the nefarious Muggle-born Registration Commission. Some of these children had their parents killed because they refused to bow down to the Death Eaters. We have also tracked a few children who are living with their relatives at the moment, but those relatives are not very keen on keeping them and would throw them out at the earliest opportunity. To help them find a home, this program has been started by the ministry. There are many children who became orphans in the war, and there are many families who lost their only child. The ministry is trying to get such families adopt at least one of such children. That way, they would get heirs for their house, and these children will have a family to grow up in. There are also 2 facets to this program. One can either adopt a child or they can foster them. "Does anybody want to speak?" asked the chief warlock. Harry was the first to raise his hand, and Hamish Macmillan turned to him. "The chamber is ready to hear your views, Lord Potter." Harry stood and looked around the chamber. He could feel eyes on him, and bracing himself, he started speaking. "Lords and ladies of this august chamber, I do not need to speak about the horrors that war has wrought on our society. The impact of war can be seen on this chamber itself. Many of the lords of this august body are not with us anymore because they were killed. They were killed because they dared to defy Voldemort. Men who were so great that those who would come after would be watered down imitations of them. The power, the wisdom that they carried into this chamber is something that we cannot expect to see again. We lost countless wizards and witches in the war because they dared to do what was right. They defied Voldemort and his Death Eaters, dared to resist them, and fought for our freedom. They gave their lives so we would get free from the yoke of oppression of Voldemort. People say that I am responsible for ending the war, but that is only because they saw me putting Voldemort down like a rabid dog. They do not see the sacrifice of countless others who gave their lives happily so that their future generations would be safe. Wizards like Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks fought in the Battle of Hogwarts because for them it was the right thing to do. They were martyred in the war, and they left behind their son Teddy, who doesn't know that he is an orphan of war. Being an orphan is a wound which can never heal. I myself am an orphan who had to live with his Muggle aunt and uncle, and it would be saying lightly that they did not like me a bit. I know what losing a parent is like. I understand what a parent would feel who has lost their only child. The war ended many families and orphaned a lot of children who should have grown up with the loving and tender care of their parents. I appreciate the minister for thinking of this program and I extend my heartfelt support to it. The applause that Harry had when he sat down was huge. Anyone standing outside the chamber would have felt that a riot was going on with the applause that was shown to Harry. After he sat, Hamish rapped his gavel again. Anyone else would like to speak? Neville raised his hand and was allowed. Lord Longbottom, you have the floor. Thank you, Chief Warlock. I echo the sentiments expressed by Lord Potter in this auspicious chamber. While my parents are still alive, but their condition has rendered them vegetative, and I never knew them in the truest sense of the word. I grew up with my grandmother who did an amazing job raising me, but I know that I have yearned for the parental affection that others have had in their lives. I yearned for the peck on forehead that other children got on the platform before they would go to Hogwarts. I yearned for the hug that sons would get from their fathers if they made them proud. I know what it is like growing up without a family. It is not conducive for a child to live at a place where they are not loved or appreciated. It is not proper if a child has to live in an orphanage just because someone could not bother to take them in. And I know what it would be like for a parent to lose their child. This war has all but destroyed us. I hope that those children in the orphan wing would get a family to love them as they ought to be. As Neville spoke, many of the members were wiping their eyes. His words struck a chord with them, and for the first time they seemed to be realizing that the Lord Potter and the Lord Longbottom were orphans of war. Technically, Frank and Alice Longbottom were alive, but there was no hope of them recovering ever. Those two had gone through a lot in their still short yet significant lives, but they had stood tall and fought Voldemort and his ilk. They all had heard from their families about how Neville Longbottom had spearheaded the resistance at Hogwarts in Harry Potter's absence and had even saved many students from deaths at the hands of the infamous Carrow twins. The applause for Neville was almost the same as Harry, if not rowdier. These both were showing acumen which was quite unexpected in people their age, but then they had grown up while others were still small children. Is there anyone else who want to speak to this motion? Asked the Chief Warlock. Elder McDougal stood. I have a few questions from the minister, Chief Warlock. Kingsley stood from his place and bowed respectfully. I am ready to answer your questions, Elder McDougal. Minister, as I understand, many of these children are from pureblood families or are half-bloods, and as such, they come from bloodlines which are ancient. If they are adopted by another family, what will happen to their original families? This program proposes for magical adoption of children by families, Elder McDougal. If a child is adopted, then he will take the name of the family adopting him, and if he were the last scion of their house, they would still inherit from their birth family and can keep names of both the families, the one adopting him and the one his birth family. What if a child is about to reach of majority? The ministry is planning to set up a facility for those children who are about 13 years of age and above, and if they don't find it agreeable to be adopted by a family, they would be housed there until they reach the age of majority while attending Hogwarts. After graduating from school, the ministry will help them to find employment, and then they can revive their family lines. If there are two children who are supposed to be the last scions of their family, with one being a child and the other nearing majority, what the ministry will do in that case? I assure you that such cases and far and few in between. However, if there is any such case, we would encourage for the younger child to be fostered until the elder one is able to assume responsibility and is able to take care of his sibling. However, if both are amenable, then the younger one can be given in adoption to a willing party. How the ministry will ensure that the adopted children are being tended to with care and love? He asked. The ministry is planning to re-establish the Wizarding Children's Services Authority. One of its functions will be to look into the conditions of these children who are given in adoption or are being fostered on a monthly basis. If it is found that the arrangement is not working, then the child will be given in adoption to another family. What if a child has been bitten? What will the ministry do then? The ministry will bear the cost of wolfsbane to be supplied to them as long as they are not able to afford it by themselves. If such children cannot be adopted, then they will be kept at the facility for children above 13 years of age. The ministry will make all the preparations for them. Elder McDougal turned to the Chief Warlock. I am through with my questions, Chief Warlock. When the elder sat, the Chief Warlock said, Now, this is a motion which per se does not merit being voted upon. It is related to policy and administration, and as such, this plan has been granted approval by the ministry under the seal of the Minister of Magic. This foster program will come into effect immediately and all the relevant details shall be published in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. When he was done speaking, Kingsley stood again. This program was formulated tentatively contingent upon my permanent appointment as the Minister of Magic. Lord Diggory, whose son Cedric Diggory was killed by Peter Pettigrew 3 years ago at the time of the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, has already adopted a child from the Children Ward. The child has been formally named the heir for House Diggory and has been named Benedict Diggory. I would invite him to say a few words to this gathering. There was polite applause in the Wizengamot as Amos stood on his place. Thank you, Minister. It was heart-wrenching to lose my only child. Cedric was my pride and joy. He was the model student and he was very well behaved. He represented Hogwarts in the tournament and did so brilliantly. He was killed by Peter Pettigrew because he ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was simply murdered because he was there. He was the first casualty in the Second War and not a day has passed that I or my wife have forgot him. There is no one who can take his place in our lives, but as someone had pointed out recently that I am not getting any younger and that Cedric would not have wanted us to drown in misery. He loved us and would have wanted us to be happy. When the ministry presented the outline of this program to me, I realized that I can give a child a home, the love of parents if I adopt them. I can make his life with a simple decision. I find myself agreeing with the sentiments echoed by Lord Potter and Lord Longbottom. I beseech you all, fellow lords and ladies, citizens of the wizarding world who have lost your children, to endeavor to give a beautiful life to a child. That is the best that thing that you can do. His address gathered a lot of applause. He was well loved in the ministry, and when he bared his heart like that, many of them who had lost their children in the war connected with him. Hamish Macmillan rapped his gavel. This session of this auspicious body is adjourned till we will resume in the morning tomorrow. As the session was adjourned, Harry was accosted by Daphne. Lord Potter, a word please. Yes, Lady Greengrass, Harry said, how can I serve you? She smirked a little. I see someone has taught you a little. I wanted to know about our meeting arrangements. I also know that Lady Regent Black is not living at her house anymore. Harry nodded. The townhouse of the ancient and most noble House of Black can be found at number 12, Grimald Place, London. Her eyes spread in wonder. Fidelius. I didn't know that you knew such complicated magic, Lord Potter. Andromeda, who was sitting near them and talking to Augusta, said to Harry, Harry, remember to go to Ilops and buy at least one owl before you return home today. I am going now. Teddy is alone with only Creature for company. He nodded and turned to Daphne. Will you accompany me to Ilops Owl Emporium in Diagon Alley, Lady Greengrass? She asked him. You haven't been to Diagon Alley since the war ended, haven't you? He nodded and she informed. Lord Potter, Ilops is still shut. You will need to go somewhere else. Most of Diagon Alley still looks like a ghost town. He was thinking quickly. In that case, I will go to Hagrid. He might have some owl that is free to be adopted. She asked. Why do you favor him so much? He is a groundskeeper. Harry glared at her. He is my friend, Greengrass. He was there for me so many times when no one was. Don't let me catch you saying a word against him again. In that moment, Daphne shuddered with the anger that he was projecting at him. His aura was fierce, and if she said so, he looked scarier than Voldemort with his anger aroused. She tried to placate him. Lord Potter, I did not mean any insult. I mean you are from a high-born family, one of the elites, and yet you stick with him. He asked her, and what is the problem with that? He was the first person to show any kindness to me. He has been like a family to me since he has known me. For all that he has done for me, it is but natural that I would be attached to him. She realized that the boy in front of her was more than met the eye. There was a lot about him that she did not understand, and it would be a long uphill battle in her quest to understand the young lord. If it is not bother to you, I will pay a visit to you at the townhouse of House Black in the evening today, Lord Black, she said, bowing to him. I have not seen little Teddy for a few days now. With that, Daphne went to a side and he walked towards the exit of the ministry. Are you your mother? Harry arrived at the grounds of Hogwarts and was surprised. The repair work was in fast progress. All the outward damages were dealt with. Even the bridge that had been blown to keep the Death Eaters away was back in place and looked sturdier than before. Hagrid was in the grounds and taming a herd of hippogriffs. Harry sighed in relief. He hadn't wanted to step inside the castle and was hoping that he would meet Hagrid as quickly as he could. Hagrid, he called, and the gamekeeper turned smiling. Harry, what are ye doing here? Harry saw the hippogriff Buckbeak with the herd of the hippogriffs but did not move towards them, rather waited for Hagrid to come to him. When Hagrid neared him, he said, Hagrid, I need your help. What do you want, Harry? Asked the half-giant gameskeeper. Hagrid, you were there when Hedwig was killed when we were leaving Privet Drive. I didn't get the chance to buy another owl since an Ilops is closed. Hagrid beamed, and want me to find an owl for you. Harry nodded. Yes, please. Hagrid waved his dust bin lid-sized hand. Come, Harry. I have a few that you would like. Hagrid led him some distance in the forest and there was a whole parliament of owls. Harry was sure that they were not school owls but rather were free. Some were common barn owls, some were scoop owls, and few were tawny owls, and a couple of those. His breath hitched in throat as he gazed at the last two of them. There was no doubt that those two were snowy owls like Hedwig. The white plume and those eyes like Hedwig left no place for doubt, however he was not sure how they came to be. While Arctic owls weren't exactly rare, but in his 6 years at Hogwarts, there had been only one that Harry knew. His own Hedwig. He turned to Hagrid, who was smiling knowingly. Beautiful, aren't they? Harry could not form the words. Hagrid, are they? He nodded. Her owl had a life other than being post owl. These two are the last of her children. Had a fling with another eagle owl and gave a lot of children over the years. I released all of them in forest knowing people would flock after them. They have their own colony there. Harry smiled. They do look like their mother. Can I take them? Hagrid asked him. How many do you need? What do you mean? Harry asked him. Well, every lord is supposed to have a couple of them. Your father told me he had an entire parliament in the manor. Manor. I don't have a manor, Harry replied. James told me they had a manor in middle of nowhere. Hagrid told him. I guess no one told you. Harry knew that was true. Only a couple of people really knew about his family and none of them had been around him for a large amount of time to really tell him anything. Sirius had so little time with him that this never came up. Remus had even less time with him, and in all those time, Remus was generally trying to save Harry's life or working for the Order. Dumbledore might have known, but there was nothing that could be gained by telling him. Besides, Dumbledore already had a full plate without trying to take more on himself. Hagrid, can you get me a couple of them? Harry asked him. Hagrid beamed at him. I will get you some. Where are you living? Harry told him. The townhouse of the ancient and most noble House of Black can be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London. Sirius's place? The giant asked him. I will send a couple to you tomorrow. You can use them to breed more. The minister humbled. Kingsley Shacklebolt decided it was time that he confronted the erumpent in the room. He was relying on the light side to get him to the post of minister without any hiccups, but what had happened had scared him. He also realized that while Harry and Neville were being presented as the face of this alliance, but it was Augusta Longbottom who was moving things along. He decided that it was time that he met Elder Longbottom. When he flowed to Longbottom Manor, Augusta was in the meeting room where the flow was situated, as if she had been waiting for him. Minister, I am glad that you are here. We have a lot to discuss. After Kingsley did his courtesies with her, she had him sit and then waited for him to speak. She knew why he had come and that it was no social visit. However, she wasn't going to speak first. If Kingsley wanted to play a game, then she was the master in it. After about 5 minutes, Kingsley said, Elder Longbottom, I am thankful to you and your allies that you chose to keep me in the position of minister. However, there were times that I felt frightened, and there are many things which do not make sense to me. She smirked. Minister, today was a lesson for you. Cornelius Fudge always tried to blaze through us and often used the candidates placed in the ministry seats to get his way. You are also a human, so you can try something like that at some point of time. We have played in the hands of the ministry enough. It is time that we wield the power which was due to us. After the First War, it was Dumbledore who kept us all under his thumb because it was not possible for us to resist him. We had unanimously agreed that we will select you minister, but it was necessary to show you that now we hold the power in that chamber. There was no way that it would have gone any other way. From now, any motion that you tried to shove down our throats will not pass. Any move that you try to make to subvert our authority will be met with stiff resistance. He nodded. Of course, Elder Longbottom. I was also curious about the Dark families retaining their seats. She smirked. I know that you are wondering why did we allow the Dark houses to retain their seats. It is because they are guileless and susceptible to manipulation, and in their gratitude, they will do whatever we want them to do. It was also to show you that unlike Dumbledore or Fudge, we are not going to be authoritarian. Everyone has a voice in our alliance and every voice counts. We will listen to everyone, and if you try to bring any motion in the Wizengamot relying on us but not before discussing it with us, we will see that it fails spectacularly. We will be watching, Minister. Kingsley understood what she was saying. Before Voldemort, the writ of houses ran large in the Wizengamot. There were people in that body who were towering giants in everything that they did. The ministry often had to fight them to get any motion passed through it, and nothing that they did not wish could pass it. When Voldemort came, they all had alienated, siding with either Dumbledore or Voldemort. The neutrals who remained were far and few in between. Since then, the houses divided themselves into factions. However, what Augusta meant was that the Wizengamot was going to its old ways again. The ministry would have to watch its step. He stood from his place and nodded to her. I will take you leave now, Elder Longbottom. I sincerely hope that I don't commit any act which may be counted as a transgression. Black Townhouse. When Daphne Greengrass arrived at the address Harry had given her, she had no idea what to expect. It was a property situated in a Muggle neighborhood, and no one could expect that it would be townhouse of the House of Black. The neighborhood had the criminal feel to it, and the area around the square looked like a rundown place. It was clear that at a time, this place was a very affluent neighborhood, but that had passed with time. The only saving grace that remained of this place was the buildings which belonged to the Gregorian era and the architecture which was mostly intact. As she touched the knocker, the door opened inwards soundlessly and an ancient elf appeared before her. It was very old elf whose skin was falling on his body in folds, his nose was long, his bat-like ears were little bigger than other elves, and he had a bullfrog voice. Who is you want to see? She addressed the elf as if she would order her own. My name is Lady Daphne Greengrass and I am here to meet Lord Potter. The elf stepped aside while bowing to her. Master be waiting for you in his study. Creature will be showing the way. As Daphne was led into the house, she could see that the house was very tastefully decorated. However, it was clear to her that the maintenance work was fairly recent, as if the house had been redone recently. The elf led her up to 2 stairs, and on the first floor, Andy was there waiting for her. She warmly embraced the younger girl. Daphne, it is very nice to see you. Where is Teddy? She asked. Andromeda sighed. Where else? With his godfather in the Lord's study. Every moment that Harry has to spare is spent with him. As she escorted Daphne to the Lord's study, she said to Creature, I will take her to the Lord's chamber, Creature. You can tend to your business. The ancient elf bowed low to her and then disappeared. Andy, what is this place? Daphne, this is the townhouse of House Black, Andromeda told her. It was an acquisition made by the House of Black when need was felt to have accommodations in London. So this is not the Black Manor? Daphne asked her. No, it is not, but the manor has not been opened in years for now, she replied. Why? Daphne asked her. Well, since Sirius's incarceration there was no one left in the family. Sirius's mother lived here alone as Sirius's father had died a few years ago. Our grandfather Arcturus Orion Black lived overseas most of the time and died there. Lucretia lived at the home that her family had given to her in dowry. Narcissa was married to Lucius Malfoy and never felt the need to visit the Black Manor, which I supposed is in lockdown. I was thrown out of the family and had nothing to do with it. Rest of the Blacks were either dead or in prison during these years. I will have to convince Harry to visit the manor and at least lift the stasis charm on it. They had reached the Lord's study by then. Andromeda knocked on the door and announced, Your guest, Lord Black. Daphne entered the room and Harry stood from his place, bowing to her. Welcome to the Black Townhouse, Lady Greengrass. She performed the proper curtsy as due to him and he pulled a chair for her. After she was seated, he sat in his chair on the other side of the table as Andromeda had taught him. What brings you here, Lady Greengrass? Lord Potter, the Wizengamot is going to debate some very crucial issues tomorrow. I know that we are committed to the alliance, but I have seen that they all are very crafty in their ways. They are playing their cards too close to their chests. Meaning? Harry asked her. They are doing everything with a plan and some benefits for them in the near future, she explained. That is generally how the Wizengamot works. I wished to ask what you will do if your views are different than them on a topic. If something like that happens, I will follow what I think is right, he said. She nodded. Now there is another thing that I had to discuss, Lord Potter. I am not going to teach you little things which are otherwise generally unnecessary, but I will teach you things that you must know. He nodded. So when do we start? I will tell you the details, she promised. For now, let's review the motions for tomorrow. Shall we? He nodded. It was better that Daphne was with him to go over the motions so it would not be as hard as it seemed to be. They discussed the motions that were on the list of items that would be dealt with the next day. She was very thorough, debating all the fine points about each and everything, and Harry could feel the lack in his education that was pretty obvious to him now. Daphne had been modeled into it while he had to learn it the hard way now. After they had talked at length, he asked the question that he had on his mind. Lady Greengrass, why are you helping me? She raised an eyebrow. I thought that I made it clear at the ministry, Lord Potter. He shook his head. No, you didn't. That is hardly a reason. She smiled. You are very perceptive. Yes, I want to know more about you. What do you mean? Harry asked. Lord Potter, when you arrived at school, most of us who were around your age had been reading stories about you. Fables that were published in children's books and portrayed you as a hero and something that took our fancy. Most of us grew up idolizing the hero in those books, and what we didn't realize was that most of those things were just stories for children. When you arrived at the castle, you were not what anyone expected. Most of us who wanted to become your friend had our hopes dashed. We had resigned ourselves to the fact that you were an ordinary boy like us, but you seemed to be out to prove us wrong. In first year, the rumors were that you had made Quirrell disappear after fighting him somewhere the school. In the second year, we heard you had fought a basilisk and killed it with bare hand. Sword? Harry muttered. I used a sword. Pardon? She said. What did you mean? I used the sword of Gryffindor to slay the basilisk, which was the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Daphne's eyes were round as galleons. You mean the rumors were true? Harry suddenly wanted to avoid the topic. We will talk about it later, Greengrass. She realized he was not going to tell her more. To keep conversation going, she asked, why do you live in this place? Sirius lived here when he escaped from Azkaban, Harry told her. What? You mean you were in contact with him after he escaped from Hogwarts at the end of our third year? Daphne asked him. Yes. I lived with him in the summer before fifth year, Harry told her. She shelved that thought for later. There were a lot of things that she didn't know. Did he love this place? She asked. He hated here. This place had no pleasant memories for him from his childhood, and the year on the run was very hard for him. He only lived here because this was the safest place for him to hide. He felt frustrated in this place with not being able to go out and could not do anything worthwhile for the Order of the Phoenix. If you don't like this place, then why are you living here? Daphne asked him. Because I had no other accommodation when the war ended. Also, this place is surrounded by a Fidelius charm, so this place is one of the safest places, and now Teddy is also living here, he said. You don't want to see your ancestral manor? Daphne asked. Ancestral manor. My grandfather once told me that the Potters had a very beautiful manor made of sandstones and that it was a work of art, she told him. I don't know. I haven't even opened the journals that the goblins gave me. I have no idea what to do with them, he lamented. Lord Potter, those contain details of your property, your gold, and everything that has to do with the bank, she explained. You must tend to them since it is for you now to make decisions in respect of the property and other things. I thought Gringotts does that for us. She hid her smile behind a fake cough. Gringotts does your investing, but they only do that on your instructions. If you leave no instructions to them, then they will let your gold lie. He nodded. Can you help me get through them? The offer was tempting for Daphne. Journals were protected with utmost zeal by the head of houses because they contained all the information about the family's finances and properties, etc. It was Potter's naivete that he was asking her to look through them, but she knew it was not propriety. Lord Potter, this journal is only meant for strict perusal of the head of house, his wife and the heir. It is considered impolite that anyone except you should look into it. I cannot look into it because it is not proper. Harry sighed. How do I make any sense of it then? From what I know, the journals are generally straightforward for all the families. Gringotts uses the same format for all of its clients, so I can tell you where to find anything. He nodded. Any help would be better than no help at all. The journal is generally divided into sections like vaults, properties, and heirlooms, etc. First, they would detail into how many vaults you own with the bank, what is in each vault, how much is the withdrawal limit, if any. Generally, each family as large as yours get a main vault, a heirloom vault, a vault which accumulates all the interest that you investments generate and any revenues that your family businesses may be bringing in, a dowager vault and trust vault, depending on the number of children that one has. So how do we set up a trust vault? He asked her. You can set it up by discussing with your account manager. You can also hire someone to look after your affairs who can be your agent in the bank. This person, though, would be your agent. They are generally called stewards. Harry nodded. That is very useful information, Lady Greengrass. I had tried to ask others to help me, but nobody volunteered. She merely smiled. Lord Potter, nobody except you or your family can be allowed to look at those journals. These are private details which are only meant for the eyes of the lord, the lady, or their children or steward. It is breach of propriety if one dares to look into journals of another even on their invitation. And how do I find this manor? Harry asked her. The manor's address, its state, etc. would be written in your journal. Generally, the Lord Rings can function as a portkey to the location of the ancestral manor, however, you will have to read the journal to know more. And what would you suggest about some investment, Lady Greengrass? He asked her. The real estate market is always growing. Wizarding families are always looking for more spaces where they can live in peace. This area, for example, is a very nice location and contains buildings built in the Georgian style. If you were to buy all the buildings around and sold them to wizarding families, you can make very decent gold out of it. Andromeda entered the Lord's study at that moment. Enough talk for the day. Let's all go for dinner now. Harry turned to her. It will please me if you would partake of food at my table, Lady Greengrass. She nodded. I will be honored, Lord Potter. Close the doors, boomed the voice of Chief Willock Macmillan, and the doors closed at once. Welcome to the third day of the first session of the newly constituted Wizengamot. In the past 2 days, we have made a functional Wizengamot, and today, we will deal with matters which are mostly on the administrative side, which has to be approved by this body by a majority vote, he said while looking across the chamber. However, before that can happen, we are going to make some changes in the sitting of the houses. In the past, we have sat scattered in factions in this body. Former Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore had the authority to order the sitting to change, which he refused, but I will use those powers to make a change to the sitting of the houses. From now, there will be no factions in this body, but we will sit according to the English alphabet. We have been long sequestered, and now it is time that we changed it. The chamber erupted into chaos as it was expected. This had come totally out of the blues, and many of the members were caught in surprise. However, Harry could see that Daphne had a gleam in her eye, as if she were trying to discern what the end game was. The lords of houses of Rosier, Knott, Vasey, Bowl, Warrington, Bletchley, and Montague were also looking in surprised. A lot of them wanted to object, but they understood that nothing would come out of it. As they all knew, the Chief Warlock has the authority to do this, and nothing could be done to it except making their objections known. Does anyone want to speak before I make the arrangements permanent? Asked the Chief Warlock. To everyone's surprise, Felix Rosier stood. I would like to address the Wizengamot, Chief Warlock. The chair recognizes Lord Rosier. We are eager to hear your views. Lords and ladies, in the past we have been divided by factions in this body. However, it is also true that not all of the houses in any faction were ever of same opinion on any issue. In that condition, Placing them in factions and hating them led to nothing but bred resentment against all of them. The arrangement proposed by Chief Warlock seeks to do away with the distinction, and we all could express our opinions independently irrespective of what other houses in our faction would think. In my humble opinion, this idea has a lot of merit and I endorse what the Chief Warlock has proposed. When he sat, Hamish Macmillan rapped his gavel again. Will anyone else like to speak to this motion? Harry wanted to speak to this motion, but Daphne, with a subtle shake of her head, asked him to keep his seat and rose. I would like to speak to this motion, Chief Warlock. The chair recognizes Lady Greengrass. I echo the thoughts expressed by Lord Rosier. I am on the same humble opinion that we should do away with the old system. Since we are starting anew and trying to get over our losses, it is but reasonable that we start it by changing what kept our society divided. This body is a representation of the public of the wizarding world and of its aspirations. We work to make things better for them, and we cannot do it until we are fighting amongst ourselves. When she sat, the Chief Warlock again asked if someone wanted to speak, but when no one raised their hands, he rapped his gavel. I will now make the arrangements. About an hour later, the members were sitting in their new fashion. The minister, who had received a tongue lashing from Augusta Longbottom a day before, watched things with apprehension. He knew whatever he was seeing was another power play. They were changing the order of things, changing how they used to function under and before Dumbledore. For now, he could do nothing but play along. Later, however, he could try to make some moves of his own. As it was, people were now scattered throughout the arrangement, and he knew that Macmillan would again shuffle them when the ministry nominated candidates took place on the Wizengamot, which was going to be another headache for him because there were not many who could be offered a place on the body at the moment. He, however, decided to wait until he found suitable candidates to place upon the body. Until then, he could wait, and even if the body was not working to its full capacity, Kingsley could always present the motions that he wanted to be passed. Now that we are done with the sitting of this body, we have several issues to deliberate upon, the first of which is the trial of Death Eaters. Minister, do you have a plan? Asked Hamish Macmillan. Kingsley stood in his place. Yes, Chief Warlock. The ministry plans to start the trials from the next week and conducted them with full strength of this body, save those who are working in the Auror forces. Many of these lords had a major role to play in the war, and as such, they cannot be allowed to sit in those trials for conflict of interests. The same procedure was followed during the last war and will be followed during this war. Lord Fowler raised his hand. I wish to speak, Chief Warlock. The chair recognizes Lord Folly. I understand the need to conduct Death Eater trials, and also that such trials would consume a lot of time and resources. In that case, would it not be better that we conduct these trials by a tribunal composed of the minister, the head of DMLE, and the Chief Warlock? Kingsley stood. Lord Folly, your suggestions have merit in them, however I don't recommend a trial for many reasons, the first being that I don't want another incident like an innocent being punished or someone being sent to prison without any form of trial. In the last war, the DMLE head Lord Crouch conducted those trials, and it was him who had sent Sirius Black to Azkaban without a trial. Would it not have been better that such trials were conducted with the full strength of this body? That way, it would have saved us a lot of trouble and would have spared Sirius Black a stint of 12 years in Azkaban for something that he did not do. Also, I myself fought in the recently concluded war, and if the final decision-making power were to rest in my hands, people can accuse me of being biased. I don't want anything of the sort to happen when we are starting anew and trying to forge new peace in our society. After Kingsley sat down, the Chief Warlock started speaking again. Have you decided upon a head of DMLE yet, Minister? As it is the understanding of this body, you need a head of DMLE to conduct these trials unless you want to deviate from the established practice. The minister bowed. No, Chief Warlock. Since I was a temporary minister, I was saving the announcement for this moment. The new head of DMLE shall be Arthur Weasley, who has been acting as the head of the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts and Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic till now. From this point onwards, there shall only be a Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, unlike when Dolores Umbridge was made Senior Undersecretary just to plant her at Hogwarts. The Chief Warlock nodded. Very well. Please distribute the schedule of the trials when you have made it. We would like to be informed at least 2 days prior to when they will start. When he sat, Hamish continued, the next issue is of Nocturne Alley. The minister has proposed to raise down the notorious hub of illegal activities and make it an extension of Diagon Alley as it was originally meant to be. I will now let the minister address this body on this issue. The Nocturne Alley has been a nest of wasps for the law enforcement ever since Voldemort raised his head during the First War. The alley was meant for extension of Diagon Alley but was taken over by the dregs of our society and those who dabble in dark arts. No law-abiding citizen wishes to rush down there, and for good reason. During the recently concluded war, the alley was heavily populated by those who belong to the underworld of our world. It is time that it is cleared and restored. Those establishments which clean itself and pose no threat shall be allowed to continue while others will be razed to the ground. No objections in this regard shall be taken by the ministry. When the minister sat, the chief warlock banged his gavel for the final time. When the ministry had passed a plan for the same, the minister shall be required to place it before this body for further discussions before it will be voted upon. He then banged his gavel. This body stands in abeyance till the next session. As the doors opened, the members started walking out one by one. Daphne, who was with Neville, called out to Harry, Lord Potter, a word please. Harry reached to them. What is it, Lady Greengrass? Lord Potter, as we were discussing things yesterday, I want to visit to you with a business proposition which I feel that Lord Longbottom should also be a party to. Will you be kind to meet us in the evening at 6 o'clock at the townhouse of the ancient and most noble House of Black? I will wait for you, Lady Greengrass, he said, tipping his head to her. As Daphne left, Neville tagged with Harry, so Harry, what you think of her plan? I am yet to her of her plan, Neville, he said. We talked a lot yesterday and she made me talk about the basilisk. Neville asked him in wonder, she made you talk about the basilisk? Yes, replied Harry, I didn't want to talk about it but it slipped out of my mouth. So we are meeting today at your place? Neville asked. Before Harry could answer, Arthur Weasley called them, Harry, Neville. Harry turned to him smiling, Lord Weasley. Arthur smiled, to you both I shall always be Mr. Weasley. You wanted to talk about something, Mr. Weasley? Asked Harry. Yes, Molly asked me to tell you both that you are supposed to come to dinner tomorrow evening. You have missed another Sunday dinner and she wanted to save herself the hassle of tracking down you two. We will be there, Mr. Weasley, promised Harry. Trust fund. Leaving the ministry, Harry went to the bank where he was met with Cord, his account manager. What can I do for you, Mr. Potter? Asked the goblin. I want to know the conditions for opening a trust vault, said Harry. You have to leave the details with me about whoever is going to inherit this trust vault and I will do the rest. Do you want the standard deal? Standard deal? Asked Harry. The goblin growled, haven't you yet opened your journal, wizard? No, said Harry. The goblin bared his teeth and frowned. The standard deal means that the vault is filled with 20,000 galleons and no withdrawal can be made from it until the person for whom it is meant turns 11. Until it is started, the amount so deposited keeps drawing interest at the rate of 10%. After it become active, the vault is filled 500 galleons per year, which is a small fortune for any wizard with little means of sustenance. That is the standard deal that we offer on all the trust vaults that we open for everyone. The rich families, however, can increase the sum if they want. Harry nodded. I want you to open a trust vault with 20,000 galleons in the name of Theodore Remus Lupin and keep pouring 500 galleons in it till he reaches 11. Once it happens, fill it with 600 galleons a year. The amount for the same shall be deducted from the black vault. The goblin nodded. Anything else? As a matter of fact there is, but it does not require your immediate attention, said Harry. LPG. When they met that evening, the meeting took place in the sitting room of the townhouse. Andromeda has arranged snacks for them and then retreated. She was regent for House Black, but she had made clear that she wanted to do nothing with the house business. So Lady Greengrass, what proposition do you have? Asked Neville. Lord Longbottom, yesterday Lord Potter asked me how most of us made our money. I explained to him about the way we do our business. She said, if we are to become allies, we should share our secrets. However, Lord Potter showed good acumen when I suggested something to him. What did I suggest? Asked Harry. You and I were discussing real estate and considering what the ministry want to do with Nocturne. I think we should enter into this field, she explained. How do we feature in this? Asked Neville. In our alliance, we three are the only ones who have the most gold. I know House Longbottom had to spend much on your parents' continuous treatment and you are still doing so, yet I know that your family's holdings are vast and you can put in money to make more. Similarly, the Potters were very low-key in our society, but everyone know that they were always one of the wealthiest and the patent on Sleekeasy still brings in substantial amount. Add to that the vast black fortune and it easily makes him the wealthiest. Also, my family has owned this potions business for years now and we have a substantial fortune to us and I want to increase this wealth manifolds, she said, so what I am proposing is a partnership between us three. We put in our money and we get Gringotts to buy as much real estate for us as it can procure. With the announcement of the minister today, others will rush to this. We first buy land in Nocturne and then in Hogsmeade and later in Muggle London. Besides our main professions, this can prove to be real goldmine. Neville kept pondering over this for long before he said, You make a good proposition, Lady Greengrass. However, I will need some time to ponder upon this. She nodded. Of course, you can discuss this idea with Dowager Longbottom. He shook his head. No. Gran want nothing to do with any of house business. She wants me to handle everything now. She has trained me for this since I was a child. He then asked Daphne, if I agree to this proposition, who do you recommend to handle these affairs? If my account manager was alive, I would have given him this responsibility, but he was killed in the war. Other than him, the only other goblin that I know to be so proficient is Cord, who is handling two of the biggest accounts, i.e. Black and Potter, unless you want to suggest someone else. No, Cord is fine, he said. Merlin knows I need someone to care of my gold for me. Harry snorted. That makes the two of us, mate. Harry asked Daphne, so Lady Greengrass, what other place do you have in mind? I mean, I am sure you are not going to be content with just Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade. She raised an eyebrow. You do presume much, Lord Potter. I am thinking about some place in Muggle London, you know. Some sort of alley with houses clustered around which we can buy and then sell or rent to only wizarding families and get the ministry to cast some charms around those houses so we can use magic without fearing discover from the Muggles. That is fine idea, Lady Greengrass, said Neville. We will get on that once we are done with Diagon Alley. So how much do I need to put in?
From what I guess, Lord Potter can easily become the largest stakeholder. I propose 40% for him and 30% for us each, she said. Agreed, intoned Neville. As apparently they were done with things, Daphne stood to take her leave when Andromeda entered the study. Now if you three are done talking about business, dinner is ready downstairs and no one is allowed to leave until they are full. Hard to argue with that logic, said Neville, and it will be nice to eat with more people than just my gran for company. Ministry of Magic. The task for all of you today is to cast your most destructive spells at the mannequins in front of you, Proudfoot was saying, and I don't want to see anyone squirming or staying back. Harry knew the one spell that he was comfortable with and which had won him the duel with Voldemort and was not about to venture out of his territory. When it was his turn, he cast Expelliarmus. The dummy that he was practicing on lost its wand, but Proudfoot was scowling. Is that your toughest spell, Potter? It is one of my best, said Harry. It may be efficient spell, Potter, but it certainly won't help you against the more experienced Death Eaters, Proudfoot said. I defeated Voldemort with it, said Harry. Anyone else after him would be easy. I have thought about that, said Proudfoot. The killing curse should have blasted you spell back into your wand and blow it to smithereens, but it didn't happen. I don't think you can become lucky with someone else again. You will need to practice some other curse than that. Why do I need to learn another spell when this spell is all that I need? Harry asked him. Proudfoot smirked. If that is what you believe, that maybe we should try to duel. With a signal from him, the floor emptied. Proudfoot had his wand out and trained at Harry. Fire when you are ready, Potter. Harry fired Expelliarmus at a speed that was hard to follow. Inaudibly the spell left his wand and rushed at Proudfoot, who lazily flicked his wand and produced a shield which rendered the spell ineffective. Proudfoot taunted him, "Is that the best you can do, Potter?" Harry started firing disarming spells at the Auror, who never for a moment looked like he was in trouble. He was in fact laughing and swatting his spells aside and kept taunting him. "Are you sure Voldemort didn't kill himself, Potter? Your spell cannot even touch me." Harry was getting mad. This Auror was making him feel like a child when it should have been easy to disarm him. It looked like Proudfoot could always sense what Harry was going to do next. No matter how Harry tried, but he could not get the best of him. When Proudfoot had enough of him, he swatted aside Harry's next spell and shot a chain of spells at him. The first Harry swatted aside, but the other flipped him upside him, and the third had his wand out of his grasp. When Harry sat up, Proudfoot stood upon him, menacing. "Th's is the Auror office, Potter.
It is not a place for morally squeamish people. Not killing anyone is a moral sentiment, but refusing to fire a spell which can disable someone shows your ineptitude and your lack of will to do what is right. When you enter this office, remember that you are not an ordinary wizard but an Auror of the Ministry of Magic. We don't become Aurors simply because we know to fire some spells. It is much more than that."
After he had chewed Harry enough, he gave him a hand and pulled him to his feet. "Now run along. Gawain Robards want to see you in his office."
As Harry left, Proudfoot was talking to other recruits. "This is a lesson for all of you. Being an Auror, we have 3 objectives: do your duty, protect your men and return home in the evening, and don't hesitate to do what is required. If you have any morals, then leave them out the door when you come in. You don't win a war by morals. Most of us would not have survived or won the Battle of Hogwarts if we cared about being morally right."
A letter. When Harry returned to the Black Townhouse that evening, he noticed that Daphne was there in the townhouse and playing with Teddy. He wanted to rush to and pick his godson to play with him, but Andromeda made him go change and that he could meet Teddy after he had seen to his daily business. In the office of the Lord, he had a letter waiting for him. This letter was kept in the middle of the table in the study and hard to ignore. He picked up the letter and saw the crest, which was unfamiliar to him. Before he opened it, he called for his elf, Creature. The ancient elf appeared before him, holding a bottle of milk. "Master calls?" "What is that bottle for?" he asked the elf. "Young Master Teddy is hungry, Master," said the elf. Creature was preparing milk for him. "All right, you can go. Send Andromeda in when you see her," he said, and the elf vanished. Andromeda came with Daphne and they sat on the other side before Harry showed the letter to them. "Andromeda, this letter does not have a name on it. Who is it from?" Daphne replied in her place, "Lord Potter. We are supposed to know the sender of the letter by the crest on the wax." "How would I know that?" Harry asked. "You will need to read the history of Wizarding Britain and the houses in particular. There is a book which contains all those details. I think I have an extra copy in the library. I will send it to you if I can find it." He nodded. "What am I supposed to do now?" "Show me the crest," she said. He showed the crest to her and she took a deep breath. "It's the Malfoy family crest." "Why would they write to me?" he asked. "Open the letter, Harry," said Andromeda. "You won't know unless you open it." He opened the letter and it was written in delicate feminine hand. "Lord Black, firstly, I believe that congratulations are in order for you ascension as Lord of House Black. I am happy that it is you who has come to ascend to the position of the head of House Black as opposed to anyone else, including my son, who I found utterly undeserving of this honor anymore. Secondly, I am the Lady of House Malfoy, but I am also a daughter of House Black. Since I and my family have not been ousted from the Black family tree, I think it is not too presumptuous of me to ask a boon of you as my liege lord. Kindly grant me an audience to you at a location of your choosing. This I ask you."
Narcissa Malfoy née Black, Lady of House Malfoy. Having finished reading the letter, he turned to Andromeda. "What I am supposed to do about it?"
It was Daphne who answered. "It is upon you, Lord Potter. She has invoked her right as a daughter of the house to demand an audience with her lord. She may not have been of the model behavior of a vassal, but you cannot deny her request unless you want to banish her from family." "What does this banishing means?" he asked. "It means that they will cease to be a part of your family anymore. They will have no relation to the family anymore. Her position on the tapestry will be vacant where it used to sit."
"And how do we banish someone?" Harry asked. "Because I don't know what she would ask of me and I don't want to be related to them in any way."
Andromeda chuckled. "Don't be hasty, Harry. At least hear her before you rush to make a decision. He nodded. So what do I write to her? That is for me to tell me, Lord Potter, said Daphne. Can you please stop calling me Lord Potter? Harry asked her. You can call me Harry or even Potter. She nodded. Call me Daphne then. Andromeda retreated from the room. Harry, come to dinner after having sent the letter. Teddy is waiting for you.
Let's see these journals. Next day was a Saturday, which was a day off for Harry, and he had planned to spend the entire day with Teddy, but Andromeda had other idea. No. You cannot leave those journals unattended forever. You have to study them, and you need to study some more for all the customs and formalities that you have to learn for your position. We are going to buy some books today after you have seen those journals.
So it was that Harry opened the journals which he had not even touched until now.
It was painfully slow work for him, but after an hour, he began to understand it. The Potters had gold, a lot of it, but little in the way of real estate. Apart from the cottage in the village of Godric's Hollow, they owned a manor house, 2 more houses in Wizarding Britain, and a couple of houses in Muggle London. There were also many investments which they had made into different businesses which brought in lot of gold every year.
The Blacks had a lot of gold, but nothing like the Potters, but they made up for it in real estate.
They had properties in almost every part of Wizarding Britain, particularly Hogsmeade, Godric's Hollow, and Knockturn Alley. There were also many investments, and he noticed that in past a large amount of gold had been given to many whose name he knew as prominent Death Eaters. If all that money that he could see was unaccounted for, i.e., there was nothing more in it about where it went, then they would have been the wealthiest.
He had to think exactly how much they owned, that they were considered one of the wealthiest at a time. The numbers which were before him were enormous, but exactly how much? Something had remained on his mind, though, and that was Potter Manor. His home. The only place in the world that he was entitled to.
A place that he had never seen, but that was full of the memories of his ancestors. A place where maybe he could find some solace for himself. Where he could actually discover who he was behind all the pomp and grandeur. It was not like he didn't like where he was living currently. He just didn't have any inherent like for the place because Sirius hated it here when he was alive. If Sirius was free, he was sure they would have lived elsewhere and happily, maybe even Potter Manor.
He decided that he at least will go and see the manor even if he does not want to live there. When he came down to the dining table, Andromeda asked him, "Something going on in your mind, Harry?" "Yes," he replied, "I want to see Potter Manor." She smiled. "That is obvious. You should go and see it this afternoon." He nodded. "I will go." "When are you meeting Narcissa?" she asked. "Today at 12 p.m. in Leaky Cauldron. I had talked to Kingsley and he told me that he would allow her to go out under guard to the Leaky Cauldron." She told him that this meeting was for preparing for the defense of her family at the Death Eater trials. She thought over something for a few moments before she replied, "I cannot advise you what to do or what not to do, Harry. If you are going to meet her and if she has any plans as such, then you would better go with someone rather than alone."
"Will you come with me?" he asked her. She laughed. "If I came with you, the meeting will be over before it starts. She hates the sight of me, same as the insane witch did. I'd rather that you take someone who knows the ways of Slytherins but has a respectable reputation in the society."
"Who do you suggest?" "Daphne Greengrass, Lord Potter," said Daphne Greengrass, who had just entered the office of Lord Black. Harry stood from his seat. "Lady Greengrass, please join me for the evening."
After she made herself comfortable, she asked him, "I received your correspondence about needing my assistance with a delicate matter, and as I remember, I promised you that I would help you. So, I am here awaiting your pleasure. Lady Greengrass, as you are aware that I received a communication from one Narcissa Malfoy the other day. In the letter she had asked me about a boon, but the thing is that I know nothing about this stuff, and I have no idea if she might try to manipulate me somehow. I want your help because you are well versed in their ways, and you understand these things better than I do. How did you survive all these years without knowing anything?" she asked him. "Dumbledore," Harry answered simply, "the old headmaster had looked out for me since I was a child. In my whole life he tried to do the best for me. Since he placed me on the doorstep of the Muggles, he had been looking after my best interests. Through all my years at Hogwarts, he guided me and looked out for me. Then there are Ron and Hermione. They have been there for me since the first train ride to Hogwarts and who remained by my side until the end of the war. I have become dependent on them, I guess. Looks like Dumbledore had you under this thumb this entire time, she said. I am curious though. Why didn't you ask Granger or Weasley to help you?
Harry snorted. I think we both know the answer to this question.
Hermione, brilliant though she is a Muggle born and knows no more about the finer aspects of the Wizengamot than I do. She can find anything that is to find in a book, but she cannot know the intricacies of the Wizarding Society at large. Ron, well, he is a Weasley. They are very honorable and stay well above all the pureblood tripe, but in their desperation to stand apart from others, they do not teach these things to their children. I even tried to ask Andromeda, but she told me flatly that if I took her along, they both would end up trading hexes. There is much bad blood between them still.
She nodded. Looks like I am your best bet in that case. We will have to do a lot of homework before the meeting though. Harry groaned. I hate homework. She smirked. Well, you can hate it, but that doesn't mean that you can escape it.
The Leaky Cauldron. The next day, Harry had a room booked by Creature for the meeting with Narcissa at the Leaky Cauldron. The room was a private parlor situated upstairs and which was considered one of the best that the inn had to offer. Currently, Harry and Daphne were in the inn and waiting for their guest. Tom the barkeeper was asked to escort his guest to the parlor which they were using. Kingsley had told Harry that Narcissa was temporarily released under guard of 2 Aurors and both of them were Muggle-born. Kingsley wanted the Malfoys to understand that the old guard was changing, and the old guard was going to be restricted to the annals of history where it rightfully belonged. Harry, as instructed by Daphne, was wearing a robe of the highest quality that he could purchase from Twilfit and Tattings, the premier robe shop where the elite of the wizarding world went. His hair was also behaving for once with the help of copious amounts of Sleekeasy shampoo. He sat in the chair, his face devoid of any expression and his eyes giving a blank look. Shortly, there was a knock on the door and the door opened. Tom, the barkeep, poked his head in and said in a loud voice, "Your guest, Lady Malfoy, is here, Lord Black."
Send her in, Tom, said Harry, and then send up refreshment for 3 please.
As Tom retreated, Daphne sat on a chair at a side from Harry so that no one would confuse her as being together with him. Rumor could travel fast in the wizarding world. Narcissa Malfoy entered the parlor a minute later. She raised her robes just enough that Harry could see her ankles and then she sat on her knees before him. "Lord Black, I pay my respects to you." As she was doing her curtsy towards him, Harry noted that she did not look like her former self. Prior to this, he had met her twice and each time she had looked the epitome of pureblood lady. Each time she was dressed in finest robes, had a sneer of disdain on her face for everyone and she looked so haughty as if she were royalty. Now however, she looked bent, her hair was disheveled and tied in a bun, her robes were wrinkled, and her face sported an expression of utter defeat.
Rise, Harry said, and she rose from her place. Harry pointed her to a chair. Take a seat, Narcissa. After she was seated, he asked her, "What boon were you alluding to in your letter, Narcissa?" She looked hesitantly towards Daphne. "It would be better if we have this conversation without anyone else being privy to it. Lady Greengrass is my ally and confidant, Narcissa. She has my complete trust and whatever you have to say, you will to say in front of her. Lord Black, I am sure you remember that you went into the forest to confront the Dark Lord and he hit you with the killing curse again." "You were hit with the killing curse again and you survived?" Daphne gasped in shock before controlling herself. "And then the Dark Lord asked me to check if you were dead," Narcissa continued as if she had not been interrupted. "I lied to him at that time and I saved your life." Before Harry could reply, Daphne interrupted her. "Where are you going with this story, Lady Malfoy?" She looked at her disdainfully. "I was merely apprising him of the life debt that he owes me, Greengrass." "Language, Narcissa," Harry admonished her, "and you should call her Lady Greengrass and not merely Greengrass." He then turned to Daphne. "You were saying something, Lady Greengrass?"
Daphne nodded. "Lady Malfoy, what do you seek in favor of the payment of the life debt that you suppose he owes you?"
"I want him to vouch for my husband and son at their trial," she said simply. "If he is asked, they can't deny him anything."
Harry looked towards Daphne who looked troubled and Narcissa was sporting a victorious look though she concealed it well from them. Signals were exchanged between Harry and Daphne, and Harry turned to Narcissa. Please leave us alone for 30 minutes, Narcissa. I need to confer with my ally over the boon that you have just asked for.
As Narcissa left the room, he turned to Daphne. So what do you think?
She is crafty. Very crafty, said Daphne. She has played her role well, earning your sympathy. Harry frowned. It didn't look like that. She was looking very troubled to me. I have met her before, and she looked completely different.
Daphne laughed heartily. Lord Potter, she tricked you. What do you mean? Harry asked her, flabbergasted.
Did you not see that she only faking it? Her robes, though wrinkled, are of the highest quality and the latest fashion. Her shoes were spotless, and I can bet all my galleons that she had removed her makeup before entering the inn just so she can have your sympathy. In her haste, she forgot the blush on her cheeks. So how should I deal with her? He asked. She is trying to put you in a tight spot. If she saved your life, then you owe her a life debt, said Daphne, musing. However, if you have something that can counter it, then we can negotiate with her.
Counter? Meaning? He asked. Meaning if you saved her or a member of her family's life, for instance, Daphne said. Harry grinned. Oh well, I saved her son's life twice in a night. Daphne whistled in appreciation. Well, that certainly helped things.
When Narcissa re-entered the parlor, Harry said without any preamble, Narcissa, I have thought hard about what you propositioned to me in exchange of the alleged life debt. She waited for him to continue. Narcissa, I freely admit that you saved my life in the forest by lying to Voldemort, and that you can ask of a boon to discharge this debt, but then I have 2 life debts that your family owes me, specifically your son owes me. Narcissa's face paled for a bit before she was in control of her senses again. In that case, I would discharge my claim against yours, Lord Black.
Harry nodded. So now we can come to the boon, now that you cannot trick me into doing whatever you want?
She said stiffly. It was not a trick, Lord Black. I was merely making favorable conditions to get the desired boon from you.
Ask your boon, Narcissa. If it is reasonable, I will grant it. All I desire is for you to defend my family at the Death Eater trials, Lord Black, she said.
Harry shook his head. I have seen the war from close up, Narcissa. I have seen what your husband did in the service of Voldemort. Your husband was his number 2 until he fell from grace after I escaped from Malfoy Manor. His crimes cannot be forgiven, and to do so would be dishonoring the memories of those who were toughly killed in the war. Besides, who knows the real extent of Lucius's atrocities? No, I am not going to plead for him. Before she could interrupt him, he continued, the night that Dumbledore died, I was there, Narcissa. Dumbledore had wasted time in petrifying me in the astronomy tower, or Draco would not have got the jump on him.
It was there that I understood the full extent of Draco's villainy.
He had almost killed 2 students whilst trying to kill Dumbledore and had shown no remorse.
None at all. Your son has antagonized me all the years that I have known him. He left no stone unturned in getting me into trouble, and yet, you are here asking me to ask the ministry to pardon him. I flatly want to refuse you, but I know what Draco has been through the last 2 years.
He had to take the dark mark and try to kill the headmaster to keep his family safe and to pay for the failure of his father. Your husband had messed things a great bit for Voldemort by losing what he was after in the ministry. When it came to killing Dumbledore, I saw that he didn't have the guts. He could not even level his wand at Dumbledore, let alone kill him. If Dumbledore had not planned his death in advance, and if he were not weak due to a potion that he drank, I am sure he would have defeated Draco without a wand. It is due to Draco's role in the war and the fact that he took the dark mark that I am not feeling inclined to plead for him either to the ministry or the Wizengamot.
Narcissa's eyes welled up with tears. Lord Black.
Harry, however, continued, and then later in Malfoy Manor your son recognized me, but he refused to acknowledge that it was me. If he had done so, Voldemort would have come at once and it would have ended badly. For that small act, and in hope that he can redeem himself, I will ask the ministry to spare him, but expect nothing more of me.
Narcissa had fallen on her knees again. This is more than I hoped for, Lord Black. You are most generous. She stood and left the parlor. Harry turned to Daphne. How did it go?
She grinned. It was perfect. You laid into her about why she was an idiot to be asking what she wanted, and then you granted it anyway, showing your magnanimity. You almost looked like a Slytherin at that moment. Harry grinned. Well, about that, the Sorting Hat wanted to place me in Slytherin.
No way. Daphne shouted. I can't believe it. You're taking the mickey out of me.
Harry's grin got wider. It is true though. On the first train to Hogwarts, I had already heard a lot about Slytherin, none of it good. Then I also had a run-in with Malfoy and his lackeys on the train itself. His manners, his smug attitude rubbed me up the wrong way, and I was sure that I didn't wanted to spend 7 years in a dormitory with them. He was already sorted before me, so I asked the Hat not to put me in Slytherin. The Hat argued with me, but I managed to convince it to put me in Gryffindor. Daphne was looking at him open-mouthed. You mean we could have the boy who lived in our house if it were not for the blabbering idiot, the moronic ferret? Oh, I so wish we were in Hogwarts and Tracy was here. She would have ripped him from limb to limb.
He raised an eyebrow. What Tracy has got to do with it?
Oh, Tracy got. Suddenly Daphne stopped herself. It's nothing, Lord Potter. Harry let it go and asked her, where is Tracy these days? I haven't seen her since the war was over. She was killed last year with all of her family because her father refused to bow to the Death Eaters and join them, Daphne told him. The Potter Manor. After they left the inn and went to Diagon Alley, Daphne asked him, is there any other service you require of me, Harry? Harry nodded. Yesterday I found from my ledger that my family owned a manor house which was put into stasis when my parents had to go into hiding. I wanted to see the place where I would have grown up if it was not for Voldemort. And I want you with me so that I can ask for your help if I encounter any problems. She nodded. Of course I will help you, but I must remind you now that you owe me for all the assistance that I have given you today, and if I were to remind you of our terms of payment, I want some questions answered. Questions that would help me understand the enigma that is Harry Potter, the boy who studied with me for 6 years at Hogwarts.
He nodded. I have already promised you, haven't I? This evening, I will visit you at Greengrass Manor after we are done visiting Potter Manor, and then I will answer your questions. Deal? She nodded. Deal. Now how are we going to Potter Manor?
Harry presented his arm to her. Please hold on to it, Lady Greengrass. A gentleman always escorts the lady. She leaned on his bicep and his twisted his lord ring rightwards. With a jerk behind their navels, they both were gone. Longbottom Manor. Neville Longbottom was just going to sit down to dinner when there was the sound of the flow in the other room. Neville leapt up from the seat with his wand in hand and heard his elf inquire of the visitor. Before the visitor could speak, Neville had entered the flow room and saw her. She was clad in robes which accentuated all the curves in her body, and her flaming red hair was tied back in a braid down her back. She was sitting on haunches talking to Elf. I am here to meet Lord Longbottom. Please inform him that Ginny Weasley has come to visit her.
Ginny, what are you doing here? Neville asked her.
The elf disappeared, seeing Neville, and Ginny stood up. Mother and father are visiting Andromeda. Ronald is helping Charlie and George to stock the shop, and Percy is at the minister's. I was alone and getting bored, so I decided to visit you. I hope I didn't come at the wrong time. He shook his head. No, it's all right. Gran is in the dining hall waiting for me at lunch. Come and join us. Ginny hesitated for a moment. She subconsciously was aware that she was in the manor of a pureblood house and going to meet the matriarch of the house, who was a pureblood through and through. Dowager Longbottom respected the traditions, and it bothered Ginny that she may not approve of her for being dressed inappropriately or something. Then she decided that she was not going to worry about it. She had been through a war, looked down up by Death Eaters, and had not faltered. She would not falter now. When she entered, the Dowager Longbottom was on the table, on the right side of the chair of the head. She stood up when Ginny entered. Hello, Mrs. Longbottom. How are you? She motioned for her to sit. I am fine, Ms. Ginevra Weasley. I hope you and your family are well. Yes, we are fine, Ginny replied and pulled a chair by herself. Augusta Longbottom snapped at her grandson. Where are your manners, Neville? Neville blushed and helped Ginny sit. When she was seated, she asked, What brings you here, Mr. Weasley?
No one was at home, and I wanted to see Neville, so I decided to visit him, said Ginny casually. Without a chaperone? Augusta raised an eyebrow.
Excuse me? Ginny asked. Well, You are a girl who is of the age of majority and your friend is a boy about your same age. Traditions dictate that you can't see each other without a chaperone being present.
I don't keep much stock with those traditions, Ginny said tersely.
And why not? Augusta asked. Because I have been taught that if we find something unreasonable, then we should discard it. I think that we should trust that a girl and a boy alone can be trusted to not to do something that would bring disrepute to them. And if the boy is courting her, then we can trust them to not to go beyond the lines until it is time for them.
Augusta smiled. I like the fire in you, Ms. Weasley. Never let it die.
Ginny nodded fiercely. I will not let it die. Augusta then asked, now what are your plans for the coming year?
I am going back to Hogwarts. It will be my final year. After that I am going to try out for playing Quidditch with the Holyhead Harpies.
Augusta nodded. Very worthy choice. After that they engaged in lunch and Augusta soon excused herself. I am going to take a nap, Neville. I swear I have become lazy since you assumed the mantle of Lord Longbottom.
As she retired, Neville turned to Ginny. She has been doing this a lot lately. She seeks to give me chances to meet with people on my own, makes herself scarce if any friend of mine comes to visit. Ginny smiled. That is very kind of her, Neville, but why?
She thinks that I have grown up now. She thinks that she can't interfere in my affairs anymore, but she forgets that I am still her grandson. It is also true that if it were not for her, then I could not live by myself a day alone in this manner. Between the nightmares and the boredom, I definitely would have made a run for it.
She snorted. I don't think that the boy who stood up to the Carrows and told them to go to hell would run from anything. Neville looked up in surprise. How did you know that?
Well, I knew that Hannah had crush on you, and I wanted to help her. I was following you that day when I saw you confronting the Carrows over them torturing a firstie with the torture curse. I remember how you told them to go to hell and I was awed. Later, I made sure to mention it to Hannah. Neville's expressions were pained. It doesn't matter now, Ginny. Hannah did what she had to do and now she is not here anymore. You know I wanted to ask her formally and start courting her as soon as the battle ended, but I didn't know that. Neville broke down in sobs and it struck a chord with Ginny, who was out of her chair within a moment, without thinking, and was hugging the big boy. It's all right, Neville. She was a brave soul who did what she was meant to do. We will remember her for her bravery. If you ever want to talk about it, I am always here for you.
It took quite a while for the inconsolable Gryffindor to get himself in control when Ginny asked him again, you mentioned nightmares. Do you also have them often?
You also. What do you mean? Do you also have nightmares? I thought it was only a Harry and Neville thing. She shook her head. No. We all have nightmares, Neville. When Hermione was here before leaving for Australia, she too had them and she would shake with fright and burst into tears in her sleep. Sometimes she would howl so loudly that it made me shudder with fright. I have nightmares from the time when the diary possessed me. I never got over it really.
Oh Merlin. You have it as bad as Harry, Neville exclaimed. If you need someone to talk to, I am always here.
What about Harry? Ginny asked. You don't know? Neville asked incredulously. I mean, he has stayed at your house. He is your brother's best friend, and he is your boyfriend. You don't know what he has been through.
Neville, I know about the high points, but I have no idea about his nightmares, she said.
Well, the 4th year and the entirety of 5th year was a nightmare for him. He would often have searing headaches, would continually rub that scar, even passing out at times. Then there were times that he would thrash about in his sleep, and once, there was the time when he suddenly woke up thrashing and said that your father was dying. Harry spent the last 4 years at Hogwarts with nightmares and nothing else. I never realized, said Ginny dumbly, all the time we were together, and I didn't ask him about it. Well, it makes it kinda hard to ask questions if you are snogging someone, said Neville playfully, and Ginny swatted him hard on his biceps. Don't ever make a joke like that, Neville, or you will face my bad bogey hex.
Neville, brave though he was terrified for a moment. Yes, Ginny. What is happening between you and Harry though? Neville asked her.
What do you mean? You were both together in my 6th year and then he broke up with you when he went off doing who knows what. I was kind of expecting you both to get back together after the Battle of Hogwarts, but whenever you all are in same room it looks like you are trying to get away from each other. You noticed all that? Ginny asked him surprise. Well, after the war was over, I started to see him in a new light and doing some honest soul searching, I realized that I was always fascinated with the boy who lived. We are taking a break from each other to see if we have some genuine feelings towards each other.
He nodded. I'd have thought that you guys had it sorted. I think I have stayed long enough, said Ginny, standing abruptly. Mother has told me to invite you for dinner tomorrow. He nodded with a smile. I will be there, Ginny. As Ginny stood up from her seat, Augusta re-entered the room again, leaving already Ms. Weasley? Come walk with me to the flow. Neville started to come with them, and she chided him. I wish to talk to Ms. Weasley alone, Lord Longbottom. As they left the room, Augusta said to her, Thank you. For what? Ginny asked. For talking to him. He does not open up to anyone, keeping everything to himself. He didn't even tell me that he was having nightmares.
I did what a friend would do for another. He is a great wizard and we worked together during the last year at school resisting the Death Eaters and mobilizing the students against the Death Dater regime. We worked hard to undermine everything that they were doing, and Neville turned out to be as natural a leader as Harry. It was surprising to see him leading us with such confidence.
Augusta nodded proudly. He has done more than his parents did while he was a student. I regret that I was so hard on him during his childhood years. No, Mrs. Longbottom. He absolutely loves you and I don't think he thinks that you were too hard on him. Raising a child without parents is not an easy job. Thank you for your kind words, Ms. Weasley. I would prefer if you can visit me regularly. I will get someone to make idle chat with. Ginny shook her hand and stepped in the flow, the burrow.
With a whoosh of emerald flames, she was gone. As Ginny left, a ghost of a smile was playing on Augusta's lips. She just hoped that she had chosen well. Potter Manor. Harry and Daphne arrived in the middle of nowhere. As far as their eyes could see, there was plain land without any buildings over what they could see. They were in the middle of a wood and there was no house nearby. There was no sign of Potter Manor. The only indication that a manor might have stood over this place were a set of gates which stood next to their posts.
Harry was dismayed and it showed in his countenance. Daphne, who noticed this, asked him, Are you going to remove the stasis charms, or we are going to keep standing here till the turn of time and turn into stone?
What do you mean? She asked him. Well, Lord Potter, the manor is clearly under a stasis charm since the gate posts are still standing. Don't you notice how an even area has left in the woods like it a plot of land? I am going to guess that they are boundaries of the manor. The gate is the key to the charm, and you will have to disable the charm.
How do I do that? He asked her. You would have to smear blood onto the Potter crest on the gate. Once it recognizes you as a Potter, the manor will reveal itself.
Trusting her advice, Harry sliced his palm a little and touched the crest in the middle of the gate, covering it well with the blood.
A second later, all the blood that he had put on the gate disappeared and the gates glowed briefly before the manor started to reveal itself.
The boundaries were right where Daphne had said that they would be. The manor house was set at quite a distance from the gates, and in between the gates and the manor, there was enough space for a Quidditch pitch. The manor itself looked grand. It was 3 stories high and ran in both directions. The left and the right wings of the manor ran for quite a distance, and if Harry were to hazard a guess, there would be a lot of rooms in the place. The manor was made of red sandstone, and it gleamed in the sunlight. The windows on the upper floors were as big as himself, and there was a foyer at the entrance hall of the manor. As the stasis charm was finally lifted, the doors swung open by themselves without a sound. When he entered the manor, he felt a jolt go through his body. He turned to see Daphne standing outside the gates and asked her, Come in, Lady Greengrass. Lord Potter, I will need to be given admittance by entering my name in the ward book of the manor, she told him.
Oh right, I had forgot about that, he said, and then raised his wand. Pointing it towards the manor, he firmly intoned, Accio Ward Book.
There was a distant crash and the book came flying through the air. Harry caught with the skills of a seeker and opened it. There were few names in the ward book. Fleemont Potter.
Euphemia Potter, James Fleemont Potter, Sirius Orion Black. Remus John Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Lily Potter, née Evans.
He decided to keep all of the names except one. He viciously removed the name of Peter Pettigrew from the ward book and then entered Daphne's name along with Andromeda and Teddy's.
Then he turned to Daphne. "Welcome to Potter Manor, Lady Greengrass." She entered the house and waited, looking at him expectantly. He nervously asked, "Is something the matter?" She sighed, "Lord Potter, if you are welcoming any guest in your house, you greet them properly."
I did welcome you, Harry protested. Yes, but that was not proper welcome for a lady, she corrected him. If you want to properly welcome a lady, you take their right hand and pretend to key their knuckles. Harry caught her right hand and did as she asked. His hot breath on the back of her hand got her hand tingling and sent a rush of magic to her body. This was weird. She was not supposed to feel this way with common courtesy.
Then Harry offered his arm to her, and she felt somewhat shy taking it.
Together they walked slowly towards the manor house. While they were walking towards the foyer, Daphne kept looking around and a few things caught her eye. One thing was the stables where she believed hippogriffs were raised at some time in the past. She also spotted a greenhouse in the distance which was enormous, and on other side was a real Quidditch pitch. She could also see a storage shed on the side away from everything else. When they reached the door, it swung open, and opened into a large hall. The roof of the hall was to the height of the manor, and there were balconies ringed all around it. There were two staircases which started from different sides and merged into one. Harry was trying to make heads and tails of it when Daphne muttered, "It's marvelous." "You know what this is?" Harry asked her. "It's a ballroom," she replied. "All the old families have one in their manors, and it is used for holding parties, etc. I have heard that your grandparents used to hold very extravagant parties in the past." They checked the other rooms on the ground floor, and there was a drawing room complete with sofa set, and the windows were big enough to let in sufficient light. There were also a few comfortable-looking chairs scattered about in the room. Another room was a dining room which looked like it could seat 50 at once. There was another dining room adjacent to it which was smaller for about 10 people at once.
The third room was a broom closet full of old brooms.
There was a room at the end of the corridor though which was closed, and the doors were locked. As Harry touched the door, it opened, and he gasped in surprise. There was a library before him which was so mighty that it shocked him. It was 2 stories high, and one could reach the second story through a staircase in one corner. There were shelves lined up with the walls and filled with tomes. Daphne squealed in delight. "What a library! It is twice the size of the one at Greengrass Manor."
"Don't tell me you are like Hermione," Harry said.
"Oh please. I am not like Granger. I simply believe in learning more through the practical aspect of things, unlike her. It is just that I could not contain my enthusiasm seeing this beauty."
Harry laughed. "You both are very much alike. Are you interested in seeing the upper floors?"
She nodded, and they left the library. On the second floor, there was a room which had a plaque outside it which read, "Lord Potter's office." Set at some distance from the office was the master bedroom. The walls were cream in color, and the silk curtains which hung from the walls were of the colors of Gryffindor. In the middle of the room was a king-sized 4-poster bed with hangings featuring the Potter crest on them. The Potter crest was a griffin in flight with a wand in one hand and a sword in another. On the side of the room was a walk-in closet.
Harry whistled. "Each room here is big enough to contain the Dursleys' house in it." "Did you say anything?" Daphne asked, and he shook his head, "No, nothing." Besides the master bedroom was a smaller room which was decorated like a nursery.
On the other side of the wing, there were more rooms, but 3 stood out to Harry. One was a spacious room with a stag on the door, and it said, "Prongs." The room next to that had a dog, and it said, "Padfoot." The last was obviously a werewolf, and it said, "Moony." On the third floor were more rooms, an owlery, and some small rooms for house elves. As they were descending from the top floor, Daphne said to him, "It would be a major headache to keep this place clean. And we have not yet seen all of it." He nodded. "We will come back another day and see it. I also need to unveil those portraits that we saw in the corridors." They left after Daphne told him how to put the house back into stasis. Greengrass Manor was nothing like Harry had imagined it to be. He had felt that the place would be like Potter Manor, but it looked like a house that had been lived in. There was a homely feeling in it, and he felt welcome. They had arrived in front of the heavy oak wood gates which were adorned with the greengrass crest. At Daphne's touch, the gates opened inside noiselessly and they walked in. When they reached the entrance chamber of the manor, An elf appeared before them. Can Dipsy be taking Master's cloak?
Harry looked at the elf in amazement before giving his cloak to her. As the elf disappeared, Daphne led him to the parlor where a girl was sitting.
Tori, how was your day? Daphne asked of the girl who looked up. She was exactly like Daphne except she had blonde hair and brown eyes instead of brown hair and blue eyes like her sister. The girl looked at Harry and said indignantly, "You could have told me that you were bringing Harry freaking Potter home today, Daphne."
Harry cleared his throat. "My middle name is James." Daphne snorted while the younger girl said, "Irrelevant."
Tori, behave. I have told you that Harry is a friend, Daphne said sternly.
"Yet you never told me that you were bringing him home," she said.
Daphne sighed. All right. It was a mistake. Now Lord Potter Black, this is my younger sister, Astoria, and Astoria, this is Lord Harry James Potter Black. Astoria shook his head. Feels good knowing you after having studied at the same place for 4 years. I am Astoria Greengrass, 5th year Ravenclaw. A pleasure, Ms. Greengrass, Harry said. Astoria, please leave us so that I can talk to Harry here, she said, and the younger sister stood up grumbling. After Astoria was gone, Daphne asked Harry, "So Harry, how about some answers?" "I remember my promise," Harry said, "ask your questions. If I am not comfortable, I won't be answering those questions though." She nodded. There have been a lot of rumors about you over the years, mostly fueled by those books that were written with you as the hero.
"What books?" Harry could not resist asking. He knew he was mentioned in some books, but he had never seen even one of those books.
There were a series of books with a young wizard called Harry Potter, who lived in a castle, rode hippogriffs, had pet unicorns, and was taught by Merlin.
Harry snorted. "Really? I haven't seen even one of those books."
Trust me, those books were so popular at a time that every child was read those stories at bedside. Many witches used to dream that they would grow up to marry Harry Potter. Many in fact wrote love letters to the boy who lived hoping he would answer them. I am sure you would have seen some if not all of those letters. I never got any letter, Harry told her. In fact, I never got a letter by an owl before I got my Hogwarts letter. But how is that possible? She asked. I myself wrote letters to you on your birthday in childhood. She caught herself as she realized what she was saying, and Harry chuckled. You wrote letters to me for birthday? She said embarrassedly. Yes, I did write a few letters to you on your birthday and hoped to get an answer every year. I eventually stopped writing when I never received an answer to any of them.
That and the fact that Tracy crushed so hard on you that Daphne didn't want it to come between her friend and you," said Astoria from doorway before running away from the spell sent at her by sister. Harry uncomfortably asked, "What was she telling about Tracy?"
Tracy crushed on you, but being in different houses she could not work up her courage, Daphne told him. That and the fact that she was a half-blood in Slytherin, she had to stay aloof of Gryffindors if she wanted to avoid trouble.
"And I thought they all hated me," Harry said. "Not everyone hated you, Harry. You never noticed the looks that girls gave to you. You had admirers in every house. We just kind of stayed aloof of open displays." "Interesting. So, those answers. There were rumors that you had made Quirrell disappear?" "Going to the hard questions first?" He chuckled.
All right. Quirrell was not what he seemed to be. You remember he always stuttered, seemed to suffer from lack of confidence, and kind of afraid of his shadow. She nodded and he continued. So, it turns out that he was not what he pretended to be. When he started teaching defense to us, he was already being possessed by Voldemort, who was after the Sorcerer's Stone, which was being kept in school for safety. He wanted to get the stone, and Dumbledore had made it a mission to stop from coming back. The Flamels had entrusted Dumbledore to keep it safe, and Dumbledore kept it in the castle for safekeeping and to lure Voldemort. I guess he wanted to capture whatever was remained of Voldemort and maybe getting him the Dementor's key. Or something. We found about it and decided to take the stone for ourselves to keep it safe from falling into Voldemort's hands. Well, I had thought that Snape was after it, but it turns out that Quirrell was. Daphne's eyes were spread in surprise. And how did you reach the stone? I mean, there must have been protections around it. There were some protections, but we were able to cross them. There was a devil's snare, keys, charms to fly, a troll, a giant chess set which Ron defeated, a troll, a potions riddle, and then the mirror of Arised. Most of them are hurdles that a first year could cross, Harry. I think Dumbledore would have kept protections that would keep Voldemort harried. Harry shook his head. I know. I thought the same thing at that time, but now it makes sense. Dumbledore was acting like a hunter who was going to trap someone. Now a hunter would not put traps that anyone cannot cross, but he would keep tasks that would look simple or not. The potions riddle was purely based on logic, then one had to play with the giant chess set. The last hurdle was the Mirror of Arised, in which Dumbledore had hidden the stone. What is Mirror of Arised? She asked. A very dangerous artifact. It is a mirror which shows people's greatest desires to them, but that is only an illusion and not a reality. Many a great wizards have lost their minds, their peace under its illusion. Now, Dumbledore had enchanted the mirror so that anyone could see the stone in it, but only those wanted to save the stone could get it. Voldemort could have stood there and waited all night, but he couldn't have got the stone. Was that the reason that Dumbledore gave you all those points at the end of year? She asked. Yes. We hated him for that. I get it now that he was justified in giving those points to you, but he could have given them before the feast started. Harry smiled in remembrance. It was a fine night for us that someone recognized our efforts. You didn't tell me what happened to Quirrell, she said. My mother's protection is in my blood and it saves from any attack. Quirrell tried to choke me but burned away due to that protection. Daphne was horrified. I had no idea that you had to face that at the age of 11. Harry tried to divert the topic. That was nothing compared to when I killed the basilisk.
She swatted him on his hand. Don't talk like that, Pratt.
Harry grinned. I didn't know that you can swear. She reserves it for special people, said Astoria, peeping from behind one of the walls of the chamber and ducked away as Daphne turned to her. Don't mind her, Harry, said Daphne. Now tell me about your enmity with Professor Snape. I mean, I know he was a sullen, hostile bloke, but he seemed to loathe you and Longbottom for some reason. Harry snorted. Snape liked to get his dander up by just seeing us. I mean, he hated me since I was born just because I was James Potter's son. It also did not help that he liked my mother and she married his archenemy. There are some other reasons that I cannot tell right now. It is something that is the reason behind me and Neville becoming orphans at the end of the First War. She nodded. There is something that has been bothering me, Harry. I mean, I understand you grew up with your Muggle relatives, so you don't know anything about your station in our society, but did you never think that since you were so famous, you would have got letters from your fans during your childhood? And I can guess that you never got a letter from anyone, but surely the quarterly account statements from the goblins were sent to you. I never got around thinking like that. I mean, I had friends. I was happy for the first time in life when I came to Hogwarts, so there was no reason for me to think about those things. As for account statements, there is someone who has to answer these questions. Who? Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He said, he owes me some answers even after his death. But Harry, isn't he, dead? He is. But he has a portrait in Hogwarts and I want some answers from him. I can come with you, if you want, she offered. He nodded. Sure. I will need your help. I'd have asked Hermione, but she is not here, and since you know this stuff, I would like if you'd come. She nodded and Daphne's elf appeared before them holding a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 tumblers. Dinner be ready soon, mistress. The elf popped away and Harry asked her, You drink fire whiskey? Yes, it helps with the nightmares, she said, trying not to look at him. What happened? He asked. My father. He was the leader of the neutral faction and Voldemort was trying to recruit him. Last year, when we went to Hogwarts, he told me that he was going in hiding, but they somehow got him and killed him. Before that, Tracy was killed with her entire family by the Death Eaters. I am sorry, Daphne. I had no idea, he said. But now we all are trying to move forward thanks to you, she said. So fire whiskey can make you nightmares go away permanently, he asked. No, but it makes me forget them or my cries would keep Astoria awake at all times, she said. Harry nodded and opened the bottle with a flick of his wand, pouring generous amount in the tumblers and handed one to her. Cheers. Harry, do you have nightmares? Harry smiled ruefully. I have a lot of them, Daphne. I still see Cedric dying from the killing curse cast by Peter Pettigrew. I can see Sirius falling through the veil, Dolores Umbridge torturing me with that horrible quill of hers. I can still see Dumbledore falling over the astronomy tower. I can hear the cries of my friends in my ears as they died in the Battle of Hogwarts, and I still see Dobby dying in my arms. I never realized that you have faced so much pain in your short yet significant life, Harry. I don't think that anyone who has not known you in Hogwarts would even know about it. Why you never said anything? Because I already had so many things to do on my hands without having to people come to me and pity me every time I was in public. I would have been content to live my life normally after the war, but alas. It is something of a wistful dream, I guess. The ministry workers have started treating me as one of their own, but every time I am in Diagon Alley, I am mobbed. She asked, does it ever get easy? No, but you become used to, I guess, he said.
Okay. Enough talk. Now finish your drinks quickly so that we can eat in peace, said Astoria, who had entered.
Tory. Don't Tory me, Daff. It is already getting late and I am sure that Lord Potter has to go home, or you intend for him to stay. It was innocuous in itself, but Harry colored visibly. You are right, Ms. Greengrass. I know you, Potter. The next day, Harry woke up with a pounding headache in his own bed at Grimmauld Place. As he woke up, Creature apparated in the room, bellowing in his bullfrog voice, Master is awake. Master, be hurry or he will be late to the ministry. Harry jumped out of the bed, gratefully accepting the hangover potion given to him by the elf, and ran in the bathroom. When he came out, he remembered that he had not a single nightmare the last night, and he could not remember how he had come back. He joined Andromeda at the dining table, who was frowning at him. Andromeda, what is the matter?
I did not like what you did last night, Harry, she said sternly. What? What did I do? You came home barely hanging with Creature and you were drunk as a skunk, she said, and then you scared Teddy. If I see you so drunk another time, I will leave Grimmauld Place at once.
Bits and pieces of the last night came to his mind, and the more ridiculous toasts that he and Daphne had proposed, of which Dumbledore's beard, Minerva's tartan cloak, and Snape's greasy hair were the ones that he remembered. He remembered that he was in no condition to apparate or flow and had called Creature, who brought him back. Beyond that he had no recollection.
Sorry, Andromeda, it won't happen again, he said. Harry, I understand you are in the age where these things are pretty common, but try to keep things under control. If news were to go out about it, people would ridicule you. He nodded. I promise it won't happen again. Good, now get going to the ministry. The minister has already flowed twice and asked for you. I want to hear about yesterday when you return in the evening.
At the ministry, he was directly sent to the office of the minister, who was eagerly waiting for him. Kingsley, how can I help? Harry asked. Harry, we never got to talk after the Wizengamot session. Thank you for keeping me in the position of the Minister of Magic, Kingsley told him. It was not my doing alone, Kingsley, Harry told him, and everyone wants you there because you were able to do it. Harry, the Weasleys have applied to foster a child. What? Harry asked in wonder. Yes. Arthur was here just before you and he told me that Molly want to foster a child under their roof.
And can they? Harry asked. Yes. They are more than qualified, Harry. Besides, they are not asking to adopt any child but merely to foster them in their home. Fostering can be allowed if we find that the family can provide for them. And what do you want me to do with it? Harry asked. Harry, I want you to think what I should tell them. Do you think they can foster a child and provide for all of its needs? If you honestly ask me, Kingsley, then they took me in without asking anything. Ron,
Fred and George brought me to their home after having rescued me from Dursley's in the middle of night, and since then they have looked for my welfare. They treated me as one of their own, which went as far as gifting me a watch on my 17th birthday as per the tradition. They readily joined the order, fought with Death Eaters and lost a son for all of us. If they are not the worthy candidates, then no one else would.
I will approve their request then, Kingsley nodded in affirmation.
Ron will be stoked for find a new sibling, Harry said, and Kingsley laughed heartily and then adopted somber demeanor. The real reason that I have called you here is because we have finalized the date for the Death Eater trials, Kingsley said. When will they start? Harry asked. After 2 weeks, Kingsley told him. We are going to face some troubles down the road because we would be hard-pressed to find anything to incriminate many of them. Why don't we shove Veritaserum down their throats and get them to confess their crimes? Harry asked. Veritaserum is a potion that can be used only in controlled measures, Kingsley explained. Its use is extremely regulated, and even the Light faction had its reservations in allowing it to be used freely. That was one of the reasons that we could not use it against the Death Eaters during the last war. I will see what I can do about it, Harry told him. Who is the first to be tried? The Malfoys are slated to go first, Kingsley said. What did Narcissa Malfoy wanted from you though? She wanted immunity for her husband and son, Harry told him, but I told her that it can't be done. Her husband's crimes cannot be pardoned at all. He has committed so many of them that I cannot bring myself to ask for forgiveness for him. Her son though is another matter. He jumped into the thick of things without thinking things through and then got cold feet when he realized what he was in for. He brought the Death Eaters in the school, but he could not kill Albus Dumbledore. He was young and he had the pressure of saving his family from Voldemort. He carved under pressure, but then he got cold feet. Slimy ferret he may be, but he lied for me on one occasion, and then his mother lied for me to Voldemort.
So you are saying that we should let him go with a slap on the wrist? Kingsley asked.
No, I am not saying that. But sending him to Azkaban or any prison will serve no purpose to us. We can still punish him, like taking away his wand for a couple of years, sentencing him to community service, forfeiting his fortune and the likes. Kingsley smiled. A great idea, Harry. All right, I will let you defend the boy in front of the Wizengamot. But why me? The Wizengamot would be lenient to him then only if you were to ask them. All right, said Harry. Now can I leave? Yes, you are free to go, Kingsley said. Since you cannot sit on the Wizengamot for these trials, you will act as an Auror and would be called to give your statement when required by the Wizengamot. I guess you will be called in when we are trying Dolores Umbridge. Auror offices. All the recruits were standing before the head Auror Gawain Robards, who looked angry. New instructions from now. All FU will report to the office before 6 in the morning. We are going old school and installing the regime which existed during the First War. Aurors have been known for their fierceness and their ability to deal with anything. It is what I intend for you to become. He then pointed to Dean. Thomas, what is the first rule of being an Auror? Dean spluttered. Do your duty. Wrong. Constant vigilance. That is the first lesson that you learn when you train to become an Auror. When these Death Eater trials end, those who wish to join will be sent to the advanced training in the Auror Academy, which will go for 3 years, at the end of which you will be inducted into the Auror Corps. From now, every day that you are in this office for training, you will expect to be attacked just to test your alertness to your surroundings. Is that clear? Yes, sir, said all the recruits, and then Robards dismissed them except Harry. Potter, I want to talk to you. Harry stayed behind, and when everyone was gone, Robards turned to him. Potter, there is something that you have got to do for me. What can I do for you? These new recruits and many of our own Aurors respect you. I mean, yes, you are man who conquered and that trope that the Daily Prophet spouts every day, but from what I have known, you are more than that. What do you mean? Harry asked, clearly not able to understand what he meant. I have been watching you since you returned to the wizarding world. I have followed you closely enough to know that you have done things that ordinary wizards can't do. Your adventures with the stone, the business of the Chamber of Secrets, your Patronus, the ordeal that was the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, the year when Umbridge was stationed at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's death. Everything that you have been through in school is known to me except what Dumbledore taught you. And how do you know? Harry asked him apprehensively. I am an Auror, Potter. When a year-old child manages to vanquish a Dark Lord that none can beat, it is obvious to become interested. Because at that time no one knew if you weren't going to become the next Dark Lord.
I wanted to be prepared if the worst-case scenario unfolded.
Unknown to anyone, I have been following your movements through school, and I was always tempted to come and offer my help at times, but that would have raised several issues. Dumbledore actually caught me in this, and I had to assure him that my intentions were noble. From what I have seen, you are a true leader and you inspire loyalty in them in such a way that no one else can. I won't remain in this office for much long. Sooner or later, I will be the head of DMLE, and then I will need someone capable here. Of all these Aurors that I have, Proudfoot is most able of them, but he is only good at taking orders and following them. But what it takes to be the head Auror is the ability to make the hard decisions if it comes to it. I know you have a lot of options available for you in matters of employment and that you have so much money that you can choose to live off on that income alone. However, I ask of you to stay beside me and help me change things. We already started bringing these changes when and Kingsley decided to recruit Muggle-borns in the Auror Force. Kingsley plans to make changes so that the top positions of the Ministry won't be reserved only for pure bloods but can be taken by half-bloods and Muggle-born too. In all these centuries that we have existed, do you know that we had only one Muggle-born minister and he had to resign because of the pressure exerted by the pure-blood supremacists? I didn't know. So what do you want me to do? I know everyone sees you as Dumbledore's successor and it is a given considering the relationship that you and he shared, but I seek to groom you as my successor in this position. I will train you to the best Auror that you can be. Do you accept my offer? I will think about it, Gawain. It is a lot to think about. Is there anything else you want me to do? Yes, I have prepared the schedule of Auror duties throughout the trials. I am putting in charge of the entire operation. Being the head Auror, it is upon me to conduct the trials and so I will not be able to do this task. Proudfoot will be assisting me with my duties as assistant prosecutor. I will send the schedule to you this evening. Okay. What I am to do today? I am getting a team of wizards ready. We are going to escort some unspeakables to Azkaban prison. What are they going to do at Azkaban prison? Harry asked. Kingsley is going to call for an emergency session of the Wizengamot the next week to seek their permission to install security measure other than the Dementors. He feels that the Dementors are not reliable guards and we need to have some other way. And what we will do with the Dementors? That is what the unspeakables will try to find out, he said. Longbottom Manor. When Harry returned from Azkaban prison, he was tired.
Being near the Dementors for so long was draining for him, but those fiendish beasts had kept their distance.
A team of 5 unspeakables had gone with them and they had conducted all sorts of experiments at the prison to determine what they could do to increase the custody of the fortress without needing the Dementors at all. A couple of them had been probing some of the open ground of the other side of the prison where there was a graveyard. The Ministry had decided that the graves present there would have to be dug out and the remains to be disposed. After that a pit will be dug to imprison the Dementors there. When he was finally free in the evening, all the members of his squad, i.e. Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, Harry Potter, Proudfoot and Neville had been allowed to go home and take the next day off. As they were on the way to the atrium, Harry said to Neville, "Your Gran would be awake right now." He nodded. "She does not go to sleep until I have returned from the Ministry." Why? Kingsley is calling a session of the Wizengamot next week. I wanted to talk to her about it.
Neville grinned. Oh, Gran is going to be so vexed.
When he flowed to the manor, Augusta Longbottom was sitting at the dinner table and she smiled when she saw the duo. "Welcome, Lord Potter. Is there a special reason for this visit?" Harry told her all about what Kingsley had told him during the day and in no time, her nostrils were flared and she looked like she was shaking with rage. "Thank you for letting me know. I will deal with him appropriately. As it happens, we have a motion to put to the body. But you are not going to get him out of his position as the minister, are you, Gran?" Neville asked nervously. "No. We didn't place him there to remove him at first mistake, Neville. What I am going to do is to tell him to behave." "There is something else that I have been thinking about," Harry said. "What is that?" "Veritaserum is a controlled substance that is regulated by the guidelines of the Ministry. But we also know how effective this potion can be. I know there is good reason that it can't be used with abandon, but why can't we use it on the hardened Death Eaters? I mean, we use it on a few of them and they will rat out many others." She smiled. "That is a good idea, Lord Potter. So what do you want me to do?" "Madam Longbottom, how about we put a motion before the Wizengamot that we will allow its use on some of the Death Eaters even though very sparingly? That will solve a lot of problems for us, Lord Potter. I will think about it. We will need to call a meeting of our allies soon." With that she stood. "I am going to retire for the night, Neville. Don't stay up for too long." When she was gone, Harry turned to him. "Do you have any fire whiskey around this place?" Neville grinned. "I am sure some can be found around this place." Needless to say, Harry did not return to the Black Townhouse that night. Black Townhouse. The next morning, Harry returned to Black Townhouse and Andromeda was in sour mood. "Where have you been?" What happened? He asked worriedly. We were worried. You went to the ministry and then you didn't return home. You didn't send a message or something. I tried Kingsley and he told me that you had left the ministry at time. I flowed the Weasleys and even Daphne, but there was nothing. Did you try the Longbottoms? He asked. No. You were at the Longbottoms. Yes, Andromeda. We were discussing some urgent business in light of the upcoming Death Eater trials. Harry, if you are running late or have no plans of coming home any night, then please drop me a line or two. I am sorry, Andromeda. I will keep that in mind.
Now tell me, how is Potter Manor? A dreamy look came on him. Potter Manor felt like home. I mean, something was there that made me feel welcome, just like Hogwarts. It was like the house itself was overjoyed to see me. And now I feel.
Harry, do you want to live in Potter Manor? She asked clearly. Andromeda, I do want to live in Potter Manor, but I can't leave you alone without anyone to look after, he said, and I get to see Teddy every day that I am here. Harry, we are not going away. We are pretty safe here. This place is protected by a Fidelius charm and no one can enter the house anyway until you tell the secret to them. You can visit us anytime you want. There are a few things that I need to do before I can go. I will need at least one house elf because the manor is so big and I am but one wizard. And I am not sure where I can get a few elves. She laughed. Why don't you go and ask Minerva? I am pretty sure that Hogwarts have some house elves that she can give to you. Do I have to bond them with me? He asked. Of course. Why? Is that not S? Avery. I mean, they do all of our work in exchange of nothing. She chuckled. Spoke like a muggle born, Harry. House elves share our magic and it sustains them. Without a bond they can die. They need magic to feed on and remain healthy. You can setting one free can kill them? He asked. Yes. That is why they are so scared of being given clothes. However, if you want, then you can get a house elf and pay them for their services, not as wages but like money to splurge on themselves. That way, you technically will not be making them a South Avenue and they won't have to die without magic. That means I will have to go to Hogwarts today, he said, standing. I will be down in an hour. Hello, Harry, said Daphne Greengrass, who had just stumbled out of the flow. Daphne, what brings you here? He asked. I had received a message from Elder Longbottom and it mentioned some agenda for the meeting today evening at Longbottom Manor. I thought I would come and see if Andromeda got a similar invite. I saw an owl enter the place about an hour ago, but since it was in the name of Lord Black and Lord Potter, I did not deign to open it. Andromeda, will you please open those letters and tell me what is in it? Said Harry. We are going to have to discuss the agenda before we go to Longbottom Manor. He then turned to Daphne. I am going to Hogwarts to meet Minerva McGonagall today and hopefully to talk to Dumbledore's portrait. Will you come with me? I would love to, Harry, but are you sure you want me along? I mean, he may talk about some private things also. There is nothing private about my life that I haven't already told you. Besides, he speaks in such riddles that I guess I will need someone to understand it. Usually Hermione did it for me, but since she is not here, will you come with me? I will be glad to come with you, she said. Before you go, Harry, Hagrid sent 5 snowy owls yesterday. I am baffled at where did he find so many. Harry grinned. They are Hedwig's children. Apparently my owl had a more colorful life than me in Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Harry Potter boldly walked up to the office of the headmistress and no one stopped him on the way. It helped that he wore his expressions in a mask and the workers were busy in carrying out the routine maintenance work. The gargoyle which guarded the headmaster's office hadn't been installed yet, so Harry had no problem in taking the ascending stairs to the office. Inside he could hear many voices at once, and when he knocked all the voices went silent and McGonagall's voice came, "Enter." Harry entered and found that the office was empty except for the headmistress, who had replaced Dumbledore's chair with one of her hardback ones. Harry and Daphne, she said, rising, welcome. I was about to send for you. What happened, Professor? Harry asked. Lately I had been wondering if you will return for repeat year. I know the ministry is offering for you to take newts at the ministry at the end of August, but I had kind of hoped that you will come. And I have kept the head boy badge for you. Professor, as tempting it may sound, but I am not returning. In the last month or so, I have learned a lot about my station in life and my duties that I can't take time away from them. I would love to become the head boy as my father was in his day, but I don't think I can spend a year in the castle. Her countenance was dimmed for a minute. Do you know anyone who will be returning for final year?
Professor, from what I know, only Hermione has shown any interest in returning for the next year.
She nodded. I had received a letter from Ms. Granger about a week ago, and I have decided to make her the head girl. If none of you boys are returning, then I will have to give the badge to someone from Ginny Weasley's year. That will not be too bad, Professor. I mean, if things were right, they would have been the senior most class anyway. And any returning student can do without taking the additional burden of being the head boy or head girl. Hermione, however, would just love it. So what is the reason for your coming here? Professor, actually I visited Potter Manor a couple of days ago and I find it to be too big for one person to clean and manage. I thought maybe you have a couple of house elves that I can bond with myself. I am even ready to pay them for their services, though not directly calling it as wages. I will see what I can do, Harry. Anything else? I wanted to talk to Professor Dumbledore. There are things that I have to ask him. Dumbledore's portrait, which was feigning sleep, woke up, of course. I think it's about time.
Then the portrait turned to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, please step outside so that I can talk to Harry. There are things that must be discussed between us. Are you sure, Albus? Yes, Minerva. After Professor McGonagall had left, Dumbledore started speaking. I take it that you are comfortable with Ms. Greengrass hearing everything that will be said here? Yes, Professor. So, I can guess some of the questions which are coming to your mind. Firstly, you are here to talk about your inheritance, right? Yes. You could have at least told me. Why did you keep it from me? When I sent you to live with your uncle and auntie, my primary concern was for your safety. The only person that could be trusted had been arrested on charges of betraying your parents. Other than him, there was no one else that I could take you to. Since you were living with Muggles, I could not reach out to you to teach these things. In those 10 years I had no contact with you except watching you from afar and taking care of you. When you returned, you were so happy being with your friends, and every year there was some new problem in the school, so I just could not take time for you. That sounds like an excuse, Headmaster, said Daphne. Observant as ever. Ms. Greengrass, but I had no occasion to help him learn these things. Also, he was trying to make his own name apart from the fame of the boy who lived, and I could not interfere with that. He would not have been able to take his seat without reaching 17 either. I was also not his parent or guardian, so I could not make those decisions for him. I did the best that I could in my limited capacity. I hope you will understand the limited choices of an old man. It's water under the bridge, Headmaster. The goblins told me that they have been sending letters to me over the years. Why I never got one? Hundreds of owls going to a Muggle house would make it very suspicious, don't you think? And what if someone sent you a curse or a portkey through a letter? To avoid anything from happening, I put a mail ward on you. Due to the presence of the ward, many letters which were otherwise harmful never reached you. Thousands of letters which were fan mails or love letters written by little girls were also sent. Surely you are joking. No one would write such letters to me, Harry said incredulously. No, he is not, Daphne said. Even I wrote some of them, and so did Tracy and Astoria. You wrote love letters to me? Harry snorted. I mean, why, and your parents did not object to it? Daphne blushed hard and Dumbledore chuckled before answering to them. It was a child's indulgence. They knew that you were a mere boy and that nothing would ever come out of it. However, none of those letters have been thrown out, but they are being kept in a room in the dungeons. Minerva will have them delivered to you, if you so desire. Harry cringed. Please, I don't need to read the fan mails, however I would like to see if there was any useful letter in those piles. Understandable, my boy. Also, I would recommend for you to see Professor Bathsheba Babbling before you leave for today, or you can wait for a few days when it will be broken by itself.
What do you mean? The ward was set to expire on your 18th birthday. Since it will be your birthday in a month, the ward will expire by itself. You can always choose to get it broken by yourself.
Professor, I have received letters from many people, he said. How did those letters get to me then? I had it tweaked when you returned to our world. I allowed exceptions for those who were your friends, family, and for ministerial correspondences. That is how you have been receiving letters from friends and family.
So, What about the letters from the goblins? The goblin correspondences were duly returned to the bank every quarter by me, and I told them, their chief, that due to your condition, you could not handle those finances by yourselves. I also told them they can invest your gold to make it grow, but every such investment was to be checked with me beforehand. All the money that your investments generated has been deposited in your account for the last 17 years.
Headmaster, what about those Harry Potter books? I mean, the writer must have needed permission to write those stories and publish them. Daphne asked. It was something that had just came to her all of a sudden. I was contacted by several persons who were interested in writing storybooks featuring the boy who lived. I was publicly known as your guardian, which I am not, but the ministry made it sound so. I allowed one of them to do it after he had given me very good deal on those books. He consented to share 30% of the profits with me, which in last 17 years has been a small fortune. The royalty alone has been somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 million galleons. It has been going in a separate account, and the key of the account has been left with my brother Aberforth. The account is bringing you a decent sum every day. If you take my advice, I would suggest you to write your adventures and publish them as next in the series.
I am not in favor of it, Headmaster, Harry said vehemently.
Harry, everyone deserves to know the truth. They deserve to know so that there cannot be another Tom Riddle. I am not asking you to tell them everything, but tell them enough so that Wizarding World would know of its folly. You are a leader now, and you must take steps to make sure that another Tom Riddle does not arise again. There will be a lot of resentment against the pure blood at the moment, and in coming days, for the Muggle-borns will feel that they are being given preferential treatment. There has been resentment, but with your victory they will become vocal, and that can lead to problems. It will be upon you to make sure that it does not happen. How I am supposed to do this? Harry asked. I mean, I am not you.
Dumbledore chuckled heartily. My boy. It took me 30 years to learn the qualities of leadership, and even then I was afraid of the power. You know, I was very reluctant to take these mantles that were thrust upon me, but the needs of the society forced me to do so. I know it may seem injustice to you, Harry, but sometimes we should not complain.
I will see what I can do, Professor, Harry said. My next question is that why you never told me of my family history? I mean, you definitely knew about my family because you had been following the Deathly Hallows, then why?
You have to understand, Harry, that there has never been any information available about your family in public domain.
No one ever knew how many members were in your family. In fact, I haven't ever met someone who has seen the Potter family tree. It was only when you father arrived at Hogwarts that I knew your grandfather Fleemont was the only son of House Potter before James was born. I only remember that there was a small notification in the Daily Prophet when your grandfather had married. When you became my charge, I tried to find more about your family, and I found the connection of the Hallows, but other than that, there was nothing significant that I learnt. Even then, I only knew you were related to Ignatus Peverell when James showed me the invisibility cloak for the first time. Are you saying Harry is related to the Ignatus Peverell? Daphne asked nervously. Yes, Ms. Greengrass, he said. The Potters are the only direct descendants of the Peverells. Ignatus's granddaughter married Hardwin Potter, and the lines were assimilated. Since then the line has been unbroken. Wow, she said softly. I never knew that the Potters were so ancient. Does it changes anything? Harry asked. No, the Peverell line was assimilated in Potters about 800 years ago. So I don't see why it should change anything, said Daphne. However, is the tale about the three brothers true? That is the matter of perspective, Ms. Greengrass, said Dumbledore, but I won't deny that often there is some truth behind stories. Harry opened his mouth to say another word, but Dumbledore beat him to it. There is another thing I need to tell you about, Harry, and then I am going to sleep.
Sure, Professor, said Harry. The basilisk that you killed in your second year. Shortly after, Professor Snape and I went down there with Fawkes and we rendered the beast. It sold for quite a great amount, but we left the fangs because we thought we may need them sooner or later. The sale price of the beast, i.e. 10 million galleons, has been deposited in the same account where the royalty of the book goes.
Harry was overwhelmed. Thank you, Professor. Anytime, my boy, said Dumbledore. Now, Mr. Greengrass, I would like it if you can visit me some other time also. I like to have simulating conversations. When they returned to the Black Townhouse, Daphne asked, How are you feeling? Dizzy. The old man has not stopped looking for me even from the grave. I mean, I already had so much gold that I had no idea about, and now he has given me much more. I have often heard that Dumbledore favored you, but today I found it was wrong, she said, and he raised an eyebrow. When we saw his portrait, its eyes brightened like he had seen someone very dear. Usually we get those expressions on seeing people we love. The tenderness with which he spoke reminded me of my grandfather. Albus Dumbledore really loved you like a grandchild. Harry nodded. He loved me, but he often hid things to protect my feelings. I wish he had not done that. But I still have a question left unanswered. What question? What do I do with all this gold? He asked, exasperated. I am sure you will think of something, she said. Waiting for a moment, she continued, Harry, have you seen this neighborhood from the outside? No, not really. I mean generally, I apparate in the park and then walk inside the house. We have a bit of time before we have to go to Longbottom's. Let's take Teddy and go for a walk. Walk? Yes. I want to see this neighborhood.
So they went in the neighborhood. The area around Grimmauld Place looked deserted. All the buildings in the neighborhood were of the Gregorian era and had that feel. However, it looked like the area had fallen into disuse as other area grew more affluent. Grimmauld Place might have been a wealthy area once, but now it was not. Many buildings were vacant, the windows were boarded up, and it looked like they had not been lived in for a long time.
Harry, this is a pretty area and we can use it for the magical community, she said. But how? I mean, what do we do for it? He asked.
We will need to buy all the buildings in this area. There are several, and once we have done so, we can present a motion for identifying areas within London as reserved for magical community. The Muggle Liaison Department will work with the Ministry and find a way about it.
But I don't know anything about buying a building or the likes, he said. Do you have a solicitor? She asked. Solicitor?
Yes, Harry. Every family has a lawyer who is on its payroll and deals with all this grunt work. Do you have one? No, I don't have one. What about yours? She said with distaste. My solicitor is in a cell in Ministry holding cells right now awaiting his trial. Oh, you don't know anyone else? He asked. Not off the bat, she said.
Then maybe Andromeda knows, he said. I will ask her. Now it is time that we take Teddy back home and leave for the Longbottom Manor, she said. It won't be amiss to be present before the appointed time. Close the doors, boomed the voice of Hamish Macmillan, and the big mighty doors of the chamber closed themselves. The Minister of Magic has called for this emergency session of the Wizengamot, therefore I will let him address it. Minister, the floor is yours. Honored members of the chamber, as you all know that the creatures called Dementors have been proven unreliable in the past as guards of the wizarding prison. They sided with Voldemort in the First War and then again in the Second War. Therefore, the Ministry has decided to stop using them as guards from now on. However, since they were being employed as guards of the prison by the authority of this chamber, therefore it is only right that this chamber may authorize to stop their use. What do we do with the Dementors? Asked Augusta Longbottom. Elder Longbottom, Kingsley explained, the Unspeakables are working on a way to capture and keep the Dementors in captivity. They have devised a way that would help them to keep them contained in a specified area. Minister, would it not be better that you had the Chief of Unspeakables present here so that he could explain it to us in a better way? Asked Lord Folly. Lord Folly, it is at experimental level yet, said the minister. The Unspeakables are still perfecting the technique. Maybe then you should not have hurried with calling this emergency session, Minister, said Lady Susan Bones. Daphne, who was sitting near Harry, said to him in undertone, I am almost feeling bad for the minister. They are going to skin him alive. Chief Warlock, I propose that summons be sent to the Chief Unspeakable Croaker to be present before this body and answer the questions about this proposed measure, said Daphne, who had stood on her place. Bill Weasley, since Arthur was the head of DMLE, stood, and I second the motion, Chief Warlock. Kingsley was frustrated inside. It was not supposed to be so hard. He looked at Harry and gave him a pleading look, who gestured towards Elder Longbottom, and Kingsley looked in that direction to find Augusta Longbottom giving him a hard glare. Let a memo be sent to the Chief Unspeakable to be present in the chamber within the hour to brief this body about this measure. The session is adjourned for an hour. As they scattered, Kingsley straight went to Harry. Lord Potter, I need a favor. Harry smiled. Minister, You are welcome to join me, Lord Longbottom and Lady Greengrass for lunch. Kingsley nodded. It will be my pleasure, Lord Potter. As it turned out, it was just the 3 young members and Elder Longbottom in the chamber. Minister, please take a seat, said Augusta, offering a seat to Kingsley. Thank you, Elder Longbottom, said Kingsley gratefully and sat. After they had been served, Kingsley started speaking. Elder Longbottom, I seem to understand that you are vexed that I called this session without consulting with you first. She waved him off. Nonsense, Minister. It is entirely your right. I am not Lucius Malfoy nor are you Cornelius Oswald Fudge. And I agree that we can't keep relying on Dementors. Then why the members of your alliance are causing so many hurdles in the passing of this motion?
Augusta chuckled. To tell you the truth, Minister, this is all these youngsters doing. They are not going to just vote on any issue until they have satisfied themselves. In fact, they had decided that they would call for the unspeakables, but I had to intervene that it would look proper and not arrogant if it was proposed by some senior members. Also, they really want to understand how it will be done. That is why they have called for them. But even I don't really understand what they are going to do. I mean, I know they are going to use runes and wards, but other than that, it is incomprehensible for me too. She smirked. Oh, don't worry, Minister. Arthur Weasley's son, William Arthur Weasley, is a reputed ward master who has worked in places like the pyramids of Egypt. I am sure he would be able to understand what you are doing. In fact, he is going to ask all the questions that are to be asked.
Is that why you brought him in today? Kingsley asked. She smiled. And they said you are not smart, Wizengamot.
The Dementors are creatures of magic and can only be stopped by barriers of magic like a ward or a rune cluster or the likes of it. Owing to the nature of Azkaban, it was not easy for us to come with something that would do. However, recently we stumbled upon some research from some very ancient places in the world which gave an answer to our predicament. We have successfully created wards based on existing designs, and they can keep a Dementor contained within an area. Where do you mean to imprison them? A pit is being dug on the island which will be deep enough to accommodate all of them. The pit will be lined up with runic clusters and lattices for keeping them subdued, to capture if any escape and to contain them within the boundary of the island. Since the Dementors are usually inactive in sunlight there, we have come up with some runes that will be put on some grills to mimic sunlight. Can you expound on that? Bill asked. The Unspeakable produced a stack of documents which he forwarded to the Chief Warlock. This is the scheme behind the wards that will be employed to keep the Dementors subdued within the pit.
Can you assure us that no Dementor will ever be able to escape from it?
I cannot guarantee that, but Dementors need to feed to people's emotions, their fears to sustain. If they don't get fed up regularly, it affects them. It has been theorized that if they are kept starving for long periods of time, then it will eventually lead to them perishing.
Is that true? Asked Bill. It is hypothetical at this stage, my lord. The Unspeakable continued. However, we are going to conduct more tests on the subject when we have captured them in the pit, and this body shall be apprised of their findings from time to time.
This body is thankful to you for coming here at our summons, Algernon Croker, said Chief Warlock. You can go now. After the Unspeakable was gone, he rapped his gavel again. We will now vote on the motion. All those in favor raise your wands with tips lighted green.
The motion passed with majority. Before he could declare the session to be over, Felix Rosier stood. I have a question for our honorable minister, Chief Warlock. This was unforeseen. No one had actually anticipated that the Dark Faction would spring into action so soon. However, they could not do anything but follow the procedure.
The floor is yours, Lord Rosier. Honorable members of this body, in the first session of this body the minister had told us that he intends to conduct the upcoming trials by a full body as opposed to a war tribunal. However, it is clear that most of our members, such as Lord Potter, Lord Longbottom, etc.,
can't sit in judgment on them because of their direct role in the recently concluded war. Many of our members suffer from the same disability, so will the body sit without quorum to decide on the fate of those accused of being Death Eaters and working for you-know-who? It is a pertinent question, Chief Warlock, said Lord Orpington. Since full body can't sit in judgment upon the fate of those in prison, how will we pass judgment on their fate?
Harry was conferring with Neville. Gran had invited the Rosier to our manor yesterday and told him to ask this question. She wants the ICW to be involved in the entire affair so that there can be no chance of them escaping justice in any way.
Harry nodded. I think Elder Longbottom should have at least told us that she was planning to do this.
She told me just today. Kingsley had stood in his place. I understand the concern raised by Lord Rosier and assure this body that the ministry has thought about it and we are already in talks with the ICW. We have requested them to delegate some of the mugwumps to decide these cases. However, the prosecution shall be done by the head of ORS and the head of DMLE will have the final say in handling out sentences under our laws. As Kingsley sat, the chief warlock said, it is directed to the ministry that the minister shall intimate this chamber about the decision of the ICW as soon as it receive its nod.
Are there any other motions? Asked the chief warlock after a minute.
Chief warlock, I move a proposal that Veritaserum be allowed to be used on those in prison to determine if they are guilty or not, said Harry. There was pin-drop silence in the courtroom. No one stood and no one said a word until Adrian Pusey stood. I second the motion, Chief Warlock.
Let it be known that the Lord Potter has forwarded this motion and the same has been seconded by the Lord Pusey, said the chief warlock.
The alliance was bit miffed over this happening. Pusey was not one of their own alliance, yet he had seconded what should have been seconded by one of their own. His act had sent a big message to them, or rather to the boy who lived. Chief Warlock, I would like to address this motion, said the minister. The floor is yours, minister, said the chief warlock. Veritaserum is one of the most brilliant inventions of the wizard kind which can help us in reaching to the truth without much effort. However, when the regulations over the usage of Veritaserum were being discussed in this chamber, several pertinent questions were raised. The first concern is that this potion is very lethal in big doses to anyone, and constant usage of it can also lead to their deaths. This is why Veritaserum was not allowed regularly but very sparingly. The second concern was the privacy of an individual. I accept that using Veritaserum against wizards marked with the dark mark can be justified, but by the same yardstick, demands will be raised to use it in all trials, whether big or small. It is for this reason that we cannot allow Veritaserum to be used on each and every Death Eater. As Kingsley sat, Elder McDougal stood. I have a question for the minister. You can ask your question, Elder McDougal, said the chief warlock. Minster, even if we accept all of your arguments that you just made in favor of Veritaserum before this body, it still does not answer as to why we can't allow its usage on the hardened Death Eaters. Everyone knows who sat in the inner circle of the Dark Lord and who committed the most atrocities. Why can't we allow it to be used on them who were the leaders of the army of the self-proclaimed Lord? There is no harm in allowing its use on some of the hardened Death Eaters, said Kingsley, if that is what this august body wishes. Harry stood. I amend my motion in light of the suggestions made by Elder McDougal. Those in the favor, asked the chief warlock. The vote passed by a majority, and it was allowed that the Veritaserum will be allowed to be used on some of the Death Eaters who were known faces of the regime of the Dark Lord. The Leaky Cauldron. The three young lords of the Wizengamot were waiting in a parlor upstairs. Currently they were waiting for the solicitor that Harry had asked for Daphne to find. Today they were going to meet this solicitor. Harry had asked why they don't go and meet him, but she said that since they were on the higher pedestal, it was but right that he come to them. Are you sure this man is the right choice for the job? Harry asked of Daphne. It is, Lord Potter, she replied. This person may be about our age, but his parents have been in the legal field for years now and they are well conversant with the nuances of the system. His family has been solicitors for a number of families through the years. Your guest, Lord Black, said Tom the barkeep. The door opened and entered a boy Harry had seen in Hogwarts for years but had never talked to. The man was very common-faced but carried himself with a grace that very few can achieve. The boy bowed to the two of them and then curtsied before Daphne. Lords and lady, Marcus Cole, attorney at law at your service. Take a seat, Mr. Cole, Harry said, pointing him to his seat on other side. After they were seated, Neville started speaking. Mr. Cole, I trust you are acquainted with the reason that we have called upon your services. Yes, Lord Longbottom. I trust you all are in need of my firm's services as a solicitor. What do you know about us? Harry asked. The man smiled. Don't you think that it is an unnecessary question, Lord Potter? You are Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses of Potter and Black, two of the most influential houses which for centuries have sat on different ends of the spectrum. You are the only person in the entire world who has survived the killing curse, twice if we believe the rumors to be true. You are one of the greatest wizards of this age, having defeated the worst Dark Lord in the history for at least 5 times so far. Currently working as volunteer in the Aura Corps and rumored to join the force in the near future. The other lord is Lord Longbottom, another force on the Wizengamot to reckon with and who was a leader in the recently concluded war, having kept up the resistance against the Death Eater regime at Hogwarts in your absence. Currently volunteering in the Aura Corps, however, rumors say that you are going to pursue a career in herbology at Hogwarts, taking the place of Professor Sprout when she retires. Finally, she is Lady Daphne Greengrass, daughter of late Lord Sebastian Greengrass, who was the leader of the Neutrals before the war, having taken the mantle of the lady in the middle of the war. Also owner of Greengrass Potions, one of the leading potion-making companies in the world, which also have a branch in the Muggle world maintained by an array of managers. Enough. We are convinced that you know about us. Now we don't need the services of your firm but yours. The Potters and Longbottoms have been your clients for long, but the Greengrasses used another firm which now has been closed, and I won't have done business with him anyhow. So, if you can assure us that you will work in individual capacity for us, then we can definitely work together, said Daphne. What will be the scope of my work? We are setting up a partnership between us. You have already worked with the Potters in the past, so you would know how rich they are. House Potter will bring 40% of the capital, House Longbottom and Greengrass will bring 30% each. After we have formed and registered this partnership, you will start buying properties for us in a neighborhood in London. And in the meantime, I want you to get into contact with shop owners in Nocturne Alley and try to buy as much land as you can. Also look into other alleys where land is available for sale. And keep in mind that the name of the partnership will nowhere reflect that it is anyhow related to us. Is that clear? Yes, Lord Longbottom, said Cole, so you want me to conduct these operations on behalf of this partnership? It is just a part of the deal, Mr. Cole. In addition to your duties under the partnership, you are also to deal with the businesses of our houses in their individual capacities, said Harry. How will you keep track of these things? I have decided to hire a secretary whose work it will be to keep these things separate on my mind. Lady Greengrass and Lord Longbottom have made similar arrangements. Anything else, lords and lady? He asked. I want you to prepare a transfer deed, said Harry. The property in question is a townhouse in London which is to be transferred in the name of Mr. Teddy Remus Lupin. I will send the necessary paperwork to you, Lord Potter, said the solicitor, rising from his seat. Grimmauld Place. Bill Weasley had come to break the mail redirection ward set up on Harry after he returned from the Wizengamot. After having set up a room in the basement of the house, Bill had left. About an hour later, Harry was nursing a headache. Andy, please remind me why it is a good idea to have my mail delivered here directly. And who sends hundreds of letters to a wizard? She laughed. You know, I never thought that. Why didn't receive letters? I mean, you are famous and it is but obvious that you should have been receiving hundreds of letters. I suggest that you attend to those letters at night before going to bed. But I don't have that much time, he whined. I guess I will need a secretary. Yes, you should have a secretary, she concurred. Andy, why don't you become my secretary? He asked. I mean, I won't get someone more qualified for this job than you. Harry, I need time to look after Teddy, she said. Andy, you don't need to take time away from him. You can work from here itself, and if the need be, then you can flow to wherever I am. Are you going to shift to Potter Manor? She asked. Yes, Professor McGonagall has sent 3 elves for Potter Manor. They are currently working on cleaning the place and bringing it up to standard. You can also come there and work in the Lord's study. In fact, you will need to flow to Potter Manor only when I am there. Most of my time is spent at either the ministry or with Teddy. I will also pay you a salary in addition to what we agreed for you acting as the Lord Regent for House of Black. All right, I will do it. You want me to sort through those letters right now? She asked. As per your convenience, Andy, he said, you can do it whenever you have the time. Only don't touch those letters which are in the small room, for they contain curses or harmful substances or portkey, etc. I will have an Auror come and look at them in a day or two, and then we will arrest these men. Sort the rest of the letters in categories. Okay. Or office. The routine that they had started in the last few days was arduous for most of them. It was one thing to know and cast spells, but it was other to do workout for building stamina. Running laps or doing exercises was painful for all of them, but they knew why Robards insisted on this routine. The war had all but decimated the entire Auror Corps and they needed to bring it up from scratch. Aurors like Mad Eye Moody didn't become Aurors just by knowing spells and how to cast them. It took years of hard work for them to get the respect that they commanded. The Death Eater trials are going to start from the next week, said Gawain Robards. The minister has told me that he will be bringing in mugwumps from the ICW to judge these trials. Now a trial by the mugwumps would mean that there will be no lords to judge them for their crime, but it will be for the mugwumps to do. Our role is limited to providing security for these trials. Being the head of the Aurors, it is for me to lead the prosecution and Senior Auror Proudfoot has agreed to assist me. Auror Harry Potter is in charge of daily schedule and he is also given the authority to issue orders in my stead if the need arises. Every one of you will report to him as you will report to me. Is that clear? Yes, sir, came the resounding reply from all of them. A few of the senior Auror were miffed that they were being asked to follow orders of a novitiate Auror such as Harry Potter, but they all knew he was more than that. Politically, he was strong with holding lordship of 2 houses, he was one of the wealthiest, and other than that he was also the boy who lived. He was a force to be reckoned with and the populace of the wizarding world worshipped the ground that he walked on. If he had wanted, he could have become the minister of magic, but the bloke was willing to climb his way in the ministry. Now, all of you will go to spell casting. It has come to my knowledge that most of you hesitate to use dark spells or curses during practice, but that is not how things are done. We are Aurors, and by the oath that we take, it is our duty to ensure that we do everything to protect lives of people that have been entrusted to us. If it means that we have to use a dark spell or a curse, then that is what we will do. Except the unforgivables, we can use any of these curses. Now I don't want to receive a report from any of the Aurors that any of the trainees have refused to use the dark curses if asked by their supervisors. With that, they were sent to their trainers. Harry again came to Proudfoot with his team. Potter, cast your worst curse at him, he said. This time Harry used a bone breaker and Proudfoot barked, that would do for the time being. Now take a seat everyone. Sir, I have a question, said Ronald, who had returned to the squad this morning. Ask your question, Weasley. Why do we have to learn dark curses? He asked. First tell me, what is a dark curse, Weasley? Dark magic. Curses which are used to maim or kill. Any curse can kill, he said. Even a simple Wingardium Leviosa can kill a person. Is that not dark magic? When no one replied, he said, magic is not dark or light. It is the intent behind it that determines if it is dark or light. There are some practices which are solely used for propagation of pure evil, so that can be dark arts. Now as to your question, if you don't know what you are facing, then how can you expect to protect yourself from it? You of all the people here other than Potter should know how vicious dark arts can be. There is so much magic in the world that you can't comprehend. As everyone was deciphering what he had said, he started speaking again. Can anyone tell me why dark arts are so seductive? Because it gives you what you want, said Neville. Precisely. Dark arts can give your heart's desire no matter whether it is good or bad. It is this quality that can lure you to its path, but in the end it costs you much, said Proudfoot. What does it cost? Asked Ernie Macmillan. It costs you everything from your sanity to your life. It can taint your soul and blemish it for eternity. Now I am going to cast one of the most known curses at you one by one, said he, and you will try to save yourself by dodging the curse. This curse is known as Entrails Expelling Curse, and it can cause all of your organs to come out from your mouth. Don't get hit, because if you do, you will be dead before any treatment can be given to you. With a threat like that hanging over them, it was easy to see why they all were properly motivated to dodge the curses that came their way. The practice was tough and it went for an hour. By the end of any hour, they all were at the end of their strength and were excused except Harry. Potter, said he, Gawain has asked to see you as soon as practice is over. Can you protect your mind? Potter, said Robards, do you know occlumency? Harry shook his head. No. I tried to learn it but could not do it. Who taught you? Dumbledore. No. Professor Snape was teaching it to me in my 5th year, but I could not learn it, he said. Did he teach you to build your defenses? He asked curiously. No. All he did was to tell me to defend my mind and then would attack me with the Legilimens spell, Harry said. Robards grimaced. That is not a way to learn occlumency. It is a long process and it needs you to construct your defenses first. Constructing your defenses can be done by yourself or by someone who you trust. What Snape did was the easy way to learn it, but it is not recommended. I'd not do that to someone until I know that they can handle it. Being an Auror, it is necessary that you learn to protect your mind, and I will teach you how. He produced a book from a drawer of his desk and handed it to him. This is the best book on occlumency that you can get at the moment. Mind arts are considered as an aspect of the dark arts, so they are generally frowned upon. The Wizengamot by a resolution had banned it as a discipline for general public. As a result, there are no books available in market. Old tomes which dealt were either destroyed or are in the libraries of the old families where they are guarded with as much zeal as Goblin Guard gold. Do you think I can find one in Potter Library? Harry asked abruptly before closing his mouth. From what I know, there is no certain information available about you in public. Your family is an enigma which comfortably existed in the backwaters and never cared to come to the forefront. Mostly they have been businessmen whose sole interest was to run businesses which would earn them gold and not to meddle in the wizarding world and certainly not in its politics. Your family seat in Wizengamot was held by proxies in the past and until recently it was held by Elphia's Doge. So I have no idea what you would find in your family library, but I have a good guess that there might be some books about the same. Black Townhouse. Lord Black was in residence and in his office going over the day-to-day business. Today, he had 2 letters sent to him. The first was sealed with the wax seal of Cole and Associates. The letter contained 2 documents, one of which was a contract for services, and it contained all the terms and conditions agreed upon between them. It was for the appointment of Marcus Cole as solicitor for the houses of Potter and Black. A letter with the document invited him to signing of the deeds of the proposed partnership between him and Longbottom and Greengrass. The other document was title deed for transfer of ownership of 4 Grimald Place, London to Teddy Remus Lupin, son of late Remus John Lupin and late Nymphadora Tonks. The deed created absolute interest in favor of Teddy and gave the ownership of the house and of the ancient elf creature to the young Metamorphagus. Creature. Harry called and the ancient elf appeared. Master be calling Creature. Creature. Please send Andy up here, will you? And please pack all my belongings. Tomorrow I will move to Potter Manor. You will remain here. Master leaving Creature. Creature insulted Master. The ancient elf bawled. No, Creature. I have given this house to Teddy now. You like to serve him, don't you? And Andy needs your help, Creature. You can take any of the rooms in the house for your own. Creature be calling Mistress Andy, said the elf before departing. When Andromeda came, Harry simply handed over the title deed to her. Andy, from this moment this townhouse shall be property of Teddy Remus Lupin. I will be moving my office out of here tomorrow. I have Potter Manor opened and I will love to shift there soon. Nonsense, Harry, she said, you can go live in Potter Manor, but the office of Lord Black will remain here. At least until Teddy comes of age, and I don't want you to give this house to him. It was Sirius's house after all. All the more reason for me to give it away then, said Harry. Sirius lived here only because he could not go anywhere due to being a wanted convict. He hated this place. I lived here because of the security it offered. Now with the war being over, I know that I can't keep hiding. Potter Manor has centuries of wards and Bill went over yesterday to check on them. I wanted to sell this place and be done with it, but I have plans for this locality. I am going to buy all the buildings in the area and get the ministry to declare this a magical zone where we can do magic without fear of violation of the statute of secrecy. And you can look after my affairs from here. I have appointed Marcus Cole as solicitor for House of Potter and Black, and he will also handle the legal side of the Potter, Longbottom, Greengrass partnership. You are being appointed as the secretary for Lord Potter Black, and you will also handle the business of the partnership. I am leaving Creature here to serve you and Teddy. Are you sure? Is this your final decision? She asked. He nodded. We can't stay rooted at a place, Andy. Everyone eventually has to move on. She nodded. Since you are the lord of my house, I have to accept your decision. I am not going to contest it. Anything else? Not at the moment. Thank you, he said. As Andy left, he opened the other letter. It was signed as Lord Macmillan and to Lord Potter Black. It was more of an invitation than a letter. The House of Macmillan is positively delighted to invite your august presence to the summer ball organized by House Macmillan. Since the war left many wounds and too many of us are still grieving, there is nothing better than to give them a chance to come together to share their joys, grief and worries. With the intention of helping to alleviate our suffering, House Macmillan has decided to organize a ball on the 1st of August and your presence is a must. Ernie Macmillan, Lord of House Macmillan, Ministry of Magic. Minister, Chief Unspeakable Algernon Croker is here to see you, said Kingsley's secretary. Send him in, please. Croker entered a minute later clutching a stack of documents in hand. Minister, I bring grave news. Creature rubbed his temple. This whole job is grave news, Croker. Please don't speak in riddles. Minister, as you know, the unspeakables have been trying to find the effect of this war on our population. We have found that this war has the potential of eliminating our population as a whole. Many families were extinguished and many are on brink of extinction. Muggle-borns leave our world for the Muggle world. Magic is getting extinguished due to inbreeding. The number of squibs being born is getting higher and many magical children born in pure blood families are not as strong as they were a generation or two ago. Those families which have actively married Muggles or Muggle-borns have avoided this disaster, but strictly pure blood families are on the verge of getting extinct. Taken together, it is a catastrophe going to happen. And what do you suggest we do? Kingsley asked. First, make conditions favorable for Muggle-borns so they can adapt in our society. Give them equal standing with the purebloods and let them know that we are not going to discriminate against them in any way. The course on wizarding etiquettes which was abolished at Hogwarts should be restarted so they would know about our world and will know why the Muggle and the magical world do not mix. That would quell fear of those purebloods who think that Muggle-born are going to destroy our world. Most importantly, convince the Wizengamot to allow the unspeakables to conduct the inheritance tests to determine if any Muggle-borns are related to any extinct families. Kingsley tried to grin at the last suggestion as that would get him a lot of leverage in the Wizengamot. However, those thoughts were instantly forgotten as he remembered Augusta Longbottom's warning. Anyway, he could not get the proposal passed without her assistance. He would have to go to her with his hat in hand and ask for her blessings. Augusta Longbottom had maneuvered herself to be in the controlling position as the war had ended. Almost a Slytherin move on her part. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.